a wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 75 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Today, mostly cloudy, high 81. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Tonight, windy with showers and thunderstorms. Some storms could be strong to perhaps severe, low 63. Thursday, showers and thunder showers likely, high 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We're continuing to watch a number of warnings, including one tornado warning and several severe thunderstorm warnings. Tornado warning ongoing in north central Missouri. Let's take you to the warning. Jensen, if you can advance this for me, because I don't believe my clicker is working, but you can see just the warnings that are spread out pretty much everywhere from Oklahoma over into the Ohio Valley. So there we go, just to the north of Columbia. So we're talking the I-70 corridor, just to the north of that in Audrain as well as Boone counties. Looks like they just updated the warning. They took out Boone County. This just continues for Audrain County until 11:15. There's Mexico, Missouri, just for some reference. If we can flip this over to velocity, this is the area that it's warned for. And these have been racing, I mean, to the northeast at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. So you're talking some fast-moving storms, meaning that you have to take those tornado warnings very seriously and take action very quickly, too. Thompson, this would arrive in your area around 10:57. Skinner, 11 o'clock, and then eventually into Santa Fe, which is outside of the warning, but want to give you as much heads up as possible at 11:12. And this is also embedded in some extremely heavy rain, so don't go out and try to see this. I mean, you shouldn't anyways, but you're not going to, because the rain is going to completely take away your visibility. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning. There's I-44. Just for reference, we're still in Missouri. Lebanon, you're included in this. It's also for Crocker as well as Richland until 11:30. This is also moving to the northeast very quickly at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. Jen, it has already been a very busy start to the day. Unfortunately, as the day goes on, I think that we will just see and continue to see more warnings.
And to show you how dynamic this whole setup in the atmosphere is, we've got snow going on here across the northern tier. Our latest winter storm is coating cities like Duluth with snow. The airport has already picked up more than 1.5 inches, and more is expected to fall throughout the day. You can see it coating the grassy surfaces, some sidewalks maybe, but the road looks okay from this vantage point. But we're sitting at 30 degrees. And so I do think, especially for snow that continues after dark tonight, we will get roads covered with snow. Snow has been falling since yesterday. The Twin Cities, we picked up about 2 or 3 inches of snow there in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and at the National Weather Service office in Chanhassen, they had about the same. Now we're going to look north of there. We've changed over to rain in Minneapolis, rain this morning for you. But snowfall coming on the order of 5 to 8 inches in addition to what you've already had across a large portion of Minnesota. It is still snowing here in South Dakota and North Dakota, right along the I-29 corridor. That's where we've seen a number of spots already get 5 or 6 inches of snowfall. And you can see there's still more to come across this area. We might even get some thunder snow. Been monitoring that in the radar. The places where we have the thunderstorms and rain are very close and adjacent to where we've got snow falling. So that is a possibility. Temperatures sitting right about at or above the freezing mark where the snow is happening. Minneapolis, we warmed up to the mid-30s, and we're going to stay there now. So we're not really changing back over to snow here. Green Bay, rain. Rhinelander, you had snow. Right now you're sitting at 31 with a dry break at the moment. Winter weather advisory there for you, though, in northern Wisconsin. Winter storm warning up there across Minnesota. Fargo, winter storm warning, parts of I-29 near Watertown actually under an ice storm warning. I'll time it out for you to show you how the whole storm system evolves. And we still have a ways to go with this, with snow falling through the rest of today into the evening, Minnesota especially. That continues overnight with snowfall there. And after dark, as the snow comes down, and especially where it's really intense, you're going to have snow-covered roads up here. So be careful for early morning tomorrow travel, even though the snow will have ended. We're going to wait for that April sun to come out and do some help on the roads there. Molly?
Well, stop what you're doing and watch this real quick. This is intense lightning. Look at this. You see that? Striking over the sky in Galesburg, Illinois. Much of the Midwest will be locked into a stormy and very rainy pattern for the rest of the week. And I know we have a lot of hazards that we've been talking about, but you can't forget about the lightning risk because a lot of these storms, extremely electric, packing that threat for lightning on top of tornadoes, straight line damaging wind, hail, and of course, flash flooding. Now, the flash flooding threat is really going to emerge because we're going to be stuck in this pattern day after day. We have the threat for today, the threat for tomorrow over the same exact areas, but now we're bringing in even, say, Charleston, West Virginia, Washington, D.C., New York City, all the way back into the hill country of Texas. We also have a tornado threat for tomorrow. No, it's not as high as what we're seeing today. Our Torcon values today all the way up to 9. Tomorrow, 2 to 3. But notice where we have the tornado threat. Very similar areas to where we have it today. So as the flooding threat starts to get maximized tomorrow, we're also going to be dealing with more tornadoes and more hail, especially in this white hatched area for the hail, anywhere from Waco to Abilene, Dallas, back through Little Rock, in even parts of the Ozarks. You could be seeing hail 2 inches or greater in diameter. Here's the timing for us as we go throughout the day. Just look at all of that very heavy rain, likely ongoing flash flooding. And the later that we get into the day, of course, the severe weather ramps up too.
Right now, millions are in the path of what could be potentially a tornado outbreak. Large, long-track tornadoes that could be EF3 or greater are anticipated around the Mississippi Valley. Large hail and destructive winds are also on the table. You're going to want to locate your safe space and stay weather aware all day and night long.
And the threats don't stop there. These storms will pack a 1-2 punch, dumping several inches of rain across the very same areas. The rain could add up fast, fueling potentially historic and catastrophic flooding. It's not too often you see a high risk for severe weather and then a high risk of flooding in the same areas.
And back-to-back days. We are here to get you ready for all of the threats this week.
We've already had several tornado warnings this morning, more as the day goes on. We have one right now. Today is a day you want to stay vigilant and know your safe place and be prepared for what's to come, just staying very cognizant of those warnings as they're issued.
Right, it's multiple days, multiple threats here, but all threats are on the table. And so we're going to track it all, time it out for you too, so you can plan. Storms are on the move. It's a big deal for the morning commuters. We've had a very stressful overnight with thunderstorms through Oklahoma and Kansas and Missouri. Places like Salina, Kansas. Boy, it was a tough night here. Now, as the day progresses, Decatur, Arkansas and Chicago are in for more rounds of stormy weather. Molly, you know, the radar has not really given us a break all day, and now I'm watching storms in Ohio really start to get active.
Right, so the Ohio Valley, this line that we're seeing in eastern Ohio and just to the south of Cleveland, that's been producing at times, especially on the southern edge of the line, golf ball sized hail as all of this is racing to the east. So it's not just parts of the plains and then over towards Missouri, like we've been watching for the past couple of hours. Now we have to watch this secondary area as it continues to evolve. Let's take you to our active tornado warning. This is an area that we've been consistently watching now for several hours. Audrain County until 11:15. There's Mexico, Missouri, and we're just to the north of Columbia. This has been one part of the line that we have been watching over and over again continue to at least produce broad rotation, so it continues to be warned. So you have that warning that extends until 11:15, taking this into the Santa Fe area around 11:10. Santa Fe, I know you're not in the morning right now, but this is just giving you a heads up as this is headed in your direction pretty quickly. I mean, the storm motion on these, 60 to 65 miles per hour. So they are racing to the east and to the northeast. As we take you into I-44 corridor, there's Lebanon, Missouri. Just to the north of that, that's where we have stronger weather and stronger storms, including 60-mile-per-hour winds, potentially some quarter-sized hail in this. And you have all the lightning and extremely heavy rain. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for the Lebanon area, Crocker, as well as Richland until 11:30 Central Time. That's another zone that we're watching, but we also are watching northwestern Arkansas. This is what rolled out of Oklahoma this morning into areas like Benton, Carroll, and Madison counties, where you have a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:30. This is just to the north of the I-49 corridor. All of those warnings are inside a tornado watch, basically saying that conditions are favorable for tornadoes. Of course, we've seen almost continuous tornado warnings this morning, but this tornado watch goes until 4 p.m. If you are not in the watch, like say in areas in eastern Arkansas or southeastern Missouri or Kentucky or Tennessee, just know that a watch will likely be issued for you as the day goes on. Those are issued by the Storm Prediction Center. Then we take you into Ohio, where we have this line of storms. It's really picked up in intensity very quickly here. This is headed towards the I-77 corridor. Right now, I-71 near Creston is just a mess with straight line damaging wind potential, 60 miles per hour. We also have the hail. This is for Medina City, and as well as Montville until 12:30 Eastern time. But notice, even outside of the warnings, all of the heavy rain that is going to make a drive in this area absolutely miserable to try to travel through. Timing out this severe thunderstorm warning, and thank you, Jensen, our weather producer, for putting on the lightning. Look how electric these storms are this morning. I mean, this is just a mess out there. This is going to take it into the Medina area around 12:14, eventually into Copley around 12:31, and that, again, that's extending it right outside the warning. But this, Jen, is just another area that we're having to watch today, on top of the area that we are really going to see the tornado threat maximized today, which is what you're seeing in that white color.
Yeah, no, I think that really illustrates that, yes, we've got a high risk of severe weather, but we also have a large risk of severe weather, with the chance of storms extending right now on the outer edges of the risk zones. Storms today already leaving behind damage in Oklahoma. Watch as this doorbell camera captures the reported tornadoes sweeping through. The lightning illuminating the sky in the background, and that's how you can see it. Watching right there, the lightning, and then some of the storm damage here that we're seeing. With the sun up, you can see the damage left behind. Large trees on the ground, debris littering the road. Thankfully, no injuries have been reported. But there's certainly a lot of cleanup in Oklahoma and Kansas and Missouri already today because of potential reported tornadoes, apparent tornadoes. We've got the risk, a high risk of storms going severe, and all modes of severe weather. Strong winds, 75 miles per hour or greater. Big hail, 2-inch in size or greater, and tornadoes. And that high-risk area is here across the Mississippi Valley, Paducah, Jonesboro, Memphis, Little Rock, communities that we're really keeping a close watch on there. But the very likely risk extends almost up to Indianapolis, and then the likely extends almost up to Detroit and all the way down through Dallas and Shreveport. And beyond that, even thunderstorms are possible, as you can see. The 9 on the Torcon does include western Kentucky, Tennessee, eastern Arkansas. These are areas, again, with that risk of a tornado, a significant and dangerous severe weather event expected on a day with a 9, with numerous tornadoes likely, long tracked, strong, which is EF2 or greater, and that's likely. Violent EF4 plus tornadoes are possible. So adjust your plans. Make sure that you can, at the timing, be in a place where you can quickly get to shelter. Communicate your plan as well with others, including your family. We've got that wind threat, too, with winds of 75 miles per hour or greater. Wind knocking down trees. That can be deadly. Unfortunately, we've seen it several times already this spring with severe weather. So be cautious of, parking your car under big trees. Certainly the portion of your house that could be under big trees, making sure you're cognizant of that as well. Large hail, something else that could cause property damage today. Wanted to take you into some of the ingredients that are coming together, and I just thought this satellite really shared so much. We've got our big jet stream digging in from the west here, so that's the main jet stream, but we also have the subtropical jet, that energy and that moisture feeding in, and everything is kind of blocked. An atmospheric blocking pattern has been set up, basically, and so you're not going to see a lot of change to this, and multiple disturbances around the base of this trough, and give us the risk of storms over the next several days. High risk area right in here. Really with that overlaid on top of the visible satellite shows us where we've got clouds coming in at the lower levels from the south, where we've got the upper level flow steering all the storms. That's coming in from the west or southwest, and that change in motion in height of the air, of the atmosphere, is going to contribute to the risk of storms rotating today. It's not the only factor. There's all these little sort of subtleties happening in the atmosphere, but it gives you a sense of what we're dealing with in a very widespread way. Thunderstorms have already been ongoing. We'll be watching for new thunderstorms to fire up as we get through the later hours today, late afternoon, into the evening, into the overnight. Background color is the instability, so you can see that we will have plenty of it. Even as the sun sets, there'll be instability left over into the atmosphere. This background here shows us the wind shear. Surface winds right now on there in the light blue and orange. We put on the upper level winds. You can see how they change. And one thing that might be subtle that you can't pick out necessarily is that they really increase in speed. Very strong wind energy and speed shear happening in the atmosphere. So all of that combines to the tornado parameter. And through the afternoon, you could see that risk extending along and ahead of the line. Where we've got thunderstorms sort of tapping into that energy, we've got that risk. And it's really up and down the entire line of storms. Detroit, around 10 o'clock tonight, thunderstorms coming through. Louisville, about the same. Paducah, they'll come through shortly before that. Jonesboro and Memphis for you, multiple chances of storms coming through the area. Even in Nashville, by the middle of the night, we'll have thunderstorms potentially threatening the area. And likely seeing even that chance of storms making it all the way to Pittsburgh as we get into the early morning hours. It's about 4 a.m. tomorrow. So this is a long-lived event in Molly. We really need to time it out city by city to help people plan for safety.
Right, because, you know, there are some places like, say, Nashville, where this is going to come through very late at night. So that means having a way to get warnings is going to be really important before you go to bed tonight. You have the cloudy skies, but that only tells half the story of what's going on today, right? You're still going to have the instability that builds. You can see the flag that's waving in the wind there. All of that wind is helping draw up a lot of moisture. That's not just going to continue today. It's multiple days. So a flood watch is scheduled to go into effect at 7 p.m. Once we get through the severe weather today, we'll see additional chances as the week goes on. But the threat for flooding is really going to take over in a big way. Memphis, you have a Torcon of 9. So our scale goes from 1 to 10. Memphis, you're at a 9 today. Likely to see damaging winds and likely to see large hail. Here's the timing for you, Memphis, because we're going to stay quiet for most of the day. Now, do we see any storms fire up ahead of this line? This high-res future radar, which is just one model's interpretation of what could happen, says yes. And if we start to see those discrete supercells, not only are they going to pack the risk for straight line damaging wind and hail, but absolutely we'll have to watch those for tornadoes. Here comes the main line moving through around 8, 9 o'clock in the evening. Again, this is just an estimate of when this is going to come through, but you can see high-res future radar trying to put those areas of white. That's trying to pick up on some stronger updrafts and perhaps some larger hail that's going to be falling. But this continues for hours. And so all of that heavy rain is only going to saturate the ground even further, and then lay the groundwork for more heavy rain to move in over the next couple of days. Paducah, you also have a Torcon of 9, straight line damaging winds, hail, basically all hazards present today. Here's the timing for you where we're quiet. We might see a few showers, but then look at the timing of this. You see a few of those cells trying to race just ahead of this line. We'll have to watch those really closely, but also any embedded areas of spin along that line that's going to be slamming into Paducah around 8 o'clock in the evening. Then we continue to push this to the east. So Louisville, as well as Bowling Green, if you have an earlier bedtime, make sure you have a way to get warnings, something that will wake you up if you need to take quick action for a tornado warning and jump into the lowest level of your house, away from those windows and exterior walls, anything that can keep you safe throughout the duration of a tornado warning. Little Rock, you have a Torcon of 7, likely damaging winds, likely to see the large hail. And here's the timing for you in Little Rock, perhaps some showers moving through. That is not the main event. Here we go around 4 or 5, even 6 o'clock. Have to point out, again, some of these cells outside and ahead of the main line, like say in Pine Bluff, that's just an estimation. Little Rock with the strongest of the wind and the strongest of the storms coming through around 5 to 6 o'clock in the evening. Jen?
In addition to the severe hazards, millions have been preparing ahead of the storms for flash flooding. The National Weather Service in Memphis is warning for a rare and potentially devastating event. Just across the river in Marion, Arkansas, sandbagging efforts are already underway as 15 inches of rain could fall by Sunday morning. 15 inches. And there's a very large area that could see more than 10, 12, 15 inches of rainfall. So this is being described as a generational event. This does not happen every month. It doesn't even happen every year or even every decade. This is a significant flooding risk, 10 to 15 inches of rain, large area being impacted, life-threatening flooding with possible catastrophic impacts. You know, earlier today we talked with EMA from McCracken County in Paducah, Kentucky, and that's what they're worried about. That's what they're preparing for, that it could be catastrophic with the potential water that we've got coming into the river systems across this area. Again, 8 to 12 inches of rain, locally higher amounts. Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky, Southern Illinois even. These are all zones that are in that area. Plus, you know, the fact that we've got 3 to 5 inches of rain in Ohio, I mean, even that could cause flooding and flash flooding. So there's a lot of zones with flood watches up and concerned about that risk. This is not necessarily an area that needs the rainfall. It's not like we have any big drought across the region. What's happening in the atmosphere is that the front that we're tracking today gets stuck. An atmospheric kind of blocking pattern sets up over the southeast, and that's actually what's going to cause all the heat. So many of you flirting with 90 in the southeast, that's related to this, the jet stream getting stuck right here. And so disturbances are going to be able to roll right along that and sort of use that boundary, that stationary boundary that's there to funnel in all the moisture. And that becomes the area of focus. We've got 3 disturbances coming in over the course of the next 4 or 5 days. So significant widespread flooding in all of these river basins. Streams and creeks will be hit first, and then after that, the water, of course, making the rivers rise. So we're monitoring a large zone. Flood watch is up. The National Weather Service issued a PDS, or particularly dangerous situation, of a flood watch there in parts of Arkansas. And so we've got 4 days. Today, tomorrow, and tomorrow brings in a high risk because now we've layered in the water, right? High risk days are not often issued. 80% of the yearly flood damages happen on these high risk days. And then again, Friday to Saturday and Saturday to Sunday with a likely flash flooding risk in almost identical areas. Molly.
Let's talk about the severe weather threat that's going to continue throughout the remainder of the week, because while we're watching for flash flooding, we're still going to have ongoing risk for severe weather in many of the same areas. Yes, you've got the straight line damaging winds and the hail day after day, but there's also going to be a tornado threat over the same areas again tomorrow. So now we bring this into Little Rock, Memphis, Nashville, Paducah, but even areas like, say, Washington, D.C., where we're just past the peak of the cherry blossom blooms, you have a threat for a tornado. So you're a torcon of 2. I know the numbers aren't as high as what they are today, but anytime we have a number, we have a threat. You also have a hail concern anywhere that you see in purple, but especially in this white hatched zone, Dallas, northern Texas. This is the season that we can see these really big hailstones. We have the potential there for 2 inches or greater in diameter. Here's the timing for us. That's the outlook, by the way, for the severe weather, but we'll watch the heavy rain. We'll have to monitor all of the creeks and the rivers and the streams very closely tomorrow, in addition to the severe weather even later in the evening.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 76 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, overcast skies and windy. High 82. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms. Low 63. Thursday, rain and thunder. High 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We're continuing to watch a number of warnings as we start off the first half of the day. Of course, this activity is only going to increase in intensity and coverage as the day goes on. But we've also been watching this line here in parts of the Ohio Valley, pretty much right over the I-77 corridor right now. Not the place you want to be traveling at the moment. If you can hold off travel until this line passes. It's moving very quickly at about 65 miles per hour off to the northeast. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Carroll, Harrison, and Tuscarawas counties until 1 p.m. A lot of lightning in here, but there's also some larger hail. We're talking quarter-size hail, at least with this storm. We go to the storm just to the south of that and south of I-70, but still on the I-77 corridor for Caldwell, Olive, and Woodsfield. Now we're talking half-dollar-sized hail around the Olive area. That's where we're seeing the hail core at the moment, and the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds. As we look at the hail tracker, not seeing anything at least indicated by radar, but we'll be watching that storm very closely. And then we go to where we have our active tornado watch. Within this watch, we've already seen several warnings so far this morning. This watch extends until 4 p.m. We have a long way to go with this watch. Basically, the watch says conditions are favorable to see tornadoes, but when you have the warning, that's when you need to take immediate action. We've had a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that have just been continuing for hours now. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in northwestern Arkansas. There's Fort Smith, I-40, just so you have a frame of reference. This is for Crawford, Franklin, and Sebastian counties until 11:45. Gusty straight line damaging winds also moving very quickly at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. That's been the storm motion so far today. And that means if you have a warning, you got to take pretty quick action. There's the outlook for today. And where you see the center of this white color, that's where we're going to see the tornado threat that's maximized later today. And Jen, even through the overnight hours, which of course really ramps up the danger.
Yeah, and so we want to talk about safety. In addition to a widespread threat for dangerous tornadoes, damaging wind, and hail, millions of people in the Tennessee Valley are on high alert for flash flooding. Heavy rain could fall in these severe warned areas, and you could find yourself under a tornado warning and a flash flood warning. So how do you stay safe? I know it can feel very confusing, but we want to make sure that we talk through some of the risks that we have. First of all, if you are under both at the same time and you need to seek shelter, you want to seek shelter on the lowest dry level of your home, most interior room of your home. It is unlikely that you get under both at the same time, but you need to sort of be ready for it just in case.
Right. We have the highest tornado threat today. We'll still have a threat tomorrow, and tomorrow is when we're going to start to see the flooding threat start to evolve in a very big way.
All right, so let's go ahead and look at some of the risks and some of the safety that you can take. So if a tornado watch is issued, because we've already had tornado watches today, there'll be more today and over the next several days. It's your heads up that storms may be forming in this area that may have warnings. So you need to do everything that you would need set up in case you get under a warning.
Right, and that includes, even finding where your safe spot is going to be, put that severe weather plan into place. But think about if you have anything in your backyard. It's not just tornadoes today. We have a lot of wind with these systems, so anything you don't want to either blow away or get damaged by hail.
Right. When it comes to choosing a place to go for a tornado warning, a mobile home is never a safe place to be. Vehicles are not safe. Under an overpass is not safe. Your best option is to be in a storm shelter, a FEMA safe room above or below ground. But if you don't have that, then a good option is an interior room on the lowest level of a sturdy home or building.
I can't tell you how many times we've seen tornado damage of homes that did not have basements or storm shelters. And the only thing that's left standing is that interior room, whether it be a closet or a bathroom.
Yeah, right. So again, identify that right now. It's amazing actually how it's that interior bathroom so often that's left. Maybe it's the plumbing, but just putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible works.
Now, we still have time before we really start to see the severe weather threat maximize into the afternoon and evening. I know we've already had a few tornado warnings, but if you're not in an area that's seeing any of that severe weather yet, you can go ahead and think about not only, okay, where is that safe spot, but what am I going to put in that room so that we're ready to go? We don't have to waste any time when the warning is issued.
And how will you get the warnings? No weather radio? Is your phone, are all the alerts turned on your phone? TV, like what are the other ways? Calling a neighbor. These are all ways to consider making sure that you get your warnings and you share it with the ones you love.
All right, so that's the severe weather side as far as tornadoes, wind, and hail. But we also have the evolving flash flooding threat. And this is going to be a couple of days where we see absolutely excessive rainfall. And you can have your surroundings change very quickly. That's why it's called flash flooding.
Right. You don't want to get caught in your vehicle.
Right.
Avoid traveling when there's heavy rain and avoid traveling in areas where rain and water could cover roadways.
A multi-day and dangerous severe weather threat is unfolding right now. Our Torcon is up to a 9 out of 10 as the potential for a tornado outbreak grows. And that's not all. Days of heavy rain could leave behind catastrophic, life-threatening flooding for cities across the plains and the Mississippi Valley. Some spots could pick up months of rain in just a matter of days. Jen, so really we saw this start very early in the morning, and the threat is only continuing to go up.
Well, exactly. And thunderstorms are not taking a break. Sometimes they do. Late morning, early afternoon, you sort of get a lull in severe weather, right? But that's not happening. Thunderstorms are still very active, and we've got a large area that from north to south and really from east to west kind of spread out. So the satellite picture tells so much of the story that is happening right now. I want to first draw out the fact that we've got some really high cloud tops. See how they're really dark over eastern Ohio? Those are big thunderstorms creating some big hail. A golf ball size hail has been reported in that area. Plus also thunderstorms that are big that extend from Illinois down through Missouri into Arkansas. And this is all sort of along our main line of thunderstorms that we're tracking. Look at the flow coming in like that, subtropical jet feeding into that, northern branch of the jet feeding in like this. Everything is feeding right into this area. And what's also happening at the same time is that we've got a big old high pressure blocking things here across the southeast. So this is not going to be moving, and we end up with repeated rounds of severe weather in the same areas for multiple days. Right now, thunderstorms are active with severe thunderstorm warnings in place across Arkansas, right along Interstate 40, Johnson, Logan County, Boonville, Clarksville, two of the cities involved in this. We're tracking these thunderstorms moving fast. Many of them have been moving at highway speed, some 55, 65 mile per hour plus. Thunderstorms in southern Missouri as well, heading right towards Branson, Kimberling City, Merriam Woods, other cities involved in this severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of lightning. I hope folks are not out at Table Rock Lake doing any kind of boating. Today is not going to be a day, neither is tomorrow, honestly, or the next day or the day after that, because of this multi-day severe risk that we are seeing. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning. This one might have some big hail in it, along with the strong wind potential. This is in Ohio, and we're watching these thunderstorms. They've already had a history of producing half-dollar size hail, golf ball size hail, ping pong ball size hail. Mill, New Philadelphia, two of the cities that are involved in this, parts of Carroll, Harrison, in this particular warning. Let's do a hail, hail risk there as we continue to watch that cell move to the north and east. That's along the warm front. We've got the cold front back here, and in the warm sector is where we have a high risk of severe weather. So we haven't even seen the storms go in the area that probably has the biggest potential today to create big thunderstorms that could spin and that could create tornadoes, as well as very strong winds and the risk for some very large hail, 2-inch in size or greater. Golf ball size hail is 1.75, so you could be even bigger than what we've seen already. Now, also the area that we're seeing the storms right now are kind of on the outer edge of the risk. So, just because you're not under a high risk or a 9 on the Torcon, you have a risk outside of that, all the way up into lower Michigan, through Texas, to northern parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, even down to Alabama and Huntsville. We've got these chances. But the biggest chance is, of course, where it's highlighted. And we've likely not just the risk of tornadoes, but also strong winds, 75 miles per hour or greater, hail threat 2-inch in size or greater. A lot of people involved in these storm threats today. Thunderstorms are going to be on the move. We've been tracking the line already, on the move today. So that keeps progressing. New thunderstorms forming out ahead of the line. The background colors on here are the tornado parameter. Where you get into the reds, that's more favorable or most favorable. And you can see as we get into the evening, that increases the more favorable atmosphere when it comes to spinning thunderstorms and the risk of tornadoes. So make sure you have a way to get to safety. And Molly, another threat will be the flooding. And that starts today but continues and ramps up in the coming days.
All that heavy rain that you just showed on high-risk future radar, that's going to saturate the ground. But we're not done after today. We're going to have multiple days of heavy rain, and that's going to potentially add up to what the National Weather Service in Memphis is calling generational flooding potential. That's how serious this is. 10 to 15 inches of rain with locally higher amounts is in this zone that's highlighted right here, where we could see life-threatening flooding. Can't stress enough that, if you are in an area that typically floods, just know that traveling is going to be very difficult to near impossible over the next couple of days. But we could even see flooding in areas that we don't typically see flood with an afternoon thunderstorm or, typical springtime flooding. 8 to 12 inches of rain, but we'll see where these repeated heavy downpours set up the training of thunderstorms, and it's going to be in those zones that we have to watch for those locally higher amounts, perhaps up to 15 inches of rain. The jet stream, we're going to see that right on top of these areas. It's going to continue to push moisture into this zone day after day after day. The severe weather threat continues to grow, but we have continued to watch active thunderstorm warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, pretty much for the last couple of hours. Occasionally we'll get a tornado warning. Thank goodness we don't have one right now, but that's something else we're monitoring for. I want to start in Ohio, where we have consistently seen storms producing hail. So travel plans this morning, the worst of this is now just past I-77. You can see the Dover area right there, but this is for Carroll and Tuscarawas counties until 1 p.m. Where we would be seeing hail is where you have these brighter colors. We've seen any evidence from, say, quarter size to golf ball sized hail. A lot of lightning packed in those storms too. Let's jump to where we have the active tornado watch, basically saying conditions are favorable to see tornadoes from St. Louis to Springfield all the way through Little Rock. We've seen some areas get trimmed out of that watch as the severe thunderstorms continue to push to the east, and they are moving quickly. We're talking 60 to 65 miles per hour. That's the motion on these. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson, Newton, and Searcy counties. This is in Arkansas. There's Clarksville. There's I-40. A lot of lightning packed in these as well, where we could be seeing straight line damaging winds, 60 miles per hour, potentially some quarter-sized hail too. That's really been the theme of a lot of the storms so far in Arkansas. But notice that these are on the outer edges of our threat today. Where we have the maximized severe weather threat is what you see in this white area, but really it's anywhere that we have a threat today. It could be producing dangerous weather, and this is going to be something we watch not only for the next couple of hours, but well even into the overnight hours. The warm sector at this point, the atmosphere is untouched, so that means as storms start to form in these areas, they can go upscale very quickly. Well, from growing flood threats to tornado warnings, staying on top of this week's dangerous weather could save your life. And one of the best ways to stay in the know is enabling safety alerts on your phone. Here's how.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words emergency alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you're in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
Clouds are already gathering ahead in our virtual view of Memphis, Tennessee. I don't know that we can move them as fast as they're actually moving in your sky right now, but let me tell you, the winds are gusty out there, and we are going to see days of storms, soaking rain. A flood watch is scheduled to go in effect around 1 o'clock Central Time and remain in place then throughout the weekend, plus the severe weather risk. So we've got multiple days of this kind of weather coming our way, multiple hours of it. We could see 8 to 15 inches of rainfall, excessive rain. The risk of flooding. In fact, the risk goes up to high for flooding as we get into tomorrow. Multiple days of these risks. So we start with today, because today is a day when the Torcon is going to ramp up for us. Goes to a 9 on the Torcon in Memphis. Damaging winds are likely. Large hail is likely. And as I mentioned, it's just downright windy, even without thunderstorms. We don't have a storm in sight right now, but our winds at the Shelby County Airport gusted to 58 miles per hour. We're gusting to nearly 50 at the Memphis International Airport. So that's without thunderstorms. We start to get into diffuse showers through the afternoon. Those kind of tracking up from the south or maybe coming in from the southwest. The main line comes in as we get a little bit beyond this, about 7 or 8 o'clock or so, maybe 9 or 10. But you may see a few supercells before the line gets here. And then along the line itself, we could see the risk of rotation. All hazards of severe weather, all modes of severe weather are possible as we watch this come through, and it takes time. It's not like it just blasts through. We got hours of risks with that line coming through the Memphis area. Going up to Louisville, a 7 on the Torcon, a 6 in Lexington in Kentucky. So let's time things out for you as well. It's a windy day here as well too, and a few showers will pop as we get through the afternoon and early evening. Any of these could be going severe. We watch the main line come in as we get into later tonight. This is about 11 o'clock coming from Louisville first, tracking eastbound, and then through Lexington soon after that, just after midnight, maybe about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Along this line, there will be likely embedded areas of rotation. And so you'll you'll have to pay attention for all warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings. This is overnight while you're sleeping, so make sure you have a way for those warnings to wake you up. Paducah, Kentucky, we've got a 9 on our Torcon for today. Likely damaging winds as well as a threat for large hail. Timing things out for you, a few showers are possible. You see these sort of renegade ones come up first, these discrete storms, supercells. That comes up through the afternoon, but then the main line coming in, and again, some of these storms kind of feeding into that. We watch for that about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, continuing until after midnight even, with the risk of rainfall. And Molly, that rain adding up is a big concern for flooding.
It really is. Well, spring may be here, but winter is determined to have the last word. Winter storm Amari is spreading fresh snow and freezing rain across the northern tier. We'll take a closer look at when the winter weather will finally wind down.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 78 degrees under cloudy skies with windy conditions. Today, overcast skies and windy. High 82. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms. Low 63. Thursday, rain and thunder. High 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The snow is not letting up across the northern tier. Our latest winter storm is coating cities like Grand Forks, North Dakota in snowfall. Look how bad the visibility is out there. Oh, it's snowing. You can see the snow on the ground. And just to the south of here, the city of Findlay has already reported 3 inches in the past 24 hours. It's been snowing in Grand Forks off and on since yesterday. It's 34 degrees right now in Grand Forks. The roads are looking pretty good. But that won't necessarily stay that way as we get into tonight, because snowfall will still be coming down and we'll lose the sun. I know it's not sunny. You didn't see any sun in that view, but there is some sun coming through the clouds, some insulation anyway. And that helps us out with daytime, springtime snow. Won't be the case tonight. And we do still have another 5 to 8 inches of snow in the purple. That's across northern Minnesota. A lot of these spots have already picked up about 2 or 3 inches of snow already. Even in Minneapolis, where we don't have any additional accumulation expected, a widespread 2 to 3 inches fell across the Twin Cities. Minneapolis, St. Paul, the National Weather Service in Chanhassen picked up about 2, 2.5 or 3 inches of snowfall. A little thunder snow happening for you. Seeing that popping right there. Now, where we have the rain kind of adjacent to the snow in between, some of that might be some big wet snowflakes mixing in, not necessarily heavy rain right there, but you will be getting some convection, some lightning and thunder, and that can make for some heavier downbursts of precipitation, whether it's rain or snow. We have snow northern parts of Wisconsin. You got to go pretty far north now, up into the UP of Michigan. We still have some snow hanging around northern lower Michigan, but we're starting to mix in a little bit more. You can see that actually Saginaw now reporting 33 degrees and rain, and not too far from there are thunderstorms in southern Michigan. Winter storm warnings in the dark blue. The ice storm warning was dropped, but I-29 still a corridor that will have some travel potential issues out there because of snow that we will see continuing through the afternoon and evening, and then through northern Minnesota through the overnight. Snow still falling here, and we'll watch that finally wrap up as we get through the wee hours of the overnight, moving on out as we get into tomorrow morning. Just be careful tomorrow morning. These are spots that could be dealing with some slick road conditions. Then we take you to Portland, Maine, and so we get the other half of this storm, the warm front pushing up to this area. Start with some snow, quickly change to rain, and then quickly warm up so that we see all rain by tomorrow. Here's that track. So snow, Burlington, quickly, but then you get a freezing rain risk. And the same thing around Lebanon, in New Hampshire, Berlin, into Vermont. We will watch in northern Maine. While you start to snow, you do have some time of freezing rain before we do change over to all rain. So in northern Maine, we don't spend a lot of time in the freezing rain, but it's possible we could see about a ½ inch to a ¼ inch. That could be a travel hazard, and being careful in Berlin and Lebanon and even around the Burlington area. Molly?
Well, stop what you're doing and take a look at this, because this is just one of the many threats with severe weather. Intense lightning striking over the night sky. This is over Galesburg, Illinois. Much of the Midwest is locked into a stormy and rainy pattern for the rest of the week, and lightning is just one of the many threats on a very long list, right? We've got the threats today. We've been talking about the tornado threat, the high-end tornado threat, hail, straight line damaging winds, but our pattern is pretty stagnant through the rest of the week, and that means that the cold front that is moving to the east is going to become stationary, or at least nearly stationary, and that's going to allow for multiple days of severe weather over the same areas. Tomorrow, we also include areas like the hill country of Texas all the way to Washington, D.C. in that tornado threat. But where we see the highest tornado threat tomorrow, Nashville, Memphis, back towards Little Rock, very similar areas to what we're talking about today. And then on top of that, we have to watch for the flooding that's really going to start to evolve tomorrow into Friday. We also have the hail threat for tomorrow. This line is just going to continue, this cold front, I should say, it's just going to continue to produce the conditions over and over again to see the severe weather concerns, straight line damaging wind, hail, and tornadoes. So there's the outlook of what you're seeing. Beneath that, the colors that you're looking at, that's the tornado parameter, and where you start to see those darker colors of red, that's where we start to see the tornado parameters pick up, saying that that's an environment that is more favorable for tornadoes. We'll have to watch this later in the evening, especially on the southern end, some of these southern cells that potentially have the ability to have the environment all to themselves and produce some very strong, not only tornadoes, but also wind and hail. But also look at all of this rain. I mean, this is after what happens today through the overnight hours. We have rain and an atmosphere that is producing extremely prolific rainfall rates over the same areas again and again. And there's Friday's outlook. Once again, from Texas up through Little Rock, Jonesboro, and parts of the Ohio Valley under the threat for severe weather.
Right now, millions are in the path of what could be potentially a tornado outbreak. Large, long-track tornadoes that could be EF3 or greater are anticipated around the Mississippi Valley. Large hail and destructive winds are also on the table. You're going to want to locate your safe space and stay weather aware all day and night long.
The threats don't stop there. These storms will pack a 1-2 punch, dumping several inches of rain on the same exact areas. The rain will add up fast, fueling potentially historic and catastrophic flooding.
We are here to get you ready for all of the threats for you this week.
We've already had several tornado warnings so far this morning. Right now, we have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings and some strong winds at that. Today is a day you'll want to stay vigilant, know your safe place, know exactly how long it's going to take you to get there, and be prepared for what's to come. We have a tornado watch that goes until 4 p.m. right now, but there will be others.
Yeah, it's probably going to be the first of many. And watches mean now's your time. The storms are going to be forming soon in that watch area, so get your plan ready. But we can alert you to sort of everything coming in the days ahead. Storms on the move. It's a big deal. It's been already a big deal for the morning commuters out there. Mother Nature knocked on the door early for places like Salina, Kansas. And as the day progresses, Decatur, Arkansas, and Chicago are in for more rounds of stormy weather. We've had a lot of damage already. Tornadoes suspected in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri already.
I have family in Oklahoma, a tornado very close to their house this morning, so it's already been extremely active. They said it was not a great way to wake up this morning. Now, storms are taking slightly a bit of a break right now in, say, Missouri and parts of Arkansas, but we'll have to monitor very closely because we still have a powerful line that's moving through. What we do have active warnings right now in parts of Ohio, and this has been a mess. I mean, these storms have been producing hail at a pretty good rate. And what we're seeing right now around the Carrollton area, this brighter area of, say, pink and those red colors, that's where we could potentially be seeing quarter-sized hail, as we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll, Columbiana, and Jefferson counties until 1:15. These are racing. I mean, these are moving at highway speed, 60 to 65 miles per hour. So even down the line, say just outside of this warning, as we get closer to 376, the interstate, that's where we need to monitor, maybe holding off travel for a little bit until this line passes through, because this is not something that you necessarily want to drive through, not just because of the extremely heavy rain that's going to completely reduce visibility, but because of the hail. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Portage, Summit, and Wayne counties until 1:15. Also for quarter-sized hail within this, there's I-80 for reference, I-76. So many major interstates impacted by these storms this morning, and certainly something that you do not want to have to travel in. Then we have our tornado watch. This goes until 4 p.m. Now, slowly some areas have been trimmed out of this watch on the western side, because now the storms are moving to your east. But we will see more watches down the line to the east. So if you're in, say, eastern Arkansas, southeastern Missouri, parts of Tennessee, over to Kentucky, no, you do not have a tornado watch right now, but it's very likely that you will have one in pretty short order, because all of these storms, this cold front is now moving to the east, but we could very well see some storms that start to fire up ahead of that main line in the warm sector, which is essentially untouched right now. The instability has been building. It's very warm, that's why we call it the warm sector. It's 82 in Little Rock. It's 79 in Paducah. Nashville, close to 80 degrees right now. The dew points are sky high right now, because that's just one of many ingredients that we look at for severe weather, but plenty of moisture in place. It's likely feeling like it outside too. In places like Memphis or Nashville or Paducah, you likely started your morning as soon as you stepped out the door. You're like, oh, it just feels, the air feels kind of heavy out here today. We have plenty of available energy for these storms to tap into. So if we see any storms that start to fire up out ahead of this line, they will be ones that we have to watch very closely. And then we have to bring the main line through, where we can have straight line damaging winds right on the leading edge of that line, but also embedded areas of spin and hail and very heavy rain, which we'll talk about the heavy rain threat here in greater detail. But Jen, a Torcon of 9, what you see in that whiter, almost light pink color, but the Torcon of 7 even extends up into the Ohio Valley, even 5. I mean, this is a pretty large area of real estate that we have to watch today so closely.
It really is. Storms already leaving behind damage in Oklahoma. Watch as this doorbell camera captures the reported tornado sweeping through. The lightning illuminating the sky in the background right there. You know, with the sun up, you can see the damage left behind. Large trees on the ground, and you've got debris just littering the grass and the road here. Thankfully, no injuries have been reported. High risk of severe weather today. Storm Prediction Center issues a high risk only a couple of times a year. Evan Bentley from the Storm Prediction Center just shared on social media earlier that it's usually about 3 or 4 times a year you might see a day like this. This is already our second day of the year. Back in mid-March, we had another high risk. And so we've, certainly been no stranger to these busy days this year, but it's a significant one. The risks are all there: tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. When it comes to the tornado risk, that level is high, a 9 on the Torcon across eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, western Kentucky, to the boot heel of Missouri as well. But, don't just focus on the 9. We've got a 7 beyond that, up to Indianapolis, a 5 beyond that extends from Shreveport all the way up into Ohio, almost to Toledo. And then beyond that, you can see how we still have a risk. It's not 0. On a day with a 9, it means a significant and dangerous severe weather event is expected. Numerous tornadoes are likely. Long-tracked, strong, which is EF2 or greater, tornadoes are likely. And violent EF4 or greater tornadoes are possible. So adjust your plans to be in or near a safe place. Be ready to take cover. We'll help you out a little bit with the timing, so you kind of adjust your schedules perhaps. Some of you will have overnight threats. A wind threat of 75 miles per hour or greater, or a hail threat of 2 inch in size or greater are also possible in that hatched area. And you can see it's pretty much the whole zone that has that risk. Wind like that, 75 miles per hour or stronger, can take down big trees. That in itself can be deadly. Don't just focus on the tornado risk. That wind threat is significant. The latest infrared satellite really shows so much of the story. You've got this big dip in the jet stream. We're tapping into the subtropical jet, bringing up the moisture, bringing up the wind energy. The upper level winds here, the northern branch of the jet coming in as well. Everything's blocked in the southeast by that high pressure in place there. So this is in place for several days. This is the high risk area. We've got that circled for you. And this on top of the visible satellite lets us see what are the clouds doing. And the fact that we do have clouds is definitely an important piece of information. At the surface, at the lower levels, you've got clouds coming in from the south, low level flow like that. And then you go up a couple thousand feet and you've got the winds coming in from the west or southwest here. And that turning of the winds is something that we look for. So seeing that difference on the satellite is important. But also the fact that we have a lot of clouds is preventing some of the sun kind of really heating things up and maybe raising instability. But there's breaks. It's not completely cloudy. There's breaks that you can see that actually when you take a look at this vantage point, the sun is out in Memphis. So that is concerning that you've got time for the atmosphere to load up with energy as we get the main forcing coming in. This front is going to be some of the main forcing that comes in as we get through the next several hours. Jet stream winds be a factor as well, helping to raise that instability. Everything's all about what's going to encourage air to rise, because rising air creates clouds and thunderstorms. And so if there's a lot in the atmosphere to really get that air rising vigorously and tall and strong up into the atmosphere, you can get these big storm clouds. So we're going to be watching all the threats, the increase in wind with height, both in terms of wind speed and then the changing of direction with height. That's the wind shear that we're talking about, the directional shear. All of it's in place, especially across that area that we've circled where we do have the high risk for today. That's where most of the ingredients overlap, which is why it does have the larger risk. So we time it out and you've got thunderstorms coming in Little Rock about 5 or 6 o'clock, Memphis about 7 or 8, Paducah about the same, Indianapolis soon after that, and then storms ongoing into the overnight hours. Let's time it out for some specific cities, Molly.
Let's start in Louisville, Kentucky, where severe storms are unpacking gusty winds, potentially up to 50 miles per hour today, or even stronger. A flood watch is scheduled to go into effect at 8 p.m. And the flash flooding concern is really going to evolve over the next couple of days. Today is just day one of extremely heavy rain. Let's jump to Memphis. You have a Torcon of 9. Our scale goes from 1 to 10, so we're way up there on the scale. Straight line damaging winds, large hail, all in play for today. So let's get your specific timing in Memphis, because the main line will be later this evening. But we have the possibility of some storms trying to form out ahead of that line. Now, if this is just one model's interpretation of the timing and exactly how that can happen, but if we do see this happen and materialize, we'll have to watch those cells, those discrete supercells, very closely for tornado threats. Then we see the main line come through. Along that line, you can have embedded areas of spin and tornadoes, straight line damaging winds, and hail. Anytime you start to see these white zones on high-res future radar, that's indicating some stronger updrafts, and that's absolutely spelling out the hail threat. Then we get to midnight, and this line doesn't move all that much. I mean, we're still seeing repeated heavy downpours and thunderstorms throughout the overnight hours. So then our attention will turn to the flooding concern. And we still have a severe concern for tomorrow, too. Paducah, Kentucky, you have a Torcon of 9. You also have the wind and the hail threat. Here's the timing for you. In Paducah, could we see some earlier showers? Absolutely. We'll have to watch out for that. After about 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we're watching out for some of those discrete supercells, perhaps moving ahead of that main line, even feeding into that main line. This is later in the evening. We'll have to watch for those cells, too. Then you see the strongest edge of that leading line. That's where we're going to find some of the strongest winds and, of course, some of the heaviest rain. That is extremely heavy rain from Paducah to Louisville, all the way to Bowling Green, which, by the way, the line not moving through Bowling Green until about midnight. Have a way to get warnings, something that's going to wake you up in the middle of the night if you need to take quick action on a tornado warning. Little Rock, you have a Torcon of 7. Also the wind and hail threat, basically all hazards in play for these areas today. And here's the timing for you in Little Rock. We have storms in western Arkansas right now, but this is around 5 p.m. Now we're bringing this into Hot Springs, Arkansas, eventually across Little Rock up towards the Searcy area, all along that leading edge. We'll have to watch out for those straight line damaging winds, which, by the way, when they're strong, they can be just as damaging as tornadoes. This is around 9 p.m. We're seeing that main line clear out, but more rain will start to move in after that. And last stop here, we also have those higher Torcon values from anywhere from 5 in Lexington to 7 in Louisville. And Jen, this is going to be a threat that we monitor pretty much all through the overnight hours.
I know. And you know what? In addition to the severe hazards, millions have been preparing ahead of the storms for flash flooding. The National Weather Service in Memphis is warning for a rare and potentially devastating event. Just across the river in Marion, Arkansas, sandbagging efforts are already underway as 15 inches of rain could fall by Sunday morning. 15 inches. That's several months worth. 3 or 4 months worth of rain could happen in just 3 or 4 days. Let's time things out, look at the risks that we have out here. Heavy rain coming in with 10 to 15 inches in a very widespread area, and it happens to affect a lot of really impactful rivers across this area. Life-threatening flooding, potential catastrophic impacts. And you should know that, first will come the flash flooding risk, maybe urban areas, maybe looking at roads, etc., streams and creeks then shortly after that. And then you get to the river flooding. So you don't always get the river flooding. In fact, you don't usually right away. It can happen in the days to come and even the weeks to come. We've got 8 to 12 inches of rain from Arkansas through western Tennessee, Kentucky, up into southeastern Missouri, even southern Illinois. Beyond that, even 3 to 5 inches of rain, though, surrounding a very large area, which is significant. Now, this is a change. The fact that now we've got rivers that are forecast to go into major flooding. Over the last 24 hours, we haven't seen that. There have been a lot of moderate flooding in the forecast, but now the forecast is there for major flooding to happen. We're looking at northeastern Arkansas, keeping an eye on spots that were then to western Kentucky, and that will be impactful. So the ingredients coming together, the stationary front that comes into play, the moisture comes in, the front sticks around, the pattern doesn't change. Basically, we can kind of think of this as an atmospheric speedway, and everything just keeps running right over the same track right here. So the same areas get inundated with rain. The moisture doesn't clear out, and as long as there's something to make it rain, as you can see, there was, right? Little disturbances come through, not little, but disturbances. So we have at least 3 of them that come through over the next several days with widespread flooding likely in these river basins, and there's a lot of them at work. So with this front in place, it's going to mean that we can tap into the nearly record amounts of moisture that the atmosphere is providing in numerous spots. Watching for that as we get you through the next several days. That goes through Monday, that outlook for rainfall. Flood watches are up, and we've got one in particular, a particularly dangerous situation of a flood watch, a PDS. You see those sometimes with severe thunderstorm watches or tornado watches, a PDS. This is a flood PDS watch that we've got in place, Molly.
Thing that you really don't see very often, and so that's a signal that we could have a dangerous few days ahead. Now, Jen talked about the flooding concerns, but with the pattern not really moving all that much for the next couple of days, we still have a severe weather concern because day after day, the atmosphere is going to deliver conditions that can provide us with all types of severe weather. Now, this is on top of the flooding concern, and you'll notice it's the same areas day after day. This is our tornado threat for tomorrow. Washington, D.C. even included for tomorrow with a torcon of 2. We're just past the peak of the cherry blossoms, and then all the way down into the hill country of Texas. But a torcon of 3, Little Rock, Memphis, over to Nashville. There's a hail concern tomorrow everywhere that you see in purple, but where we're likely to see the largest hail, Little Rock back through northern Texas. It's that time of year in northern Texas where we can see some really big hailstones. Just the type of atmosphere that we see in the springtime is more conducive for those larger hailstones. This is the timing. So a couple of things to watch here. I know there's a lot going on this map. This is the outlook, the severe weather outlook, what you see in those lines. What's underneath here are the tornado parameters, and where you have those darker red colors, that's where we have a higher chance of tornadoes. We'll have to watch those southern cells, especially as we get into tomorrow afternoon.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 79 degrees under cloudy skies with windy conditions. This afternoon, overcast skies and windy. High 83. Winds could occasionally gust over 60 miles per hour. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms. Low 63. Thursday, rain and thunder, high 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel, where we're continuing to watch severe thunderstorm warnings for Ohio, now moving into Pennsylvania, and one additional warning back in Illinois. But let's start in Ohio, just to the south of Cleveland, in the Canton area, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Stark and Summit counties until 2 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Where we be seeing hail right now, just based off the visuals on radar, would be just to the east of the Canton area. But this is racing to the northeast at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. We also have an additional warning as we go back to Illinois, but you'll notice a slightly different tag on this one, and that is tornado possible. So not only do we have the 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail and a lot of heavy rain, by the way, and lightning, but we also are monitoring very closely for the potential of any rotation. This is for Knox, Peoria, and Stark counties until 12:30. Now, this is what's been moving out of Missouri now into Illinois, and these are areas that we have consistently been watching for rotation pretty much all throughout the morning. There is an active tornado watch, basically saying conditions are favorable. That includes St. Louis down through Missouri and south central Missouri, even into Arkansas. The eastern part of this is the western part of this is slowly getting trimmed back from west to east as we're watching the severe threat continue to progress to the east. There's our severe weather outlook for today, and you'll notice most of the activity that's happening right now, like say in Ohio, into Pennsylvania, where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as Illinois. All of this is on the outer periphery of the severe weather outlook. Where we're really going to start to see things go upscale very quickly over the next couple of hours is right in the center, where we have an untapped atmosphere at this point in the warm sector. Warm temperatures, a lot of moisture in place. The instability is continuing to build. We've got wind shear in place too. So Jen, we'll be monitoring this not only through the afternoon, but through the overnight hours for all hazards at play here. And then we turn our attention to the flooding threat over the next couple of days.
We have both, so we want to try to help you stay safe. In addition to a widespread threat for dangerous tornadoes, damaging wind and hail, millions of people in the Tennessee Valley are on high alert for flash flooding. Heavy rain could fall in these severe warned areas, and you could find yourself under a tornado warning and a flash flood warning. So how do you stay safe? Here are some tips. You want to take shelter in the lowest dry level or most interior room in your home, but dry is capitalized and key, especially if you're under both of these tornado and flash flood warnings. If trapped, call 911. Don't get in your car and risk getting into an area where you could get stuck in your vehicle. It's unlikely that you would be under both, but it's possible. And so we want to make sure that you're ready for this worst case scenario. And we'll talk through some of the places that you should shelter in. Today is a day we're going to have a lot of watches, including tornado watches, and they've already been issued today for some people.
They have, and we will see more as the day goes on. But basically, when you're under a tornado watch, that's your sign, okay, maybe I need to get where I need to be for the rest of the evening, the rest of the afternoon, get off the roads. You really don't want to be on the roads in the instance of a tornado warning. Close all those windows and doors, anything loose outside, or even just thinking about where are you going to put your car. It's not just the tornado threat. We have a lot of hail potential today, too.
Right, and so when a watch is issued, be ready for what would happen if a warning is issued, because that means that a tornado with a tornado warning is either occurring or imminent. So where would you go? Worst place to be is a mobile home, a vehicle, under and overpasses. These are just not safe places to be during a tornado. It's not great to be in a large room like gymnasiums, manufactured homes, or buildings. Not good either. The better place to be is in a sturdy building.
And if you don't have a basement, which I know not everybody does, right, or even a storm shelter, finding that interior room, put as many walls and windows between you and the outside as possible, it will absolutely save your life. We have seen this so many times in storm damage where that interior bathroom or closet is the only thing that's left standing.
That's right here. And you think about protecting your head as well. That's why taking bike helmets, baseball helmets, whatever you have in your household, if you have them, put them in the place where you're going to shelter. Shoes as well. Always a good idea.
And you want to be able to communicate with your family too. Make sure they know your severe weather plan. So if they can't get in contact with you after a storm, because a lot of times we see self-service that's severely damaged, at least the network, that your family knows where to find you.
Right, exactly. So all good tips to help you stay safe. We also have some winter weather out there. Winter storm Omari is winding down for the northern tier, but we're not done with the messy snow and rain just yet.
Coming up, where frosty weather is aiming for just one last hurrah. We're continuing to watch a dangerous multi-day severe weather threat that is unfolding right now, with torcons as high as 9 out of 10 as the potential for a tornado outbreak continues to grow. And that's not all. Days of heavy rain could leave behind catastrophic and life-threatening flooding for cities across the plains and the Mississippi Valley. Some spots could pick up months worth of rain in just a matter of days. So Jen, a couple of very dangerous days ahead in these regions, multiple threats.
Yeah, we've got about 4 days of active weather. It starts today, and I want to take you into some of the threats. The pattern that is setting up really shows us why we're going to have so many days in a row of storms. We've got this big old dip in the jet stream here. And, you know, we're tapping into that northern branch of the jet stream energy, but we're also bringing up southern branch energy as well. Everything feeding into this area that we're monitoring for severe weather right now and later today. But what's also happening in the atmosphere is that we've got kind of a roadblock here. Big high pressure to the southeast. So nothing is going to be moving. We're going to be dealing with storms today, tonight, and then again tomorrow, the next day, and the day after that. So multiple days of very active weather. Right now, we are monitoring some heavy rain out there, as well as thunderstorm activity in Illinois. That was a really close view in there of storms. We take you over to Ohio, where we've been tracking hail this morning. So this is along the warm front, just north of it, where we're seeing thunderstorms here. This thing certainly has a little look to it. We're going to keep an eye on that one. Canton, Perry, this is in Ohio. We are under a severe thunderstorm warning. The storms in Ohio have already had a history of some big hail. We've seen golf ball size hail. We've seen ping pong ball size hail. So those storms are now crossing from Ohio into Pennsylvania. Keeping an eye on both of those storms right now that are warned. Lightning, too, another risk for you. The area that is under a high risk for storms today, outlined in white right here. This is in eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, western Kentucky, at the boot heel of Missouri. We don't really see much happening in that area just yet. You can see everything on the edges of the outlooked area from, you can see from Arkansas through Missouri up into Illinois. These are all spots that we'll keep an eye on through today, but we're going to watch for additional thunderstorms to fire up. So the line that we're tracking and new thunderstorms move into an environment that is, unfortunately, very likely to create some strong thunderstorms. High risk of storms going severe, damaging winds, 75 miles per hour or greater, hail that could be 2-inch in size or greater, and tornadoes. There's a 9 on the Torcon for today. We see that Little Rock, Memphis, Jonesboro, Paducah under a 9, but there's a 7 that extends all the way up to Indianapolis, Louisville. You've got down into almost to Shreveport. We got a 5. That big wind threat here, very likely that the storms that have the tornado potential also have really high wind potential, 75 miles per hour or greater. Those could do some really big damage with thunderstorms with winds like that. You don't need a tornado to create devastating and potentially deadly damage. Strong thunderstorm winds can do that. And it's just going to be a windy day anyway. And so I know that's kind of going to be part of the stress and maybe weaken some of the trees. We are watching the storms track through Paducah, Jonesboro, later this evening. Tonight, thunderstorms going through Memphis, then making it all the way to Nashville, perhaps, through the overnight hours. And we watch for thunderstorms down from Mississippi into Pennsylvania, really with that risk of showers and storms. Look at Dallas. 5 a.m. we could still be dealing with thunderstorms here. It's an overnight threat, and that will continue. And in Molly, we pick it back up again tomorrow and the next day, and that's why we also have a flood threat.
Just watching that high-rise future radar, noticing that areas not only just get one round of rain tonight, but multiple.
Right.
And knowing that that trend is only going to continue for a couple of days. All of the things that Jen described about this pattern being stuck, that we're not going to see a lot of progressive motion with this front, that's going to allow for a nearly stationary front to set up. And we have access to basically an unlimited moisture source where we have record, or at least near record levels of moisture in the atmosphere to tap into. And that's really going to unfold what's going to be a life-threatening flooding event over areas that could see 10 to perhaps 15 inches of rain. It doesn't matter where you are, you're going to see flooding with that. But now we're talking about a lot of places that already have some saturated river basin areas, all flowing into the Mississippi, right? Even areas like the Ohio River. 8 to 12 inches of rain. But where we see those rounds of repeated heavy rainfall set up with those prolific rainfall rates, we have a lot of moisture available in the atmosphere right now. We could see some spots start to reach that 12 to 15, perhaps even more. Hopefully not, but the atmosphere certainly is capable of that. There's that stalled out boundary. All of this moisture continues to stream in. Even through the first part of the weekend, it is still raining in a lot of these same areas. Eventually, we start to see this front get pushed out by our next system coming through, but significant widespread flooding happening with a particularly dangerous situation flood watch issued. We don't see that very often. We've been watching this dynamic system taking shape pretty much throughout the morning hours. We have a few warnings right now, but you look at the radar as a whole, and we're not seeing quite as much coverage of thunderstorms as we were, say, a couple of hours ago. This was anticipated, and this trend, unfortunately, is not going to continue through the remainder of the day. We will only see this line right here, right along the cold front, pick up in intensity and coverage of storms, but then we'll start to see some storms form out ahead of this front, and already starting to see some evidence that maybe the atmosphere is trying in some of these areas where we're starting to see some storms. They're trying to fire up there, but we will see more of that as we get into the afternoon and especially the evening. But we do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings in Ohio, where we have seen evidence of these storms producing large hail, at times up to golf ball size hail. This severe thunderstorm warning in Stark is warned to quarter size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds just past the I-77 corridor, just to the south of I-76. We have an ongoing tornado watch in the very same area that we were just talking about, from St. Louis all the way down through Little Rock. But it's very likely, as we get deeper into the afternoon and in pretty short order here, that we see an additional watch or watches issued to the east in this whole zone. Now, these lines, what you're looking at, that's the outlook for severe weather today, and where we're really going to see things maximized in the atmosphere as far as all of those ingredients for severe weather is in this zone right here. But pretty much anywhere. So far, we've just seen the storms on the periphery of that outlook, and they've been strong enough, right? But to know that those ingredients are only going to become better as far as the ability to produce that severe weather, that warm sector right now, where we have a lot of moisture in place and all those ingredients coming together, all with the potential to produce all hazards as the day goes on. Well, from growing flood threats to tornado warnings, staying on top of this week's dangerous weather could save your life. And one of the best ways to stay in the know is enabling safety alerts on your phone. Here's how.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
Right, that's useful to know if you're traveling, because you don't always know what county you're in, right? What zip code, etc. But your phone will follow you and figure that out. Your break from morning showers here in Louisville will be short-lived. You've got days of stormy weather ahead and rounds of heavy rain this week, also expected to bring life-threatening flood threats to the area. You know, it doesn't help that we're sitting on a river. And so right now we've got a flood watch that goes through 8 o'clock Sunday morning. That kind of speaks to how many days in a row we're going to be dealing with this heavy rain concern. But first and foremost, we've got a severe weather risk that starts later today and goes overnight. Louisville, we've got a 7 on the Torcon. Not too far away in Lexington in Kentucky, we've got a 5 on the Torcon. Risk of tornadoes there, risk of strong damaging winds, risk of hail. We have it all. There might be a few showers later this afternoon, and some of those could be a bit feisty, but the real big risk does come in later tonight. And there might be a few cells in advance of the main line, which comes through before midnight in Louisville, approaching us in Lexington just after midnight. With that, we will see, again, all risks of severe weather, rotation along the line leading to tornadoes. We could see hail, we could see winds. And you notice that, look, what was it, 10 or 11 o'clock in Louisville? It approaches us, and we're still dealing with rain from this at 6 o'clock in the morning. So heavy rain adding up another factor, not to mention, keeping an eye on that risk of severe weather throughout the event. 9 on the Torcon in Memphis. That's tornado risk, damaging winds, likely large hail, likely as well. It's just a windy day anyway in Memphis, and this whole zone, whether you're in Louisville, like you see behind me, or in Memphis or Paducah, it's going to be windy background conditions. Then storms come in, and they could be feisty. Even these ones out here in Memphis that form out ahead of the main line, any of these could bring some severe weather. That's late afternoon, early evening. The main line comes in, and with it, along it, you will see the risk of rotation, strong winds, hail, all a possibility. A lot of lightning, too. That comes in about 9, 10 o'clock tonight and then continues for hours after that. 4 a.m., we're still not done with thunderstorms in the Memphis area. Paducah, we also have a 9 on the Torcon. Likely damaging winds, likely large hail, and thunderstorms that bring all these hazards kind of at the upper echelon. Paducah, even this afternoon, we could see a few showers pop up, and it's possible some of those go severe. You're keeping an eye right through the dinner hour. Big storms come in just after that. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, thunderstorms crashing through Bowling Green and Louisville soon after that. 10, 11 o'clock tonight, we get that line of storms through. And again, all hazards at play. And Molly, this is just the beginning of days of this kind of weather.
It really is. Well, spring may be here, but winter is determined to have the last word. Winter storm Amari is spreading fresh snow and freezing rain across the northern tier. We'll take a closer look at when the winter weather will finally wind down and where this storm is headed next. Plus, the threat for damaging severe weather is extending through the week, where wind, hail, and tornado threats are on repeat. In just a few minutes.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 80 degrees under cloudy skies with windy conditions. This afternoon, overcast skies and windy. High 83. Winds could occasionally gust over 60 miles per hour. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms. Low 63. Thursday, rain and thunder. High 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Snow not letting up across the northern tier. Our latest winter storm is coating cities like Duluth with snow. The airport has already picked up more than 1.5 inches, and more is expected to fall here throughout the day. Plus, look at the flag. You see that whipping nonstop in the wind. The winds are gusting over 30 miles per hour. It's a pretty brutal day up here. Temperature 30. Wind chill factor is down the 20s and teens all across Minnesota. You're downright in the heart of winter feeling like out there. I know it gets colder during some of our winter storms, but boy, it's tough in April when you deal with this kind of weather. We've already seen about 6 inches of snow in cities like Watertown in South Dakota. Now the snow confined mainly up here into northern Minnesota. We still have a little bit left to go and to especially eastern North and South Dakota, though. You can see this still falling. I mean, the whole system itself extends back even around the Rapid City area, still getting some snow. And we have seen some thunder snow as well. He's showing up on the radar. In fact, just south of Alexandria, this may be big wet snowflakes, or it may be rain mixed with snow, or it might just be some rain. But either way, when you see that bright color, that bright banding on the radar like that when you're adjacent to snow, it may be just big wet flakes, and it could be with the thunder and lightning. Temperature sitting right about the freezing mark in all those spots. We've got snow in northern lower Michigan, but you notice in Saginaw, we've now changed over to rain. That happened a few hours ago. We're sitting at 34. We've bumped up another degree there for you. We've got winter storm warnings posted. Fargo, Watertown, the ice storm warning that was up, that's been dropped. But I-29 snowfall will be a factor for drivers, especially once we get past dark tonight. And then up through northern Minnesota, we're still in the snow. In fact, you'll see that throughout the evening. Rush hour home will be snowy. Rush hour, or I should say, Tomorrow morning, the snow will be out of here, so the morning rush will be just, I think, dealing with maybe some snow-covered roadways. I mean, we've got snow falling all night long. It doesn't really taper off until about 6 o'clock in the morning across northern Minnesota. Portland, Maine, we're going to get the warm front moving in, and that does allow us to start with snow at first because our temperatures are cold enough, but then we quickly change over to rain as it warms up into the upper 40s. We'll see some snow, too, in Burlington to start, Lebanon, Berlin, in New Hampshire. But then you see what happens is that we actually transition to a period of freezing rain and then all rain. How long to hang on to the freezing rain, that could determine how problematic it is. It's fleeting. It doesn't last that long, but if you get enough of it, we could have maybe some minor power outages, and you want to avoid travel during it. That's the overnight time frame here into early Thursday, where we've got that risk of some of that ice that could be accreting. Snowfall at the highest spots, 5 to 8 inches. Again, you do eventually warm up, but you'll have time in the snow, and so at elevation that we could see some of the bigger amounts of snowfall across this area. So, you know, so many different aspects to this weather pattern that we are in. But of course, the days of severe thunderstorms and heavy rainfall are what we really want to focus in on.
Yeah, so stop what you're doing for a second and watch this. Intense lightning striking the night sky over Galesburg, Illinois. And this is an area that's seeing storms again today. Much of the Midwest will be locked into a stormy and rainy pattern for the rest of the week, clear into the weekend. This pattern is not going to let up. So this is now the updated outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, and it's ramped up the risk for tomorrow in areas like, say, Nashville, Jonesboro, Little Rock, all the way back into areas like Texas, where now we have a Torcon of 5. And that includes many of the same areas under the threat today. But even where we have Torcon values of 2 to 3, anytime we have a number, we have a threat. I know the numbers are not as high as they are today, where we have a Torcon of 9, but that too extends all the way into areas like Washington, D.C., where we're just past the peak of the cherry blossoms. 2 inches or greater in hail, in diameter in hail, and this goes for this white hatched area from Abilene to Dallas. That is the season, right? In northern Texas to see some very large hail over towards Little Rock and even into Memphis and Jonesboro. And all of this will be ongoing while we're watching our flooding threat really start to evolve. Now, we have seen rain in the past couple of weeks. It's just been system after system moving through these areas. And the ground is saturated at this point, and now we're putting a lot of rain on top of that today, but watch how it unfolds tomorrow. There is a lot on this map, but I'll walk you through each portion of it. This is the outlook that you're seeing with the lines. This color underneath here, these reddish, orangish colors, that's our tornado parameter. So where you see the brighter reds and the darker reds, that's where the tornado threat is really being maximized by the ingredients in the atmosphere. So see these cells on the southern edge of this, just to the south of Little Rock? I think those are going to be ones to watch tomorrow for that potential tornado threat, really maximizing all those ingredients in the atmosphere. And then we are watching the evolving rain. It is just round after round of torrential rain in the same areas. And even by the time we get to Friday, not only do we have another day of severe weather potential, same areas once again, but the heavy rain is going to continue right into the weekend.
Thanks for joining us here on Weather Channel Live on what is set to be a very dangerous weather day. Meteorologist Felicia Combs, meteorologist Alex Wallace here to guide you through all of it. Right now, the good news is, Alex, we don't have any warnings on the map currently, but that will certainly change as we head through the day.
Yeah, a little bit of a lull here in the activity, but boy, we're expecting things to ramp up. Unfortunately, the case here where we've got Torcon values peaking at a 9 for the rest of the afternoon, evening, and into tonight. And to get a value of 9, it's a hard thing to do. I mean, we've gone entire seasons without getting values this high, up to 9. Unfortunately, already this year, we've now seen 2. So, yeah, very, very busy times out there. And you can see when you get a 9, it's a significant situation here for us with dangerous, dangerous weather anticipated. A number of tornadoes. We're looking for that to be a likely situation, and not just the ones that fire up and then spin down quickly. No, the long-tracked and strong tornadoes are likely here for our day. So it's one of those days to definitely pay attention to the weather situation. We've already Felicia, seen some storms from earlier in the day cause some damage.
Yeah, you can see these images coming out of Oklahoma. We knew we had the risk for severe storms across the state of Oklahoma, specifically central Oklahoma. And you can see, I mean, some well-constructed, well-built homes there with roofs completely missing, debris strewn everywhere. So we will certainly be seeing more images like this before all is said and done. Let's talk about what you can expect as we head throughout the day, because as I mentioned, there were no severe warnings on the map at the beginning of the show. Now we have one in eastern Pennsylvania, but for the most part, we are seeing a little bit of a lull in some of the strongest storms. That is going to change, guys. The risk for tornadoes, for damaging winds, for large hail, and for dangerous flooding, it is all on the map as we head through the day today. So let's take a look at this. You can see the instability, the available energy has just been building across this region out ahead of our boundary there for the past few hours, and the storms are going to tap into that in a big way and become severe. Tons of lightning with this line of storms as well that's going to be filling in. Lightning is not actually one of the criteria for whether a storm is severe or not, but lightning can make a storm deadly. So you don't want to be out in outside when any of those storms are having any lightning. We say it all the time: when thunder roars, go indoors. You can see that line. A couple different areas of thunderstorms mixed in with that lighter rain moving through Missouri right now. Very heavy rain moving through portions of Illinois. And as we take a look at that, that is a cluster of thunderstorms basically headed straight for Chicago and just north of Chicago. So even though you might not have any severe warnings out of this, you're still going to get some very significant weather. Those severe storms that we've seen just pop up on the map in eastern Pennsylvania, that is that line of storms that is now moving out of Ohio. It's been really active there for portions of Ohio. The severe thunderstorm warning for the cities of Cranberry, Hampton, and McCandless until 2:30. Damaging wind gusts, hail, all of that possible within this the severe thunderstorm warning. And then you can see over that I-76 corridor, Butler, you're also included in that, just kind of on the edge. So these storms already getting feisty there just north of Pittsburgh, and that's kind of just one area of storminess. The main area that we'll be watching today, or at least for the early part of these storms that we're watching, this highlighted region from Arkansas up through portions of Missouri into western Illinois. St. Louis, you're included in that, as well as Little Rock with that tornado watch until 4 p.m. local time for those regions. Now, just a reminder, when you're talking about a watch, that means you have the conditions that are favorable. It's possible for the development of a tornado. We've got all the ingredients that you might need to get a tornado going. A warning, though, is issued when the National Weather Service is seeing some indication that there might be a tornado that is imminent, that you might have a tornado on the ground. So when you find yourself in that warning, that is when you need to get into your safe place immediately. When you're in the watch, that is when you need to know when you're safe, where your safe place is, have your plan in place, and be ready just in case you find yourself in a warning. Even outside of the thunderstorms, these winds are cranking. We have wind advisories all the way from Iowa down that Mississippi River Valley. We've got wind advisories for those winds 40, 50 miles per hour. I mean, gosh, look at this. We are gusting to 46 in Lexington right now. We're gusting to 40 in Jackson, 35 in Houston, and those winds are going to be persistent even outside of storms. So we already have a very gusty time across this region. And then, of course, that risk for even higher gusts as those storms actually move through and tap into some of that energy. So, Alex, we will, soak up this bit of a break while we have it, because it is just going to stay busy. And then even outside of the tornado risk we have today, we're looking ahead to that flood risk that's going to be sticking around as well. So many things to talk about today.
Yeah, it really is just a lot to track in some of these same locations. St. Louis, that is a location that we're going to be keeping a very close eye on. You can see sort of the gray and almost ominous looking skies there for you at this hour. Oh, so temperatures nearing 80 degrees. Those winds are getting up there here. Sustained winds up over 20 gusts. 36 miles per hour, so a lot of wind energy out there for us, and that's a zone that we're going to watch for thunderstorm activity to try to fire up as we work our way through the next couple of hours. Meanwhile, we still have that risk again farther to the south of a spot like St. Louis for, again, very, very active storms to develop as we work our way through our day. In fact, we have that Torcon value peaking at that 9 range right in that area here in the boot heel of Missouri, sliding down into western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and also into eastern portions of the state of Arkansas. saw. In fact, that area where you see the 9 location here with the Torcon value, that's where the Storm Prediction Center is kind of looking very closely for the issuance of a new watch, which may be coming shortly here. And of course, if that happens, we will definitely relay that to you there. But that's the area of biggest concern. But there's a huge zone that we are facing that risk for the severe weather 4-hour day. Again, not just a tornado risk, but there's also going to be some very strong winds in this area as well. We've got a zone there that's hatched in the white where we could see 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's outside of any tornadic activity, but straight line damaging winds that could get in excess of, again, 70 to 75 miles per hour. That includes us in Little Rock, back up towards Paducah, Louisville, Indianapolis, all included in that area. Then there's also the risk for some hail, large hail, hatched zone here for you that extends all the way even into northeastern parts of the state of Texas, where we could see hailstones getting above 2 inches. So watch out, golf ball plus size stones are a real possibility. So let's work things through the rest of our afternoon. We'll start you off here right around 2 or 3 o'clock, and you can see kind of a smattering of showers and thunderstorms here for you from parts of Illinois back into Texas now. At least according to future radar, things really cranking here along that line. It's within that line that we'll be watching for that risk for, again, mainly damaging straight line winds, but we've got to watch out for anything that may break out ahead of that line, and also within the line, thunderstorms that could spin up some tornadoes. By the time we get to about 8 o'clock or so, thunderstorms here basically right on the Mississippi River Valley over towards the Ohio River as well. Paducah now seeing some big thunderstorms eventually pushing towards Louisville as we head towards the midnight hour. That pushes east now, and that zone here is where the edge of that line of thunderstorms we're expecting the strongest of the winds, heaviest of the rain as well, pushing its way off towards the east. Overnight now and into Thursday morning, still some wet weather here across the Tennessee Valley. Meanwhile, more thunderstorms back towards the west that may try to develop here for us for the early part of our Thursday. And all that will eventually work towards the north and the east to provide us with, again, more possible strong storms and a lot of heavy rain as well. Now, Memphis, for you, here's where you stand. 86 degrees, very, very warm. So we've got a lot of warm air that's building in this area. The air mass priming itself for, again, these bigger thunderstorms. And unfortunately, Memphis here, you're in that zone of a 9 with the Torcon. Even as you head south, even though the value comes down, I mean, that's still a high value. 7 for you as you head over towards the Holly Springs area. Oxford in Mississippi, also dealing with a high risk for tornadoes. So putting the future radar there into future mode, here we go through the afternoon. Showers and thunderstorms becoming a bit more numerous. Watch that kind of sort of line of thunderstorms by this evening coming through, slowly progressing towards the south and the east, again with some very heavy rain, hail a threat, winds, and that possibility for tornadoes as well. So Felicia, a very active rest of the afternoon and evening is anticipated out there for us. And this is unfortunately something that's not going to be done with us. We've got this risk for rain continuing all the way through the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Alex, we are going to be stuck in this severe risk. In fact, the severe risk for tomorrow has just been upped a bit. And then, of course, that risk for flooding as well. Taking a look at Little Rock right now, 85 degrees. You could probably feel that the atmosphere is primed for severe weather in Little Rock, and that humidity has been on the increase, the dew point on the increase as well. And we are going to watch that risk for severe storms. Once again, Little Rock, tomorrow, you have that risk again. We just cannot get out of this pattern. You can see that it's a far spread area because what is happening is that frontal boundary, it's not sweeping through and cleaning everything out really quickly how we typically expect that to happen. It's kind of becoming more stationary and bobbling around this region and providing a focal point for rounds of rain and for that severe risk. So we've just seen this area, this dark red, upped a bit for that risk for severe storms tomorrow, that risk for tornadoes and very large hail is there, and some damaging wind gusts possible, but certainly that risk for tornadoes and large hail for cities like Jonesboro and Little Rock in that darker red shading, but really anywhere in the shading at all, from Dallas through Nashville up into even DC, you have that possibility for some severe storms for tomorrow. This is what we're looking at here, where you see the hatched region from Abilene up to just west of Nashville with Little Rock included, and then where you see the darker purple, those two overlaying spots here, that is where we have that best chance for seeing some large hail as we head through the day tomorrow, and that won't be our only threat. We also now have a Torcon of 5 tomorrow. So once again, a few tornadoes possible from portions of extreme eastern Texas all the way up into northwestern portions portions of Mississippi, and again, a good chunk of Arkansas included in that Torcon of 5. Torcons of 3 stretching up toward Nashville as well. So we are not out of the woods with this severe risk even tomorrow as that front sticks around and continues to kind of bobble in the same vicinity. So let's take a look at this. What you're seeing here is our tornado parameter. The darker the shading, the higher the possibility or the higher number of ingredients that we have coming together to get those tornadoes going. And then the ovals that you see outlined here, those are our risk areas. So the smallest inner oval is where we have that highest risk area for some tornadoes. So let's time this out for you. You can see that we'll have waves of rain and storms continuing, and then heading into the afternoon tomorrow, we start to see that tornado parameter building back up, and that gets concerning when you can see the model depicting some of these discrete cells within this main line of storms. Really concerning for tomorrow afternoon across that region. And then what you'll notice is it's in no hurry to really move out. That front might kind of bobble a bit farther north, but it will likely bobble back south again. And then you can see for Friday, here's our risk for severe storms from portions of Indiana and Illinois all the way down into San Antonio, with that boundary still hanging around. And then, you know, I wish I could tell you better news, but this risk for severe storms continues through Friday. And Alex, once again, on Saturday, we see that as well. And Saturday, in fact, that risk is going to be a little bit higher. I just want to show you the Saturday risk area where we have that possibility. And that is across this region, likelihood of severe storms that we'll have to plan for yet again. And of course, Alex, then it's that risk for flooding as well that we're throwing in. We could see generational flooding is what National Weather Service out of Memphis called it.
Yeah, and when you get wording like that from the National Weather Service office, you know they mean business. And so it's a really, really dangerous situation that we're running into with all of these storms coming round after round with not just, again, the severe threat, but a lot of heavy rainfall as well. Checking in on parts of the Midwest here, Metropolis, Illinois right now. We're getting a look at things for us as we stand. That's a spot where you can clearly see a lot of gray sky action here for us. We'll be watching for some rain to try to pile up for you as we work our way through the coming days there. But it's a widespread zone that we face, the risk for some of this heavy rain. When we take a look at it here, this is going through Sunday now. Rounds of the rain that's going to produce anywhere from maybe 10 up to 15 inches of rain. Locally, there could be some higher amounts. And again, this is not coming from a tropical system. There's no tropical storm or hurricane coming in to dump a lot of rain. No, this is just for the fact that we're going to be dealing with a boundary stationary, not moving much at all, and a lot of moisture to just wring out in some of the same locations. So with that being the case, all that rain, be prepared for flooding, and some of that could be life-threatening flooding here across this zone. So planning now for, again, a lot of wet weather to have an impact on us. Here's the area of most concern. You can see that stretches from northeastern Texas all the way up even past and through the Ohio River. But in particular, there's a zone here through Arkansas and up into the lower Ohio Valley here. Little Rock back up towards Paducah. That's a zone that we are looking at 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. But you got to watch out. Locally, higher amounts are going to be likely. We could see up over a foot of rain. That's a real possibility out there. So what's going on, as we mentioned, there's going to be this front that's not going to move much at all, stalling out. At the same time, lots of moisture coming northbound here, and that's just going to be strung out there with that front. And over and over again, we'll see rounds of rain adding up in the same locations. We just can't seem to get everything to kind of push and get out of the way because we got this big ridge here in the east, the southeast, and that's what's keeping things very hot, or will be keeping things pretty hot in the southeast, but also keeping things bottled up. So we don't see much movement eastbound here, even as we work through the weekend, still finding some of that rain. So with that, we've got flood watches that are up, including PDS flood watches that are in place as well, particularly dangerous situation flood watches, which don't get issued very often. That's a little bit more of a heightened flood watch that we are facing. Through tomorrow morning, likely to see some flash flooding here for you from eastern parts of Arkansas into western Kentucky. And then as we head to tomorrow into Friday, now we introduce a high-risk zone. And that high risk, that's as high as you can get when it comes to the risk of flooding out there. And they really do, they are important days. High-risk days account for 80% of all flood damages when it comes to flooding. That's why it's so important compared to a moderate risk day, only about 6%. So dangerous situation, Felicia, we're facing here, not just with severe weather, but very heavy rainfall.
That's right, Alex. You know, just for some cities, it's going to be round after round of that dangerous weather situations like that. One of those places, Louisville, Kentucky. You can see it here sitting at 83 right now, some of that cloud cover hanging around. And we've got active weather in the forecast for Louisville tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and into Sunday. You guys have days of rain and storm chances in the forecast there. And so that risk for severe storms and for flooding is one of the risks that we'll have in Louisville. You can see that forecast, maybe 5 to 8 inches of rain around Louisville over toward Lexington, and that is certainly enough rain to cause flooding issues. We'll talk more about this coming up.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under mostly cloudy skies with windy conditions. This afternoon, mostly cloudy and windy. High 83. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms. Low 63. Thursday, rain and thunder. High 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back as we continue to track storms rolling across sections of the Midwest. And from earlier today in Vernon County, Missouri, you can see some of the damage photos from storms that moved on through there. That's in the western part of the state, south of Kansas City, north of Joplin there. A lot of damage from the trees, but also some structural damage as well from some of these earlier thunderstorms. Now, we've gotten a chance to see things kind of quiet down a bit. But we don't want you to let your foot off the gas at this point, because we are anticipating things to really fire up out there as we head on through the next couple of hours, as we've been watching thunderstorms kind of milling around out there. But more thunderstorm activity is expected for us as we work our way through the rest of the day. Felicia, you're tracking how the radar is kind of working its way up. And one storm right now in Arkansas that's turned severe. We do anticipate more.
Yeah, Alex, I mean, this is the type of day where I know it's going to be inconvenient for some of us as you're getting off of work or, planning dinner or whatever. But this is the type of day that you need to plan your day around the weather, or the weather's going to plan it for you, because these storms are going to get really serious. So what you're looking at is the current satellite and radar, but what you're also seeing here, all these ovals that you see on the screen, are indicative of our risk areas. So where you see this smallest white circle, that is where we have that highest risk area for severe storms and tornadoes today. The purple, also a very high risk. I mean, really, within any of the shading that you see there, that risk for severe storms is certainly there. But especially as you see those circles getting smaller and more interior, that is where we're seeing the highest risk area. Look at some of this temperature, some of this fuel that we have out here. I mean, it's 86 in Memphis, 83 in Louisville. Those dew points are climbing well into the 60s, even some places nearing the 70s. So you have plentiful moisture, plentiful instability, and that has been building over the past few hours. I mean, where you're starting to see the magentas and the pinks and things, that is a good indication that the atmosphere has a lot of available energy to work with. In terms of severe storms, we don't have a ton on the map right now, but we are beginning to see them bubble up, and this is just going to go full steam ahead as we head through the coming time. So you can see a couple different severe storms here in western portions of Arkansas near that I-40 corridor. Let's take a look at this severe thunderstorm. This one is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and that possibility for some quarter-size hail. But we also have that tornado possible threat tag on it, so you want to treat that very seriously. If you're in Blansett, Parks, or Waldron, that's until 1:45 on that severe thunderstorm warning. And then we have one just north of that, the cities of Ozark, Lavaca, Charleston, Cravens, all included in that, as well as that I-40 corridor. Damaging wind gusts, maybe some hail within this as well. And you can see the general trajectory is moving north and eastward on that. Quick look at this severe thunderstorm warning in Pittsburgh, though. I want to make sure we get to that, as Pittsburgh does have a severe thunderstorm warning, and you could have 70, it is moving 70 miles per hour to the east, but you could also have some pretty large hail for this storm that's impacting Pittsburgh and Penn Hills as well as Ross until 2:45. So, lots of different active areas that we're keeping a very close eye on right now, Alex.
Very much so, and we only are expecting things to get even busier as we work through the days. We've been talking about that Torcon value getting up to 9. Remember, the scale goes from 1 to 10, so we are about as high as you can get without it being essentially a 10, right? A guarantee of tornadoes here. And when we get to that 9, we're really talking about a significant and dangerous weather situation that is really set up.
I mean, when you're talking about that possibility for the possibility of EF4 tornadoes, long track EF2s, those are the types of storms that are historical, that change, cities, that change towns forever. So it's really concerning when you start to see that torcon get up that high.
It really is. And we've now seen this twice now in just a matter of a couple of weeks. Just a couple of weeks ago, over the weekend, we were dealing with torcon values that get up to 9. And we have gone through whole severe seasons without getting to values this high. So it's been a very busy start to things in terms of the severe season. We're in the early phases of it here, and more to come. There's the area of the greatest concern there where you can see the 9. That's for eastern parts of Arkansas, western Tennessee, up into western parts of Kentucky, the Boot Heel of Missouri there, also in that 9 zone. But even surrounding that, we got to watch for the tornado risk. Now, there's also heavy rainfall that's going to accompany some of these thunderstorms, and that's going to mean the possibility for some flooding, because it's not just going to be a one round of thunderstorms, several all the way through the weekend that could be impacting some very similar locations. And so the rainfall amounts are going to get a chance to add up. 10 to 15 inches of rainfall with locally even higher amounts. There will be certainly some areas that get up well over a foot of rain when it's all said and done, which could lead to some life-threatening flooding out there. So planning appropriately and knowing how to navigate this. If you don't have to be out there, if there are flood warnings around, please stay away from those floodwaters. You don't want to be driving through that at all. The overview shows you the area that we're most concerned all the way through Monday morning. And then we're looking at this area from Arkansas up into the Ohio River Valley. Pretty widespread area of 8 to 12 inches of rain here over the next several days.
Thanks for sticking with us here on Weather Channel Live. Taking a live look at Little Rock, Arkansas right now, where your temperature is sitting at 85, but your dew point is in the mid 60s. I mean, it is feeling like a balmy early summer day rather than like an early spring day. Primed for severe weather. We have a flood watch and a tornado watch in effect there for Little Rock, and we are seeing those storms start to become severe just west of Little Rock. We're going to be tracking it all for you on what is going to be a dangerous day today with the risk for damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes that we have in the forecast. So let's break that down for you. What you're seeing on the screen here is our current active radar and satellite, and overlaid with that is our risk areas. So here where you see the smallest white circle, that is where we have the highest risk of severe storms today. And then as we go out with the purple and the dark red, that risk, of course, is still there. It still stays high, but it gets lower with each outward circle that you move. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that we have up right now. And we actually are seeing some of those flights impacted in Chicago. Thunderstorms there moving through Chicago, and a ground stop at Midway, delays at O'Hare. So we're starting to see those impacts of these storms on travel. And of course, that will be happening on your daily life as well. Atmosphere continuing to destabilize across this region out ahead of our boundary. And that will be the story as we head through the coming hours. And that is going to help to get these storms developed. A couple different severe thunderstorm warnings that we're watching here in western Arkansas, still well west of Little Rock, but those will be moving in for you eventually, moving over that I-40 corridor currently, which would not be a fun ride. I would plan my timing on that to avoid any severe thunderstorm warnings over that interstate. This particular severe thunderstorm warning with this tornado possible tag for the cities of Blansett, Parks, and Waldron until 1:45. That tornado possible threat tag, but also winds gusting to maybe 60 miles per hour, quarter-size hail possible, and then that severe thunderstorm warning for I-40 as well possible with those 60-mile-per-hour gusts. You'll notice we've got a lot of rain, a few pockets of thunderstorms. This severe thunderstorm warning here just to the east of that I-44 corridor for the cities of Licking and Mountain Grove and Sherrill. It does have that observed threat. Are we seeing reports of hail, Abby, out of that one? When you've got that observed threat tag on it, typically you might be getting hail or some of those damaging wind gusts. So regardless, if you're in any of those cities there around Mountain Grove, around Ava, you might be getting some hail. You might be getting some gusty winds. And Alex, we are going to stay very active into tonight. I mean, that risk only goes really up from here.
It does. It does. I was just looking at that reported that severe thunderstorm warning where they're saying broadcast media reporting quarter-size hail north of Ava.
Hail.
So yeah, it was a hail with that. Meanwhile, checking in on how things are faring for us in Memphis, and man, it is a windy time out there. Gusts there at the airport getting up close to 50 miles per hour. Sustained winds close to 30. Those screaming winds are driving in out of the south, helping to bring in more moisture. One of those key ingredients, right, for thunderstorms is the moisture. Of course, we're heating things up. We're already in the mid-80s. So mid-80s, moisture coming in, instability rising. And you saw some of the breaks in some of the clouds, some blue sky in there here and there. That's just allowing the sun to just cook things up even more and destabilize the atmosphere a bit more. So that's one of the reasons why the concern is there for us in and around a spot like Memphis for the severe weather to really ramp up. You are there in Memphis in that 9 zone when it comes to the Torcon value. That extends to just east of Little Rock, up through Jonesboro and the Paducah area as well, where we face that risk for, again, tornadoes, a pretty high risk for that. But it's not just tornadoes. Watch the damaging straight line winds. We could be looking at 75-mile-per-hour winds or even greater, certainly enough to cause a lot of damage, trees coming down, power line issues as well. So that is a risk that we face with hail. 2-inch-plus hailstones are a possibility too. So as we play this out, working through the afternoon, again, we're starting to see some of these thunderstorms bubbling up a bit more, parts of Missouri into Arkansas, only anticipating more activity as we work our way through the next couple of hours. We got to watch areas even out ahead of that line that tries to develop. Some of those maybe discrete storms. Those are the ones that may be a little bit more apt to rotating and producing isolated tornadoes, so we have to watch for those. Those are the main ones. But even along the line of thunderstorms through this evening, not just a damaging wind threat, but along that line, we could also see some spin-ups as well. More thunderstorms trying to develop back towards the west for Thursday morning, and then those will progress eastbound as we work through the day, giving a new renewed risk for thunderstorms and heavy rainfall. So there we are in Memphis, again, looking at those temperatures there right around 86 degrees, very warm conditions. Torcon value there is at a 9 here for us. You head just to the south and the east, and the value comes down just a smidge. I mean, 7 is still very high on the scale. Holly Springs there at 7. Oxford as well there in northern Mississippi, dealing with a 7 value on the Torcon scale. So the rest of the afternoon shows you some of these thunderstorms. Watch for some of those discrete storms that develop kind of out ahead of that main line of thunderstorms that tries to work on in through this evening. Doesn't look like it's in any kind of hurry to blast on by. So a lot of heavy rainfall along with that threat for some of those stronger storms continues all the way into late tonight.
When you talk about multi-day flood threat, when you are having days and days and days of rain, that lends itself to flash flooding, but also river flooding, like you're seeing here in Covington, Kentucky. This was February. Thanks for sticking with us here on Weather Channel Live. One of the threats that we will be watching as we head through this week is that risk for flooding, and not just flash flooding, but river flooding, creeks and streams. This is the flooding out of the Ohio River that you were just seeing there in Covington, Kentucky. And Alex, you know, the river flooding can do some big damage because it comes up slowly, but it recedes slowly as well.
It really does. And this is a concern, right? We're going to watch some of the streams, the creeks, and eventually the rivers will start to fill up and overrun their banks. And you may end up with scenes like this. Again, this was back in the middle part of February there, where we ended up seeing on that day, I think it was the 15th itself, picking up nearly 6 inches of rainfall there. We're anticipating even more than that as we head on through the coming days. So knowing what to do when you are encountering flooding is going to be key here in the next several days. Our very own meteorologist Alex Wilson has more on that.
When a flash flood warning is issued, here's what you should do in order to keep yourself safe. Have a plan in place. If conditions are worsening, gather your supplies, family, and pets, and leave the area before the flooding occurs. Being proactive can ensure your safety. Whether it's still or flowing water, do not walk, swim, or drive through the floodwaters. Turn around, don't drown. Water is extremely powerful. 6 inches can knock you off your feet. Just a foot of water is enough to float your car and sweep it away. If possible, stay off of bridges that span fast-moving water. Water can rise very quickly and wash bridges away without warning. If you get trapped in your car in a rapid torrent of water, stay in the vehicle until help arrives. If your car is filling up with water, move to the roof of the vehicle and signal for help. If you get trapped in a building that's being inundated with water, move to the highest level. Avoid closed attics or rooms without an exit, and only go to the roof if it's absolutely necessary. Follow these instructions to make sure you stay safe.
Staying safe, going to be very key here for us over the coming days, not just from the severe storms, but again, some of the flooding rains that we are anticipating. It's a widespread area that is facing this flood threat here over the next few days, all the way through the weekend. In fact, we could be seeing some areas picking up 10 up to 15, maybe even more inches of rainfall. So over a foot in a number of locations here. That could lead to some life-threatening flooding and catastrophic impacts. In fact, the National Weather Service office in Memphis calling it potentially generational flooding is what we may be dealing with here. Planning now is going to be key here and knowing what to do as we work our way through the next few days with all this heavy rainfall. If you're heading out and about and you see water on the roads, encounter that, driving through that, we see it all the time. You got to turn around, find another route to take. It's just not worth it trying to go into that water, getting stuck, having to be rescued, just a mess. So staying put's going to be very key. But there's a big overview of all the areas that are involved in this very heavy rainfall. And then you really get into this zone and dig down into parts of Arkansas, back into the lower Ohio Valley. Pretty widespread, 8 to 12 inch totals. And again, locally, there could be some higher amounts. So there are already flood watches that are posted and they are up, including PDS flood watch, a particularly dangerous situation flood watch, which, they don't issue these very often. It's more of a heightened flood watch because of the risk of some very, very heavy rainfall over the coming days. Through tomorrow, we are likely to see flooding in that yellow area. Then we get into tomorrow into Friday. The likely area actually expands a bit, and then we introduce a high-risk zone, and that includes us in Jonesboro and back up to a spot like Paducah there in western parts of Kentucky. High-risk days, they are big-time days because they account for 80% of yearly flood damages. They occur on high-risk days. So that's why we always harp on high-risk days being a very important time to pay very close attention to how these rain rates are coming down and how the waters are starting to rise as well. Compare that to our moderate-risk day, which counts for 6% of the flood damages. So it's a huge difference here, Felicia, when it goes to that high risk. We got to pay attention to it because we got a lot of rain over the next several days.
Yeah, and Alex, just in itself, that high risk of flooding would be dangerous. But throw in the fact that a lot of these places that are finding themselves in that high risk of flooding are also finding themselves at the risk of tornadoes as well. You've got a double threat situation for many of those places.
Right, exactly. So, you wonder, okay, what if I'm under a flood watch, flash flood watch, or a flash flood warning, but also a tornado warning at the same time? Well, we always tell you, get to that lowest floor, and that's still the advice. Get to the lowest floor, the lowest dry floor that you can get to in an interior room away from windows is where you want to be. Basically putting yourself in a spot that has as many walls between you and the outside as possible. But again, lowest floor, that's dry.
Exactly. That's one of the most important parts there. And if you find that you're trapped, you want to call 911. You absolutely do not want to take matters into your own hands and get in your vehicle and risk drowning. I mean, when you're talking about that kind of flooding, we've talked about it here before. I mean, it does not take very much. It takes about 2 feet of water to float most cars. So you're really not doing yourself any favors trying to get in your car and drive through that flooding or something like that.
Not at all, indeed. So again, getting off the roads, getting to a sturdy building is where you want to be as well. And, make sure, before some of these thunderstorms get going, bring in the loose items, the lawn furniture, the trash bins. Make sure they're secure because a lot of wind is going to be out there as well.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under mostly cloudy skies with windy conditions. This afternoon, mostly cloudy and windy. High 83. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms. Low 63. Thursday, rain and thunder. High 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
So when we started the show, we were saying that we didn't have any active warnings on the map, and man, has that changed. And I have a feeling that is going to tend to be the trajectory of the afternoon and into tonight. You're taking a live look at Mountain Home, Arkansas, where we are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Could have some large hail with some of these storms. Thanks for staying with us here on Weather Channel Live. Meteorologist Alex Wallace and Felicia Combs to guide you through these storms that we're seeing. I mean, Alex, the camera right now just kind of looks like a cloudy sky, but I bet if we stayed on it long enough, depending on which way it's pointing, we would see those storms blowing in.
Yeah, nasty storms out there that include us there in and around Mountain Home. That's in the far northern part of the state there, not too far from basically the state line there with Missouri. But again, an area that's under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and one of the threats include some big-time hail, some hailstones, along with some damaging wind gusts. So we got to watch that area closely, along with some heavy, heavy rain. We're seeing a lot more thunderstorm activity now firing up here. In the last, I'd say, half an hour, things have started to really get a bit more rolling. Now we continue here in Arkansas. Another shot showing you what's going on in and around the Little Rock area. And again, you can kind of see the milky-looking skies that are in place for you right now. And a pretty warm one as well. We're talking temperatures that are in the middle 80s with gusty winds, 26 miles per hour. Of course, it's more southerly direction those winds are coming in, just helping to bring in all that moisture now. We're seeing those dew points getting well up into the 60s. We even see some 70s a bit farther to the south, too. So things are priming itself in terms of the atmosphere for more thunderstorms to arrive in this environment that's going to be conducive, Felicia, for some pretty active weather for the rest of the day.
Yeah, Alex, last time I checked that dew point reading there in Little Rock, sitting at 65 degrees.
There you go.
So you're feeling like a midsummer day, and you know, typically this time of year, what that means. It means storms. Now, right now, those storms are west of Little Rock, but they will be building in. What you're seeing is our active radar, but then also our threat areas. The threat areas that are the highest will be for eastern portions of Arkansas, the Boot Hill of Missouri, over into western Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Illinois. But where we're seeing things blow up right now is from southern Missouri down into north central Arkansas as well. All of those yellow polygons are severe thunderstorm warnings. So some of them are along that I-40 corridor. Some of them have some very large hail, some gusty winds within them. Let's take a look at warning by warning. So this particular severe thunderstorm warning that is for Havana, Rover, and Waveland until 2:15. Damaging wind gusts, some hail with that one. And then pretty much all of these storms are going to have that possibility for some damaging wind, but some large hail is also possible. With this particular severe thunderstorm warning, you've got that considerable threat tag. So you're going to have those winds that are gusting and some large hail possible with this. If you're in Bull Shoals, Mountain Home, Whiteview, all of those places should be treating this storm very seriously. It also has that tornado possible threat tag. So if you're about to, leave your home and head out, whatever you were going to do, I would just wait it out. If I were in my home, I would shelter for this one. You can see multiple severe thunderstorm warnings have popped up across this region. Sometimes when you're starting to see, it looks like they just decided to go ahead with a tornado warning out of this one severe thunderstorm warning that we were watching there just to the east of Jasper. So this tornado warning for the cities of Gassville, Whiteville, and Yellville until 2:30. So they're seeing some indication, a little bit better indication of rotation there. Definitely picking up on some of that as we're looking at the velocity radar. You can see a bit of the reds and the greens co-mingling, at least some very strong winds within that as well. And this is going to continue moving off to the north and east. Now, what you'll notice is we've got two circles on the map now. We've got this one for this particular tornado warning that's already been issued that will include Tomahawk and Gassville and Whiteville. And then this area is still a severe thunderstorm warning, but I would not be surprised. It has that tornado possible threat tag. So I would not be surprised if they go ahead and pull the trigger on a tornado warning for that one as well. Timing on this will be around Bruno around 2 p.m. So roughly about 5 minutes. You want to take shelter in your tornado safe spot there in Bruno. Freck around 2:05, 2:10 around Yellville, and Flippin 2:19. Whiteville there just before 2:30. So the storm is moving off to the northeast pretty quickly. And again, that other severe thunderstorm warning that we've been watching with that tornado possible threat tag on it. Again, you want to treat that one very seriously because we are seeing some of these severe thunderstorm warnings being turned into those tornado warnings. Some pretty nasty looking cells as you're looking at these severe thunderstorm warnings here too, popping up across portions portions of southern Missouri. So we'll watch those cells as they're continuing to mature. Right now, all of the severe storms are south of that I-44 corridor, but this whole activity is going to continue lifting northeast. Do you want to check that Pittsburgh warning real quick before we get to the break? Had a severe thunderstorm warning around Pittsburgh as well. We want to watch that one. Had some gusty winds. It does look like it has moved east of Pittsburgh now, but for the cities of Monroeville and North Huntingdon until 3:15. Dangerous weather day unfolding. We are sticking with it here on Weather Channel Live. Alex Wallace and Felicia Combs to break it all down for you. You know, it wasn't that long ago, Alex, that we were saying we don't have any warnings on the map just yet. And now we have more warnings than we can keep up with. Severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, and this risk will be sticking around.
Yeah, that bit of a lull in the kind of the mid-afternoon did not take too long to go away. That is for sure, as we are going to be dealing with a lot more active warnings firing up here as we see the thunderstorm activity kind of work its way into the zone where we have the highest risk for tornadoes for the day. That's southeastern parts of Missouri into western Kentucky, eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee at Torcon value of a 9, which is just 1 away from the highest on the scale. The scale goes to 10, so this is about as high as you can get. A really significant and dangerous severe weather day is expected here for us with numerous tornadoes that are likely, and not just the quick spin-ups. We're talking about the ones that are long track, the ones that are on the ground for a long time, and the strong tornadoes, the ones that eventually get rated EF2 or even greater.
Got video out of Nevada, Missouri, where this is from earlier. You can see the damage. I mean, whenever you're seeing the video from inside someone's home looking up at the roof that's completely gone, I mean, you know, significant damage has happened there. And we're trying to warn people that this could be, you know, a familiar scene as we head through today and even the next couple days with these damaging storms around.
Oh, just a really, really tough when you see pictures like this and video like this. But again, the reason why you got to take these storms very, very seriously and get into that safe zone. Where would that be? Lowest floor of a sturdy structure, places to be when these big storms do threaten.
Yeah, and that is definitely going to be part of the risk. I mean, Alex, we are watching this line absolutely blow up with severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a tornado warning as well that we're watching. Okay, so let's break down what you're looking at here. The threat areas, the white that you see outlined in this smallest oval, that is our highest risk area for damaging winds, for large hail, and for tornadoes. The purple, pretty high risk in itself, and as you go out with each one of these kind of ovals, that risk gets smaller, but it is still there and it's still dangerous. I mean, you can see that we are within our red shadings here, and that is where we are seeing these severe thunderstorm warnings that are damaging popping up already, and some of these have been observed with the hail and with the damaging wind gusts. We're seeing those storms bubbling up here across portions of Arkansas along that line. The yellow are severe thunderstorm warnings. The red is the tornado warning that we're seeing here. Tornado warning for Gassville, Whiteville, and Yellville until 2:30 local time there. This is moving off to the northeast, 40-50 miles per hour, so these storms are moving pretty quickly. Along with this, we've got golf ball size hail. So these storms are already just prolific hail producers. Really good indication of rotation on this cell right now as we're looking at the velocity radar. You can see that highlighted here. That circulation currently showing up there just to the west of Tomahawk, but it is going to be moving very quickly. If I were in Tomahawk, I would be getting in my safe spot right now. Whiteville, Yellville, all of those places in your safe spot, as Alex was just saying. Lowest level of the home, away from the doors and windows. You know, if you have a lower level of your home with a closet or a bathroom that doesn't have any windows, let the storm get past, ride it out there, and then you can come out. Timing this out for you, Bruno at 2:04, so this storm is moving to you very quickly in Bruno. Yellville around 2:14, so go ahead and get in your safe spot. Wait for it to pass there. 2:22 around Flippin, Whiteville just after 2:30, and Mountain Home around 2:39. Now, if you're in Mountain Home, you might be thinking, well, I'm not getting a tornado warning, but you are just outside of that tornado warning, and it could be holding steam together. Have a look at Mountain Home. Let's take a look. We're checking out the live camera just a second ago there in Mountain Home. So Mountain Home in the Ozarks, you can kind of see the hilly terrain there of the Ozarks. Beautiful part of the country, but certainly very heavy rain and storminess will be moving in here. So you want to make sure you are treating that seriously and taking cover. Let's take a look at some of the other severe thunderstorm warnings that we are watching right now. Multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings south of that I-44 corridor across south central Missouri, and we're also seeing this extended to the north right now. So we've got severe thunderstorm warnings that do include places like Rolla. I mean, it was just what a month ago or a couple weeks ago that we had the tornado damage in Rolla that people were dealing with. So the last thing that you want to hear is that you're dealing with another round of possible severe storms. We're looking at this severe thunderstorm warning for the cities of Licking, Rubidoux, and Sherrill until 2:15. It's got that considerable threat tag on it. This was for the golf ball size hail, Abby, for very large hail once again with this as well. And you can see we're on our hail track. So this is the radar indication of some of that possible hail that we're seeing, that possibility of the hail tracks picking up on maybe inch hail, but the warning saying maybe 2-inch size hail, which of course will do some serious damage to your car if you find yourself caught out in that. And this warning is being extended off to the northeast to include portions of that I-44 corridor and Rolla with the very large hail. And now we have a tornado warning that we're going to be watching for the cities of Houston and Licking and Piney until 2:30. This is in Dent and Texas counties there in southern Missouri. These cells are generally moving about 40-50 miles per hour, so moving off to the northeast, picking up on a bit of rotation there just to the west of Piney. So if you're in Piney, go ahead and get in your safe spot. You want to be again away from the doors and windows. You don't want to be looking for it. These cells are moving pretty quickly off to the north and east, so you shouldn't have to be in your safe spot that long, but being in your safe spot and riding out as this cell moves through, if it does end up producing a tornado touching down, that could be the difference between, you know, being safe or being injured. So timing it out for you around 2:09 in Piney as this moves off to the northeast, 2:21 in Oscar, 2:30 in Ashley Creek, Joy around 2:36 and 2:41 in Darien. And Alex, we are just going to continue to see this severe weather risk exploding here. Do we want to check that severe thunderstorm warning that was near Pittsburgh? So Pittsburgh was in a severe thunderstorm warning, but now that has moved east of the city. It's now impacting New Alexandria, McKeesport, Monroeville as well until 3:15. And this is having some large hail and some gusty winds with it as well as very heavy rain. So Alex, widespread area of the country that we're watching. You can see here that tornado watch until 4 p.m. overlaid with all of our severe warnings that we have going on. A good time to remind people the watch means that we have the ingredients for it. The warning means the dangerous storm is imminent and you need to be in your safe spot.
Absolutely. And very highly likely that we'll see more watches get issued here as we head on through the next several hours east of where the current warnings are in place right now. So even though you're not in a warning or say a watch right now in, let's say, a spot like Memphis, that's on the way. It's almost inevitable that you'll be under a watch at some point for the day. That's because that's where we have the highest risk for tornadoes here for the day. Torcon value here in portions of eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, up into the western sections of Kentucky, and also southeastern Missouri, southern Illinois. It's a 9. Torcon value of 9, and the scale goes to 10. So we are about as high as you can get when it comes to the threat for tornadoes. But that's not the only risk that we face. Damaging wind gusts that could be in excess of 60 miles per hour, pretty widespread. But the area that's hatched in that white area, 75-mile-per-hour winds or greater. Straight line damaging winds like that could cause a lot of issues here. There's a reason why it's called damaging winds, because they lead to damage. So we got to watch out for that. And big hailstones. We've already seen some of the hail stones, at least for some of the warnings here, are getting up 1-2 inches in size. And we could see more of that as we head through the day in a pretty large swath. So here is the outlook here as we work our way through the rest of the afternoon. Future radar kind of showing you some of these thunderstorms that are already billowing up here across parts of Missouri into Arkansas, more as expected and anticipated. And then we got to watch for some of those storms that may break out ahead of that kind of line of thunderstorms that may be developing here. Those discrete storms have the environment all to themselves, and they can really turn strong to severe. Those are the ones that could bring us, again, the large hail, but also some tornadoes as well. And then along the line, we face the risk for very heavy rainfall, damaging wind gusts, but also some tornadoes that could spin up as well. That'll continue to progress east as we head through the midnight hour now. This is right around midnight, and we got thunderstorms now east of Louisville, east of the Jonesboro area, but approaching Nashville now just after midnight and continuing to kind of hang on in that zone. Notice we don't see it all just blasting east. Everything kind of rolling on off towards the north and the east, but maybe training over the same spot. So that's another thing that we're going to have to watch out for, and we'll talk about that too. that threat for some very heavy rain that could lead to some flooding. Right now, as we look at over towards Paducah, this is here again in western parts of Kentucky, over towards Bowling Green, these temperatures are in the lower 80s. So it's pretty warm out there for us right now. The atmosphere is just priming itself for some of these big thunderstorms. Now here in the western part of the state, torque-on value, it's a 9, but as you work your way east a bit, Madisonville, back over towards Russellville, over towards Beaver Dam, the value is a 7 on the torque-on scale. And then it comes down just a bit, I'd say from Bowling Green east, the value is a 5. I mean, any of these cases here, we've got values that are high enough that you definitely want to take it very, very seriously. So let's work our way through our afternoon. Again, we'll put the radar into future mode and watch how some of these thunderstorms develop and kind of try to roll on in here over the next several hours. 5, 6 o'clock, watch some of these thunderstorms that are by themselves. Those are the ones that kind of out ahead of that main line, which will be approaching Paducah by about 7 or 8 o'clock. Coming on through with that, some damaging wind gusts, very heavy rainfall, but watch for some spin-ups to take place as well along that line, eventually moving over towards Bowling Green as we head to about 11 o'clock or so at that time frame there. So things will start to improve in Paducah as we get past the midnight hour, but still hang on to some pretty heavy rainfall there back off towards the east, including around Bowling Green. Then we'll get a break in the action for the overnight hour, or at least the early part of our Thursday. But Felicia, as we've been talking about, this is kind of just sort of first round of a lot of more stormy weather that's expected here as we head through the weekend.
Yeah, you know, Alex, typically when we think of a front, we think of those fronts sweeping through and kind of clearing everything out. That's not what this front is doing. It is hanging around. It's going to end up stalled, and it is going to be problematic for us for the coming days for multiple reasons. A city like Little Rock, where you are still in the 80s there, storms will be approaching from the west and impacting you in Little Rock, but your risk does not stop there. It continues into tomorrow as well. In fact, that risk for the likelihood of severe storms has just been increased a bit earlier today for places like Little Rock. So where you see the dark red shading here from northeastern portions of Texas all the way up into western Tennessee, cities like Little Rock included in that. You've got that risk for damaging winds, for large hail, and again, a few tornadoes possible. And then even the wider area where that front is stalled and is going to kind of bobble around, that possibility for severe storms from Texas all the way up into the mid-Atlantic. Large hail possible. That is one of our main risks tomorrow, and tornadoes as well, where you've got that torque-on of 5, a few tornadoes are possible. A couple strong could be in the mix as well across portions of Arkansas over into northwestern portions of Mississippi. But the torque-ons of 2 to 3. Want to keep a close eye on your alerts and the forecast there as well, because of course that is not a zero risk. That means you could still see a few tornadoes. So timing it out for you, storms will already be ongoing at the beginning of the period there Thursday. And then you'll notice that the model's wanting to kind of show some of these cells here Thursday afternoon, right in the area where we also have a pretty significant tornado parameter, which means the ingredients for tornadoes coming together. So that is really concerning Thursday around southern Arkansas as you're getting off of work, as you're continuing your evening, as you're prepping dinner. And then what you'll also notice is with this front kind of staying around the same area, many of the same places are getting round after round of active weather. Heading into Friday, it pushes a little bit farther south into San Antonio, up through southern portions of Illinois. Once again, Paducah, Little Rock, you guys are included in that risk area for Friday. Dallas as well. And then by Saturday, that risk is a little higher again through portions of Louisiana, southern Arkansas, over into Mississippi. So it's like many of these same cities just cannot get out of this risk area. Finally, by Sunday, as this front is beginning to clear out, we're seeing that push south and eastward. Places like Atlanta, Macon, Albany, all included in that. And with that front sticking over the same places and kind of just bobbling around in the same area, it's bringing us round after round of rain, which is causing huge concern about significant widespread flooding there from the Texarkana region, really all the way up into the Ohio Valley, but especially there around the Boot Hill of Missouri, western Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Illinois, all getting in on that. For a city like Louisville, Kentucky, you guys are in the stormy, rainy weather Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And we're not just talking about a little bit of rain in Louisville. We are talking about heavy rain at times. Alex, Memphis, the same thing. I mean, we have round after round of rain and storms in the forecast. And at times, those are going to be putting down some very heavy rain and that possibility for some dangerously strong storms.
Absolutely. That's going to be, again, another part of this whole weather story over the coming days. The heavy rain flood threat, no doubt about it, along with, of course, the severe weather as well. I want to keep you updated here on these thunderstorms that continue to now roll across across parts of the Midwest here. Really seeing things pick up the uptick in terms of some of these thunderstorms here over the last, I'd say, hour or so, stretching from south central portions of Missouri into Arkansas. That area of that line of thunderstorms here lit up with a number of warnings that are in place, a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, but also a couple of tornado warnings. I want to touch base on those. Tornado warning continuing here. This is in Arkansas here for you. This is for parts of Baxter, Marion, and Searcy counties until 2:30. A radar indicated rotation with this storm here, not too far from the Yellville area, moving on off towards the north and the east. So there is the rotation right in there. You can see the red and green right next to each other, indicating where the rotation is taking place. So if there was a tornado, it would be in this area. Again, right now, Doppler radar indicated rotation with this, but let's time it out as it moves towards the north and the east and some of the cities that may be involved in this year over the coming minutes. Flipping here as we get to about 2:18, so within the next 5 minutes, maybe less than that. 2:20, you got Cotter, Whiteville as we get to about 2:26, Colfax at 2:30, and Mountain Home at 2:34. Now, Mountain Home, you are not in that warning right now, although you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but this storm is headed in your direction. So if this warning were to be extended, well, that's the timing, about 2:34, that would be having an impact on you there. Then we move north of that. Again, a number of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here. Watch for some big hail with some of these thunderstorms, but also watching for this area here, just north of the Piney area. That's for parts of Dent and Texas counties here until 2:30. Doppler radar indicated rotation with this particular storm as it's moving on off towards the north and the east. Heads up, if you're there east of Piney, get into your safe zone.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under mostly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 63. Thursday, rain and thunder, high 66. Thursday night, rain, low 53. 1 to 2 inches of rain expected. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Taking a live look now at Mountain Home, where we are feeling the brunt of some of these storms that are moving through. Thanks for sticking with us here on Weather Channel Live. Meteorologist Felicia Combs alongside meteorologist Alex Wallace. You can see heavy rain right now moving through Mountain Home, getting some lightning. You can also see the trees kind of blowing around just a bit there. We had some big hail reported from some of these storms and some tornado concerns and some severe thunderstorm warnings there. So you can clearly see kind of the mountainous terrain of Mountain Home as well. Beautiful, beautiful part of the country, but have had terrible situation with severe weather round after round recently with our spring severe that we've seen thus far. So what you're looking at here is our active radar currently. A couple different things that I want to point out to you. The circles that you see on the screen, the white, the purple, the dark red, the brighter red, those are all indicative of our severe threat level. The white being where we have the highest risk of tornadoes, that highest threat risk. The purple a little bit lower than that, but still pretty high. And then that goes down as we continue outward. So we have, ooh, I'm going to sneeze. Not only is spring severe getting us with storms, but it is getting me with pollen. Excuse me. Hold that one in. We've got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and a couple tornado warnings that we are watching. The atmosphere continuing to destabilize out ahead of our boundary. So that is like fuel, I mean rocket fuel for those storms to reach the severe limits. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings across portions of Arkansas. Right now, we're all north and west of Little Rock and into south central Missouri as well. Let's take a look at this tornado warning that we have just outside of Yellville, the cities of Flippin, Gassville, and Whiteville included in that. This is just to the southwest of Mountain Home. So Mountain Home, you could find yourself once again influenced by this cell. Pretty good rotation, a little broad on it, but you can definitely pick up the rotation within that storm. We'll be watching that. We're hearing of some indication of maybe some rotation being seen. So you're clearly seeing that rotation there. Timing it out for you, 223 around Cotter. So I'd be in my safe spot in Cotter right now. Gassville around 226. Same thing for you. These storms are moving to the northeast at about 40, 50 miles per hour. So, you just want to take that very seriously. Let's take a look at Yellville live right now. So Yellville, you're just outside of that tornado warning, but we do have a storm tracker there in Yellville, keeping an eye on this particular cell. Can definitely see some movement in the clouds there. The tops of the trees are blowing around a bit. We've got some rain on the Okay, so now the tornado warning has been extended to Mountain Home. So again, Alex, Yellville just kind of outside of that tornado warning, but you can certainly see the nasty looking skies there. This is how this day is going to go. It's going to be one warning, severe thunderstorm warning, one tornado warning, one right after the other. This particular tornado warning could have some pretty large hail with it as well, which I think is going to be part of the story as we head through the coming days, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly golf ball size hail with some of these storms coming on through. So a number of risks that we're facing from some of these thunderstorms here already, and more to come here as we work our way through the rest of the day. As we mentioned, again, hail is going to be one of those things. Again, there's a wide area where we face the risk for hailstones that get up over 2 inches in size. Now, we can already see here what we've dealt with here in terms of some of the storms that have moved on through. This is looking at the hail tracks from some of these thunderstorms from eastern parts of Oklahoma. You can see a few of these areas east of Fort Smith, more tracking of the hail showing up here in the northern parts of Arkansas, then also up into Missouri, east of the Springfield area. You can see as the thunderstorms moved on through and some of the hailstones, at least being sort of measured here by a radar here, estimated at least, we're talking getting up over an inch. In some cases, they're around ping pong ball size hail. So 1.6 inch hailstones there east of Springfield, north and east of the Ava area, tracking over towards the Piney region as well. So these storms have certainly meant business when it comes to hailstones, and we do think that's going to continue to be the case. Look at the area that we are focused in on. It's a pretty wide area where at least inch hailstones are possible. I mean, that spreads all the way up to parts of the Great Lakes, but in particular the area that is hatched in white, 2-inch plus hailstones here for us. So again, getting up over golf ball size is a real risk that we do face. And this continues into tomorrow. We extend that risk for hailstones into the mid-Atlantic, southern parts of New England, but an even greater risk for 2 inches or higher back towards parts of northeast Texas and over towards parts of the mid-South, including Memphis, back down towards Little Rock as well. So talking about hailstones here and what we may be dealing with here, again, at least an inch in size. That's quarter-size hail. To get hailstones like that, got to have a pretty decent updraft here. Those winds coming up through the storm, anywhere at least 50 miles per hour. And then, of course, the updraft speeds have to go up to get to the higher areas here. We're talking about baseball-size hail. That's just under 3 inches in size. An 80-mile-per-hour updraft is going to be necessary. So storms capable of producing hailstones that big, it's a real risk that we face over the next few days.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel Live, taking a look at images out of Vernon County, Missouri of storm damage. As storms moved through, you can see issues there with trees down, power line issues, train carts blown off the track. So you know those winds had to be very intense for that to happen. And this is always the concern when you're talking about this type of severe weather. Trees or even large tree limbs down on structures, even homes, can cause big issues. So a multitude of threats that we are watching across this region. Of course, you have to wait for the National Weather Service to get out there and do the surveys to see what kind of damage you're dealing with. But regardless, if that's your home that you just saw in that picture and the tree came down on your home, you don't care whether it was damaging straight line winds or whether it was tornado damage. All you know is that now that your home is damaged, you have things to figure out. And that is the concern as we head through the coming hours. So let's talk about our severe warnings that we have currently across Missouri that we're watching. Alex will get to our other severe storm warnings that we're watching. Most of these warnings are south of that I-44 corridor, with the exception of one severe thunderstorm warning stretching up over I-44 there near Rolla. Let's take a look at our tornado warnings that we have. This tornado warning for Howell and Ozark County, this particular cell, moving northeast 40 to even up to 55 miles per hour on some of these cells. The city of Dot and South Fork included in that until 3 p.m. This one has some hail with it and a pretty good indication of some rotation there near Highway 160, just really right near Dot. So if you're there, you want to be in your safe spot right now. Again, this is moving off to the north northeast, around 40, 50 miles per hour. The city of Crider included in that. So Crider around 242 for you. Grimmett, you are just outside of that tornado warning, but you could certainly be feeling some of the impacts of this cell. So we're watching that one very closely. Heading north to our other tornado warning that we're watching. The cities of Gladden, Salem, and Short Bend all included in this in Dent County until 3 p.m. This is south of that I-44 corridor, moving northeast around 55 miles per hour. So that cell just moved out of near Sherrill and will be impacting Gladden and Salem as we head through the coming minutes. Really good indication of some rotation with this. Of course, just because a storm is rotating does not mean there is a tornado on the ground. But when you have that tornado warning issued and you're seeing that rotation, you don't want to take the chance. You want to make sure that you're getting in your safe spot and taking that very seriously. You want to take a look at that severe thunderstorm warning, including Rolla, Abbey along that I-44 corridor. Thank you. Rolla, one of the places that just with one of our last few severe thunderstorm outbreaks and tornado outbreaks that we were dealing with, Rolla had some storm damage. So people there in Rolla, I'm sure, are storm weary, and it does not help to be getting another round of severe storms so soon after we just had that damage. Considerable threat tag on that one as well with the damaging winds and the hail. Of course, Alex, that's what's going on across Missouri right now. We've also got severe warnings that have popped up across Arkansas.
Yeah, we had one state south, and we get into it, all right? We're checking in on one of the storm trackers in Yellville, Arkansas. This is an area that was under a tornado warning not too long ago. Fortunately, that big storm has now shifted just on off towards the north and the east there. But we're not out of the woods in terms of dealing with more thunderstorms, but the immediate risk has shifted just towards your north and the east there. But yeah, a lot of heavy rainfall coming on down there, and a lot of dark and ominous skies are in place as well. Seems like Missouri, Arkansas, those are the most active states, at least for us at the current time. Although there are a couple of storms even in parts of the interior northeast that have gotten a bit frisky. But right now, some of the more dangerous storms here into Missouri and Arkansas. Here we are into Arkansas, and you can see the line of thunderstorms that extends even back into a bit of Texas. Not much in the way of warnings here into Oklahoma and Texas, but here into Arkansas, it's a different story. A number of severe thunderstorm warnings, but we continue with a tornado warning here. This is Yellville, so there's the storm to your east now in terms of the warning. East of Yellville for parts of Baxter, Fulton, as well as Marion counties. That's until 3 o'clock. Included in that is Gassville, as well as Mountain Home and Whiteville, also until 3 o'clock. Doppler radar indicated rotation with this particular storm, and it's right around in there. It's a bit broad, but nonetheless, some rotation nonetheless showing up there for you right along 62 and trying to make a run for Mountain Home. So Colfax right around 236. That's the timing for you. So really in the next minute or two, Mountain Home as we approach 240, and then Henderson at about 252. If you're in any of those areas, now is going to be the time you want to make sure you're getting into your safe zone, because that is where, if the tornado were in place, it's in that area and it is headed in your direction. You only have minutes now to get into that safe zone. Lowest floor of a sturdy structure is where you want to be there. I think we have pictures out of Mountain Home. Quick check on that Russellville severe warning. We're watching out for some hailstones there, but there's Mountain Home right now, and the most dangerous storm is now just on off towards your south and west. I would seek shelter right now from in Mountain Home.
Thanks for sticking with us here on Weather Channel Live. Taking a live look now at Mountain Home, Arkansas, where you can see that we've got some heavy rain moving through, and we also have some dangerous storms. We've been watching tornado warnings around this region. I believe Mountain Home is now included in one of those tornado warnings. Let's go ahead and get straight to the warnings, because, I mean, you see the clouds and the rain in that camera, and that is what a lot of us are dealing with. Want to let you know where we've got those active warnings right now. A line of storms there through south central Missouri down into northwestern Arkansas, still northwest of Little Rock. So a closer look at our tornado warnings. As mentioned, Mountain Home, that camera that we were just looking at, is now included in a tornado warning. It's got that heavy rain around there. We are seeing until 3 o'clock this particular tornado warning lifting off to the north and east. Gassville, Whiteville also included in that as well. Let's kind of just track our tornado warnings from the south to the north. So heading a bit farther north into Hutton Valley, Mountain View, West Plains. You guys are all included in that tornado warning until 3 p.m. So you want to be in your safe spot. Heavy rain as well. Some of these have been producing quite large hail. So a multitude of different risks coming along with these cells. The cities of Gladden, Salem, and Short Bend until 3 o'clock there in Dent County, also under a tornado warning, some heavy rain included in this. So we are really dealing with these cells in kind of just a solid line across that region. Severe thunderstorm warnings as well. But what you'll notice is that isn't our only area. We have some strong storms that are moving through the northeast, just outside of Pittsburgh. We've had some storms, tons of lightning. I mean, just an abundance of lightning. And quite often, I think it's the lightning that gets our attention when you're talking about severe storms, right? But lightning is not a criteria when we're talking about whether a storm is severe or not. But lightning, of course, can make that storm deadly. Got a tornado watch until 4 p.m. local time. We've got multitudes of severe thunderstorm warnings and that tornado watch. Of course, the watch means we have the conditions that we could see some tornadoes. The warnings mean that we are seeing that possibility of a tornado being imminent. And you see that here. So the watch versus the warning. When you're in the warning, you want to get in your safe spot immediately. When you're in the watch, which could be lasting, for hours or, a good portion of the day, it just means you need to be ready to get in your safe spot and know where you will go. Alex, this is not the only risk that we have, though. The risk for tornadoes is sticking around, and the risk to flooding, which we are going to get to. When you're talking about a torcon of 9, that is not something that we see very often.
No, not at all, right? I mean, we've gone whole entire severe seasons and not reached a 9 on the torcon scale. But crazy enough, this is now the second in just a couple of weeks this year. So yeah, it's been a busy time already, and more busy times are ahead. But when you get to that 9 here, which again, the scale goes to 10, that's about as high as you can get. So it's a significant day where the weather setup is in place for dangerous, dangerous storms.
When you're talking about the potential of long-tracked EF2 plus tornadoes, maybe even a few EF4 tornadoes, those are the type of storms that people talk about, for decades to come, that move through and change cities and towns forever. And where you're seeing here, I know there's a lot of focus on that 9 area, which there should be, but even a torcon of 5 or a torcon of 7, you can get up there and you can see a few tornadoes. So you really want to pay attention to that forecast.
Yeah, I mean, any value, right? You got to be careful with, because there's a value for a reason. So a day to definitely pay attention to the warnings, heed those warnings, and make sure you act on those warnings as well. That's, again, one big risk that we face, but we're also going to be dealing with very heavy rainfall from these storms as well. And unfortunately, it's not a situation where we get the rounds of storms here today and then we're done. No, we could be seeing repeated rounds of thunderstorms over the next few days. So with that being the case, it's going to add up. A lot of rainfall to come here for us. 10 to 15 inches of rain is going to be possible. Locally higher amounts. Could we certainly be looking at over a foot in a number of spots? It is a real risk here going through our Sunday, so life-threatening flooding is possible here for us, and we could be talking about some catastrophic impacts here when it comes to the flooding. So we got to plan for this now. Know what you're going to do if flooding impacts your neighborhood. If you're out and about and you see some ponding on the roads, turning around, going another route, that's your best bet to stay as safe as possible. So through Monday, these are the rainfall totals that are expected here. And it's a huge area that we have, at least anywhere in the yellow, that's 3 to 5 inches. But in particular, concentrating here, the zone where you get into that red, 8 to 12 inches of rain. Little Rock sliding over towards Memphis, up towards Paducah. And there could be some areas that see even more than that. So because of that, through Sunday, we've got a number of flood watches that are in place from parts of the Mid-South all the way into even the Great Lakes. And we got a PDS flood watch, particularly dangerous situation of flood watch here for us, which is more of a heightened flood watch. So it's as high as you can get when it comes to flood watches here. Really watching these areas through tomorrow, likely to see flooding in the yellow area. Then for tomorrow into Friday, the yellow area expands up through parts of the Ohio River, but we also introduce a red area, a high-risk zone. And a high-risk day is an even more important day, because high-risk days when it comes to flooding, they account for about 80% of our yearly flood damage, compared to a moderate risk day, which is about 6%. So huge impacts when it comes to high-risk days. And notice by the time we get to Friday into Saturday, we still have a likely area. Saturday into Sunday, still a likely area. And you notice some of these usual suspects, the same suspects, are involved in that. So it's day after day after day of this rainfall. It's going to be problematic.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under mostly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 63. Thursday, rain and thunder, high 66. Thursday night, rain, low 53. 1 to 2 inches of rain expected. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We've been watching severe storms popping up for places like Mountain Home, Arkansas. You can see the image here. Heavy rain moving through. Have tornado warnings around this region as well. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings too. It is already verifying to be a very dangerous afternoon with this forecasting, guys. It is only getting worse from here. Thanks for sticking with us here on Weather Channel Live. Meteorologist Felicia Combs alongside meteorologist Alex Wallace. We're mapping it all out for you as we have multiple warnings ongoing across Missouri and Arkansas right now with those severe thunderstorm warnings and multiple tornado warnings as well. You can see the cluster of tornado warnings that we are tracking right now. That camera that you just saw in Mountain Home there in northern Arkansas, that is this tornado warning that we're seeing here. The cities of Briarcliff, Mountain Home, and Vidette all included in that until 3 p.m. Beautiful part of the country, beautiful hilly terrain, but you know, sometimes that of course can make it a little bit more difficult to keep an eye on where the storms are moving, keep an eye on things like that. So we are watching this very closely. That circulation is at the northern edges of this tornado warning. So if I were in Bakersfield or Vidette, I would be in my safe place right now because the circulation is moving off to the north and east. And you can see that circulation is north and east of Mountain Home right now. So if we were to play that out, you can see that it is moving there right along the northern fringes of that tornado warning, and then it will move into this next tornado warning that is extended farther to the north and east. Do you want to check that next tornado warning out, Abby, the one that the circulation will be moving into? Thank you. So Howell and Ozark counties, Bakersfield, Dodge, South Fork until 3:30. Now we've got heavy rain with this, so you might not be able to see anything coming. Some of these have been producing some hail as well. And then of course we've got our tornado warning, some really mean looking cells out there. If I'm in any of these cities that I just called out, Bakersfield, I want you to be in your safe spot right now. We've got that circulation moving very close to you. Now just because you're seeing circulation, that does not mean there's a tornado on the ground necessarily, but it does mean that at any given moment, we could see a tornado kind of coming to the ground. That's what the warning means. That's what we're seeing in that good indication of rotation as well. You want to check out that, there you go, Abby, thank you. That tornado warning including Mountain View, Hutton Valley, and West Plains until 3 o'clock in Howell County. Again, these storms are moving pretty quickly off to the north and east, so it could be on you pretty quickly. Heavy rain within this. A couple different instances of rotation that I can see here. Very broad, just south of Highway 60, but nonetheless some very potent winds with that. And then that circulation back near West Plains, that circulation just to the west of West Plains, that will continue moving north and east. So some pretty potent looking cells out there right now across northern Arkansas, southern Missouri. Watching the severe thunderstorm warning, Alex, too, just outside of Memphis, just to the east of Memphis. Want to touch on that real quick. Collierville, Germantown, Olive Branch until 3:30, all included in that. Damaging winds, some hail within that as well. So again, that's just outside of Memphis. Memphis, of course, one of the major cities that could be dealing with some of these storms as we head through the coming hours.
No doubt, Felicia, watching these areas closely, including Little Rock, where right now, as you look at how things are faring, fairly quiet. Now, definitely some gray skies, cloudy skies. It's very warm. We got temperatures in the 80s and a bit windy as well. We've seen some of those winds gusting at times up over 20, close to 30 miles per hour. So very strong wind gusts generally coming out of the south. But a lot of the stormy weather is still off towards your west. still off towards your west there in Little Rock. So we are not in the thick of things by any stretch at the moment, but we do think that'll be changing as we work our way through the day, watching how those thunderstorms progress. Could we see any more storms develop out ahead of kind of the line of thunderstorms that's developing now? We'll watch those areas closely because Little Rock is in that area where we do have a pretty high risk of dealing with tornadic activity. Little Rock right now, the Torcon value for us, it's a 7, but you head just off towards the east, and the value goes up to a 9, which is about as high as you can get on the scale, which goes to 10. We just don't see this very, very often. So this is on the higher end of the scale when it comes to the tornado risk. Or you're watching how a new watch potentially gets issued here, in fact, likely to be issued here in the eastern part of Arkansas as we work our way through the next hour or so. We'll probably hear from the Storm Prediction Center on that. But not just tornado risk, there's also a damaging wind threat as well. Those straight line winds that could get in excess of 75 miles per hour. Again, that no doubt can lead to some big damage there. Doesn't just have to be tornadoes. Straight line winds can be very destructive as well. And then there's a hail threat that could be realized with 2-inch plus hailstones will be a real possibility. So through the rest of the afternoon, watch this area, that line of thunderstorms, but also watch maybe some of these thunderstorms breaking out ahead of that. Some of those individual storms, those discrete cells can be very, very dangerous. Everything progressing eastbound as we head through the rest of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Watch for things to develop again here across northeast Texas, and some of those thunderstorms will try to work their way towards the east, bubbling up storms now in and around Memphis at this hour.
Thanks for sticking with us here on Weather Channel Live. Latest update on our severe weather that we're watching. This tornado watch, a PDS tornado watch until midnight. You can see that covering a large area, Alex. What you'll also notice is we have multiple warnings already going on as well.
Yeah, very active back in that first watch, and then now expecting to get active in the new watch, a particularly dangerous situation. And yeah, these are basically issued by the Storm Prediction Center and used for watches when they're anticipating long-lived, the ones that are on the ground for a long time, and very intense tornadoes are very, very likely. And this doesn't happen very often. Only 3% of all tornado watches that are issued end up being particularly dangerous situation watches. So this is one of those indicating a dangerous afternoon and evening is no doubt ahead, Felicia.
That's right. So we will be guiding you through that. Of course, when they decide to issue these things like PDS tornado watches, there are a lot of brains getting together to make those decisions. So you really want to take this very seriously. Make sure you know where your safe spot is in your home. Make sure you're watching the timing on these storms so you're not leaving work later today and getting caught in that. Okay, so let's break down where we're seeing some of these storms bubbling up now. This white area that you see, this white oval across portions of Arkansas up into southern Illinois, the Boot Hill of Missouri, western Kentucky, western Tennessee, that is where we have that highest risk for severe weather. But anywhere that you're seeing this shading, the purple, the red, those are all indicative of where we have that risk level for severe storms. The risk level goes down just a bit as you go out in the circles, but as you can see, even in those red circles, we are seeing multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So you still want to pay very close attention to this. I mean, just a solid line of warnings right now for those storms moving through Arkansas and Missouri. So taking a look at this tornado warning, it does look like it was just been allowed to expire. So that was a tornado warning near Mountain Home. We have another tornado warning in Howe and Ozark County there in southern Missouri. Cities of Bakersfield and South Fork included in that until 3:30. Pretty mean looking cell here. Definitely could be seeing some hail with this as well. Some of these have been producing some hail moving off to the northeast, 40-50 miles per hour. So right now, West Plains, you're not included in that particular tornado warning, but this cell could be moving toward you. That main area of rotation that we're seeing there, right there where we just highlighted, just south of Highway 60, and again moving off to the northeast at about 40-50 miles per hour. So let's time that out for you. It's going to be around Amy around 3:04, so I'd be in my safe spot in Amy right now. South Fork around 3:07 for you, so now is certainly the time to go ahead, put the shoes on, get the whatever else you might need, get the drinks, get the pets, and get in your safe spot. West Plains, you are currently out of this particular tornado warning, but if that circulation holds together, I would not be surprised if we see this tornado warning expanded to the north and east. So while you're not in the tornado warning right now in West Plains, I would not be shocked if you find yourself in one, and that cell will be near West Plains around 3:20. Watching a couple different severe thunderstorm warnings as well around Mountain View. Tornado possible tag on this. West Plains, you are included in that, as well as Winona until 4 p.m. Again, tornado possible threat tag. We've seen some rotation out of this cell previously, so we'll continue watching that. We've got a tornado warning just north of that one, south of I-44. So southeast of I-44, cities included in that are Mineral Point as well as Potosi until 3:30. Some indication, very strong indication of rotation on this cell just to the north and west of Viburnum, and it's going to continue moving north and east. So with rotation like that, I would certainly be in my safe spot. When you're seeing a good indication of rotation, it typically means that that storm could put down the tornado at any given moment. So around Huzzah 307, 4 Points 314, and Aptus around 333 again. So we'll be watching that very closely. Want to check on these severe thunderstorm warnings here in northwestern Missouri and just outside of Memphis. This particular severe thunderstorm warning, it is observed. Do we know if that was for hail or winds? Okay, 60-mile-per-hour gusts with this quarter-size hail on the severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of Memphis along 269. Oakland, you're included in that, and then we're also watching another severe thunderstorm warning there in northwestern Missouri for the cities of Hernando, Marks, and Senatobia until 3:45. Starting to see it get very active there as well, Alex. So we are seeing multiple areas where this is starting to get really active, where things are starting to blow up. And sadly, this is going to continue to be the story of the afternoon and evening. It's not getting any better from here, guys. It's only getting worse. So you want to make sure you have those severe weather plans in place ahead of time.
Yeah, getting active well ahead of that kind of line of thunderstorms back across Missouri and Arkansas. Now we're starting to see western Tennessee getting more active. The bubbling skies there in Memphis is what you're looking at right there. It's been a very warm afternoon. 86 degrees for us at this hour. We're seeing winds there approaching 30 sustained, but gusting close to 50. And it's those strong winds that are generally coming in out of a southerly direction, just helping to bring in more warmth, more moisture, and priming the atmosphere with some of that sunshine poking through some of those blue skies and some of the clouds and the breaks in the clouds, just helping to prime the atmosphere for more thunderstorms that could turn strong to severe. Again, already seeing some of those bubbling up around town. More to come there in Memphis. In fact, you can see where we are most concerned with tornadoes. It's really anywhere you see colors on this map. Any value of a tornado risk is a risk, so we got to take it seriously. But in particular, when you start getting into the higher values, and that's what we've got there in the shade of, it's like almost like a pinkish shade, salmon shade. The value is a 9, and our scale goes to 10. So we're on that highest edge of the scale here when it comes to tornadoes. 9 out of 10, including Memphis, just east of Little Rock, Jonesboro, up towards Paducah. You are in that 9 zone. So again, as high as you can get when it comes to tornadoes, at least as high as we've seen in quite some time. All right, wind threat as well. We got the severe wind, those damaging straight line winds. That's a real risk that we face. Anywhere you see colors on this map, any blue shading, that extends all up to the parts of the Great Lakes, including Chicago, Detroit as well. But we hatch this area in here from the Storm Prediction Center. 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts will be a possibility there. And again, that could be very, very destructive. So you don't have to have tornadoes, as we have seen in history, right, to deal with damage. Straight line winds can be just as damaging, if not even more, because now you got more coverage of some of those stronger winds. Also a hail threat. Big time hail, a real risk as well. 2 inches in size or even larger here for us. So this is going to be a day, if you're from Dallas all the way up through Indianapolis, want to properly park our cars in the garage today. This is not a day to leave it on the street or in the driveway. Carport, under the carport, or in the garage is where you want to be to at least protect the cars from some very large hail. That's a real possibility. So let's work our way through the rest of the day. There's our line of thunderstorms that's trying to get going here. Future radar shows you that. We got to keep an eye on any of these thunderstorms out ahead of that. Some of those individual thunderstorms that may try to fire up out ahead of that main line. Those discrete storms can be extremely dangerous, but don't sleep on the line itself. Can be very dangerous activity along that line, including damaging wind gusts, but also tornadoes can spin up along that line as well. All that progressing east for the rest of tonight through the midnight hour now, approaching Nashville, heads up there, central parts of Tennessee, dealing with some of those thunderstorms, and then tracking on off towards the north and the east from there. More thunderstorms for the early morning developing here back towards the Red River of the south. We'll be watching that area, and that potentially progresses towards the north and the east over some of the same areas, seeing the storms right now. And so that now exacerbates the heavy rainfall and flood threat that we'll be discussing here in just a bit. Little Rock, here's where you stand, 85 degrees, got some cloudy skies to deal with there right now. Storms are off to your north and west, although a few have bubbled up here just to your east as well. But some of the bigger storms with some warnings just to your north and west. Little Rock, you're under a Torcon value of a 7 here for you. You head just off towards the north and the west there, and the value comes down to about a 5. Still a decent risk there, and even higher as you work your way east of Little Rock now. Pine Bluff, the England area, value there is right around a 9. So pretty decent shot at dealing with tornadic activity here. Let's follow this as we work our way through our afternoon. 4 or 5 o'clock now, future radar showing some of those thunderstorms that will be coming on in from the west and then driving on through. Notice now, this is 6 o'clock, and we're still seeing some of these thunderstorms around. The general motion of the thunderstorms are off towards kind of the north and the east, but we don't see much motion due east. So we don't really get this thing just blasting on through. We kind of see some of the same storms kind of rolling over the same locations over and over and over again. Really, by the time we get into this evening, finally starting to see some of the heavier rains shift just to the south and the east. So not only the severe risk that we do face here in Little Rock, but we got to watch out for flooding as well with some of the intense rainfall that's associated with these thunderstorms. Even past during the midnight hour, we still have some lingering showers as well as thunderstorms. And then there's more to come, Felicia, as we work our way through the day on Thursday into Friday, Saturday, and even Sunday as well. We could see some more wet weather to deal with.
Yeah, Alex, we are stuck in this pattern. I mean, cities like Little Rock up into Paducah. I mean, even Nashville, we're going to have rounds of severe weather over the coming days. So let's break it down for you. For, say, St. Louis, you are sitting in 80 degrees. Winds are gusting right now. You're going to have some storms moving through. Now, you do not have the risk for tomorrow, but you have had severe weather recently. And we have that risk kind of shifting in the coming days. So let's take a look at where we have that risk for tomorrow, because it has just been, as of earlier today, up just a bit from extreme northeastern portions of Texas through much of Arkansas into western Tennessee, northwestern portions of Mississippi, with that risk for damaging winds, maybe a few tornadoes as well, and some very large hail. Now, that is where we have the highest risk, but anywhere shaded in red, I'm talking to you in Dallas, Abilene, Somerset, all the way up to D.C., you have that risk for a few severe storms for tomorrow. So that hail risk is greatest where you see this hatched area. So Abilene, all across the Red River Valley of the South, Little Rock, Jonesboro. You guys really will have to be on the lookout for large hail tomorrow, and a Torcon of 5 for cities like Memphis, like Little Rock. And that means a few tornadoes are possible. Some of them could be strong, but even the Torcons of 2 to 3 for places like Paducah, Nashville, Tupelo, you don't want to ignore that. You want to pay close attention to this forecast, especially when I show you the future radar. Okay, so this is what you're looking at. Here are our risk areas. This red oval circle, that's our highest risk area. And then the shading that you see, that is our tornado parameter. So where are the conditions right or ripe to get tornadoes developing? So let's play future radar for you. Now, this is the radar's kind of best modeling guess of where the storms will be. Late morning, we'll have storms ongoing. Heading into the afternoon, very concerning seeing all these different little cells that are bubbling up here, especially with a tornado parameter that looks like that across southern portions of Arkansas. But it's a mess. I mean, all the way up into the Ohio Valley, all the way up into the northeast as well, even if you're not seeing quite as strong storms. Those storms that are bubbling up across Arkansas, across Tennessee, northwestern Mississippi, western Kentucky. Very concerning look to those storms as we're heading through Thursday and into Friday. Risk area for Friday has now been upgraded a bit as well. Likely storms once again, Little Rock, Arkansas. You guys cannot get out of this, but that risk area is stretching from the western Ohio Valley all the way down into San Antonio for Friday. Saturday, likely likelihood, still including portions of Arkansas, but stretching it farther eastward into Mississippi. And then by Sunday, that system's beginning to clear out, but not before bringing some severe weather to places like Atlanta and Macon and Tallahassee. Lots of severe weather chances, Alex, but that flood threat is also very significant as well. High concern for this region from Arkansas up through southern Illinois, western Kentucky, western Tennessee for some significant flooding.
Yeah, certainly cannot harp on and drive home the point about the flooding rain threat that we've got there. That map shows you some of the rivers that are in place in some of those spots, and no doubt those rivers are expected to climb here as we work our way through the next several days. Checking in on Illinois metropolis, where the skies have certainly been on the gray side here for us for a lot of this afternoon. That continues for you right now. We'll be watching how this rain and thunderstorm activity impacts you here over the next bit. But this is a huge area that we're concerned when it comes to that risk for some rain. We've got an area that is extending from northeast Texas all the way up through parts of the Ohio River Valley with the rounds of rain. Again, not just one coming through, but several 10 to 15 inches of rainfall. That's a real possibility, with even some locally higher amounts that'll be possible as well. So you start talking rainfall like that, yeah, it could become life-threatening here with the flooding, potentially even some catastrophic impacts from some of the flood waters that we see. So here's the big picture, and this is the forecast that expands and extends through several days now through Monday morning. But it's a huge area here. Again, anywhere in the yellow, that's at least 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. In particular, what the concern is in that zone where you get into that orange and red, right? 8 to 12 inches of rain. Some areas that could see maybe even a foot or more here through that period, and that's a lot of rainfall. Hence the reason there are some of these watches that are in place. Flood watches extending all the way across this zone. Anywhere you see the green, then we've kind of highlighted the zones here where they're under particularly dangerous a flood watch here that's in place, situation flood watch here. And, you know, those don't get issued very often. That's an even more heightened flood watch here. And that includes Little Rock, Jonesboro, back up towards Paducah, the Evansville area as well. The reason why is, again, we're likely to see flash flooding in these areas. Anywhere you see the yellow through tomorrow morning, we're facing that risk. Little Rock over towards Nashville. Then as we get from tomorrow into Friday, that yellow area expands up towards Louisville, but we also introduce the red area, high risk zone here for us. So we heighten the risk even more as we move into tomorrow. And high risk days are important days because they account for 80% of our yearly flood damage, compared to a moderate risk day, which is about 6%. So we magnify that risk even quite a bit here when we go from a moderate risk day to a high risk day, which is why it's so important. Now, even though Friday we don't have a high risk, at least right now, and that could change, but at least right now, still dealing with the likely zone there from eastern parts of Oklahoma up into southern Illinois, and then for Saturday into Sunday, and a lot of the same areas involved in that likely flood risk for our day. So this is all a function of the fact that we just don't get rid of the rain in these areas. Round after round of rain showers and thunderstorms. We get one wave come through, then another wave comes through as we work our way through our Friday, then another batch for Saturday. It's finally by Sunday that we start to see things get kicked off towards the east. So then we can breathe a sigh of relief here and get rid of some of this very, very heavy rainfall. But I tell you, the damage would have been done. And the forecast here when it comes to the rivers, look at all these rivers that are expected to climb. Moderate and major flood stage on the way.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 80 degrees under mostly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 62. Thursday, rain and thunder, high 65. Thursday night, rain and thunder, low 53. 1 to 2 inches of rain expected. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The following severe storms across parts of the Midwest, the Mid-South. Things have really bubbled up here over the last hour and a half or so in terms of the intensity of these thunderstorms. You see the tornado watches that are in effect. The most recent one that was issued here by the Storm Prediction Center, a PDS watch, a particularly dangerous situation watch. And they don't issue these very often, but it's even a more heightened tornado watch where the danger with the intense thunderstorms is even more, right? They're used essentially for watches when long-lived, the ones that are on the ground, tornadoes that end up being on the ground for a long period of time, long distances here, several counties, in some cases could go state to state. But intense tornadoes as well are very likely. They only issue these things 3% of the time. In terms of all tornado watches, just 3% of tornado watches end up being PDS watches. And that's what we got right now. That watch goes until midnight. So it's a long watch that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Here's a look at how things are faring for us in St. Louis right now, where temperatures have warmed up to about 80 degrees. A windy time. We've got a loud wind across sections of the Midwest, gusting up to 36 miles per hour right now. That's an area that is watching the skies very closely. Off to your west and also southwest, we have some storms that are coming on through, and before long they'll be on top of us. So pay attention to how these thunderstorms are developing, Felicia. They're rapidly moving.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, the storms, while it might not be stormy where you are currently, or maybe just a little rainy, the way these storms are moving, I mean, 50, 60 miles per hour, they could be on you very quickly. So let's break it down. Let's take a look at where we've got some active warnings right now. And you can see that really just scattered across our map. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings that have begun to bubble up here across portions of northwestern Mississippi, northern Mississippi, into the Mississippi River Valley, and then multitude of warnings across Arkansas and Missouri, and a couple warnings that have begun to bubble up there in Illinois within our outlined region where we've been expecting that severe weather. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings all around Memphis. So many of the suburbs right now dealing with some very strong storms. You can see these are kind of just scattered cells out here on their own, which become concerning as well for that tornado risk. Speaking of tornado risk, let's take a closer look at where we have ongoing tornado warnings across southern Missouri, and then getting up toward, you can see this is just to the south and west of St. Louis, a very vigorous cell, and these cells are going to continue tracking off to the north and east, eventually across that I-55 corridor. Right now, most of the worst weather or warned weather is south and east of that I-44 corridor. Let's take a look at this tornado warning. The city of Potosi included in that, in Washington County until 3:30 local time. Guys, looking at this radar image, it gives a good indication that you could be dealing with a tornadic cell. But then when we look at the velocity radar, it is an even stronger indication of rotation here just to the west of Potosi. This is going to continue moving north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So if you're in Aptus, you need to be in your safe spot right now. If you're in Rich Woods, it's going to be near you. This storm capable of producing a tornado near you in Rich Woods around 3:40. So get in your safe spot right now. No indication that that is an observed tornado, but seeing what I'm seeing on the radar, I would just want to be safe and be in my safe spot. And certainly I would keep a close eye on this cell for those southern kind of suburbs of St. Louis, in between Festus and St. Louis, Alex, because these cells are rushing off to the north and east, and they'll be on you before you know it.
Hey, they absolutely are. And they're producing some very heavy rainfall, too. That's the other side of the story, right? These thunderstorms, yes, while dangerous with the severe threat, they're also bringing a lot of heavy rain, and that is what we're expecting over the next several days. Look at the rainfall that is to come through Monday. This is not a today event. This is today, tomorrow, working our way into the weekend with rainfall that's going to add up to the order of, in some cases here, maybe over a foot when it comes to our rainfall. Let's get you into a location like Louisville, Kentucky. You can see your forecast filled with rain for tomorrow, heading into Friday, thunderstorms, Saturday, thunderstorms, and then still some showery conditions on Sunday, although the intensity by Sunday should be a little less. Still some rain around. Finally, next week on Monday, we get a chance to dry out. So when you see day after day after day of the rain, The totals look like this. About 7 inches of rainfall anticipated here for you in and around the Louisville metro. A little bit less as you work your way back over towards Lexington. But even there, I mean, 4 or 5 inches of rainfall is a possibility for the folks there. Moving our way into Paducah, western parts of Kentucky, we'll also be, again, dealing with more rain for our Thursday, Friday, thunderstorms, Saturday as well. Sunday, though, looks much, much better, a quieter time. Notice it does cool down as well, so get ready for the numbers to dip down. We're talking some 30s for us, so it is going to cool down. But before that happens, a lot of rainfall is here in place. Double digits showing up, a lot of 10-plus inch totals here for us. There could be over a foot of rainfall just to the south of Paducah. That's a lot of rain. We got to watch these rivers, streams, and the creeks.
Welcome back into Weather Channel Live. Thanks for sticking with us here, taking a live look at St. Louis right now, where beautiful Arch Park there, but not beautiful weather. The skies are cloudy, and this is just the beginning. We have storms, strong storms moving towards St. Louis, some of which could reach severe limits. So let's talk about those storms that we are watching. I mean, heavy rain currently just to the west of St. Louis and thunderstorms just to the west of St. Louis, but also concerning are some of these cells that are tornado warned to the south and west of St. Louis because they are moving north and east. All of the red polygons that you're seeing on the map here for portions of eastern Missouri, southern Missouri are tornado warnings. And then you can see multiple severe thunderstorm warnings on the map that we're watching that we will get to you for you in a second. So watching this cell here in southern Missouri, this tornado warning now has been extended out to include places like West Plains. So we'll keep a close eye on that. We're also watching this tornado warning just to the west of that I-55 corridor that actually has a really concerning look to it. So it's moving north and east at about 55 miles per hour. The reflectivity of this cell already looks pretty concerning when you're looking at that kind of a classic signature that we look at when we're looking for whether a cell might be becoming tornadic. The cities of DeSoto, Hillsborough, and Potosi all included in this. Again, it's moving off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Taking a look at the velocity on that, it definitely still a good indication of some rotation, maybe not as tight as it was previously, but certainly still there, moving off to the north and east. So we want to watch that very closely. It will be eventually moving over that I-55 corridor. So Bliss, this cell will be near you around 338, DeSoto around 350, Hillsborough around 353, and then continuing on to Platten around 357. So want to watch that very closely. Again, this warning just to the southeast of I-44 right now, just to the west of I-55 within that main line of storms that's going to continue pushing eastward. Here's St. Louis. We were just looking at the camera there, and you can tell that the heaviest stuff is still currently to the west of St. Louis, but will be making its way in there. So very concerning looking storm. Touching back on this tornado warning that now includes West Plains, Chapel, Mountain View. Mountain View, you just cannot get out of these warnings. You've had multiple West Plains as well. This is until 4 p.m. Some of these are producing hail and a pretty good indication of some rotation there near West Plains. So hopefully if you're in West Plains, you are in your safe spot. The time to be in your safe spot is right now as this cell is going to continue moving north and east. Timing it out for you there around Fanchon around 336 and then continue pulling north and east. So multiple tornado warnings, and we expect many more of these before all is said and done. And then, of course, Alex, as we're looking at the map, we've got many severe thunderstorm warnings that are bubbling up as well, which, as we've seen, have been packing a punch with large hail already and damaging winds.
Yeah, those seem to be the biggest risks right now, kind of in and around Memphis. And these thunderstorms have really fired up. Maybe the last hour and a half or so, we really have seen activity get going in and around the Memphis region. There's a look at what it looks like right now, and you see kind of the bubbling clouds bubbling up there for us. It's a warm one for you, 86 degrees at this hour with a windy time. The gusts have been approaching 50 miles per hour. With sustained winds, you're getting up over 20, close to 30 there. So a lot of wind energy in the atmosphere here, helping to bring in some of that moisture from the south, just priming the atmosphere for these thunderstorms to thrive. So there's a look at the radar picture. So there's Memphis there, and you can see several thunderstorms that are in place right now, and a number of warnings are in place at this hour. Let's get to the one that's just north of town. That's for this storm right here. That's tracking on off towards the north and the east, just west of Millington. That's for parts of Mississippi, Shelby, as well as Tipton counties. That's until 4 o'clock. Notice on this particular warning, tornado possible. So the main threat right now is damaging wind gusts, but we got to watch areas of rotation that may be showing signs and maybe trying quickly try to get its act together here and tighten up a bit. And if that happens, well, a tornado warning would be issued immediately. And so you got to be ready for that. Right now, though, the main threat is damaging winds with this storm moving towards the north and the east. They're moving pretty quickly. We're seeing a lot of these thunderstorms moving anywhere from 50 to even 60 miles per hour. So they are moving pretty fast. Another warning here for you. That's east of the one that's just west of Millington here. Fayette, Hardman, as well as Haywood counties until 4:15. Watch out for some hail with these storms. A couple of storms, in fact, that we are tracking right there just east of Oakland. Those continue to push towards the north and the east. And then we move our way down on into Mississippi here. And this is Interstate 55. We've got a number of warnings here for you, including around Panola, Equipment, as well as Tunica counties. 4:30, that warning is out until, again, radar indicated issues here when it comes to damaging wind as well as a bit of hail. And then more storms tracking off towards the east now. This is around Tupelo, Itawamba, Lee, and Prentiss counties. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning here. Storms are now just west and east of Tupelo, moving to your north and east.
Welcome back into Weather Channel Live. We are continuing to track active warnings, multiple active severe thunderstorm warnings, and now a confirmed tornado on the ground in Missouri. We want to get to that tornado warning right now. You can see multiple across southern Missouri, but it is actually the one here just to the southwest of St. Louis that we are watching, just to the west of that I-55 corridor that has a confirmed tag on it. We've been watching this cell for quite some time, and it really was giving off a mean radar signature and had all the indications that it could produce a tornado at any given point, and now it has. Again, this is an observed tornado with that considerable threat tag. The National Weather Service calling this a particularly dangerous situation and telling everyone within this warning to get in your safe spot right now. You need to take cover. The cities of DeSoto, Hillsborough, and Richwoods all included in this. This cell is moving off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Not only is it producing a tornado that is now confirmed, but also $half size hail. So it is really producing some very large hail. Really good indication of some rotation as we're looking at this. You can see that highlighted here. This was located near Old Mines and moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So if you were near Old Mines, or if you know you live northeast of Old Mines, that circulation is going to be moving toward you. An indication that this has touched down and has produced some debris. So you can see that here. Here's our debris tracker. And what that is the radar picking up on debris being lofted into the sky from the tornado. That is about halfway in between Potosi and Richwoods. So that debris signature there in eastern Missouri, again, with that storm cell that's going to be moving toward DeSoto. If you are in DeSoto, you need to be in your safe spot right now. Richwoods, you're in the thick of it currently. Some of those other cities that are included in this risk, Bliss. If you're in Bliss, Missouri, you need to be in your safe spot right now as this cell is going to be moving right over you. DeSoto, again, you need to be in your safe spot. It's moving north and east at about 55 miles per hour, so it's going to be on you very quickly. Heavy rain, large hail, all of those things. Now, one thing about the cells moving quickly is that you get in your safe spot and you ride it out, and it's going to move on fairly quickly. You just got to stay in your safe spot while it's moving through, especially when you're talking about a confirmed tornado with that debris signature. This is just west of that I-55 corridor, just west-southwest of Festus along I-55. So if you know you live somewhere there, if you are about to leave work, leave home, and hop on I-55, please wait it out. Please let this cell go ahead and get past you. It should be moving over Festus or near Festus, moving over that I-55 corridor, this particular cell, around 4:07. So just wait it out. Wait another 30 minutes before you head out and get on the roadway, because, again, this is being called a particularly dangerous situation, and it is an observed tornado. Now, again, DeSoto, please be in your safe spot. And if you're about to head out and be on that I-55 corridor, just let this cell pass, because this is not one of those storms that you would want to be driving as it's moving through, Alex. We also have a couple other tornado warnings that we're watching in Illinois now.
Yeah, absolutely. Things have gotten active here for us as well, kind of up the road as we move our way into Illinois with a line of showers and thunderstorms here as well. Let's get a look on these, and you can see kind of lining up here. There's 55. You get over towards Springfield there. The line of thunderstorms is is in place. We got a couple of warnings right now, north and east of Springfield and around Bloomington. Here's one that is for parts of DeWitt, Logan, and McLean counties here until 4:15, dealing with this storm that's continuing to track on off towards the north and the east of the Lincoln area there. As we get up towards Bloomington, there's another warning here for us. That's for parts of McLean County here until 4 o'clock. That does include us in and around Bloomington. I would certainly say just to the south there, heading more around to Leroy, the Randolph area as well. Doppler radar indicated rotation with that storm there. As we zoom in a little bit more here and you get a chance to see the rotation here, maybe around in that zone. Yeah, right in there. It's very broad in nature right now, but if we were talking about a tornado, it would be in that general area and tracking that on off towards the north and the east. Give you a few cities here that are in line to deal with that. Randolph here at about 3:45, so really in the next minute or two there. Gilliam at 3:51, and then Old Town as we get to about 3:53. If you're in any of those areas there, just east of 55, please make sure you're getting into your safe zone. Then we head a bit farther to the south here. Another storm that has a tornado warning on that. Again, storm tracking east of Lincoln, east of 55. You got parts of DeWitt, Logan, and McLean counties here until 4:15. That is making a run for Clintonia. So you are in that warning, and the dangerous part of the storm is beginning to press towards your west. So a heads up there. Get into your shelter. Lowest floor, sturdy structure is where you want to be, and getting away from the windows there. More storms to track here in the northern Mississippi, as well as there into western Tennessee, just north of Memphis. We got a couple of severe warnings there, and then also south as you work your way west of Oxford and in and around Tupelo. These storms, for the most part, moving to the north and the east, anywhere from 50, in some cases up to 60 miles per hour, carrying the threat, though, for damaging wind gusts and also some large hail. So be prepared for that as they track towards the north and the east.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 80 degrees under mostly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 62. Thursday, rain and thunder, high 65. Thursday night, rain and thunder, low 53. 1 to 2 inches of rain expected. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thanks for sticking with us here on Weather Channel Live. We are tracking a potent line of storms that is producing severe thunderstorm warnings, multiple flash flood warnings already, and a couple tornado warnings as well, including an observed tornado that was just on the ground, or at least producing some debris and producing that observed tag there in eastern Missouri. So you can see the highlight here. I mean, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings across northern Mississippi, western Tennessee, around Memphis as well, northern Arkansas getting in on it, and of course those tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings across south and eastern Missouri. Guys, it is so busy out there. It is going to be a dangerous weather afternoon and into this evening. Now, this particular tornado warning, you can see it has that observed tag on it. The National Weather Service out of St. Louis was observing an indication of a debris signature, but it does look much less impressive than it was looking. Now, this cell is moving off to the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. Still a good indication of some circulation there just to the east of Richwoods. Moving north and east at about 55, so it is going to cross over that I-55 corridor. Could be passing near Festus as well. 356 around Hematite, Jarvis around 358, just after 4 p.m. in Horine. So you can see that it is going to be crossing over that I-55 corridor. This cell that that has a history of producing a tornado. So if I were about to head out and hop on I-55 to head home from work or whatever, I would wait it out. I would actually wait until this cell gets past I-55 so you don't have to deal with that, especially if it's still capable of producing, possibly producing a tornado, because it does have a history of putting down a tornado. This other tornado warning here in southern Missouri, just to the east of West Plains. This is for Oregon and Shannon counties until 4 p.m. It is within a line of some heavy rain that's moving off to the east-northeast there, just to that south of Highway 60. A bit of rotation, not looking super impressive, but nonetheless, it is there, and the National Weather Service has warned on it, so that's something we'll watch very closely. This is going to continue moving across that Highway 60, so if you're in Winona, just know that you've got a pretty potent cell that will be moving toward you. Bartlett as well, around 411 for the timing on that. And then we are taking a wider view here. We've got a couple different tornado warnings. Do you want to look at that tornado warning in western Tennessee real quick, Abby? It looks like it might have just popped up. I want to make sure that we are not including. Do we want me to touch on that, Margie? Okay, let's take a look at this tornado warning here in western Tennessee. This is just north of Memphis, so the cities of Covington, Drummonds, and Ripley all included in that until 4:45. Pretty good-looking cell. Do we have any good-looking rotation on that, Abby? This is just to the cell is just to the northwest of Atoka or Ataka. It could be getting some rotation within that. Certainly, the National Weather Service kind of pulling the trigger on that tornado warning instead of the severe thunderstorm warning. So, Alex, we're going to watch this across western Tennessee, but we also have multiple tornado warnings that have popped up there across portions of Illinois as well. Yeah, busy times here as well, right? We follow that line of showers and thunderstorms that continues to impact us here, and there you see it lit up here. There's 55 working down through the Springfield area, and again, that line of thunderstorms, and along that we have a couple of warnings that are currently in place, including a couple of tornado warnings. That includes parts of DeWitt, Logan, and McLean counties here until 4:15 there. We work our way down into this general area that's moving right now basically over the Clintonia area. That'll continue to track towards the east. So what we're dealing with here is kind of a line of thunderstorms, and along that line, looking at a little bit of a area of rotation, just trying to show up and spin up a little bit here. So we've got to watch that area kind of right in that zone, maybe around in the Wapella area, and tracking on off towards the north and the east from there. Moving fairly quickly, anywhere from 50 to 60 miles per hour, these thunderstorms are moving. So let's track that out off towards the east here. Wapella, again, right around now, and then Wilson at about 4:02. Rutledge, not in the warning now, but if this were to get extended, well, watch out around 4:07. Area of rotation will be right on top of you just past that 4 o'clock time frame there. Then we move northbound and we get into another warning here that is just around the Bloomington area for, again, this area of the line of storms that continues to progress towards the north and the east until 4 o'clock there in parts of McLean County. You've got a tornado warning that's in effect. Doppler radar indicated rotation with that particular storm there, again, moving eastbound. But overall, this whole general zone here, and you can kind of pick out the kind of broad rotation associated there. That's been fairly broad for the duration of this warning here for time. Now east of 51, making its way. It'll probably move north and west of Dawson, which is right there. So moving just north and west of Dawson as we time that out there for you. Bentown and Fletcher, not in the warning, but again, if this were to get extended, just around 4 o'clock in Bentown, and then Fletcher just after that 4 o'clock time frame. This whole area, though, under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Thanks for sticking with us here on Weather Channel Live as we are watching multiple tornado warnings and a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. It is going to be a very active afternoon and evening. And Alex, a tornado watch, in fact, a PDS tornado watch for portions of the Mississippi River Valley there until midnight. And I will tell you, with the storms that we are seeing bubble up here across this region for good reason, it is going to be a dangerous weather afternoon and evening and even into tonight.
It really is, right? We really have seen things pick up here over the last couple of hours. Again, that tornado watch that was issued by the Storm Prediction Center, a PDS, particularly dangerous situation watch. And these are the watches that issued by the Storm Prediction Center are only for, days where they're anticipating tornadoes that would be long-lived, the ones that are on the ground for a long period of time, and also the ones that are very intense. Only 3% of all tornado watches that end up being issued they end up being PDS watches. So it's a rarity. I don't do this very often, but the environment, it calls for that. So let's get into a few of these warnings. And again, things have really bubbled up here. Northern Mississippi, also up into western Tennessee. You've got a number of severe thunderstorm warnings in northern Mississippi where wind and hail are the threats there. And then we move our way up and cross state lines up into Tennessee, where we have a couple of tornado warned storms that are in place right now. So here's the first one. This is just north of the Atoka area. Here, tracking towards the north and the east for parts of Lauderdale, Mississippi, as well as Tipton counties. That's in play until 4:45. One of those warnings that is Doppler radar indicated here. Not only the risk, though, for the tornado, but also some large hail. Also a risk with these thunderstorms. Also, as we get a little bit closer, try to get a sense of if do we see any rotation showing up. Tough to see much here for you, at least right now. Extremely broad in nature, kind of right in that general area there, just west of Covington. But again, this is tracking towards the north and the east, anywhere from 50 close to 60 miles per hour. Just giving you a sense of some of the cities that may be in line to deal with this particular storm. Detroit at about 4 o'clock here, so basically right on top of us. Cherry at 4:11. ARP as we get to about 4:23, Central at 4:29, then Dry Hill at just a bit after the 4:30 time frame, 4:34 to be exact there. So those are some areas that are in line to deal with the storm. If you're in those spots, certainly I would get into my safe zone now and certainly get away from the windows. Lowest floor of a sturdy structure is where you want to be. Then we head to our second storm that is tornado warned here in the state of Mississippi. There's the Bolivar area just to the north and the west for this storm that is tracking north and eastbound. This is for parts of Chester, Hardman, and Madison counties here in western Tennessee. Until 5 o'clock, that tornado warning is in effect. Another one of those warnings that is Doppler radar indicated. So nothing's been spotted, but you want to treat it as if it has been, right? These things they don't issue these warnings, the National Weather Service office, for nothing. They issue them because they are concerned. So there's the area of rotation. They're highlighted there in the circle, basically between Hillville and Bolivar, and that will continue to move towards the north and the east. A couple of cities in line to deal with this. Hatchie, as we work our way just past the 4 o'clock time. Denmark at about 4:15. Madison Hall at about 4:23. Bemis at 4:26, and then Jackson as we get to around 4:30 there. So watching that, again, tracking north and eastbound there with that particular storm. We keep an eye on those two storms there. And then we have a number of warnings that are in place in northern parts of Mississippi. Let's get into a couple of those. So there's Oxford there. There's actually a storm that's popped up there just south of Oxford. Not severe, but you can just get a sense. There's just a number of thunderstorms that have been firing up here, and any of these can turn severe at any moment as they've been really getting quite intense. We work our way, again, west of Oxford for parts of Panola, Quitman, as well as Tunica counties, again, in northern Mississippi. And again, radar indicated with these storms when it comes to the damaging wind threat as well as hail threat with those thunderstorms, and a few more just on off towards the east in the northeastern part of the state of Mississippi, not too far from Corinth, and also just east of Tupelo. Pretty nasty storm there. Probably looking at some decent hail with that particular storm in Itawamba, Prentiss, and Tishomingo counties there in, again, northeastern Mississippi. So pretty active already this afternoon, Felicia, and we've got a long ways to go when it comes to dealing with these strong and severe thunderstorms.
Yeah, I mean, some of these cities that are getting hit today have days to go with the risk of severe. Want to take a look at where else we're having some tornado warnings, because we've got a good indication of rotation on this tornado warning just to the south of St. Louis. So our circulation is right here just to the west of Festus. It's about to close or cross over that I-55 corridor. The cities of Arnold, Belleville, and Centerville included in that until 4:45. That cell is moving north and east around 55 miles per hour. Really good indication of circulation as we're looking at this. Really just northwest of Festus, just to the west of that I-55 corridor. Could be producing some hail as well. This is going to cross over I-55, and this could be impacting some of the extreme southern suburbs outside of St. Louis. So if you live in some of those southern suburbs of St. Louis, you want to keep a close eye on this cell as it is moving north and east at about 55 miles per hour. Timing it out for you here around 4:07 in Barnhart, 4:15 in Warnock. That is around when the cell will be moving over your city. 4:20 around Columbia, and just after 4:30 there in Stookie. So again, this is just going to maybe possibly clip some of those southern suburbs of St. Louis. So we're watching that very closely. This was the cell that previously had been an observed tornado, had produced an observed tornado. Right now, that is not the case, but it is warranting watching as it has been re-intensifying in the past 10 minutes or so. Also watching this tornado warning here in Illinois, just outside of Clatonia. This is just to the east of that I-55 corridor, south of Bloomington as well. The cities of Hayworth included in that. Good indication of maybe some circulation in there. That is looking a little bit more diffuse as we're looking at that. But nonetheless, still a tornado warning. It does look like that might be exiting out of that particular warning. You want to check out this one farther north. Thanks, Abby. Just to the east of Bloomington, another tornado warning in McLean County, the cities of Colfax, Dawson, and Martin until 4:45. That cell could have some hail within it, some heavy rain as well. So we're going to watch that very closely. Better indication of some circulation on this. If I were in Martin, again in Martin, Illinois, I'd be in my safe spot. Really good indication of some rotation within this cell just to the northwest of Dawson. So Martin, Cooksville, Lawndale, Belle Prairie, you all need to be in your safe spot now as that cell is going to continue moving north and east. These have been moving at highway speeds, 45, 50, 55 miles per hour. The wider view does show where we're seeing all of those warnings right now. Multiple tornado warnings in place from Illinois down through Missouri, a couple of different tornado warnings that we're watching in western Tennessee as well. And what you're also seeing here in our highlighted, Abby, do you mind turning the satellite off on that for me? In our highlighted, thank you. The white here is where we have that highest risk for severe weather for our tornadoes as well. And as you'll notice, we do have some cells bubbling up in that region already, but we also have that main line that is still back to the west of where we're expecting some of the worst of it. One thing that is not considered when you're talking about whether a storm is severe or not is lightning. And we have basically a solid line of lightning right now that is moving toward Little Rock, that is moving toward St. Louis. Eventually we'll be making it into Memphis. We're also starting to see flash flood warnings pop up because a lot of these places have seen storms training over them, which tends to add up the water. So that is going to cause flooding. The flash flood warning here covering that I-40 corridor. Terrible time to be on I-40 around Russellville as it's been raining for quite some time and it's going to continue raining. So kind of checking down the list of dangers that we have going on right now weather-wise. Tornadoes, hail, damaging winds, and flooding. And all of that is ongoing with those risks right now, Alex. So we have to keep a close eye on that. And we are far from done. I mean, we are going to watch as these storms continue to move through this area into the nighttime hours.
Right, exactly. You know, it would be one thing if we were kind of one around and kind of done, but
right.
We're getting this for the long haul, unfortunately, through the rest of tonight and into the overnight period as well. So let's give you the sort of the setup and the big overview of where that severe risk exists here for the rest of the day. Anywhere you see colors on this map, there is a tornado danger here for you. So even though you don't have values as high as what we've got there in the Mid-South, here in the Northeast Texas where we get values in the 2 to 3 range, there's still a tornado risk there. All the way up into parts of the Great Lakes, Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland also facing the risk. But the more heightened risk is no doubt in this zone that includes parts of the Ohio River Valley, the Mississippi Valley here and there too as well. Torque count value of 9, and you know, that's pretty high on the scale. The scale goes to 10. To get to 10, it's a rare occasion that we see that, and rare as well to even get to 9. So a really dangerous day and evening that is ahead here for us. Not just the tornado risk, though. We do also face a wind threat. Damaging straight line winds. Anywhere you see colors on this particular map, we could be looking at 60+ mile an hour straight line winds. But as we look to that zone that is hatched in the white, yeah, that's an area where we could be talking 75 mile per hour winds or even greater. That can certainly be quite destructive here and can in many cases be even more destructive than a tornado because you've got the winds spread out over a larger area. So we got to watch areas with that threat and also dealing with the hail threat too, where we could be looking at 2-inch or even larger hail-size stones. We've already seen a few reports of that even as we've worked our way through this afternoon. So more to come in the hail department. I would park my car in the garage or a carport if I have it to at least protect my vehicle from potential hail issues. All right, let's work through the rest of the afternoon. There's your timestamp. We'll put the radar into future mode and kind of the ongoing rain showers and thunderstorms kind of lined up here, but also pay attention to any of these thunderstorms that may be breaking out ahead of that line. Those discrete storms kind of have the environment all to themselves. They can be very, very dangerous here. Then we start to see things kind of lining up a little bit more, but the danger does not go down. We'll be still dealing with that risk for, again, damaging winds as well as some hail, but along that line, there could be tornadoes that spin up as well. So don't be fooled by the fact that things are lining up that, oh, we're going to be in the clear. There's still going to be a danger here as we pass the midnight hour. Storms working their way towards the Nashville area, and you notice they don't move far east very quickly. They kind of train over the same areas, and that is where we really watch that threat for flooding to become a real concern out there for us. And we'll certainly detail that risk here in just a bit. But for now, watching for some of the stronger storms. There's Little Rock looking at mainly cloudy skies. Looks like a few thunderstorms have tried to bubble up now just to your west. We'll keep an eye on those. But then also to our north and west, it looks like a new warning has just been issued there. And we'll continue to watch how those thunderstorms develop into this area where we have that heightened risk for tornadoes. Torcon value in Little Rock itself, it's a 7, but you head just to the south and the east and that value goes up to a 9. So watch those thunderstorms continue to increase in nature here through the evening hours. 6 to 7 o'clock, we're still dealing with those thunderstorms. 8, 9 o'clock, still seeing those thunderstorms just now to your south. Again, moving over the same locations with some very, very heavy rain. Finally, by the midnight hour, we're not clear, but we're kind of out of the zone of the very heaviest rains and the strongest of the storms there. But overall, still a pretty unsettled time. Memphis fighting a few thunderstorms ongoing now. There's going to be more to come here as we work our way through the day here in western parts of Tennessee. Very active, Felicia, on this Wednesday, but we keep it going for Thursday into Friday, too.
That's right, Alex, and for many of the same cities, in fact, round after round of storms and that risk for severe storms. A place like Little Rock, you are in that risk time after time again. Much of Arkansas included in that as well. You can see the highest likelihood of severe storms from portions of Texas up into western Tennessee. So Arkansas, northwestern Mississippi included in that. Very large hail possible across this region. This is for tomorrow, and once again, a torcon of 5 for Texarkana, Little Rock, Memphis. So we are not done dealing with that tornado risk even in tomorrow, but even that torcon of 2 stretching up into places like Somerset, Charleston, Washington, D.C., that is something to watch. So taking a look at our future radar along with the tornado parameter, or where there is the ingredients coming together to form tornadoes, you can see where you're seeing the darkest shading here tomorrow afternoon across portions of southern Arkansas, down into Texas and Louisiana. Some of these cells are very concerning heading through Thursday afternoon and into the evening and even overnight hours. Multiple cities are going to have round after round of these severe storms possible heading through tomorrow and into early Friday. By Friday, again, much of Arkansas with that risk for severe storms being likely. Damaging winds, hail, a few tornadoes possible. This general risk of those stretching all the way down to San Antonio, all the way up past St. Louis into Illinois, southern portions, southwestern portions of Indiana. Saturday, again, likelihood of severe storms for portions of Louisiana, much of Mississippi. Now, by Sunday, we finally start to see this clearing out a bit, and we shift that eastward into cities like Atlanta, Macon, and Tallahassee. Another big part of this that we are really concerned about is the flooding possibility across portions of Arkansas, the Boot Hill of Missouri, western Tennessee, western Kentucky, where we could see significant widespread flooding. Alex, places like Louisville, Kentucky will be stuck in rain and storms for days to come.
Yeah, and even after the severe threat really starts to die down, the rivers take some time to respond. So those will be climbing in the next couple of days, and that river flood threat will be rising. And it is all a function of the rain that is expected here all the way through Sunday, at least through Monday morning here. That's the time frame. So several days of rain over the same spots adds up. We could see some areas in northeastern Arkansas, western parts of Tennessee into Kentucky, a bit of southern portions of Missouri and Illinois as well in there. 8 to 12 inches of rain. There could be more than a foot of rainfall in that time span for those locations. So with that being the case, there's an area, and we've kind of highlighted the zones that are outlined where you see the counties. That's an area that's under a PDS watch, flood watch, particularly dangerous situation flood watch. And it doesn't get issued very often, but in these types of situations where you're going to be talking about heavy rain over and over and over again, yeah, I think it's called for. Now, likely to see flooding through tomorrow morning here in that yellow area. That yellow area actually expands a bit for tomorrow into Friday, and then we add a high-risk zone, the red area, for places like Jonesboro up towards Paducah. At high risk now, it's a pretty intense day because those high-risk days account for 80% of our yearly flood damage.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under mostly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy with thunderstorms. Storms will be strong to possibly severe, low 63. Thursday, rain likely, high 65. Rainfall may reach 1 inch, locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday night, rain and thunder, low 53. 1 to 2 inches of rain expected. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking news. The noise can be deafening. It's unrelenting, all-consuming, but not here.
Hey, this is America's Morning Headquarters.
It's just cool that we're talking snow,
Isn't it?
I think it's great.
There's all sorts of things that are happening in the atmosphere.
Avoid the noise and take in the fresh air.
It's about time.
How amazing is that?
Jordan, this is a great event. Wow.
America's Morning Headquarters, every morning on the Weather Channel.
We continue to track severe thunderstorms impacting us across sections of the Mid-South. We're looking in on our storm tracker, Charles Peak, and his shot there in Dyer County, Tennessee. Got actually a couple of storms that are in place right now that are tornado warned. So he's watching the skies there. So some dark conditions. We clearly see some rain that's showing up there as well. But a couple of tornado warned storms in place right now in western Tennessee, and a number of storms south in Mississippi, northern Mississippi, that are severe warned, which are tracking northbound, getting ready to cross the state line. So there's the radar picture showing you what's going on right now. A couple of these storms here in northern Mississippi, even northwest Alabama now getting in on a warning. And then we got the 2 warned storms here in western Tennessee. Tornado warned storms, I should say. Let's get into those storms right now. The farthest to the east, which is right now just south and west of Jackson, Tennessee. There's Interstate 40 right there. The storm itself is to the south of 40. This is for parts of Crockett, Gibson, as well as Madison counties here until the 5 o'clock time frame there. Doppler radar indicated rotation with this particular storm. Trying to see if we see any signs of that here on the velocity mode, and nothing really stands out really all that much, but it would be there again south and west of Jackson at this point and moving in that direction. So if I were in Jackson, I would be getting into my safe zone now. Lowest floor, sturdy structure, and away from the windows is where you want to be. Let's time it out to give you a sense of when that may be on top of you. And there we start you off in Huntersville just past 4:30. Getting over towards Jackson at about 4:41. Blue Goose, 5 o'clock there for you, and then the Bargerton area at about 5:08. So again, if in those areas seeking shelter, you're in the tornado warning. You want to make sure you're as safe as possible in a low floor in an interior room. Closet, bathroom are good places to be. Then we head to the one that's off towards the west. Another tornado warning here, moving its way now just south of Dyersburg. You got Gates there in the warning. The storm itself is just towards your south and the west. Parts of Haywood, Lauderdale, and Mississippi counties here until 4:45. Again, as we look at the rotation with this, at least the velocity mode here. And again, nothing that stands out as being apparent there, but National Weather Service Office, they issue these warnings for a reason, so take them seriously. Again, the storm basically moving its way through the Ripley area there as we work our way through the next couple of minutes, maybe 3 or 4 minutes. It'll be on top of Ripley, flipping at about 4:29, and then Gates as we get to about 4:37 there for you. If you're in those spots, making sure you're getting your safe zone is where you want to be. That tornado warning is in effect there for you until 4:45. And one of the newer issued warnings here, this is back now into Arkansas. It's kind of one lone storm that just fired up here and kind of in the central part of the state in Woodruff County here. This includes us in McCrory as well as Patterson until 4:45. Another one of these storms that is Doppler radar indicated when it comes to the rotation here. And you can see where that is in relation to the Mississippi. So kind of just east of Little Rock here at this time, that storm that just fired up. And you can see there are a few other storms that are popping up that we really got to keep an eye on here, as this environment here is very, very ripe, Felicia, for some big-time thunderstorms.
Yeah, Alex, I mean, almost every cell that we're seeing is either getting a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. It is the instability in the atmosphere that these storms have to work with is there, and it is growing as we're continuing through the afternoon and evening. Long line of storms that are severe thunderstorm warned or tornado warned from Missouri all the way up through Illinois. Some of these are producing pretty large hail, damaging wind gusts. Of course, we're getting that heavy rain as well, and the tornado warnings that we're seeing. The cities of Bellevue, Centerville, and Swansea included in this tornado warning until 4:45 were Monroe, St. Clair, and St. Louis counties. You can see here is St. Louis proper, and this warning is just outside of St. Louis proper. In fact, I would say that it is clipping the southern suburbs right now. Here is our circulation just south of 255, so just kind of outside of that 255 loop, and this particular cell is going to be moving off to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So if you are in Bellevue, be in your safe spot right now. Again, if you live in those southern suburbs outside of St. Louis, be watching this cell very closely, timing it out for you in about 4 to 5 minutes around Columbia, Stookie around 4:35, Belleville around 4:38. And Fairview Heights around 4:40. Fairview Heights, you're actually outside of the warning, but this cell has a pretty good rotation to it, so it could be holding together, crossing over some major interstates as well. This is not a good time to be on the roadways and be dealing with any of these cells. These storms are racing off to the east, northeast really quickly here, and you certainly don't want to be trying to drive through that. I know it's the time when a lot of people are getting off of work. You want to get out of there, you want to get home, but your best bet is going to be to wait for some of these cells to go ahead and pass by if you would have to be driving in any of these areas. Brand new tornado warning here for the cities of Fisher and Ludlow until 5:15. This is in Illinois. Again, tornado warning for those areas. Millions will be dealing with dangerous storms as we head through the rest of this afternoon and evening. We've got a PDS, or particularly dangerous situation tornado watch there for portions of eastern Arkansas. But what you may notice as you look at this is that the tornado watch, not all of them PDS, but at least a tornado watch encompassing a huge chunk of real estate from the Great Lakes region all the way down into the lower Mississippi Valley.
You can see a couple of these watches here, including parts of Illinois into Indiana. That one is in effect until 11 o'clock here for you. So that's in and around Springfield to just around Indy. Then we head just south of that. And the PDS watch, that's in effect until the midnight hour. That includes us in eastern Arkansas, northern portions of Mississippi into western Tennessee. And then you can see another watch that is in effect in the southwestern portions of Arkansas, northwest Louisiana, and east Texas in effect until midnight there. So just a number of watches that are in place. It seems like all across the Midwest and the Mississippi, parts of the Ohio River valleys under a tornado watch here for the rest of this afternoon and into this evening here. The environment has just really been priming itself for these thunderstorms, and things have started to really pop here over the last couple of hours. In and around Memphis, where we have a number of warnings here, the yellow areas that are highlighted, those are severe thunderstorm warnings here, where the biggest threat's going to be some potentially damaging wind gusts and also some larger hail. But then you get into the red zones, and that's where we have our tornado warnings. 2 in Mississippi, or I say 2 in western Tennessee and 1 in Mississippi. Let's tackle the ones here in the state of Tennessee. There's Jackson, Tennessee, just to your south and west now. We got this storm here in Gibson, Henderson, as well as Madison counties here until 5 o'clock, dealing with this tornado warned storm there. Rotation showing up right in that area south and west of Jackson. And if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the warnings here where public has confirmed a tornado with this particular storm there. So tracking it north and eastbound, Jackson 4:35. So within the next few moments, it'll be on top of you. Gilmore at about 4:40. You got Claybrook at 4:51. Law at 4:55, and then Hickory Flat at 5 o'clock. If you're in any of those areas, This is not a time to be messing around, trying to go find it, seek it, and take pictures of it, video. We don't want to see any of that stuff. We want you to get as safe as possible in a low floor and a sturdy structure is where you want to be. Then we head to the storm that is to the west of that. Another tornado warned storm here in western Tennessee, parts of Haywood, Lauderdale, and Mississippi counties here until 4:45, I should say. This one, Doppler radar indicated with the rotation with that particular storm as it's moving on off towards the north and the east, now south of Dyersburg at this point. And quick check here on our northern Mississippi tornado warned storm. You got Oxford, Mississippi there. The storm itself is to your north. So north of Oxford, but south of Holly Springs, Lafayette, Marshall, as well as Tate counties here until 5 o'clock. Doppler radar indicated rotation with that, and that would be right in there. You can see where the red and green are right next to each other. That would be the couplet moving north and east up towards Holly Springs. So let's time that out here for you around the Galena area at about 4:46. Holly Springs just prior to 5 o'clock at 4:59. Again, if you're in any of those spots, including Holly Springs and Sardis, now's going to be the time to get into that innermost portion of your home on a low floor, sturdy structure. Bathroom, closet is where you want to be. Things really starting to bubble up here for us in parts of the Mid-South. And Felicia, we got a lot of the afternoon and evening to go.
I mean, it is going to continue to be a mess. We've already seen a multitude of dangerous storms, and that is going to continue as this line pushes south and east. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings on the map right now. Let's take a look at this tornado warning that is just south of St. Louis for the cities of Belleville, Stookie, and Swansea until 4:45. This cell moving to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. The concern along some of these major interstates is as these cells are moving across and really containing some very strong winds, they could be impacting the traffic that's on those major interstates. If I were in Belleville, I would be in my safe spot right now. Again, this is moving north and east at about 55 miles per hour, clipping some of those southeastern suburbs of St. Louis right now. So St. Louis, you're not actually included in this tornado warning, but the southeastern suburbs are feeling the impacts of this. Stookie, over you currently, that cell moving through right now, 4:38 around Belleville, Shiloh Valley around 4:44. So you're actually outside of the tornado warning, but that cell will be impacting you around that time. And you can see here that I-64 corridor is going to be impacted. So if you're about to leave and head out and get on I-64 there outside of St. Louis, I would wait until the cell passes through. 2 tornado warnings that we're watching there between Champaign and Springfield, Illinois. This tornado warning just north of Champaign for the cities of Fisher and Ludlow until 5:15. There could be some hail within that cell as well as it's moving eastward toward that I-57 corridor with a pretty good indication of some rotation. Thanks for sticking with us here on Weather Channel Live as we are watching a multitude of ongoing severe warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings. It has been a dangerous afternoon already. And guys, the weather, it's not letting up. If anything, it is going to intensify as we head through the afternoon and evening. You can see our line of storms lining up through Illinois, down through Missouri, all the way down into Arkansas, whether it's the damaging wind gusts, the hail, the flooding, or the tornado warnings that we're dealing with. A lot to talk about right now. You can see 2 tornado warnings on each side of that I-74 corridor as well. I-72 being impacted by this. This is a tornado warning for the city of Decatur there in Illinois, Hickory Point, as well as Whitmore until 5:15. Radar indicated on this at a minimum with this cell, I would say in Decatur, you are going to get some very strong winds, which could cause some issues. That's at a minimum. But of course, we have that tornado warning for a reason. That is going to be traveling there eastward along that I-72 corridor. Timing that out for you in Decatur around 4:44. So you've got about 5 minutes to make sure you're in your safe spot. If you know that you have a large, maybe old or weak tree near your home that is vulnerable to possibly being blown over, try not to take shelter near that tree, maybe on the other side of your home. Keep that in mind with this wind threat as well. Let's take a look at that other tornado warning, Abby. That's a bit farther to the north. We have another tornado warning just north of that I-74 corridor, including Newcomb, Rantoul included in that, right along that I-57 corridor as well. This cell is going to be moving in, and it is going to be impacting I-57 perpendicular. So what is going to happen is you're going to have those very strong winds moving in again, perpendicular to that interstate, perpendicular to those vehicles that are traveling north and south, which poses a huge threat to those high-profile vehicles, to blowing over those high-profile vehicles. Good indication of some circulation on the northern edge of this tornado warning. So we're going to time that out for you, because there might be some cities getting clipped by this rotation that maybe are not completely included in this particular warning polygon. So Purdueville around 451, Patton around 454, and Button around 501. Again, for that particular tornado warning that will be crossing over that 57 corridor. Heavy rain, maybe some hail within that as well. And then the wider view does show it kind of exactly getting our bearings on that, where it is near 74, north of 74, along 57, north of Champaign. We've got another tornado warning that's still ongoing just south of St. Louis. So St. Louis proper not included in that, but some of the southeastern suburbs could be feeling the impacts of this cell. Bellevue, Stookie, as well as Swansea until 445. This cell is going to continue moving north and east around 50 miles per hour up over that I-64 corridor. You know, Alex, we transition from some of the worries of tornadoes to, with the severe thunderstorm warnings, to those damaging wind threats that could be dangerous for the high profile vehicles on some of these interstates. Of course, roof damage, tree damage, power outages, all of that is a concern.
Yeah, absolutely. A severe thunderstorm warning, you know, they put the warning out for a reason. The damaging wind. Damaging is in the term, right? Because they can cause damage. So we definitely got to take those warnings seriously as well as, of course, the tornado warnings. Torcon values for today peaking at a 9. And, of course, our scale goes to 10. So we're about the highest of the scale that you can get here without it basically being a guarantee of tornadoes here. So we got to watch this area here where you get the 9 value. That includes us in southwestern parts of Kentucky, southern Illinois, southeastern Missouri, around the Boot Heel, western Tennessee, and eastern Arkansas. But, I mean, even surrounding that with the values in the 7 range up towards Indianapolis. The 5 value, that's a high value here. That extends into western portions of Ohio, and even the areas where we don't have the values as high. Still 2s and 3s showing up there for you from Dallas back up towards places like Detroit. We still face that risk for isolated tornadoes. So risk of tornadoes, but also the risk for damaging straight line winds. We talked about how that can be a big danger, right? Anywhere you see colors on this map, we face the risk of at least 60-mile-per-hour winds. But in the area where you see it hatched in white, that's where 75-mile-per-hour winds or greater are a possibility. So extremely damaging and potentially destructive straight line winds and destructive hail. Also a risk. Hail size that could be in the order of 2 inches or even greater. So we're getting well up over a golf ball size. You're talking hen egg size hail is a real risk with some of these thunderstorms. And we've already seen a few reports of some of that larger hail. So as we work through the rest of the afternoon, future radar showing you kind of a line of thunderstorms trying to develop, but we also have to pay attention to some of these thunderstorms that may be breaking out ahead of that. Those can be very dangerous. Those discrete cells that kind of have all the environment to themselves can be very, very dangerous. But the line of thunderstorms also very dangerous as well. That'll be coming through Paducah this evening, Louisville as well as we get to about 10 or 11 o'clock. Nashville, they'll be approaching you through the midnight hour. And notice it's still around here through 5 o'clock. It's a lot of heavy rain and thunderstorm activity to be dealing with for several hours. That flood risk is going to be a real risk that we face, not just for tonight and into tomorrow, but really through the weekend, because some of these same areas are going to be getting hit. Little Rock now starting to see some of those thunderstorms coming on in from the west right now with a lot of lightning and heavy downpours. Little Rock is a spot that is dealing with a Torcon value that is around 7. South and east, it's a 9. North and west, it's a 5. So a dangerous weather ahead in central Arkansas over the next several hours.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under mostly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy with thunderstorms. Storms will be strong to possibly severe, low 63. Thursday, rain likely, high 65. Rainfall may reach 1 inch, locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday night, rain and thunder, low 53. 1 to 2 inches of rain expected. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thanks for sticking with us here on Weather Channel Live as we are in the midst of a dangerous weather afternoon, dangerous evening. We have Torcon values up to 9 for portions of the Mississippi River Valley, and we are seeing the risk for severe weather verify in the form of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. It has been a busy afternoon, and guys, that will continue. So you can see with our line of storms that we have stretching through Missouri up through Illinois, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, a couple tornado warnings, and a couple flash flood warnings that we're watching as well. So let's start with this tornado warning that is along that, let's see here, I-72 corridor just north of Decatur, Illinois. The county of Macon, the cities of Friends Creek, Oakley, and Whitmore included in that until 5:15. I would say at a very minimum, you're getting some damaging winds out of this moving through across that, let's see here, I-72 corridor. This would not be a good time to be driving along I-72 just to the west of Monticello. Timing that out for you for some of the cities that will be impacted by those extremely gusty winds. Whitmore around 4:50, so right now Cisco in about 5 minutes. Goose Creek just before 5 p.m. Combs at 5 p.m. and Monticello around 5:06 as that line of storms will continue moving eastward. Got a severe thunderstorm warning that includes the cities of Brenton and Loda and a good chunk of that I-57 corridor as those storms are moving through. Does have that tornado possible tag on it, and that considerable threat tag. Is that for the winds, Abby? That could be for winds gusting 70 miles per hour. Yes, that could have some wind gusts within it at 70 miles per hour, which is concerning when it's impacting those north-south highways because it's coming in east to west or west to east, and sometimes that can have bad implications for those high-profile vehicles. A little bit of circulation showing up here southwest of Loda, but they have not pulled that tornado warning trigger. It's still a severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. If I were in Loda, I would still be treating this as a tornado warning, and I would be in my safe spot right now as that line of storms is moving through. Timing that out for you, it's going to be in Patton around 4:52, so basically right now. Pigeon Grove just after 5 p.m. and Cissna Park around 5:08. So, Alex, we're going to keep a close eye on these warnings, and of course, we've got other warnings that we're watching elsewhere.
Busy times, no doubt about it. There across sections of the Midwest. We have the Mid-South as well, where things have gotten active over the last couple of hours in western Tennessee and northern portions of Mississippi as well. We have a number of warnings here, severe warnings. Those are the areas that are highlighted and outlined in the yellow. And then we get the red zones, tornado warnings in those areas. And we've got one warning here in Tennessee. They're right around the Jackson area. That's for this storm right here, which is moving on off towards the north and the east for parts of Carroll, Gibson, and Madison counties until 5 o'clock. Nasty looking storm. Doppler radar indicated rotation with this particular storm. Maybe seeing maybe 2 areas of rotation. One showing up maybe right in there, and then there's another one there just south and west of Jackson. So 2 areas that look certainly suspect at this point. Let's time out that area that's around Jackson here and show you when that may be moving on through. Jackson essentially here over the next couple of minutes, 4:56. We head towards Gilmore at about 5 o'clock there, and then we got Law at about 5:16. Hickory Flat, which is just right on the edge of the warning there at about 5:20. So heads up in those locations. If you're in any of those spots, you want to make sure you're getting into your safe zone, low floor, sturdy structure, and away from the windows is where you want to be. This thing's getting ready to cross right over Interstate 40 right now. Not just that threat for the tornado, but also probably going to see some pretty decent hail with that now just north of Jackson as well. Then we head southbound and we check how things are faring for us here in northern Mississippi. We've been watching this storm here just now south and west of the Holly Springs area. This is for parts of Benton as well as Marshall counties here until 5 o'clock here again in northern Mississippi. Doppler radar indicated rotation with this particular storm as it continues to work on off towards the north and the east. Rotation, again, it's broadened out quite a bit, but kind of right in that area there. Again, just north and west, or south and west of Holly Springs, and moving to the north and the east. Going to cross over 22 as we work our way through the next several moments. Holly Springs here just after the kind of 5 o'clock time frame. Mac there at about 5:06 and Atway at 5:11. Any of those locations get into that safe area here as we have, again, a dangerous storm. A top of radar indicated rotation with that storm just now south and west of Holly Springs. And then the severe thunderstorm warning here for us. This is including Hernando for that storm that will eventually cross state lines into the state of Tennessee. DeSoto, Marshall, and Shelby counties involved in that warning until 5:45. Very heavy rain, potentially for some damaging wind gusts, and also some large hail with that particular storm as that moves its way northbound. These storms have been moving pretty quickly, 50, 60 miles per hour, the movement here, and really just getting going here through this afternoon. More storms to fire up as we work our way through this evening. And of course, we've got all the coverage here for you on the Weather Channel.
Well, storms are firing up, pushing into the area of the Mid-South where there is a high risk, the highest risk from the Storm Prediction Center of severe storms tonight. The SPC says a tornado outbreak is expected.
Yeah, numerous tornadoes, significant wind damage, and large hail all are in play tonight. A lot to break down here on Weather Unfiltered.
And we're tracking all of the threats, which also include what could be significant, even catastrophic flooding. It's all tonight here on Weather Unfiltered. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Rick Knabb. With me tonight is Chris Bruin.
Yeah, a lot to cover, Dr. Knabb. And we want to go to Jackson, Tennessee, where you're actually under a tornado warning. A very dangerous storm is moving right into the heart of Jackson. And this is a camera view showing us what we're looking at here. So far, notice the trees at the bottom left of your screen. Not moving a whole lot, but notice those darker clouds here. Again, this is kind of pointed up at the sky, so we're not getting the best horizon depiction, you could say. But I want to say the storm is coming in from behind the camera, so if it were to be turned around, you would see a better view of that. Then we go up towards the St. Louis metro area. This is just south of downtown St. Louis by about 40-50 miles, and you can see the dark skies here. Both of these areas are under tornado watches, and western Tennessee, you're under a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That's as bad as it gets when it comes to the possibility of long-tracked, violent, and very strong tornadoes. So a lot to break down tonight. Let's take a look first with where we have the watches, because there's a lot of real estate watches up through 11 p.m. there for parts of the Midwest. St. Louis and parts of southern Missouri, your tornado watch is still in effect until 7 p.m., but as those storms push to your east, your threat will diminish. Similar story here into western Arkansas, including you in Little Rock, as severe weather has kind of pushed in. But now we're going to be watching the Arklatex region. Your tornado watch is up through 12 a.m. And then look at this larger PDS tornado watch. It includes the Boot Hill, Missouri. It includes Jonesboro. It includes all of the Memphis metro area, northern parts of Mississippi from Oxford to Tupelo, and then western Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Illinois, and southwestern Indiana, like Evansville. You're included in that. All right, so here's our stalled out line. That's caused a lot of damaging wind, and it's also now starting to prompt flash flooding. But we've got these individual storms out ahead that I think have the look, right? They have that look, and they have all the favorable ingredients for long-tracked, violent tornadoes, or at least the beginnings of that. These are supercells, and this is why this area has been shaded as a 9 on the Torcon. So let's hit that tornado warning right now. We're just tracking one tornado warning at the moment, but there are several other storms that are being severe warned on with the possibility of a tornado. I think the most concerning one, we've got these two cells just to the south of Memphis and northern Mississippi, and then we got that tornado warning that has just come through Jackson, Tennessee. In fact, if you live in Jackson, please take shelter here immediately. The worst of the storm has just come through the heart of the city. It's approaching I-40 right now, and it very well could have a hail core. This could also be rain wrapped, especially as the rain's kind of leading the storm. And if there is a tornado, it would be right in there, pretty much right over I-40 with the intersection or the exit of U.S. Highway 70. So just on the northeast side of Jackson, Tennessee, we got a tornado warned storm moving towards Claybrook. Please take shelter immediately there. If you live in Claybrook, this is pretty much on top of you within the next couple of minutes. After that, it's moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. That gets it into Clarksburg by 5:25 p.m. local time. Huntingdon, I would take shelter there immediately. You've got about 25 minutes from the storm moving over you, and then holding together if it can make it all the way to Camden, which in this kind of environment, these can be long-tracked storms. So I would start getting into your safe place there in Camden, Tennessee, 5:49 p.m. Broadening out the spectrum, you can see that storm. And again, still having a hard time tightening up. We've seen a lot of like dropouts or even funnel clouds, wall clouds, but tornado touchdown, we don't have any confirmation yet with this storm, but it's very well in the process of trying to touch down. And given the ingredients, this is very concerning when you see these kinds of signatures here on the radar. Radar is our friend when it comes to seeing what we can see. And then we get the ground truth reports from storm trackers or law enforcement or even you yourself at home. But you can't always get a visual. And this is about 7 miles to the northeast of downtown Jackson. So very concerning storm. Please take shelter immediately if you live in those zones, including in Jackson, Tennessee. Now look at this. That storm did produce at least a wall cloud there near I-55. It does appear to be weakening a little bit as they downgraded it to a severe thunderstorm warning, but we've got another nasty storm firing up just to the south of the Memphis metro area. If you live in the eastern suburbs of Memphis, I would watch this storm development very closely. Things could escalate right now. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning, but don't downplay this threat, because on a day like today when we have all of those prime ingredients and we're in that torcon of a 9, that's almost as high as it gets, these storms can escalate very quickly and can touch down a tornado with very little notice, especially if the storm's right on top of you or approaching you. So that's a cell we're going to be watching. Notice the lightning intake here has really gone up, which is indicative of a strengthening storm. The storm is really intensifying here, and you can see that with the uptick in lightning tracks on the storm itself, and it's crossing out of northern Mississippi and into western Tennessee. Now we go towards Arkansas. This is back towards that main line, which has a lot of damaging wind potential with it. This is also where we're going to have the more significant flood potential, because these storms are kind of training. The line's not advancing east that quickly. And you've got just a whole bunch of rain, very heavy rain that's kind of moving in one area over the other. Little Rock, you're on the leading edge of that. We got a very nasty storm, not necessarily producing a tornado, but we've got damaging wind potential, even some hail that's possible here in downtown Little Rock. Considerable threat tag for the storm just to the north of Little Rock, including you in Conway. Look at the damaging wind potential right in there, and also coming through Conway and North Conway, just north of I-40. These could have some very prolific winds associated with them, upwards of 70 miles per hour or stronger. And again, flash flooding now starting to become more and more evident there from eastern parts of Oklahoma through western Arkansas and into the Ozarks across southern Missouri. We got severe thunderstorm warnings stretching all the way up into southern Missouri, now pushing into Illinois. And, you know, Dr. Nab, looking at the instability, we see that increasing. I wanted to time this out because these storms are going to continue to push east. They're moving into more favorable ingredients, Dr. Nab. And this is going to be an all-night affair, really. And if your severe threat does wind down, at some point the flash flood threat is going to be increasing. So we've got kind of a double whammy here in many of these zones.
Yeah, this multi-day, multi-night flood event is going to be preceded by a very dangerous severe weather event. So we're dealing with all of it. And even if you don't get a tornado, you could get damaging severe thunderstorm winds in all the same areas that are at risk for tornadoes. So I would urge you, if you get a severe thunderstorm warning, take shelter like you would in a tornado warning, especially if you got trees in your property. Our surface low is strengthening as it crosses through Iowa. And this zone here in Mississippi and western Tennessee, that's the zone where the low-level jet has been strengthening, the instability has been getting greater, and the low-level shear has been getting greater. That's why that's where we have the most open warm sector supercells. But along and ahead of the line, all the way from northeast Texas up to northwestern Indiana, we've got the line of storms with some embedded spins, and the winds are increasing with height and turning clockwise with height. Now, the farther north you go, the less the instability gets, but the stronger the winds get because you're closer to the surface low in the main upper level system. But it's right here, northern Mississippi, western Tennessee, where you have the greatest overlap of the shear and the instability. But again, let's go a little bit farther to the north now. So we still have the watch here for the metro St. Louis area and the large surrounding area till 7 o'clock. And we still have severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible that have gone east of metro St. Louis along and south of I-70. Here's I-64. This is Clinton, Madison, and St. Clair counties until 5:30. Again, when a severe thunderstorm warning is issued, when you could have 75-mile-an-hour gusts, that's reason enough to get off the roads in a sturdy structure, lowest level, most interior room. But you add the tornado possible tag on these, that's another reason to take shelter there. Here's another one along I-55 in Perryville with tornado possible. Bollinger and Perry counties till 5:30 local time. Again, these are all moving generally east, northeastward, 50, 55 miles an hour, plus or minus overall. And here in Van Buren, we have, along with another warning farther to the south, warnings that have that tornado possible tag as well. So now let's go a little bit farther to the north, where we have this tornado watch for good portions of Illinois and Indiana. The Champaign area in general has been getting a lot of the storms. And look at these training cells here. We now even have a flash flood warning northwest and west of Champaign. But I wanted to highlight the warning that's in effect for Champaign and Urbana until 5:45. Also tornado possible. Considerable threat on this because of how strong the winds could be. And you've got this big warning east of Springfield with a considerable threat and a tornado possible tag until 5:15 local time. So now let's take the broad view of all this. Look at the tornado parameter increasing in Illinois and Indiana in that watch zone, in addition to northern Mississippi and western Tennessee. So when we get to about 8, 9 o'clock, that's when the state of Indiana is going to be getting pelted with some really strong storms. It's really, when the watch is issued, get off the roads. And in Louisville, that's about when it'll be starting, 10 Central, 11 Eastern. And even though, Chris, if we start to have fewer and fewer discrete open warm sector supercells, but we have this line, the line embedded spins will still have supercellular structures in that mixed, messy mode. You could still have a wide swath of damaging wind with embedded what could be very strong tornadoes.
They kind of have a 1-2 threat there with quasi-linear tornadoes that can touch down very briefly and quickly with little lead time, and then you got the supercells out ahead of it that we are tracking as well. All right, we're going to get a look here at some of the timings for several of these cities, including Memphis, one of the spots we're watching for. You're under that PDS tornado watch that includes you here in all of the Memphis metro area. You can see a live look at the bottom left of your screen. We got storms just to your south coming out of Mississippi and kind of moving through the eastern suburbs of the Memphis metro area. When we talk about a particularly dangerous situation like we're under in Memphis and much of western Tennessee, that means tornado watches are concerned about the risk for long-lived and very intense tornadoes, which are not only possible but likely. Only 3% of tornado watches are actually a PDS watch. So this is as bad as the threat can possibly be, pretty much, if you're in the Memphis metro area. We got thunderstorms in the vicinity. You're probably hearing that rumble of thunder or two. This is likely going to miss downtown Memphis, but moving out towards Colliersville and Germantown, you're included in that severe thunderstorm warning. Very strong storms will continue to inundate this area, and we're going to have probably multiple warnings, at least severe thunderstorm warnings. Very well could have several tornado warnings issued through dinner time tonight. That line's going to be pushing out of Arkansas, and it just hangs around. It starts to stall out a little bit. Now we've got the severe threat upon us and the flash flood potential with these training, very heavy torrential downpours. So if you don't have to be out on the roads traveling tonight, I would definitely hang tight and wait for the storms to let up. Nashville, your threat is a little bit lower than what we're dealing with in Memphis, but still a notable risk here when it comes to severe weather, particularly tornadoes. We're watching you in Nashville at that torcon of a 5. You got a 7, though, that encompasses the Clarksville, Tennessee area, and then working your way west along I-40. We got a few scattered storms, but notice how warm we are, 84 degrees. So we are prime in the atmosphere for ingredients for these storms to tap into. Timing for us in Nashville is going to be overnight while you're sleeping and into the wee morning hours tomorrow. So make sure you have a way to be woken up in the event there is a tornado warning and you're asleep. Make sure you and your family know where to go. All right, I want to get an update now from Memphis, Tennessee. That's where we find our national senior correspondent, Justin Michaels. Justin, first off, walk us through what you're dealing with. Are you hearing any of those rumbles of thunder? Because we're tracking that severe storm to your south. No tornado yet, but certainly could have hail and strong winds on the eastern suburbs of Memphis.
Well, if we are hearing them, Chris, they're certainly well off in the distance, but I will tell you the atmosphere is ripe for whatever's going to be coming this way. Just taking note to some of the radar we've been looking at here, because we're keeping close eye on that radar as these storms out ahead of the main line are kind of coming up out of nowhere. They're developing out of nowhere. Could those develop here in Memphis? That's what we're watching for. Looking off and looking over the Mississippi River, you can see the bridge that goes off to Arkansas and the Mississippi right there. Traffic is flowing just fine on that bridge, but also take note to the sky. It is a stormy sky, and we have seen the changes in the sky happen throughout the course of this day. One of the worst things we've noticed throughout this day is the fact that it has had moments of sun, very warm sun, blaring and glaring down, and then the clouds come back again, and then the sun breaks through again, warming up the Earth's surface, which is only adding instability into the atmosphere, and then the clouds come back again, and then it warms up again as the sun pokes through. In fact, you can kind of see the sun up there, not pushing all the way through, Dr. Nab, right now. But I will tell you, throughout the course of this day, Dr. Nab, moving around Memphis, you felt just how warm and truly unstable it is here. And in fact, this morning, I remember Stephanie Abrams asked a question this morning on America's Morning Headquarters. She said, Justin, sometimes you can kind of feel that instability in the atmosphere. And Dr. Nab, I have to agree with her. You can feel it. It's very humid. But when the sun pokes through, it gets very hot very quickly, and then it cools down very quickly. And you can kind of feel there's just something in the air here. And I know, Dr. Nab, we have not only the PDS for the tornado watch where we are here in Memphis, but also a PDS attached to the flood watch here in Memphis and so many other parts of this region. So we have two particularly dangerous situations that are tagged on the different watches that Memphis is focusing on. We know it certainly has the potential, Dr. Nab, for being a very bumpy night. Dr. Nab, into you for now.
Yeah, Justin, thank you so much for describing how it feels, because I think you really can feel when severe weather is about to happen. And one of the unfortunate things about Memphis, as Justin mentioned, is you got the significant severe weather threat overnight tonight and the flood threat developing. But the southern end of this system number one isn't going to make it through. It's going to hang around and leave the unstable air over Arkansas and western Tennessee and northern Mississippi. So another significant tornado and flood risk tomorrow night.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy with thunderstorms. Storms will be strong to possibly severe, low 61. Thursday, periods of rain, high 64. Rainfall may reach 1 inch, locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday night, heavy thunderstorms, low 53. 1 to 2 inches of rain expected. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Free TV starts with Local Now. With hundreds of free TV channels,
We've got some breaking news to get to.
These are the big cases that everyone is talking about.
Local news in hundreds of cities.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us here on NBC6.
And thousands of movies and shows.
Hold them as long as you can.
It's time to do free differently. Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
All right, thanks for joining us here on Weather Unfiltered. Long night to get through, so we want to continue to keep you updated here with this high-risk day of severe weather, particularly violent tornadoes, which are a real possibility here and a real likelihood in some zones across western Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern parts of Illinois, Indiana, and eastern Arkansas and Missouri. We got 4 tornado warnings right now stretching from Illinois into Missouri and also there in Tennessee. Let's start there in Tennessee. This is a super supercell and definitely has that look. It's got room to breathe, it's got room to grow, and this has been tracking now for many miles, and that warning continues, and it has a very strong look to it. It almost looks even better now on the radar than it did, say, 30 minutes ago as it was coming through Jackson, Tennessee. So very dangerous storm. If you live in advance of that storm, please take shelter immediately. Want to hit the warning in Illinois right now. This is east of the St. Louis metro area. This is a new tornado warning, and this one is now being observed. We've got some rotation, very notable rotation. If you live in Vandalia and areas there just north of I-70, please take shelter here immediately in Bond, Fayette, and Montgomery counties there, central Illinois. In fact, near the city of Central, you've got that rotation right there, moving pretty much parallel, but just north of I-70 in central Illinois, and there is very strong indication that we have a tornado debris signature right in there. And Dalton, if you could, yeah, there we go. Look at it. You can clearly see that has been on the ground for a little while now, which is why they went with the tornado warning and also went with the observed tag. When you have something that well defined, a very dangerous cell. So treat that, or take that very seriously. There's the new tornado warning in just east of Memphis that just went. Those storms are showing some very notable signs, and if they take off, they could really very well put down a large and violent tornado that could track many miles. We'll continue to keep you posted here with the latest. Dr. Nab?
Oh, Chris, we have a very dangerous overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, but an even more dangerous tomorrow night into Friday morning, with the Weather Prediction Center going to their highest risk level there from the Paducah area into portions of northeastern Arkansas, but the surrounding area at great risk. And these moderate and high risk days, those areas you saw in yellow and red, they account for more than half of the annual flood deaths historically when WPC goes to those days, and they account for the vast majority of flood-related damages. And I'm really glad, Chris, that the Weather Service now has a PDS, or particularly dangerous situation tag, to apply to a flood watch, because this is not going to be your everyday flood watch, especially since it's going to be a multi-day flood watch.
Is that something new that they've been doing?
Yeah, relatively new.
Because I'm like, I don't remember the last time we had a PDS flood watch.
I'm glad they do it, because when you have a moderate or high risk day, that's not your typical flood watch, because this is the flood watch where we have the potential for major catastrophic flooding, not just flooding on roads, but getting into structures. And the trough west, ridge east pattern is about to get locked in for days and days. So here's the problem overnight tonight, as you mentioned earlier. And as our main surface low goes to the north, it leaves its front behind, a new disturbance forms along it. So tomorrow we rejuice up the atmosphere in the same places. And I think that's what happens tonight, sets the table for tomorrow and tomorrow night.
And it's over these same areas that are in that high risk for severe weather that we're dealing with today. Still have a severe risk tomorrow, maybe not as high as what we're dealing with now, but then this ramps back up again on Friday.
So severe weather sheltering, its lowest dry level, most interior
because basements, first thing to flood if you start noticing water into your home.
Friday morning, we pick it up again. Another disturbance comes in on east of that trough. So Friday looks a lot like the previous 2 days. We do it one more time on Saturday before the trough finally starts to move to the east. So Friday night, the same general areas, maybe a little bit farther to the west, but then Saturday, we're back in the same areas. Could part of this go to high risk again? That's a distinct possibility.
Oh, yeah, and it just is going to expound upon itself the longer this happens. And, you know, that front stationary kind of wobbles back and forth, but then eventually, by the end of the weekend, we'll see it move. The flood threat not as high in the southeast because it'll be moving by that point.
Yeah, now here's the reason that this will not only be a flash flood, life-threatening event, and a next few days community-wide, potentially dangerous, damaging, catastrophic flood event. But it could also be a slow-motion disaster that involves all of the rivers. Because remember, this is where the Mississippi, the Tennessee, the Ohio all come together. This is where the nation's water has to drain. But this much in just a few days in that area, this could be a significant disaster.
That could last for weeks at that point when we start to fill up. Because the bigger rivers, the larger rivers, they take a while. They're not going to be the first to flood. All the tributaries, the smaller creeks, the ones that don't look very frightening, those are the ones that become most dangerous in a flash flood potential. And then all of that water fills up the rivers. And then many days down the road, you see the rivers rise.
Yeah, so as the Weather Service folks have been saying, this could be the worst flood event in this part of the country that you've seen in a generation.
Yeah. All right, much more to come. We'll get back to the active tornado warnings. Several new ones coming up. We'll be back. Welcome back into our continuing live coverage here of a tornado outbreak underway. We're going to continue to track several tornadoes. We're at that key time, too, where things are really starting to take off. There's a lot of new warnings that have popped up. Dr. Knapp's going to hit on several of the new tornado warnings that have popped up, including one that's in progress right now in central Illinois. But we want to start in Tennessee with the one just east of the Memphis metro area, and then another tornado warning well west of Nashville along I-40. So here's this storm. Notice it has that classic, when you talk about a supercell structure and a developing tornado, this is that classic backward C-shaped thing you see. And on that tail end, you get a little bit of a hook there. It's perfect setup for this storm to really take off, as in likely a tornado trying to touch down or in the process of doing that. The storm is in that process. There is notable rotation, and you're starting to get inflow notch right in there, and it has a lot of room for development. This atmosphere that we have in this zone, which is why the torcon is so high, is prime for tornado genesis, and we're going to continue to see that. So if you live in Grand Junction, Tennessee, you need to be in your safe place. This is pretty much on top of you. Hickory Valley, this storm is intensifying and very well could put down a tornado. So heads up there at 5:40 p.m. and then moving up towards Middleburg, Tennessee by 5:44 p.m. Central Time. Now we jump up towards the warning just north of there, and this includes, well, areas just to the west of Nashville. Nashville, we got new severe thunderstorm warnings, which right now they're just warnings, but we'll have to watch this. This is a little ahead of schedule than what the future radar was suggesting. And again, tracking that tornado warning there near I-40. Several other tornado warnings, though, have really popped up, especially there into the Midwest. Dr. Knapp, we're watching that one in Illinois. Several new tornado warnings, well, south of Chicago and east of St. Louis.
So it is a very dangerous night in Illinois and before long Indiana, as well as many other places, with this watch until 11 o'clock. Let's go to the southern portions of the state here between St. Louis and Indianapolis. And this is, of course, where Interstate 70 moves through Bond, Fayette, and Montgomery counties. This is a law enforcement confirmed tornado, an observed tornado. This warning until 6 o'clock. Now, these tornadoes are moving fast, like northeast, about 60 miles an hour for this particular one. And Dalton, our weather producer, if we could go over to the velocities, and then we're going to look at the correlation coefficient. So here are the velocities, and there is a very well-defined couplet, no doubt about it, just northwest of Vandalia. And with the debris tracker, this is where we see a dropout, non-meteorological debris. Unfortunately, there is a pretty well-defined signature moving along with the velocity, so some indication that something has been struck on the ground. I do want to show the other tornado warning closer to I-57, a little farther to the south, Clinton, Marion, Washington counties until 6:15. This is moving off to the northeast at about 70 miles an hour. Radar indicated tornado, lowest level, most interior room right now. Let's bring in our senior national correspondent, Justin Michaels. He is live right now in Memphis. Justin, you mentioned how it feels like there's severe weather on the way with how warm and humid it is. How do you feel that people there are preparing ahead of time?
Well, concerningly, Dr. Knapp, we were talking to people around town today, some people who were in town for some sporting events, things that were going on. And most concerningly, right out the gate, somebody said, so what's the Weather Channel doing here? That's not a good thing. Most people, if you live here, probably know why we were here, but for some of the out-of-towners. So if you're tuning in, just learning there might be a problem tonight, this is really when you want to start staying weather aware. And also find out where your safe place is. So that's the western horizon. We're watching the storms come this way. Let's say one of the tornado watches that's in place here, where we are right now, a PDS tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation, elevates to a warning. What are we going to do? We have our safe place identified. Follow me this way. So there's our live shot location, some of our vehicles that we use. We're in a big parking garage right now. So where would you go if you were in a parking garage? There's a tornado coming right at you. Where do you go? Well, there's a tornado coming at your house. Remember, lowest level interior. Try to get as far away from the outside as possible. What we found is this stairwell right here. And in that short period of time, we can come in here. We'll probably start running down the stairs if a tornado is coming at us, but the point is, this is an interior stairwell, as far away from the outside as possible. And that's what you want. Interior. Keep remembering, interior as far away from the exterior walls as possible. And you can see, from that doorway, back over to here, is what? Just a few seconds of a walk. And those seconds matter. So as you're planning out your evening, you're talking to your kids, you're talking to your parents, you're talking to whomever you might be talking to, Make sure everyone you're talking to knows exactly where they're going to go if a watch turns into a warning. As we go to commercial break here, as we are tracking severe weather, we give you the western sky. There are storms out there.
Welcome back into Weather Unfiltered. A lot to break down tonight. I want to get back to the activity we're tracking here, this time into Tennessee. Heads up in Memphis as well. Not only are we under that tornado watch, but it's a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch until 12 a.m. local time. All right, several new severe thunderstorm warnings out ahead of this. We got several tornado warnings, including that one that's still ongoing in central Illinois. But look at these new tornado warnings here in southwestern Tennessee. It's almost as if the storms themselves are splitting. So we've got one right here that's certainly showing signs of intensification. That's just east of Rossville, Tennessee. Heads up here in Fayette, Hardman, and Haywood counties. If you live in these zones, you've got a very concerning storm on your hands. And whether there's a tornado on the ground or not, it very well may be trying to touch down. So please take shelter there immediately. Very notable rotation starting to become more evident here on the latest velocity scan, where you have reds and greens kind of moving away and towards the radar. So if you're in Moscow, Tennessee, please take shelter there immediately. Another storm that may be the weaker of the two that's still showing signs of rotation. Want to highlight this storm. Notice a considerable threat tag here with large hail and predominantly damaging winds, but it also is showing that rotating look to it. And this would be a storm that, if it continues on that track towards the northeast, this would be the one to impact Memphis. So we want to give it a good heads up here. Northern parts of Mississippi, Crittenden, Lee, and Tunica counties, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning with the possibility of rotation starting to take shape. And this could be a new tornado warning here within minutes. So this is another storm we're going to be watching here very closely, Dr. Knapp.
Well, that flood risk will increase overnight in some of the same parts of the country dealing with the severe weather overnight tonight. But then tomorrow night into Friday morning, we even go to a high risk of flooding from the Weather Prediction Center. And this rain event is going to last all the way through the weekend, Chris.
Yeah, a lot we're breaking down there. And, you know, notice it's right over the same areas that are under the highest risk for tornadoes and severe weather, which will be an ongoing threat as well through the rest of the week. So we kind of have a 1-2 punch. Let's talk about the flash flood potential, because more on this dangerous threat, I want to bring in Brian Hurley, a senior meteorologist at NOAA's Weather Prediction Center. Brian, thanks for joining us. First off, can you describe to us what a high risk is? And these aren't something to take lightly, is it?
No, they aren't. And you mentioned the overlap, and it's it's uncanny that you have that overlap. You know, the severe weather kind of the first part, you know, the 1-2 punch, unfortunately, and the flash flooding and the aerial flooding that will follow. High risk days of excessive rainfall are quite rare, about 4% on average over ever since we've been tracking these. And that's basically 15 or 16 days a year. But unfortunately, with high risks, they end up, for the most part, being deadly and damaging, sadly. You know, we have, 33% of flash flood related fatalities occur on high risk days alone. In terms of damage, 61%, 65%, 60 to 65% of all flood related damages come during high risk days. And that's even factoring out Hurricane Harvey, which obviously was a multi-day high risk event, and that had a lot of damage. So, you know, high risk is a big deal, unfortunately. 62% have at least $1 million in damages on high risk days. And unfortunately, at least one fatality, 46% of the time with high risk days. So, you know, the object here is to get the word out as we're all doing as a weather community, right? As weather enterprise, get the word out, not only for the severe weather threat, but certainly with the flooding threat that's coming as well.
So, Brian, as we go through your risk levels in these outlooks, when we get to the level 3 and now the level 4 high risk, does that dramatically increase the chances of not just water covering roads, but water getting into structures and covering communities? And given that, what should people do now before that potentially happens?
Yeah, so Dr. Knapp, that's a great point. Much like what we would expect from the Storm Prediction Center's threat level, you're not only talking about aerial coverage of flooding, flash flooding, but also the degree, the intensity. We expect more flash flood emergencies, right, coming out of high-risk days when you get to this level. At this point, what we would hope, again, with all of the meteorologists, whether they're in the private sector, whether they're working for NOAA, whatever, we're getting the word out. We want to get the word out as early as we can. So the local law enforcement, the emergency management community can really go ahead and make those decisions and to inform the residents to heed these watches, heed these warnings when they come out. Certainly have a plan. If you're in the floodplain, if you're at risk for flash flooding, and then eventually more of the aerial riverine flooding, you know, the rivers, the main stems, the streams, if you're at risk of those types of floods, that would be more problematic, right, over the weekend when we get these additional days of heavy rain, starting with the flash flooding, but then becoming more of a widespread flood threat. So have a plan and know when and you know how you're going to execute that plan would be the best advice, as well as, you know, being weather aware, paying attention to the latest forecasts and warnings.
All right, Brian Hurley, senior meteorologist at NOAA's Weather Prediction Center. Thank you so much for joining us and kind of just, you know, elaborating a little bit on those different risk factors and what it means when we're dealing with a high-risk threat. I mean, this isn't something you see every day, to have a high-risk flash flood event and a high-risk severe weather event.
Yeah, boil it down. Water covering the roads, turn around, don't drown. Water in your home, in life's threatened, call 911.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 80 degrees, under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy with thunderstorms. Storms will be strong to possibly severe, low 61. Thursday, periods of rain, high 64. Rainfall may reach 1 inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday night, heavy thunderstorms, low 53. 1 to 2 inches of rain expected. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Looking off to the western sky and the I-40 bridge here in Memphis, that is the bridge that connects Memphis, Tennessee with Arkansas. And something wicked this way comes, folks. I'll tell you, we're watching some very, very nasty cells weather coming in the direction of Memphis right now that are packing quite a punch to our southwest. Maybe in the next 40 minutes or so, we're going to have those cells coming right through Memphis. And they are currently in a severe thunderstorm warning. Right now, Memphis is in a PDS tornado watch and also a PDS flood watch. Sorry, lots of designations. That PDS designation stands for particularly dangerous situation. To put it into perspective, when it comes to a PDS tornado watch, only 3% of tornado watches ever issued get the PDS designation. So, Chris, that's the situation here in Memphis. And I will tell you, just as I got the message there from Mike Jenkins, our producer behind the helm, to send it into you, we just felt a very cool gust of air. So a lot of changes happening in the atmosphere, Chris. Earlier today, we felt extreme heat coming from the sun poking through the clouds and then being cloud covered again. Then the sun comes through again. And now we're feeling a cool southwesterly wind. So, yes, there is something wicked this way comes. And we're going to have to see how that all pans out here in the next half hour, 40 minutes. Chris, to you now.
Yeah, Justin, there's a new storm that has formed to your south and west by about 30 miles or so, and that one has a very concerning look to it, and it's something we're going to have to pay very close attention to, especially if you're in the Memphis area. It's moving towards the vicinity of Memphis, although the warning hasn't been extended yet, and still just a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but it has that look with the possibility of a tornado likely, or at least trying to produce one. Just east of the Memphis metro area, you've got 2 tornado warnings, but it's mainly this storm that's showing a notable hook right there. So we're continuing to watch that. That's just east of the Memphis metro area. But I want to take a look at this storm because it has shown signs of intensification. Notice it has a considerable threat tag. That could be for hail and also very strong winds on the order of 70+ miles per hour. This is moving right towards North Tunica there along US Highway 61. And in those little returns, you see those brighter pinks or those brighter greens and almost turquoise colors. That's where you could have some very strong wind gusts. Not to say there's a tornado on the ground, but a very strong storm with the possibility of rotation. And that is a factor and a threat as we go downstream. So heads up here in North Tunica, Mississippi, 5:59 p.m. This is just 5-10 minutes away from you. Horseshoe Lake, Mississippi, at 6:15 p.m. Central Time. And then if this holds together, which we know the storm will likely will, we'll see if it stays strong or if it starts to weaken. This will make it into Memphis here around 6:30. So we're about 40 to 45 minutes away from that storm moving into the Memphis area. Now in Arkansas, we're crossing over the river. We've got a very dangerous storm, a brand new tornado warning that's been issued here for Arkansas, Jefferson, and Monroe counties. If you live in these zones, this is a storm that is showing notable signs of rotation. In fact, we could well have a tornado on the ground there just to the west of DeWitt. It just kind of popped up pretty quickly. So that rotation has really tightened up, and that is a concerning look. You also have that hook echo right in there. So while we don't necessarily have a correlation coefficient or a debris signature, this could have just touched down. So it'll be picking up debris here. Very dangerous storm moving just west of DeWitt, Arkansas, moving up towards other areas of Arkansas, Jefferson, and Monroe counties. We've got several other tornado warnings too, not just in the south, but spreading northward as well, Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, Chris, let's go up to Illinois because even though we don't have as discrete open warm sector supercells as you do farther to the south, embedded within this line in Illinois are a lot of very concerning looking spins, mesoscale cyclones, a stack of 4 tornado warnings and about that many cells that are going a lot of rotation about to enter the Effingham area in general, but north, within, and south of there. Let's just take a look at the northernmost one with the warning in Effingham County and Shelby County until 6:30. And we do want to switch over to the velocities. And it's evident in the reflectivities that we've got some rotation, but not far from dry point. Looks like a fairly well-defined velocity signature. And these are all moving generally east-northeast or northeast 60, 65, maybe 70 miles an hour. So everywhere in this warning, and we're going to track the whole line because there's a lot of embedded spins here. In Prairie, you might only have a few minutes. In Paradise, it might be on you within the next 25 minutes or so. And it might not look like it can do that quickly, but it could. Farther to the south, let's take a look at the southernmost one, about to cross I-57 near Kinmundi. That's got a pretty decent looking rotation in the reflectivity. Clinton, Marion counties under the warning until 6:15. So all of these areas along the I-57 corridor up and down north and south of Effingham, lowest level, most interior room right now. Supercells, many storms are firing up rapidly, somewhat explosively as we push into the Mid-South where we have the highest risk of severe storms tonight. The Storm Prediction Center says a tornado outbreak is expected.
And that's starting to unfold before our eyes. Yeah, numerous tornadoes. We got several tornado warnings already. We're expecting violent tornadoes, possibly significant wind gusts and large hail. They're all in play.
And this is a multi-hazard, multi-day, multi-night event that's unfolding. We've got large hail, widespread damaging winds, in addition to what could be the long track and, really strong tornadoes, plus a really significant, what could end up being a catastrophic flood event.
That could be more problematic as we get into the overnight hours and then continue to see that rain add
all the way through the weekend.
Yeah, even in areas that are hit by tornadoes. So a lot to break down. Let's take a live look outside. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, he's in Madison County, Tennessee, where they are currently under a tornado warning. Looks like we're having some frozen picture there. We'll try and get back to that visual. Otherwise, take a look at the watches that we have up.
And trust, Charles will put himself in the right place to show us what's going on. And, he's got the equipment to do that. Just sometimes comms are challenging when you've got this much bad weather. Look at all these tornado watches. The one in Illinois and Indiana goes till 11 o'clock Central Time. And then you've got the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch until midnight Central Time. And we're still hanging on to watches behind that. It wasn't long ago that storms came through the St. Louis area and Belleville, and now they're going toward Effingham in Illinois. And look how far south and west, as you highlighted, Chris, even into northeastern Texas, we've got tornado warnings.
Yeah, and some of those are trying to put down a tornado. And notice those feisty storms firing up there in Georgia and South Carolina. You're kind of out of the main threat zone, but there are a couple of severe warning storms. Could have some hail with those as well. Sneaky little guys. All right, let's get into it. We've got Charles' shot. So right in here, this is the storm. Our storm tracker Charles Peak is nearby, giving us a vantage point. There it is. There is his locator. You can see his little dot right there. And let's see what the sky conditions look like in comparison to the radar and what we're able to see. The storm is moving towards him, and he's kind of in between the two.
He's going to have a different look at two different cells.
Exactly. Oh, look at the rain.
Wow. Yeah.
So you're not going to be able to see it because the rain's on the front end.
Right. I think he's getting the heavy rain in the forward flank downdraft maybe of that northeasternmost cell. And not only could there be a lot of rain in there, but there could be some hailstones,
too.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, that's blinding conditions. Doesn't look like there's a lot of people out in the roads. That's good. This is one of those nights with so many hazards. It's just best to stay put. I mean, the rainfall rates here alone, Dr. Nab, I mean, easily an inch, 2 inches per hour.
Yeah, and one thing Charles Peak does a really good job of is taking it slowly and having a reinforced vehicle that can take hailstones a lot better than the car that you and I would drive.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And he's been doing this for a little while.
Yep.
So very experienced guy. We're going to continue to monitor this. But this just really shows you what these storms are capable of, just minus the tornadoes aside. Torrential flooding rains, and we're going to see multiple rounds of this.
And I'm sure Charles would tell us now, if he wasn't so busy focusing on the road, that this is why you don't want to be out on these roads. This is how treacherous and difficult it is to see. And the sun hasn't even gone down yet. That's when the dangers will go up even more.
So we had two storms here, which is why you have two tornado warnings. The storm he just had been driving through, that's this one. This is the weaker of the two. He's about to get in maybe a little bit of a break, and then there's a much heavier swath of rain, probably hail, and also some damaging winds in there that's about to come crushing through his direction. And there's the rotation right there, just to the west of Bolivar, Tennessee. This is moving right up towards U.S. Highway 64. If you live in these zones, you need to take shelter because we have rotation detected here by the radar. There's two areas of rotation, the one near Toone, Tennessee, and then also there just east of Somerville, Tennessee, right along U.S. Highway 64. This would be the one I would be more concerned about. It's got more room to grow. It's trying, it's got more room to amplify. That's been the stronger of the two. Notice how these storms are eventually merging. Sometimes that can actually disrupt any tornado development. So let's hope that's the case. Nothing's been confirmed, but it is something that we are watching very closely. All right, outside of Nashville, no tornado warnings, but look how quickly storms have arrived. These are kind of out ahead of the main line. We got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings impacting the northern suburbs of Nashville, and then near Murfreesboro, you got a very dangerous storm. Mainly hailed the threat with those, along with damaging winds. Eastern Arkansas, boy, are we in a whole different situation. There are 6 tornado warnings right now, and all of these are showing some very clear signs of whether we do have, how many do we have observed? 1 right now, and other ones are trying to touch down. They just have that look. And this is how quickly things have escalated from just the last hour. We didn't have any tornado warnings here, and boom, these cells are just firing off. All right, this one is being now observed and considerable threat. So it's very well, we have a tornado on the ground now. This is the one that showed that very strong signal there near DeWitt. And notice just south in the same path, you've got another tornado warning with a storm trying to touch down. Both are showing some very clear signs of rotation. In fact, if there is a tornado on the ground right there, it went right through Elmira. This is heading up towards Holly Grove, and it does look like we have a tornado debris signature. Notice how that has really picked up as it's kind of worked through some of these country roads right in there, moving towards just north of Elmira. Let's put a tracker on that, Dalton, if we can, and bring it up towards Holly Grove. Casco, Arkansas, you need to be running to your safe place. There is a tornado very likely on the ground. This has really escalated, and this tornado could be intensifying and growing stronger by the second. This is going to be arriving in the next 5 to 6 minutes for you in Casco, and then continuing off towards the northeast from there. So considerable threat tag tornado warning. We've also got the storm just behind it, which is literally following it on its heels. So we'll see how long these two last. One typically is the stronger of the two, and one may continue on while the other one kind of weakens. We'll have to see how these kind of, interact with each other. Now, north of there, let's hit that storm if we can, Dalton, the one near I-40. That one, again, a dangerous tornado warning moving towards the interstate corridor. Looks like hail may be a factor here. That can also cool the atmosphere just enough to keep a tornado from touching you down, but it has that rotation right there. And if you live in Biscoe, Arkansas, you need to take shelter there immediately. There is some broader rotation, maybe not as tightly packed. And look at all these areas of return that are showing not only rotation, but very strong, damaging wind. That's something else that we're following. You got that tornado warning there just east of Searcy, Arkansas. That one's been showing rotation as well. It seems like it's tightening up as well. That's moving west of Wynne, Arkansas, and moving towards U.S. Highway, looks like 64 it is. So if you're in Patterson, Arkansas, you need to take shelter immediately. It can get a little messy on days like this because you get so many warnings. They all kind of get muddled together. This one is for Wynne. You're under a tornado warning. I know you were hit directly by a tornado not that long ago, a few years ago. And so a lot of people here know the threat that tornadoes can cause. This is, I mean, you're kind of living back those scary moments we just had just over the last few years. So here's a look at the timing. Our high-resolution future radar. Notice some of these cells. The resolution's doing an okay job. Notice some of the thunderstorms we could get ahead of this, too. While weaker, for sure, they could show some brief rotation and wouldn't rule out some hail there. But we've got to watch these discrete supercells. And notice how far north that line gets, getting up into Illinois, Indiana, Indianapolis. Boy, make sure you have a plan in place before going to bed tonight. These storms are going to be pushing through western Kentucky, Louisville, and again, we could have some supercells out ahead of the main line. The main line will also have tornadoes kind of embedded in that line, damaging wind threat, but those torrential downpours we just saw in Tennessee from our storm tracker Charles Peak, this is when the flash flood potential will really increase because notice our line isn't moving east anymore. Instead, it's moving to it's kind of following along its heels, and then we kind of fire things back up farther off towards Texas, and all that moisture, Dr. Knapp, is going to be moving back in play over the same areas that have seen just inches and inches of rain. I saw a new tornado warning came out of the watches zone in Wisconsin. So this has far-reaching effects.
It sure does, because the surface low is getting into western Wisconsin. So near that surface low, you've got some thunderstorms, and that low is bringing tremendous amounts of moisture all the way into southern Wisconsin and up all the way through Indiana, much of Ohio right now. And the juiciest air is down here and in between. Western Tennessee, northeastern Arkansas, where Chris was just showing us all the warnings, that's where we have the greatest overlap between the instability and the strong low-level and deep layer shears. Those winds strengthen with height and turn clockwise with height. Those photographs, the change of wind shear with height, all of these open warm sector storms in the juiciest air with the strongest low-level shear, that's why we've got open warm sector cells. But all along this line, we've got embedded spins because all of these storms are ingesting air, rotating parallel to the ground, getting turned into the vertical. So we've got tornado watches all the way from northeastern Texas to the shores of Lake Michigan on the southern side. And so we still got the watch here that goes east from St. Louis and, Effingham down to Mount Vernon, Carbondale, Cape Girardeau, all under tornado watches. And we've got a series of warnings here. And I wanted to start with what's going on here not far from Effingham, Illinois. So here is a radar indicated tornado warning that goes all the way to I-57 near Neoga and Seigel until 6:30 local time. Again, these are all moving east, northeastward or northeastward, in the 60 to 70 mile an hour range. Another warning down to the south there till 6:30 in Fayette County. And then a little farther to the south, that's that same warning now. So these have been coming and going because these are not open warm sector supercells. They're embedded spins, so they might come and go a little more quickly, but can still be very potent. And then the southernmost one here in Kinmundy and the Stevenson areas in Marion County, this warning goes till 6:15. That's going just east of I-57. Now, let's go farther to the north. So this is up in Indiana, and they're getting east of Interstate 65 between Indianapolis, Lafayette, and Chicago. So this is a tornado warning for Jasper County until 6:30, but I wanted you to look more broadly and see we've got this huge area under a severe thunderstorm warning north of Highway 24, so Winnemac, and up to Highway 30 with tornado possible until 8 p.m. I would urge you to shelter like you would for a tornado warning in that big severe thunderstorm warning. And then very quickly down to the south of St. Louis, we've got this, PDS watching on the northern side of all of that. We've got a couple of tornado warnings. So this is getting close to the Mississippi River here along I-55 near Perryville. You got a warning until 6:45. So many states at risk, and it's going to be a long and dangerous night. Let's bring in our senior national correspondent, Justin Michaels, who is live right now in the Memphis, Tennessee area. And Justin, one thing that concerns me as we get later into the evening is when it gets dark, the dangers of severe weather and flooding and so forth only increase.
I was just texting with a friend of mine, Dr. Nab, who lives in Nashville, and he assured me that he, his wife, and their 2 young daughters have all done drills. They know exactly where they're supposed to go, even if the girls are not with their parents. Those little girls know where to go. If mom and dad call and say, get to the safe place, they know where they're going. And that's exactly how every single family, everyone in this part of the country and in that massive swath of severe weather needs to go through this night. Make sure you have your cell phone alerts turned on and that volume turned all the way up. Make sure you know exactly where you're going to go, even if you're groggy and that phone wakes you up and you're all know where you're going to go. Practice it. Everybody in your home should do it like it's second nature. Know where that safe place is. We showed you where ours was earlier tonight, and we'll go through that again with you maybe in the next 20 minutes or a half hour to show you exactly where we as a team are going to go if one of those tornado watches, the PDS tornado watch with the particularly dangerous situation tag on that watch, turns into a warning, and it's coming right at the metro area of Memphis. I want to show you the western sky looking over the Mississippi River. You might be able to notice a change if you've been watching us looking along I-40. That's the I-40 bridge into Arkansas. You can see just how dark that sky is getting off to the west. And Dr. Nab, I know in that direction, if we could, looking at the radar, we've been watching it closely here. Not only do we have that nasty cell coming at us from the southwest, but Dr. Nab, I'm describing it as a wall of tornado warnings just to the west of Memphis, all of them moving in this direction. So Dr. Nab, what say you in your meteorological lens and expertise when you look at that long line of tornado warnings off to the west of Memphis? We have to believe that that kind of weather is coming in this direction. That does not look very promising for the folks who live in this part of the country as it gets closer and closer to that Mississippi River. Dr. Nab?
No, I think that's a pretty accurate assessment, Justin. When you consider the fact that you've got all those warnings west of the metro and you're under the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, I always say when a watch is issued, that's time to get off the roads into a sturdy structure so that you're not out on the roads when warnings are issued. But if I see all those warnings to the west, that's even more motivation to get off the roads. And you've even got, Justin, a cell off to the south of downtown Memphis that's got a severe thunderstorm warning. So the weather is about to get worse, relatively quickly. It's not going to be fun to be out on the roads in downtown Memphis here in a few minutes.
Right, and Dr. Knapp, something that I was talking with our storm tracker Charles Peak about this morning. Let me step out of the way again. I want to highlight I-40 and just how much truck traffic and how much car traffic is on I-40 on that bridge going back and forth between Tennessee and Arkansas. It's a good reminder, if you find yourself in a situation where the only safe haven you can take is in your car, you want to leave that car on. Do not turn it off. Leave it on, because when it's on, your airbags can deploy. So if your car is picked up, if it's lofted by a storm, or you find yourself in a precarious situation where your car is moved by weather and you're in it, keep it on, whatever you do. Charles and I had a long discussion about that over a cup of coffee and breakfast this morning. It's a very important reminder. We always say go to the lowest point of your home, as far away from exterior walls and windows. Well, some people don't have that luxury. They're going to be in their car. Keep your car running. Of course, the Weather Channel will have more live coverage. Take a look at that darkening sky there to the west of Memphis. We're going to be live for you throughout the course of this, folks. We'll keep you informed and safe. We're back after this.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 80 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, windy with thunderstorms. Storms will be strong to possibly severe, low 61. Thursday, rain, high 64. Rainfall possibly over 1 inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday night, heavy thunderstorms, low 53. 1 to 2 inches of rain expected. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Free TV starts with Local Now. With hundreds of free TV channels,
We've got some breaking news to get to.
These are the big cases that everyone is talking about.
local news in hundreds of cities,
Good evening. Thanks for joining us here on NBC6.
and thousands of movies and shows.
Hold them as long as you can.
It's time to do free differently. Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
All right, this is a live look here in Hardman County, Tennessee. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, he's been monitoring this storm. You know, he went through the rain shaft, essentially, just torrential rain, got in a different vantage point, and you can clearly see a lowering of the clouds. Hard to tell if there's a tornado on the ground or not because the trees kind of obscure our vantage point a little bit, but this is certainly in the process of trying to put down a tornado, Dr.
Yeah, and when you compare what we're seeing on the screen there to where Charles is relative to the storm, you can understand why he is seeing the mesoscale cyclone. Why he's, you can get a sense of this whole thing is rotating, and the lowering there is kind of that notch you'd see in the reflectivities where you've got the the wall cloud and the rotating updraft. So Charles, let's get your take on what you are seeing. And what is your understanding of exactly what part of the storm you're looking at from which direction?
Yeah, Dr. Knapp, I'm a little to the north as this is moving. The hail core came over me and it opened up to be able to see the rotation area, and you can see definitely the wall cloud and the lowering. Unfortunately, the trees keep me from being able to see if, in fact, there is a tornado on the ground with it. I just had then some rain wrap around it. That does happen at times. It has now cleared up a little more for me, but I'm going to move a little. The key thing is to be in a safe spot relative. So, I made sure I was in a situation where this tornado was moving from my right to my left, knowing that it was going to go to, a little bit to the south of me, and, where we could safely watch it.
As you're watching this, Charles, does it appear to be kind of lifting a little bit? Do you feel like there's a tornado based on your location, or are we looking at more of kind of a wall cloud or maybe a funnel cloud kind of situation, or has it lifted altogether?
No, it's staying in position, and the rotation is continuing, a little higher as
Commissioner Smith-Willis? Yes. Mayor Wilkerson?
Yes. Motion carries.
Has issued Tornado Watch number 102, effective until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Thursday. This watch includes the following counties in Kentucky: Anderson, Franklin, Henry, Jefferson, Nelson, Oldham, Shelby, Spencer, Trimble, and Washington. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, broadcast radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information.
Real time, we're kind of matching the radar to this visual ground truth of what's going on. So concerning storm there in Tennessee, but we have over 10 tornado warnings in Arkansas right now, and several of which are confirmed and on the ground in eastern Arkansas and also here into southern Missouri. In fact, Cape Girardeau, you're under a tornado warning that's on the ground west of town, moving towards the general vicinity of Cape Girardeau, and that would be with that storm right there. We got some very dangerous supercells, one south of Jonesboro. Several of these, Dr. Knabb, have really intensified and are currently producing ongoing tornadoes.
Yes, I would consider all of that from Jonesboro southward to still be open warm sector supercells. They're not line embedded. They're really well-developed supercells. This is what it looks like when you are in the midst of a tornado outbreak with so many numerous well-defined mesoscale cyclones that all could be producing a tornado.
This was one that was on the ground and may have lifted briefly as it was passing nearest Harrisburg, but it's looking still pretty impressive there. You can see the tornado debris signature right there. Notice how as we play it forward, it then lifted, but it very well could be touching back down there near I-555, kind of between Jonesboro and Truman. So if you're south of Jonesboro and moving towards Lake City, please take shelter here immediately. We got an ongoing tornado likely in progress, about to cross over I-55, Dr. Knabb, and moving towards Lake City, Arkansas by 6:43
Isn't that
p.m.
something? Lake City, you might think, oh, that storm's far away, but you might only have less than 20 minutes before it's on you. Take shelter now.
All right, welcome back. I want to take a live look right now at Truman, Arkansas, where you're under a tornado warning, and there is a tornado on the ground about to cross over I-555. You can actually see the supercell advancing towards the interstate here, coming in from the right side of your screen towards the left. Right now, this is happening in real time, too. You're looking at the actual traffic camera. This is facing south, and you can see, look at the outflow. Look at the wind, kind of the rain shaft, or you see the streaks of rain falling and fanning out to the left, Dr. Knabb. Do you see that?
So this is in between Memphis and Jonesboro.
Yep.
And what a sight that is. And you can really get a sense for how quickly the sky changed. Look how bright it is on the left and how dark it is on the right. And you can almost feel how the clouds in the middle are moving to the left at highway speeds.
It's moving 50, 60 miles per hour here. So this is rapidly pushing in. There's about 19,000 folks under this tornado-warned storm. And guys, there is a tornado on the ground. This is a damaging tornado. We don't have visual truth from this camera view yet, but the rain may be interfering with it.
And sometimes it's radar confirmed, but this one is law enforcement confirmed.
Okay.
So they were able, somebody saw it, and a lot of these folks are trained to report that into the Weather Service. And that's good because we don't have a camera in every spot, right? You got to have spotters that can relay things in addition to what we're seeing on the radar.
So this is between Truman and Jonesboro, Arkansas. It's staying to the south of Jonesboro. Of course, that's the largest city in northeastern Arkansas. But Truman, you are pretty much in the path of this and may pass just to your north. Notice the threat tag here is being warned on as considerable. So a tornado warning with an observed tornado underway in Craighead and Poinsett counties. That includes you in Bay, Harrisburg. Harrisburg, it's already to your north, so you're out of the path. But then Truman, you're next. And this is going to cross right over I-555, likely probably just north of Truman. There it is, right in there. If you live in Bay, this is headed
the next city where you could have a direct hit from this. And Lake City is not far off to the northeast. And with how fast these are moving, this one moving maybe 40, 45 miles an hour. But here we are at 31 minutes past the hour. You've got 10
less than
minutes.
5 minutes for Bay.
Yeah, for Lake City, 6:45. So it is moving really quickly. So get off the roads if you're hearing about the warning, but get to that lowest level, most interior room as soon as you can.
And looking at this, I mean, look at this tornado debris signature. Dalton, if you could, it looks like we are highlighting it. Yeah, you put an arrow on it right there. That's the one we're looking at right in there. Notice how well that kind of overlaps with where we have the strongest rotation. So this is just about to cross over. And look at the hook. Yep, right in there.
That's where
I'm curious to see where this camera is. If we're south, I would take it where either here looking south. I don't know the exact placement. We're somewhere along I-555 in advance of this storm. And notice this is pretty much about to cross over I-555 right now. Not a lot of traffic on the road, which is good. A lot of people, I think, are well aware of the threat, not just with the severe potential, but also with the tornado concerns. And we're already getting broad winds already estimated by the radar at over 70 miles per hour. And obviously, if there's a tornado, winds will be likely much stronger than that as it crosses I-555. It looks like it's right over the highway or just about to cross over the highway right now.
And Chris, what's kind of interesting about this is that there are not a lot of storms off to the southeast of this one, meaning it is basically getting essentially unimpeded inflow all the way from the Gulf that's got that built-in rotation parallel to the ground getting turned into the vertical. And so it's going to continue to last for a while. So this is why we could have long track in addition to strong tornadoes. And so don't assume if you're in Lake City or Monette that, oh, well, this will probably fall apart by the time it gets to me. These are quick spin-ups. That's not the nature of the storms today.
No, some of them are going to interact with each other, and they'll kind of weaken anytime you have so many supercells right next to each other. But like you said, this has got uninterrupted space to continue downstream and heads up into far southern Missouri, right there in the Boot Hill. I know you're not technically under the warning, but this could travel 20, 30 miles and could move right over you. Look at it now. Wow. The winds right there. I mean, this is pretty much impacting Bay, Arkansas as we speak. Tornado likely on the ground, moving into Bay, Arkansas, crossing I-555. Regardless on whether there's a tornado on the ground or not, the damaging wind aspect is very concerning. This is pretty much going right through Bay, Lake City, Arkansas. You got less than 10 minutes before this tornado is over.
Yeah, and remember, whenever we look at the radar scan, you know, that isn't instantaneous. It's already moved a little farther to the northeast since then. So, you know, time is closing in on a place like Lake City.
And that's from Jonesboro, probably just south of Jonesboro, Arkansas, and this rain shaft right in there. Look at this very dangerous night ahead. We'll continue to follow the latest with the ongoing tornadoes. All right, welcome back into our continuing live coverage. What you're looking at here is a storm tracker's view. Hard to even see anything. This is just south of Jonesboro, Arkansas, likely along the interstate or one of the highways here in the just torrential core of heavy rainfall. It's hard to even see, you know, maybe 100 meters in front of you, 100 yards in front of you.
These are powerful supercells that are going to be dropping blinding rain and large hailstones, especially in the forward flank downdraft and a little bit in the rear flank downdraft. But then you get the precipitation to end as the cell moves along very quickly, 40, 50 miles an hour, but then you might have to deal with another cell. We've got training supercells that are moving at nearly highway speeds, and this one has, unfortunately, a very well-defined hook on the reflectivity and a signature and the velocity signature that are co-located in space and time.
Not what you want to see, especially on a day like today. This is a large and dangerous tornado that just crossed I-55 a few minutes ago, went right through Bay. Look at the debris. And that's not what you want to see, too, after it goes through a town, because usually that debris signature, that correlation coefficient, that usually gets more heightened after it goes through a place with buildings and more structures.
It could be buildings, trees, both, but certainly after it crosses a number of roads and near over a couple of towns, that's very concerning that there's been some damage done. Hopefully it's mostly trees and other things and not people's homes and structures. But Lake City, when you see what's happening, you've got to be in your lowest level, most interior room immediately.
This is intensifying. It's not weakening. And Dalton, if you could, actually, could you put this in motion, rewind it a little bit? Because watch it come through the town. It actually touched down earlier near Greenfield, Arkansas, lifted, and then retouched down near the I-55 corridor, 555 corridor, and then boom, look at that one, right through Bay. Now you've got a very strong tornado debris signature, and this is moving towards Lake City or maybe just west of Lake City. Sometimes they can jog. They can kind of wobble towards the west or towards the east. Either way, if you're in Lake City, you need to be in your safe place. You've got a very large and violent tornado moving in your direction. This is Lake City, Arkansas. You've got less than 5 minutes till this is overhead of you.
And if you're in Lakeview or Monette or Childress or Leachfield, get to your lowest level, most interior room right now. Because one thing that we noticed happening when that debris tracker signature...
a tornado emergency instead.
Yeah, and for good reason.
Notice how much longer the warning is and the emergency is. Catastrophic damage, guys, in this tornado emergency. Lake City, you are up next. you've got an ongoing tornado moving right towards you, and the town may not be the same in just a few minutes from now, unfortunately.
Because once we saw that debris tracker signature really light up, that was when the velocity signature dramatically tightened up. So it has only been getting worse as it approached Lake City.
And when you look, even just, Dalton, if you could, before you go to velocity and all, just keep this radar depiction up, because notice how you've got the rain kind of wrapping around completely. You kind of have a donut hole. If you go back to the precipitation depiction, it shows you that. Look at the velocity here. I'm curious to see, this is Highway or Route 18 that kind of connects Jonesboro and Lake City. This is well east of Jonesboro, but you got a very large and extremely dangerous tornado moving right towards the western part of Lake City. And this tornado has no signs of slowing down. It seems to be only getting stronger, and we've got ample fuel for that, as we've seen.
Yeah, and you're starting to get that weak
That's
echo
what I was talking
region
about, right there.
You know, there's that bounded weak echo region now a little bit too. You know, as the rear flank downdraft kind of wraps around, and this mesoscale cyclone just really, really ramps up. And this is what happens when you've got absolutely torrential precipitation, which often involves a lot of hail as well. This is why we don't want you to try to go out and try to find the tornado. There's so many perspectives from which you're not going to see the tornado coming.
Yeah, you know, this is let's walk down the line. We know this is pretty much over Lake City. Let's give folks down ahead. You know, Monette, I remember, and we all very well remember the Mayfield, Kentucky tornado. That was the same supercell that hit Monette, Arkansas, and traveled hundreds, you know, over 100 miles. So these towns are well familiar with tornadoes and have actually been hit recently over the last few years. And this is, you know, a well too often tale that we're living through.
So
again.
Western Tennessee, Western Kentucky, you're already under the PDS tornado watch. This is all the more reason to get off the roads into a sturdy structure for the rest of the night. But let's take a look at some of the roads here. Highway 18 and 135 going west from downtown Lake City. That is the zone over which we're probably going to get more damage. And in Lake City, you've got to be in your lowest level, most interior room right now, because this is actually maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago, Chris. So it might already be close to being over Lake City. And then going quickly northeastward toward Monette.
Okay. Oh wow. This is like. This is like less than.
Now we got the new scan,
out.
so it is farther northeast.
So downtown Lake City's right there. You've got Riverside Elementary and Riverside High School. They kind of on the eastern or western edge of the city, and it's right about in there. So this is pretty much just west. There is a very large and violent tornado. You obviously have some homes out here, but the population concentration may have just been missed by the worst of this tornado, which less than a mile. And we're like less than half a mile away.
About to cross county roads 984 and 831. You know, these are roads that have likely people's homes, you know, along them. And when you go northeastward, there's Highway 18 that goes north-south between Lake City and Monette. You got to be off that road. You got to be into a sturdy structure. And here we are at 44, nearly 45 past the hour, and you only have a few minutes to take shelter in a place like Monette. And look at how far northeast that emergency goes. It goes all the way to Blytheville to I-55, and not far from where it crosses I-155. And you might think, well, that's a long way away, but with Blytheville, you're only talking 20 after the hour.
Yeah, no, that's not.
That's not much more than a half hour.
That's time to gather your family, gather your belongings, make sure you got a helmet if you can, especially if you're dealing with 15, 20 minutes lead time. If you live in Monette, we've got probably less than 10 minutes. If we could time that out, Dalton, to Monette again, because you got a town about 1,500. They have been hit by a tornado over the last 4 or 5 years. So hopefully you know the plan. But this may be heading just to your west or heading right towards you. So if you live in Lakeview, if you live in Monette, you too are the next two towns in play for this extremely dangerous and violent tornado that's heading directly for you.
And then Leachville, maybe about 13 minutes away. Isn't it remarkable, Chris, that we have a tornado emergency with a tornado warning that lasts for an hour? That's how confident and concerned they are about how far downstream this is going to last and continue to be so damaging and life-threatening.
And, you know, Dalton, if we could, so again, one last time for time check, 6:52 there for Monette, and then Leachville by 6:58. So you got less than 10 minutes there if you live in Monette, and just over 10 minutes in Leachville. Very large and violent tornado just passing within a half a mile of the outer edge of Lake City, Arkansas, and likely just south of Lakeview, Arkansas. Look at the tornado debris signature right there, just even more impressive. You know, obviously you have several homes that are a little more scattered. There's a lot of large farmland here in this part of Arkansas, and some of those have taken a direct hit.
Yeah, and so what often happens in a case when a really strong tornado is causing damage like this is it causes damage, picks up debris, and then that debris is lofted into the air and carried along with the tornado. And so more and more debris keeps being added to the spin of the tornado, hundreds or feet up in the air, and carried along with it. And then that's why when you see tornado damage after the fact, you see so much that might be miles away from where it was first picked up.
Yeah, and Dalton, if you could, this has already traveled quite some distance. In fact, if we rewind this radar scan, this tornado was first reported as a touchdown as it was moving towards Greenfield, Arkansas, Harrisburg, Arkansas, lifted briefly, so saved Harrisburg from a direct hit, then touched down on the west side of I-555, and ever since then it's been on the ground. So, I mean, if we were to put, a distance tracker, this whole cell as it was starting to touch down a tornado has traveled well over 30 miles.
And we know from past major tornado outbreaks in these kinds of situations that you can have a supercell that goes dozens or hundreds of miles and lasts for multiple hours in some cases.
Look at this. This is a 3D depiction of the actual supercell itself, and you can actually see the tornado structure here. When you look at it, you can see where it has come down just to the north now of Lake City and Arkansas, and there's that rear flank downdraft right in there as it comes down.
And you got to remember that the updraft, the pink part that's connected to the ground, that's all rotating.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you see the effects of the storm interacting with the wind shear, with the tilt of the updraft and how far downstream, the anvil goes. And of course, now it's carrying debris along with it. And now you can see a little bit of the elongation of the debris tracker signature as probably the debris gets carried farther and farther up into the atmosphere and being thrown downstream, basically. But it may very well still yet to be picking up more debris. Hopefully, in the next several minutes, it spends less time over towns, but there are a lot more towns in harm's way.
I put Dalton, if we could go back to that correlation coefficient, because I wanted to trace the path of the tornado and kind of show folks what kind of track it has taken from right about Bay, kind of crossing over I-55, moving through Bay, coming up just west and then just north. And notice it kind of jogged a little bit back towards the east there. And notice Monette is right here. And then you got Leachville right there. Monette, by the way, this is a tornado that's kind of wobbling your direction. We may not get missed like we did in Lake City.
All right, so Leachville, and you can see that, again, a little bit more to the right. And Leachville may end up being directly in the path of this.
Both of these towns, you need to be running to your safe place, a storm shelter as best you can. I mean, Monette, we may take a direct hit from this.
Less than 10 minutes from now.
And that's very concerning. You got 1,500 people that call Monette, Arkansas home, and this may be a direct hit for the city.
And remember, that scan is from 6:45. And now we're at 6:49.
So it's a little ahead of that.
So it's already farther ahead. So you've got even fewer moments, like 5 minutes or less in Leachville, potentially.
So let's look at Monette now. Man, that happened so quickly, too, Dr. That shows you how fast this tornado is moving. You've got, on the west side of town, you've got the high school here, which is Buffalo Island Central Senior High. So if you're familiar with Monette, Arkansas, the high school is essentially kind of the last building or kind of last couple blocks before you run into more agriculture farmland, and that is right in there. The tornado is probably going to pass over you or within just a few thousand feet of you, if not jogging east would bring it right into the heart of Monette, Arkansas. And then Leachville, you're going to be next in line, and we've only got about 5 to 10 minutes of time in advance as this kind of works its way from Monette into Leachville.
And it is not too early to be talking about towns like Hornersville. That's a little bit farther off to the northeast.
So is that in Missouri? Is that, it looks like, because I see the state line right there, because we're getting very close.
It's not quite. Yeah, it's not quite. It's still in northeastern Arkansas to the northwest of Blytheville.
Okay. So we got a lot of ground still to cover here with this tornado emergency. Okay, so this is a live look. I think we're back on I-555. So this is back to the east or back to the west of that tornado warning storm. But there's several other tornado warnings in this vicinity too. Is the problem?
There sure are.
So just because one already came through, your threat is not done. We've got pretty much a continuous line of tornado warnings that stretches from Missouri and Illinois right on down through Arkansas, and we've got numerous supercells that have fired up along this line.
And there's another supercell that's about to pass maybe over or just south of Truman, whereas the one we've been tracking for the last few minutes passed to the north of Truman near Bay. But the next supercell is going to pass maybe between Truman and Market Tree, maybe pretty close to Truman, and then some of the areas that are under the current warning will be under a warning for that next one. So don't assume that you're only going to be under one tornado warning, or when the current cell goes close to you, that's it for the night. There are more cells behind.
All right, Monette, this is pretty much on top of you. It looks like the tornado is right. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at this. This is a community of 1,500 people, and there is where the last TDS, or tornado debris signature, was.
And that was a couple of minutes ago, and you wonder what is happening in Monette right now.
Yeah, and sometimes they can jog. It looks like the First Baptist Church probably took a direct hit. That's about 3 or 4 blocks west of the Buffalo Island Senior High School. So in that area of Monette, where it kind of loops around like that, the western side may have taken a direct hit.
And look how close Leachville is now. I mean, we are really getting close to Leachville perhaps taking a direct hit like Monette is right about now.
And there's over 2,000 folks that call Leachville home. So you've got some ample population in these zones, and there it goes. I mean, when you see the 3D structure, it screams tornado. It looks like a tornado.
Yep, and so we're looking from the southeast, I think, and you see the updraft connected to the ground. You can see that forward flank downdraft going way up into the sky off to the right, and the RFD, the rear flank downdraft, off to the left there. And in that notch, where the reflectivity and the velocity signatures and the debris tracker have all clearly shown where the path of the tornado is, that is what we continue to track off to the northeast, moving 40 to 50 miles an hour.
I'm seeing another tornado emergency, and I'm curious if this is a new one, Dalton, or if it's continuing Poinsett, Arkansas. Okay, so this is the continuing tornado emergency, which is as bad as it gets. I mean, so we've got an absolute ground truth. There's a tornado on the ground, very large, very violent, moving towards you. So if you live in these communities downstream, if you're in Leachville, Monette, this is pretty much on top of you. And now Leachville, you're next. Then it's going to cross. So here's Missouri. And here's Arkansas. There's the state line. This is going to go, so it's pretty much right over Monette, just to the northern side of the city. And this is coming towards Leachville. If you live in Arkmo, if you live in Rington, hopefully you already are in your safe place. If you're watching the TV or you have friends or family in this area, you want to make sure that they get to a basement or lowest level of their home. And wait this out. You can survive these. We've seen these in the past.
Absolutely.
It's a miracle that anyone can survive it, but you can, especially if you put as many walls between you and the outside and the outside as you can. But the key is staying calm and staying there until the storm passes.
Yeah, and I want to say something quickly to the folks in Blytheville. It might look right now like this cell is going to pass to the north of you. You're still under the tornado emergency, so I would still stay in that lowest level, most interior room, because you're in that warning, and you just don't want to trust that this is going to continue to go exactly where you think it's going to go. But also, there is a cell right behind this one that is about to pass just south of Truman, and if that holds together, we could be going through this again in Blytheville before long. So with training supercells and with them not being guaranteed to follow a straight line, we've got to assume that the first warning and the first cell that maybe passes us by is not the last one of the night.
Yeah, and so you may be under continuous tornado warnings. You're like, well, where are the tornadoes? I haven't seen one.
Right.
Be thankful, right? But also know that threat will continue. All right, so Monette, you're in the clear. Hopefully, it takes a while to get actual reports of damage because sometimes communications get knocked out. I hope everybody in Monette is safe. This definitely took a very close hit, if not parts of the city took a direct hit from this large and dangerous tornado.
Yeah.
Here's Leachville. Dalton, if you could, keep that tornado debris tracker up and just kind of move it to the east a little bit so we can see Leachville right there. There we go. So there's Leachville. It's a town of over 2,000 people. And look at it. I mean, you've got a violent and large tornado within 4 miles.
Yeah, so this is a pretty recent scan, so it's probably not to Leachville yet, but we're only a minute or two away, potentially, from the beginnings of the direct effects.
And it's already pouring down rain right there.
Yeah.
So you're already probably hearing wind and rain kind of pelting the house. You're not in the tornado yet. The tornado's here. Hopefully it stays just to your west. But there are several homes and farms and homesteads kind of to the west of Leachville that are going to be in the path of this absolutely dangerous tornado.
And it's moving northeast at about 40. So if you're 4 miles away, and now probably less, you're talking only a few moments.
Yeah.
And so you've got to get to that lowest level, most interior room right now. And we need to consider other towns that are downstream because this supercell has all the indications of holding together. So Rington, maybe.
I'm seeing an Arkmo.
5 after the hour, so about 10 minutes from now in Rington.
So if you go up Highway 77, which is right here in Leachville, so that's this road right there. There's 77. Arkmo is right here. And again, you may be in the path. I think the actual tornado is kind of drifting towards the northern half of that tornado emergency versus the southern half.
Whereas Blytheville on the southern half may have a lesser chance of getting direct impacts.
We may be less than 2 miles. We may be less than 2 miles of this large and dangerous tornado. Yeah, there we go.
And at 40 miles an hour, that's a very short amount of time that you've got to be taking shelter right now. And it continues to carry debris along with it. Probably from within or near Monette, it picked up more debris as it moves along, Chris.
Look at the path of that. I mean, it's traveled well over 30, 40, now maybe 50 miles from when this first touched down. You can see that path I just drew kind of. Notice it's not a perfectly northeast path. It's kind of curving a little bit towards the right or towards the east, which would bring it towards places like Clay, Missouri, getting into the southern part of Missouri now, as this is going to be crossing out of Arkansas and into the Boot Hill part of Missouri. This eventually is going to be heading towards I-55 if it continues in that long, trajectory, which isn't, less than an hour from now, probably.
Amazing. It's already been 25 minutes since that velocity signature ramped up over Bay.
And look how much ground we've covered already.
And so it is really moving. And Leachville, here we go. It's just about on you.
I would be concerned in Clay, too.
Absolutely.
Because you're kind of in that trajectory. If this current path holds, sometimes these can wobble to the north and to the east, and they avoid towns barely by miraculous intervention sometimes. But there are several folks who are kind of spread out over this beautiful countryside in northern Arkansas and southern parts of Missouri. So again, if you live in Leachville, this is pretty much over you right now. Hang tight, give it a few minutes, and stay safe until this tornado-warned storm moves through. This is a tornado emergency, so this is as bad as it gets. The velocity, notice on the last few scans, we still have a very noticeable debris tracker, but the velocity doesn't look as well put together as it did.
Let's hope that's a trend that continues.
Yeah, because look at that.
Sometimes they can cycle.
Yeah. This one already did. It touched down, lifted up, and then retouched down, and now we've got a much more dangerous tornado.
But since we still have that debris signature that's still pretty well defined moving along with the velocities, we have to assume it is still on the ground, and we've got to be talking about not just Leachville, but I think Hornersville is the next really large town that would be directly affected. But look at County Road 70 and Highway 119 off to the northeast of Leachville. Those are the main roads that it's about to go over next, although this scan is getting to be a few minutes old, maybe 4 minutes old. So before long, it will be off to the northeast of Leachville.
Yeah, Hornersville is the next town. There's some other smaller little communities between there, but it's mainly just farmland and then some sporadic ranches and homesteads.
Oh, yes, I was going to say, sorry, that we've been talking about the fact that there is another cell not far behind this. And
there's south of Truman?
Yeah, it's very close to and southeast of Truman. That's the one that's been holding together right behind this, and it could in all likelihood, will cause a tornado warning to be expanded farther to the northeast. And Blytheville, you could go under another tornado warning from that next cell.
So I think it's safe to say, Blytheville, you're under the tornado emergency, but the storm is going to be passing you by to the west and to the north. So your threat, at least from this particular tornado, the one that is large and dangerous and on the ground and pushing through Manette and also Leachville, it's going to pass you by your west and to your north. So you're safe from that one. But the cell south is what Dr. Nab was talking about. That one is following on the southern edge of the tornado emergency, not being emergency warned on yet, but is showing some notable signs of rotation there on that southern part of the supercell.
That warning goes just to the west of Blytheville, and if it gets extended, then Blytheville will be included, and that is a confirmed tornado with weather spotters having seen it. So this could, it could be the next tornado emergency, and it's already dangerous enough. Now, the first one is no longer a tornado emergency.
So that trend was what we saw, the velocity not as well indicated, but was a sign of weakening, but it doesn't mean it won't become more intense down the pipeline. So this is still a very serious tornado warning, particularly in southern Missouri now. Leachville, the threat has passed for you. Hopefully everything is still intact there. You can see, man, this hit definitely the north side of the city. The radar depiction gives us the best ground truth, but it's still not perfect. And it takes a while for the damage reports to actually come in, because a lot of times communications get halted. So hopefully these towns have seen minimal damage, but based on what we're seeing on the radar, that doesn't seem to be the case, or at least parts of the city. I think both of the towns avoided, a path right through the heart of town. It kind of stayed on the western and northern sides of both Monette and Leachville, both of which, by the way, were hit by the tornado that hit Mayfield, Kentucky 4 years ago.
So there certainly has been damage. We just don't know to exactly what. And so a couple things that come to mind, Chris, about the formerly tornado emergency that is still a considerable threat. Observed tornado. This is still a life-threatening situation. You still need to be in that lowest level, most interior room. Everything is relative, but this is still relatively high-end tornado warning. And in Blytheville, consider the fact that the next tornado warning goes up to an area just west of you, and that cell just east of Truman now is looking very healthy.
Yeah, and it's showing that hook that we don't like to see when we look at the precipitation depiction. So when we see this, let's time this out. Caraway, Arkansas, this is about 15 minutes from you, or about 10 minutes from you. And then getting into Big Lake, Arkansas by 7:25 p.m. approximately. And then Blytheville, which is the largest town here along I-55 in northeast Arkansas, this is about 35 minutes away. The tornado warning that's in progress and apparently observed here south of our past tornado emergency.
Yeah, and that next tornado warning goes for another 25 minutes. So it's not intended to cover Blytheville yet, but if that cell holds together, then it would likely be extended into Blytheville.
So let's do this, Dalton. If we could reset, if you're just joining us, there is a lot going on. It actually is very disorienting if you're just looking at it from a radar because they're pretty much continuous tornado warnings from just east of Little Rock and west of Memphis all the way up to eastern Illinois and parts of Indiana. We're talking over a 320-mile stretch of real estate that is under some sort of tornado threat ongoing right now. Active tornadoes. Several of these have been confirmed. Several of these are in the process of trying to touch down, and we very well have a tornado outbreak underway.
And one warning I might suggest we go to is the one that covers the Cape Girardeau area, because that is a considerable threat. Observed tornado where a spotter has already seen a tornado within the last 13 minutes or so.
And now we're talking a much larger populous city.
Yes.
Almost 100,000 people live in this tornado warning. This is an observed tornado we've been tracking now as it was moving to the southwest of town. And this is kind of along our main line. And if there is a tornado still on the ground, there may be two areas, but I think it's the spot right there. This may have actually went right through the heart of, or at least the south side of Cape Girardeau.
Absolutely, and there are a lot of communities in harm's way in this tornado warning, Anna and Cobden. So
we do have a tornado debris
and not
signature.
a surprise.
Yeah, so
given that a spotter saw the tornado.
Yep, hit there, and then if you advance it forward a little bit, this was back at 6:45 p.m. Notice how you've got some debris. There it is. Went along Highway 74 as it was crossing over I-55. So it went just south of Cape Girardeau, has now crossed over the Mississippi River and is into far southwestern Illinois.
So Mill Creek, Dongola, Anna, and Cobden, Illinois are in this warning.
Yeah, because this is still an ongoing tornado that's on the ground. Damaging wind threat on the northern side of Cape Girardeau all along. And this is less of a supercell and more a quasi-linear kind of development with this particular tornado warning.
Yeah, that's a much more messy velocity signature, which makes it even more imperative that you not try to outthink the storms and think, oh, well, the worst velocity is going to go north of me, when there are multiple areas of spin with a more messy signature that could end up being the business end of the tornado a few minutes from now.
And sometimes they may not last as long because they get interfered by neighboring storms, but you get a lot of new touchdowns, maybe just north or south along that line, and there's very little Lorne time because it's all kind of one parent storm, essentially, with just many areas of rotation within it. Very dangerous storm right now in Cape Girardeau. Again, a considerable threat tag, tornado warning. You know, even though Cape Girardeau, the tornado is just to your south and east, right there near the Mississippi River. This went probably right through McClure, Illinois. Anna and Elko, Elko's just outside of the tornado warning, but I would still take shelter there. And Anna, Illinois, this is heading towards you. But look at the damaging wind we're seeing, and probably even some hail in this storm, along with blinding rainfall rates here in the city of Cape Girardeau.
And this tornado, based on the local storm reports from the Weather Service, was spotted like 3 times.
Really?
By different law enforcement and officials, emergency managers.
Yeah.
So, and following the path of the velocity signature that went right into the Cape Girardeau area. So we've not only had the radar telling us where it's been, but also the officials. And then just 5 minutes ago, a tornado was reported near Cape Girardeau Fire Station number 1. So it definitely went right through the Cape Girardeau area, Chris.
All right, so that is that ongoing tornado warning. Carbondale, Illinois, you're under a tornado warning. Looks like our max is resetting, so we will continue to follow that. There is a live look. Okay, so this is again in northeastern Arkansas, where we've got just absolutely torrential rains. Look how dark the skies are too. It's hard to even tell what we're even seeing. It's hard to even make much of anything here with these kind of rainfall rates, and that paints another picture. Is the flash flood potential as this line is starting to slow down. We're not going to see a lot of forward momentum. So the torrential downpours are going to continue to move over the same areas. We've already got numerous flash flood warnings. In fact, Little Rock, you're under that flash flood warning, but we've got continuous tornado warnings. And now we want to go west of Memphis.
Yes, that's a good one to go to because for bad reasons. This is a considerable threat. Observed tornado on this that is not far from Haines and Forest City there in eastern Arkansas.
So this is I-40, very well-traveled thoroughfare between Memphis and Little Rock. And here near Goodwin, you are in the clear. The storm is about 5 or 10 miles to your east and moving away from you, but a very dangerous hook that we're noticing here on the radar. And when you look at this, you can see that rotation right there moving towards Haines. So if you live in Forest City and if you live in Haines and anywhere in between, you are in the path of this ongoing tornado, which very well could be on the ground or in the process of trying to be on the ground. I don't know if we've had ground confirmation of this one.
This is radar confirmed.
So far, radar confirmed.
And it's another one of those cells that pretty much has unimpeded inflow from the southeast. This is not like the one up near Cape Girardeau that's a little bit more embedded. This is kind of a front runner.
Yeah, so look at it. Actually, could we switch back over to the debris tractor, Dalton? Because I think we do have a debris signature right in there, which is why there probably would have been radar confirmed. If you look at that, it went right through Morrow. I'm seeing that area of green right in there, and that seems to, it's a little muddy. It's not as well organized as what we were dealing with in northern Arkansas, but it does correlate really well with where we have the tightest rotation.
Yeah, I think there's enough of a matchup between the debris tracker and the velocities to have great concern that something has been struck. And now we are getting to the point where even if it's not this particular cell that goes into the heart of Memphis or anything like that, but we're getting to the point where in Metro Memphis, we could be under multiple warnings over a long period of time once the entire system moves a little bit farther to the east, because I don't see all of these cells just kind of dying off as things move into western Tennessee.
Look at how many there's so many, it's hard to count because they're just blending in together. Many areas are getting one tornado warning and then they're followed right by another supercell right behind it. So we have a long night to go. We want everybody to be safe. Thanks for joining us here on Weather Unfiltered. A lot to break down tonight, Dr. Nab, as we are especially watching eastern Arkansas, southern parts of Missouri, into Illinois, and also eventually this is going to be moving into western Tennessee. So I know it's quiet in Memphis right now, but that whole line of continuous tornado warnings is moving through, and it's going to be very active up into Indiana as well as this line pushes east.
We've already had a tornado warning in northern Indiana. We even had a brief tornado warning in southern Wisconsin. Now, Blytheville is a good example of why you can't presume that once one warning and one cell goes by, that's the end of your threat for the night, because we've got that cell that passed just south and east of Truman and headed in the general direction of Blytheville. So training supercells with everything is rotating, everything is getting warned on in that zone. You're going to go through more than one warning situation.
So continuing to watch this in Dunklin, Mississippi, and Pemiscot counties there in northeast Arkansas. Again, the area of most concern is right there, just west of Etowah. That's where you have an area of green and red kind of rotating around. There also may be another area of rotation just south of Leachville. Remember, this is the area that was hit by that strong and violent tornado. I've seen some new videos coming in of what that tornado looked like. Boy, that was a monster of a storm, and continuing to cause issues here, likely into southern Missouri, because that tornado is now probably approaching Clay. Does appear to be a little messier than it did, so it's not as well put together, which hopefully means there's not a tornado on the ground. But you still can't downplay any of these warnings. Look at this. We've got continuous warnings now all through southern Illinois, and even a few tornado warnings there now getting into Indiana, even up towards northern Indiana, where we've got still an active tornado warning. So notice here too, north of Nashville, some of these cells are kind of out ahead of all of that mess, and they have a lot of ample ingredients to really tap in if they can play their cards right.
Yeah, the Bowling Green, Kentucky area is under, especially the south side of town, is under a tornado warning
right there.
And this is way out in the warm sector without the benefit of all the really strong forced lift in the atmosphere farther to the north and west, closer to the parent weather system. But there's so much instability in the atmosphere as the moisture continues to stream through Tennessee and Kentucky up into Indiana that these cells are able to tap into the strong low-level and deep layer shear just because of the strong instability, especially because of the moisture.
Yeah, and temperatures were in the mid-80s today, even in middle Tennessee.
And dew points are getting close to 70 in many places.
So, I mean, we have ripe conditions here in the atmosphere. Bowling Green, you're under a tornado warning. Again, there could be a brief touchdown or maybe a funnel cloud spotted nearby, so that's something we're watching very closely. This storm does appear to be weakening, which is good news as it comes towards the city, but we got another storm just behind that. Notice in western Tennessee, you've got a tornado warning. That's a storm we've been tracking for a while. In Memphis, you've got a slew of tornado warnings within 30 to 40 miles to your west that are headed your way. We're going to continue to stay on top of all of the ongoing tornado warnings here, stretching from Louisiana up into Indiana when Weather Unfiltered returns. Thanks for staying with us here on the Weather Channel.
A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 78 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 61. Thursday, rain likely, high 64. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, welcome back here to the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage of this ongoing tornado outbreak. We've got numerous tornado warnings, looks like 19 tornado warnings now that are spread out between Indiana, Illinois, parts of Missouri, much of eastern Arkansas, and these are going to be moving in towards western Tennessee. In fact, Dr. Knapp, we want to start with that whole cluster of red there in eastern Arkansas, just west of Memphis, because these are knocking on our doorstep here in the Memphis metro area.
Yeah, it's not going to be long before a lot of supercells are crossing the Mississippi River, and this could be one of them. Look at the reflectivity hook on there, a very classic signature. There's no doubt when you switch to the velocities on that you're going to see a well-defined couplet, and we have for some time. And this is, of course, close to the interstate as well right now.
Yeah, this is approaching Interstate 40, Forest City. The tornado, if it's on the ground, it very well could have pushed just south of town right there, moving towards the I-40 corridor, so it might be paralleling I-40. Sometimes these can wobble and likely cross Interstate 40, moving into Madison, Arkansas by 7:20. So this is just moments away from hitting you in Madison, Arkansas, Widener, Arkansas, in just a few minutes from now, and then getting up towards Blackfish, Arkansas by 7:30. So we got within 10 minutes there. If you live in Blackfish or anywhere along that stretch of I-40 just east of Forest City, please take shelter immediately as this storm continues to travel very quickly, Dr. Knapp, up towards the northeast and maybe 50, almost 60 miles per hour.
And notice there we've timed it all the way to Earl because while the warning doesn't go all the way there yet,
we got a tornado emergency now.
Very well. Yes, let's go to the tornado emergency and points at Arkansas.
So that's back up into northern Arkansas where we just were. Okay, so never mind. That was expired.
It is from early. Okay, so we got our alerting system threw us a curveball.
Kind of a lag.
Yes, there was a lag. But in any case, these cells, even though we don't have a tornado emergency right now, we've got some observed, radar confirmed.
Yep.
A lot of these cells have a history of being, tracked by spotters. And here we are in Duncan, Mississippi, and Pemiscot counties as Blytheville is again under a tornado warning.
And look at this. Jonesboro has now been put under a tornado warning. And again, these are storms. They're all kind of blending together. You don't have one discrete supercell anymore. There's just lots of areas of spin. So sometimes these can touch down brief tornadoes, unlike the one we had earlier, which passed just by Lake City and Leachville. Many of these areas that are now trying to, come to terms with what happened, figuring out power outages, there's power lines down, hard to even get into some of these areas because of that passing tornado. You're now under a tornado warning for more areas of rotation. But let's head north because some of these storms are pretty intense here in southern Illinois. And notice too, Dr. Knapp, you got the line, which has shown many areas of rotation, but notice those cells out ahead of it, they're moving almost completely in another direction from the south to the north with the line kind of advancing from the southwest to the northeast.
The most concerning cells that have the greatest potential to have long track, strongest tornadoes would be the more discrete open warm sector supercells, but the embedded ones can be just as life-threatening if it hits your town. And so now we're looking at the one that went through Cape Girardeau, and this has been tracked by radar and even some observers.
Look at that right
as
there.
it went right through the Cape Girardeau area. It was even seen by the fire station in Cape Girardeau, and now getting close to Anna on the Illinois side of the river.
And a very concerning TDS, which we call a tornado debris signature. Essentially, when that overlaps with where you have the area of tightest rotation, spin, based on the radar, that typically means you have debris that's been lofted up. It's essentially the radar scanning the skies and depicting everything it sees with the color. So if it scans the raindrops, it depicts it all as red, let's say. But then when it picks up maybe branches or other pieces, shingles and other pieces of debris, it puts a different color. And when you see a tight wound ball like that, that's very concerning and very likely a tornado on the ground.
And this is a radar confirmed tornado that's moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So you've got to trust the warning. Don't try to go outside and look for it. Don't waste time calling your neighbors to see, do you think this is worth taking shelter for? Call your neighbors to tell them to take shelter like you are.
Yeah, and this is moving towards Anna, Illinois. We're in Illinois, by the way, so if you're just showing us, this is Illinois, far southern Illinois, near the Mississippi River, not far from Cape Girardeau. Cape Girardeau, the storm has already passed through you, and there's been reports power outages, some damage there in Cape Girardeau, but we're within 5 miles here of Anna, Illinois, getting hit from this tornado, and it may jog just to your west, but we can't let our guard down here in Anna. You need to take shelter here immediately. That ongoing tornado warning has has been extended now eastward. This encompasses a good section of I-57 now, getting into some of these hubs across southern Illinois.
Now, remember, though, that scan is a few minutes ago, and it may very well be passing Anna already.
And notice how much longer this tornado warning is. It's more narrow, but longer, which means they're anticipating this to continue traveling in that northeastern direction for quite some time. Larger cities like Marion and Goreville, Illinois, you need to take shelter, start getting into your safe place, gathering the family, because we've got a confirmed tornado, or at least radar confirmed tornado, that is likely on the ground as it's passing near the town of Anna in Illinois.
And I get very concerned with a big interstate like 57 there. You know, Goreville's in the warning. I-57, you don't want to be on the interstate. You want to be off the roads in a sturdy structure in your lowest level, most interior room right now.
Good evening, and thank you for staying with us live here on the Weather Channel as we continue to track tornadoes on the ground. I'm Justin Michaels. This is Memphis, Tennessee. And just in the last 15 or 20 seconds, the tornado sirens that were going off here in Memphis stopped. That does not mean the danger is gone. Just to the west of Memphis, and I mean just to the west of Memphis, there is a tornado warning. And in fact, that is just part of a very long line of tornado warnings, all of them moving to the east, coming in this direction. We have to believe that Memphis is very close to, if not imminently, going to be in a tornado warning as those storms are all moving in this general direction. Why the tornado warnings, or tornado sirens stopped, I cannot quite be sure. Would not be surprised if during our live shot here they start up again, but you could hear the sound all through the city of Memphis as those sirens were going off. And again, a tornado warning just off to the west of where we are here in Memphis. So we already have a very dangerous night. We already know tornadoes have touched down. We already know that this is going to be a very long night for so many people, potentially here in Memphis, but definitely in this part of the country. The central time zone is being dramatically impacted by severe weather tonight. And this is just the beginning of the threats. We've got that tornado threat tonight. But remember, we have days of flooding rain ahead of us. So for folks who live here, the flood threat is going to be potentially more catastrophic than some of the tornado threats that we're dealing with already this evening. Remember, we have a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, and that is a designation given to the flood watch that's in place for millions of people right now, okay? We also have the tornado watch with the PDS designation for places like where we are and so many millions of people in this part of the country. And then, of course, seemingly countless tornado warnings that are kicking in all up and down the line. This intense line of weather that's moving across the United States that is really serving as the start-off point, Dr. Nab and Chris, for what's going to be days of rain and more severe weather. Just because this goes through tonight, I know you both are tracking off in the distance, but you're also tracking the Torcon of 5 for tomorrow. So we're nowhere near out of the woods. This as more warnings continue to pop up. Guys, into you for now.
Yeah, and then, you know, Justin, I think we were coming to the conclusion why the warnings went off in the first place. Just a small portion of Shelby County, I think, is under a tornado warning, but just north of Memphis. Okay. Just as a maybe a general measure, they just go across the county wide. But it's something we got to watch very closely. So you're okay for now. We'll continue to check back in with our national correspondent there, Justin Michaels, in Memphis. He's got a safe spot if he needs to take shelter right now. Memphis, okay for now, but man, we are right on the edge. I mean, within probably, 15 miles, Dalton, there very well could be a tornado on the ground here just west of downtown Memphis proper, just west of, there's a community called West Memphis.
Which is right on the
Arkansas.
right edge of the tornado warning. So you need to be taking shelter in your lowest level, most interior room. And of course, Interstate 40, it's going right there. Interstate 55 before too much longer. We'll be tangling with this supercell. We got to be off the roads and in our lowest level, most interior room, because this is a cell that is moving quickly. A lot of the cells tonight have been moving very, very fast, but this one is moving off to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour.
So the area of rotation not as well tight as some of the other storms we've been following, or maybe even a few scans prior, but this would be the spot of most concern moving towards Jeanette, Arkansas. within the next 10 minutes, and then Crawfordsville, Arkansas by 7:45 or 7:48.
It's only 15 minutes away.
Take shelter here.
Amazing how fast these are moving.
And we've got several other tornado warnings. In fact, Dalton, if we could, let's jump up north a little bit. Let's hit that warning in Evansville, and we've got that ongoing tornado warning there in Illinois. Really quickly, Evansville, Indiana, very large city here in southern Indiana, is under a tornado warning. A funnel cloud was spotted with this storm as it was coming out of western Kentucky. There's a live camera, by the way, of Evansville. Look at the winds out ahead of it. The worst part of this storm, by the way, is still back towards the southwest of Evansville. There is some notable rotation, and boy, do we have a hail core in there, likely on the Illinois-Indiana line right along the Ohio River.
Yeah, now this tornado warning goes for another 40 minutes. That's because the system is so well developed, and it's moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So even though in Evansville you're thinking, what storm? It's not even raining. Right? But the speed of these systems, you know, the wind shear in the atmosphere is strong, and that's what's producing the supercells. But those strong wind fields are also working together at various levels to move these storms along at highway speeds.
So Evansville, 8 o'clock. So we got within a little less than 30 minutes before this tornado warned storm, which has the ability to intensify between now and then. And if there's not a tornado on the ground, there very well could be one trying to touch down. Heads up here, start getting into your safe place, a basement or lowest level of your home, most interior room. Welcome back into Weather Unfiltered. You're looking live. It's hard to tell what we're looking at because we've got a lot of rain. The lightning is prolific here in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Less than 45 minutes ago, we had a tornado warning that tore through parts of town. There's been some reports of very strong wind gusts as this came through. Cape Girardeau's so far, that tornado is now in Illinois.
Yep, and this was actually reported near the Cape Girardeau fire station as it went through there, but it has gone quite a distance off to the northeast. At least it is not as well defined as it was. But we have got tornado warnings all the way from central Indiana into southwestern Arkansas with a tornado that started on the Texas side.
Look at that. And then beyond the banner, just south of Little Rock, we got 2 tornado warnings, and that one's actually on the ground right now in far southwestern Arkansas. So look at this. I mean, we've got over a 500-600 mile swath of tornado warned storms pushing from the Louisiana-Arkansas border right on up to northern Indiana. So starting here in southern Illinois, we've got a tornado warning here. This is south of Carbondale near Goreville. This has been the one that went through Cape Girardeau, which you can see on the bottom left of your screen. Anna, this came through you. They dropped the confirmed observed tag, but still a dangerous storm. And this has history of rotation in several spots. So we could see another tornado kind of touch down at any point within this tornado warn area. And look at this. We got 1, 2, maybe 3 different areas of rotation right there, all within this storm. So while it's not super well defined on the radar, it's very messy. There are strong indications of rotation with this storm, and that doesn't mean we don't have a tornado on the ground. So
no, it doesn't. Now, this is getting to be more of a line embedded spin. It's not as much of a discrete supercell, although it still has some discrete structures to it. It's just not as out in the open as much as, say, the one that's just to the west of Memphis or the one that is just to the east of Texarkana.
All right, let's go to that one east of Texarkana, far southwestern Arkansas. These ones have been observed. And you can see here that it has a nice little hook right in there is where we're seeing a test rotation. So an observed tornado warning for Columbia, Lafayette, and Nevada counties in far southern Arkansas until 8 p.m. if you live in Magnolia, but particularly just north of Magnolia along that US 82 corridor, take shelter immediately.
So this is probably the closest supercell to the Gulf, right? Yep. And it really has open access to the warmth and the moisture
count.
Yep, and this was a tornado that was actually seen, and the Weather Service received video confirmation of it near the Miller and Lafayette County border east of Doddridge in extreme southwestern Arkansas. So this actually started, the supercell started to get together on the Texas side south of Texarkana. So it has held together for a while already, and now the warning has been extended even farther to the north and east.
And it looks like we may even have a debris signature with this one. Waldo, the tornado likely just went through you. just missing Magnolia to the north, although you probably had some strong winds there just south of the actual circulation. Then Stevens, you're next in line. This is going to be on top of you within the next 10 to 15 minutes by 7:55 p.m. And then if it holds together, which it very well could, that warning could be extended to the north and east to include Camden and East Camden by 8:10, 8:15 p.m. Local time. If you could, Dalton, really quickly switch over to correlation coefficient. I'm just curious to see if we rewind it just a little bit. Near Waldo would have been, yep, right there. There it was, just south of 82, south of Stamps, and then that's what just came through Waldo. Sometimes it moves through farmland and the debris gets lifted, or you don't have it. Sometimes it lifts up, and let's hope that's the case. But this tornado either went through Waldo or just lifted up before Waldo. Lots of wind also moving into Magnolia right now.
And there's some really strong velocity returns on this one. So it's a very well organized mesoscale cyclone. And now we should probably return to west of Memphis.
Yeah,
right?
Because we've got tornado watches and a particularly dangerous situation tornado watches for eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, northern Mississippi, and also there into western Kentucky. Notice, too, the watches have been extended eastward to include Louisville. You're now under a tornado watch as those tornado parameters over the past 3 hours have really spiked. Look at the tornado parameters in southern Indiana, central Kentucky, and also here across western Tennessee, northern Mississippi, and also southern Arkansas, where we've seen a lot of these tornado warnings over the last hour or so.
Yeah, so that tornado parameter kind of gathering information that has to do with instability and wind shear in the atmosphere. And you can see how much instability is still coming off the Gulf because of the tremendous moisture. And even though the bulk of the main weather system is way off to the north, the surface low is going through Wisconsin. Yeah. But we still have such strong low-level and deep layer shear all the way down to the south there because of the broad troughing with a bunch of short waves rotating around it. They're going to keep causing new surface lows to form in the southern plains. So this is not going to end in the next couple or few hours. It's going to be overnight, and nighttime makes tornadoes and flooding even more dangerous than they otherwise would be.
And that's a danger because we're now past sunset and it's dark now, so we're not able to see the tornado as clearly. Right. And sometimes it can be illuminated by lightning strikes, but a lot of times it's in the dark until you hear the noises. Yeah.
As if it was easy during the day, but then in the nighttime it's next to impossible.
It adds another level of terror in some cases.
Yep. And now, so what's going to happen is that low that's going up across Lake Superior tonight is going to leave a front down across Tennessee and Arkansas. The trough pattern in the western U.S., another disturbance comes in, a new low forms along that front, and so you're going to get the cold front that's coming into Arkansas and Tennessee to hit the brakes overnight, and then start going in the other direction to bring the instability and the shear back into that zone tomorrow, and that begins the multi-day flood event in the mid-Mississippi Valley.
All right, keep it right here. We'll get back to the active tornado warnings, 20 to be exact, when we return.
A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 78 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 61. Thursday, rain likely, high 64. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel. You're watching continuing live coverage here of our ongoing tornado outbreak. I mean, numerous tornado warnings right now stretch across the U.S., 15 active tornado warnings. And this is a live look at Memphis facing west. So this is looking off towards the tornado warned storms. That's Interstate 40.
So it's not surprising that the most frequent vicious lightning appears to be to the right or to the north of Interstate 40, because the main cell that's tornado warned is going northeast in the direction of I-55 northwest of Memphis.
Wow, I'm trying to see too on the horizon as the lightning lights up the sky. Sometimes you can see if clouds are lowering and there's like illuminations. Now our national correspondent, Justin Michaels, he's there in Memphis. He also has a similar vantage point looking off towards the west. And Justin Michaels, again, what are you seeing? Have you noticed any change in the wind? It seems pretty quiet. Any new sirens coming off at all? Because I don't think Memphis proper is under the warning, but just to your west.
Right, just to the west of us, and we did confirm, you're going to see a lot of lightning behind me. We did confirm with our meteorologist behind the scenes at the Weather Channel that lightning is far enough away from us that we are safe. If it gets a little closer, which it's likely going to, we're going back to our safe location. But looking off to the west over the I-40 bridge, what a haunting sight. Truly, something wicked is just off on the horizon, and it's moving in this direction. So close to Memphis right now is a tornado warning. And we did have the tornado sirens go off earlier this evening, just in the last half hour. We do have that video we captured just again about a half hour ago. Listen to this right now. So those sirens were just echoing and rumbling through the entire metro of Memphis, Tennessee, again, just within the last half hour. We have not heard them since. They stopped. And now you can see, because the storms are getting so much closer to us, the lightning is just tremendous. We do not have loud barreling thunder yet, though. That's still well off in the distance. And that's why we feel a little bit safe to be where we are right now. We know that lightning is way far away from us. But again, this moving in this direction, that intense line of storms that is already creating tornadoes, tornado warnings just off to our west. We are in that tornado watch with a PDS designation, a particularly dangerous situation, also a flood watch with a PDS situation, a particularly dangerous situation. A very rare occurrence to have that PDS added to a tornado watch. Only 3% of tornado watches get it, which means 97% don't. So think about the odds of that. But right now we are in that watch, and I have to believe, guys, it's only a matter of time before a warning might get extended to Memphis, in which case we will be in our safe space. We know where that is in our hotel. And of course, I hope that everybody in the sound of our voices here on the Weather Channel who has the ability to watch is also taking this as seriously as we are, knowing exactly down to the second how long it's going to take them to get into their safe places as well. Guys, back into you now.
Yeah, Justin, there is another cell over Haines, Forest City area in Arkansas, the same place where the current cell going northwest of Memphis was within an hour ago. So there will be more coming into the Memphis metro. Could the next cell be a little closer to Memphis?
And we're getting in a few reports that there may be a tornado trying to touch the ground, or at least with that storm west of Memphis. Look at the rotation right there. This is moving near Jericho. Very concerning winds, very strong winds, whether there's a tornado or not, damaging wind aspects. But this could be tightening up into a tornado that is either on the ground or trying to touch the ground, crossing I-55. This would be just north of Marion, Arkansas. And if you live in Clarkdale, you may take a direct hit from this tornado warned storm.
Moving northeast at 50 miles an hour with up to 2-inch diameter hailstones associated with this supercell. What a well-defined supercell that is on just the reflectivity. It's not hard to guess where the velocity coupling is going to be. And again, this is kind of one of the cells that has open exposure for inflow from the southeast without a lot of other supercells all that close to it to interfere with its circulation. So we have every reason to believe this will hold on for a while, probably even beyond the current tornado warning polygon. So a place like Cuba could be receiving the direct impacts of this system within the next 17 minutes or so.
All right, let's go to southern Illinois, and then we can maybe end with the Evansville tornado. But we have an ongoing tornado on the ground in southern Illinois, just passed through Goreville, and now is on the east side of I-57. So this is for southern Illinois. Marion, you're in the clear. This stayed to your south, but it may have went right through the heart of Goreville and is now moving off towards the northeast. Crab Orchard, Creel Springs, and Goreville still included in that tornado warning. There's a live look at Marion, Illinois, by the way. That's just north of the tornado warning storm. You can see that area of rotation right there near Creel Springs.
So this is
Illinois.
the same supercell that went through Cape Girardeau, and it got messy for a little while, but it now appears to be focusing up quite a bit in between Creel Springs and Carrier Mills.
All right, if we can go to Evansville really quickly as we had to break. We're under a tornado warning. There's that debris tracker for the Illinois storm, and a very dangerous storm, tornado warning, moving through southern Indiana just west of the city of Evansville. Welcome back into Weather Unfiltered. You're looking live just to the west of Memphis, Tennessee. This is looking into Arkansas, looking west towards the tornado-warned storms where you've got numerous lightning strikes, flashes every few seconds, showing you a very dynamic and volatile atmosphere and a very dynamic intensifying storm. And there could be a tornado on the ground or maybe had just touched down recently.
And if you're familiar with the Memphis area and the area west and northwest, you know, I-40 goes west, I-55 goes northwest. It has in just a few moments crossed both I-40 and just recently I-55.
And then that's not the only spot we're watching. Southern Illinois has still an ongoing tornado that just passed just south of Marion, Illinois. There's a live look showing you the heavy rain, even the horizontal sheets of rain at times. Marion, your tornado threat for now is diminished, but just south of you, we still have an ongoing tornado that is on the ground near Creel Springs in southern Illinois. And this is video from earlier today of one of the tornadoes that touched down near Potosi in Missouri. Look at this, a very interesting look at a tornado. This was earlier today. I know there was damage near Nevada, Illinois earlier this morning with the tornadoes that came through. Owasso, Oklahoma also took a direct hit from a tornado. And you can see this one that hit near Potosi in Missouri.
And we're getting a lot of different looks at it. That first look, it looked like it was out in a field, not at that particular moment hitting structures. But you notice how difficult it is to get a good view of the tornado, even when you're trying, right? So this is why.
Yeah.
But now it's nighttime, and we're not going to see these beasts like this.
No.
And we really have to trust the radar.
And in some cases, some of these are going to be rain wrapped too, especially if they're kind of along our line. All right, let's take a broad look as you're just joining us here. There's a lot to cover. We got severe storms all the way up into southern Michigan, Dr. Nab, through Indiana, into eastern Illinois, now starting to move into western parts of Kentucky, western Tennessee, eastern Arkansas, and also southern Arkansas, where we still have a couple of those tornado warnings.
So this big broken line is crossing the Mississippi River essentially as we speak, with a few discrete supercells on the eastern side and southeastern side of the line. And the ones that are the more separate from the others have the best chance of being longer tracked and stronger tornadoes. But even the line embedded spins can cause damage and be life-threatening. You got to shelter lowest level, most interior room for any tornado warning.
I'm amazed at how wide this tornado warning is, which tells me there may be a couple of areas of rotation versus like one distinct supercell. But the area of most concern, the area of concern was the spot near Creel Springs. This is also obviously now to your east. But if you live near Stone Fort, there is a tornado on the ground, and it's moving towards Stone Fort and U.S. Highway 45. If you live in Harrisburg, Illinois, and Stone Fort, you need to take shelter here immediately. The latest scan of the debris tracker, which is a couple minutes delayed, but it shows you the latest scan right there. It looks like, Dalton, if you could rewind it a little bit, it almost
do the
looks
history of that.
South to north. So this is a very erratic pattern. This is not just like a continuous eastward motion.
Yeah, and that's not a surprise.
It's jumping around.
Yeah, given how, the velocities were very well defined when it went through Cape Girardeau and Anna in Illinois, but then it got very messy. And what could happen, Chris, possibly is, even if you're not getting the business end of the tornado, you're getting strong winds, and some of those strong winds can be damaging and cause a little bit of debris to go into the air. And so, debris might be lofted into the atmosphere by an embedded spin, a tornado that in a particular spot doesn't last all that long, and then another one, it kind of cycles and redevelops in maybe a slightly different spot.
So unlike those supercells we were tracking, this one doesn't look as well depicted on the precipitation. It looks like a big blob of heavy rain. That means it's probably rain wraps, but there's that tight area of rotation where you have those oranges and reds moving away from the radar and those greens and blacks moving towards the radar, and it's very tightly wound, which means we very well have a tornado that's on the ground right between Creole Springs and Stone Fort. But based on the current trajectory, this would bring it up towards Carrier Mills, maybe just north of Stone Fort, and then getting into Harrisburg. So maybe we could time this out, Dalton, and encompass some of these communities in southern Illinois. You can see the area of rotation. There's still some notable area of rotation even up there, but the actual tornado is more for the south, which isn't really. It also depends. I think we're in between radars right here, so we're getting. It depends which scan we're using, and that can shift where the storm could be.
Right, and so depending on which radar we look at, the greens and reds could be reversed, right? Because you in between radars, it's going away from one and toward the other, but. This is a situation in which, because the storm scale interactions are a little bit more likely to happen, and that's going to cause the storm structure to be messier, and the velocities aren't going to be as well defined, then we really need to take shelter everywhere in the tornado warning, not try to outsmart it by thinking, well, the velocity is going north of me. Things could spin up quickly in a different part of the warning area very, very abruptly.
So Harrisburg, Illinois, take shelter. This is just a few minutes away from arriving in your community and then holding up towards Gold Hill, Illinois by 8:25 p.m. All right, want to go to Evansville in Indiana, of course, a much larger city. Very dangerous storm that we've been tracking now for quite some time. Evansville is under this tornado warning, and there is a live look outside right now. And notice her temperature. 81 degrees, Dr. Wow. In Evansville, Illinois. The rain hasn't yet pushed in, and this storm is showing notable signs of rotation, but also very strong damaging winds and likely a large hail core, which is staying just west of the city of Evansville and likely going to pass us by to the north and to the west. So if you live on the northwest side of Evansville, if you live near Robinson and Scott and heads up there on the I-64 corridor, you're going to have some large hail headed your direction. Almost 2 inches in diameter.
And so this supercell is going in between downtown Evansville to its south and the actual radar site to its north. And that is producing, when you switch between reflectivity and velocity, an interesting multiple set of couplets. So I think what you've got is the red is going away from the radar, which is to the north, and you got the green, which is going to, toward the radar, up to, closer to the radar. And you've also got, I think, a little bit of a velocity signature that shows winds going toward the radar on the south side over downtown Evansville. So there's storm scale interactions going on here, and there's some of this is outflow from the really heavy precipitation going toward the radar.
Oh, yeah. So either way, expect some very strong winds and very heavy rain and then hail, as we mentioned, on the northwest side of Evansville. All right, just north of Memphis proper, you're under a tornado warning. This is now crossing out of Arkansas and about to cross the Mississippi River here into western Tennessee. This has had a history of producing, maybe a brief touchdown, but again, we're watching that threat very closely. And right there, Dr. Nab, in Memphis proper, watching the western horizon, that's lighting up profusely, is our senior national correspondent, Justin Michaels. Justin, first off, again, right on the edge of these storms. You seem to be safe for now, but we're continuing to follow that line. And I think this is a good indication of just how far it's been so close to you, but it's not really progressing east that quickly. The storms are continuing to move over the same areas versus moving east altogether.
Well, Chris and Dr. Nab, I wanted to let you know something, and you guys can talk about the dynamics behind this related to the meteorology and science. But Chris Erickson behind the lens and I just kind of made a comment about how uneasily calm it is here right now. There isn't so much as a light puff of wind going through Memphis right now, which is a little concerning because we're looking off on the horizon, and there are fireworks displays around the world that couldn't put on this show if you paid them $1 million to do it. It's extraordinary to see the light show happening off in the western sky. If you're just tuning in, the bridge you're seeing there is the I-40 bridge going across the Mississippi River between Tennessee and Arkansas. Concerningly enough, you do see plenty of high-profile vehicles on that bridge. You see the trucks going across, also cars. I would tell you the Weather Channel is simulcasting right now on Sirius XM. If you have truck drivers in your life and they're on the road, maybe I-40, or you have friends and family that are traveling I-40 tonight, you might want to have them tuned to Sirius XM and the Weather Channel, because we are on it and they need to stay informed on what's going on. Also make sure people have their cell phone alerts turned on, volume turned all the way up, because if you get yourself into a tornado warning, which we believe will likely happen somewhere in the greater Memphis area. There was one really close to us there for a while. It's now backed off, but the main line hasn't gotten here yet. This is the time where you need to know what's going on, and you are not likely going to be able to hear anything other than those alerts going off on your phone. Remember, tornado sirens are not designed to be heard inside. They're not designed to be heard in your home, in your apartment, in your building, in your basement. You have to be outside to hear them. That's how they're designed. So make sure your cell phone alerts are turned on and volume is turned up. Now, there is an interesting gust of wind that has come through. That's the first one we felt for a little while. And it was very eerily calm here for a good 15 or 20 minutes. But there was a nice little breeze. But looking off at that lightning, and hearing the distant thunder. And occasionally you see some ground to sky or sky to ground and cloud lightning bolts. Well, there's one right there. I don't know if we can see that, Chris, directly across. It's just really active, straight through and directly across the Mississippi. You might be able to capture one live here on the Weather Channel. But I will tell you what, whatever is coming this way, we know has produced tornadoes. We know that there are communities right now that were in the line, that there are people probably fighting for their lives at this point. And there's damage, there are highways and roads closed, and there are people who are working hard right now to save those people. More reports are coming in on that, and we are following them closely. Of course, the Weather Channel will be on the ground tomorrow from as many communities as we can get to safely to show you what's going on. But we've got to get through tonight first. And traveling tonight, Dr. Nab and Chris, is nothing less than dangerous, potentially life-threatening, which is why when I see so many people on that highway and on that bridge, and I know what's over there, and you guys know what's over there, it really is concerning. That is not where you want to be as these storms are coming through. Guys, it's to you.
Yeah, and Justin, just to give you an idea of what else is out there, there's that cell that went to your northwest and north, but there's another cell near Clarendon, Arkansas, another one over Pine Bluff right now, and those are going to be moving closer to the Mississippi River. And at some point, Chris, this line is going to cross right through Metro Memphis, as we've got tornado watches all the way from Fort Wayne, Indiana, down into Texarkana, Texas, with a lot in between.
Yeah, a lot. And these storms are moving into the Indy metro area. In fact, we got a new tornado warning there close to the Indy metro area. Evansville, you're under that tornado warning. Numerous tornado warnings stretching from Indiana down through southern Illinois. Western Kentucky now starting to see a few new tornado warnings. I'm seeing Graves County, which I know Mayfield is in. You're under a tornado warning, so take shelter there immediately. As this line, we go towards 10, 11 p.m. Now we're approaching Louisville, and now we're approaching areas around Bowling Green. Nashville, the main line is still going to be a while, and even overnight tonight while many folks are sleeping, Memphis is still in the thick of the heavy rain and likely severe weather as well.
Yeah, so now between now and 3 a.m., some part of the Memphis metro is going to be dealing with the storms, but you'll notice how oh yes, yeah,
back towards oh, you can't see it if we drop the banner. There's like supercell development that then refires back up overnight into Texas.
Yeah, because the main surface low and the primary energy for tonight's weather is going across Lake Superior, and the front will go through Indiana, but it will hold up over western Tennessee, Arkansas, and northern Texas. As we approach sunrise, you start to see the bands and the instability coming back to the north as a new disturbance forms over the southern plains, and you refire the storms over northeast Texas, Arkansas, and into Memphis. And look at the Torcons for tomorrow and tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think we got to watch the Metroplex just based on that latest run.
Yes.
It's not perfect, but it kind of gives you a flavor. That's also where the tornado parameters will be highest in the overnight hours. And then notice that area of 5, Torcon, that includes Memphis, this time southern Arkansas, Little Rock in that greatest risk. But we could still see some isolated tornadoes up through eastern parts of Kentucky and also middle Tennessee, like in Nashville.
So watch why that's going to happen. There's our surface low going across the upper peninsula of Michigan. And then tomorrow morning, the front is extending through western Tennessee, southern Arkansas, and to the Red River of the South, Oklahoma, Texas. And then as we go through the day tomorrow, look at new low pressure forming over Texas, and all the storms and the rain stick around in Arkansas, Memphis, and that comes back to the north. So Thursday night into Friday morning, we could have a lot of rain and storms in the Memphis area, for example. So look at the training showers and storms over Memphis tomorrow.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, by that point, we're probably going to be dealing with the flash flood concern as well. There will likely be many areas dealing with flash flooding and still that severe weather threat, including the risk for tornadoes. Then look at that huge batch moving up towards the I-70 corridor into southern Missouri and places like St. Louis.
So because the storms start maybe south portions of Arkansas tomorrow morning and then come back to the north and start training over the same areas that get rain tonight and tomorrow morning, that's why we go to this highest risk of flash flooding. And this could not be just water covering roads, but it could be water getting into structures, covering communities. We could have flash flood emergencies in portions of Arkansas and western Tennessee and Kentucky. I would say anywhere from Texarkana to Cincinnati would be the biggest risk zone.
Oh, yeah. All right, a lot more to cover here. Of course, the flash flood potential, high risk as we head into your Thursday and early Friday. That will likely extend into the weekend. More severe weather, but we have an ongoing active night tonight. A brand new tornado warning has been issued for central Indiana. I think Indianapolis now included in that. And a new tornado watch has been expanded eastward to include parts of Ohio, northern Kentucky, and southern Indiana.
A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 77 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 61. Thursday, cloudy with periods of rain, high 64. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, welcome back to our continuing live coverage here of our tornado outbreak unfolding from the Mid-South to the Midwest. We are looking live at Indianapolis, a blinding rain. Now, the entire metro area of Indianapolis is under a severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive threat tag. What that means is the winds are likely to exceed 80 miles per hour or stronger. So this could very well be a straight line wind event, and I would anticipate significant power outages. And then on the northwest side of the metro, near Brownsburg, we very well could have a tornado on the ground. There's been some indication based off the radar, Dr. Nab, that there was a touchdown or tornado, radar confirmed tornado on the ground in Brownsburg, Indiana, a pretty notable city here, a suburb of the northwest side of Indiana.
Yeah, that north side, the 465 corridor on the northern side of Indianapolis Metro has a lot of population, a lot of roads, a lot of people. Ooh. And this tornado warning only goes until 9:30, but if this holds together, that's going to have to be extended farther to the east. So if you're in Carmel and Noblesville and Fishers, that whole area, it is time to get off the roads and into a sturdy structure. In fact, you're already in those areas under a severe thunderstorm warning with that destructive tag, as you mentioned. So even if you don't get the direct effects of this tornado that's warned on, you could still get damage, and with trees in your property and things flying around, you don't want to be near a window. You don't want to be in the top level of a home. You want to be in that lowest level, most interior room, starting right now.
That area right there, see how the little inflow right in there, you know, a little bit of a curvature on that northern flank. That's probably, oh, look at that. I'm not liking the return there. And look at, so when you zoom in that tightly, look at all the streets. So now you're dealing with a very heavily populated area. There are definitely structures in the way. If you're familiar with Indianapolis, this tornado could very well be right over the Eagle Creek Reservoir. This is a very popular park on the north side of Indy. It's crossing through the park, so it's pretty much near North Raceway Road, and now approaching that I-65, I-465 interchange with Lafayette Road. So if you're familiar with that, man, this is not good. I'm not liking the debris tracker either. There's a very notable signal here of the radar that's correlating with the best rotation, and that means we very well could have debris. And this is heading towards the northern suburbs, including Carmel, which is one of the larger suburbs here of Indianapolis.
And that northeast side where I-69 comes through Fishers and down through 465, that is an extremely...
Ooh, they just extended the tornado warning.
Okay, now,
there we go.
I'm glad they did, to alert people to take shelter right now, because this is moving at 65 miles an hour. So even
highway speeds.
Yes. So this is going to be a dangerous tornado for a warning situation for a lot of folks. And, you know, on that north side of 465, you got a lot of exits. You got malls, you got restaurants, you got Meridian Road, and that I-69, 465, you know, bottleneck. That the interchange area is under construction. It's got lots of debris that could fly around because of that.
Yeah.
And it's often very congested at 8, 9 o'clock at night. Even on a weeknight, it can be. So you got to get folks off the roads, call people, get them off the roads, get them home into a sturdy structure, and start getting to that lowest level, most interior room.
Another thing I don't like to see, I'm looking at the Google Maps area of this tornado warning, and where the tornado could be just after Eagle Creek Reservoir, there's a bunch of distribution sites and warehouses, and those are very susceptible to high winds. Even if we don't have a tornado still on the ground, the winds associated with this alone are pretty much as extreme as you can get when it comes to severe thunderstorms. Easily up near 80 or 90 miles per hour. That can cause significant damage. Again, timing this out, I think the area of most concern is right in there. That, I mean, this is rapidly crossing through the northern metro of Indianapolis. Carmel, Indiana, this is about 5 to 10 minutes away from you. That's how fast it's moving. And the area of tightest rotation may come through parts of the city of Carmel, Indiana. If you live in Fishers, if you live in Noblesville, you need to get into your safe place immediately. Grab the family, go into your basement, most interior room that typically is a hall closet, maybe a pantry, a closet under the stairwell. If you're thinking about hiding out in your garage, please don't. The garage is usually the first place of impact. When the garage door goes, it's very susceptible to strong winds. That wind can then destroy your house from the inside out.
And now there's reports of power flashes downtown.
Okay.
So this is an indication of the strength of the winds, even if you don't get the tornado. So this is a big blast of wind with you know, focused spins embedded within this line. And again, like we saw over the weekend, you can get trees and power lines coming down even without a tornado.
Wow.
But you know, look at all that blast of wind. So the radar is on the southwest side of Indianapolis, where the new airport structures are. And we can see that all that red going toward and through downtown Indianapolis, that's the blast of wind going away from the radar. It's the red colors. But then on the north side of that, you've got kind of a bookend vortex. You know, you often, when you get a Boeing segment on the radar, like the ends of it can be where the focus spin of a tornado might be. And the north side of it appears to be where that might be happening.
And this is coming through Indianapolis right now, guys. Please stay inside. Get inside as quickly as you can. We had that Carmel, Indiana camera. Let's take... Okay, so this is just outside of Carmel, Indiana. You're looking at, hard to see what we're looking at here. I think it's pointing towards the sky. I see a lot of lightning flashes, but that's it. I mean, we're talking blinding rains and probably horizontal sheets of rain. There's Carmel, Indiana, where it's 76 degrees. I see lots of lightning flashes. Not a lot of people out, which is good. I mean, look at the lightning flashes here. Very eerily quiet, because if there is a tornado. Carmel, you're next in line. We're within 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, because like Carmel is just northeast of where this velocity signature is. So all the inflow to the storms coming in from the southeast, all that blast of wind through downtown Indianapolis is to your south. But this velocity signature is going to go dangerously close to Carmel. And it's about to go over 465 here on the north side of Indy. And again, Carmel and Noblesville are expansive suburban areas. It's not just one little downtown area.
You mentioned 465. Yeah. That's what we're looking at here. You can't even see the road except for the headlights. And notice the camera, it's pretty high, right? So it's getting tons of exposure from these winds. But everybody's got their hazards on. It's hard to even drive when you're dealing with rainfall rates as heavy as they are and the winds as strong as they are. This is a very dangerous situation here for the entire city of Indianapolis. Even if we don't have a tornado impacting you, you're going to be blasted by these straight line winds. I would anticipate to lose power if you haven't already.
Right. So downtown Carmel and downtown Noblesville and downtown Fishers are all off to the north and northeast of 465. But there's continuous suburbs in that area going north and northeast from 465. Notice how 465 bends a little to the southeast and meets up with I-69, and that area right there is extremely densely populated with a lot of traffic. So even at this time of night, there can be a lot of cars and trucks on the roads. You don't want to wait any longer to get off the roads, because what if the blast of wind or a tornado comes in and you're stuck at a stoplight or behind other vehicles? You don't want to have that happen. So now the core of the velocity signature going right across 465 where US 31 meets the interstate, okay? So this is
look at that.
A very, very densely built up area, not just with homes, but right there along 465, there you've got a lot of malls, a lot of warehouses, a lot of office buildings. If you're still at work in a warehouse or an office building, get away from windows, get into a sturdy structure. If you're on the roads, get off the roads. If you're at home, lowest level, most interior room right now.
And what happens in urban areas like this, it doesn't take as much wind to cause more damage, because now you're picking up more debris and slamming it into the buildings next to you. And then that wind, even if it's only 60 or 80 miles per hour, whether we have a tornado on the ground or not, can cause widespread destruction across vast neighborhoods, because it's just in as far as the eye can see, urban development.
Now, this has always been a fairly large area of spin with embedded smaller spins. And look at that little tight area of spin just to the southwest of downtown Carmel. That is very concerning, as is the spin not far to the south of it on the other side of 465. So you've got to be avoiding the temptation to outsmart the radar and think that, well, the worst spin is going way to the south of me, the worst winds are going to miss me, that sort of thinking. But US 31 there, that's Meridian Street, where it comes down from Carmel. And that's a major interchange, major intersection. And all of this is headed toward the Fishers area. So you've got to be off the roads and in your safe space in Fishers and in the areas around that as well. Calling out some communities, the southern and in core parts of the Noblesville area, and also the Geist Reservoir. All those neighborhoods are in the warnings, and going over to McCordsville and Fortville. So a lot of very highly populated North Indy metro areas.
Can we take that Carmel camera full? Because I'm curious to see. Right now, the winds are just starting to pick up. The rain's starting to pick up in intensity. This camera's going to change in a hurry. We might even see power flashes. But one thing we're looking at is, notice the rain. Oh, there we go. There's a power flash. You see all the lights in the buildings? So we're about to lose power. So what essentially is we're getting that blast of wind. And one thing I'm looking at when I see this is if we see rotation. So look at this. You got the rain kind of streaking from left to right. Look at the rainfall rate starting to pick up right before our eyes. There we go. We're starting to get into the heaviest of rain. Winds are picking up. You can actually see the camera moving just a little bit, so it's getting hit by some strong winds here. And then one thing we could see, if there is rotation, you're going to notice the rain that's falling going from left to right. Generally, it may switch completely the opposite way, where it could be going from right to left. So I'm curious to see if that happens, because it will happen very quickly. And it looks like we have a tornado debris signature moving right into the city of Carmel.
Yes,
and look at the camera.
The debris signature just to the immediate south of downtown Carmel is lining up with that very tight velocity signature. So not a surprise that we've got a tornado debris signature there. That's hitting
I don't like
something.
to see that. Oh, now look, the camera's going right to left.
Yeah.
So we're getting rotation, or at least still not to say we have a tornado that's definitely coming into this camera, but I don't like the looks of this. It's matching up with what we're seeing on the radar. The area of worst concern is now approaching downtown Carmel, and this is a very heavily populated suburb of Indianapolis.
Yeah, so the chances that that debris tracker is only trees is very, very small.
Very unlikely.
There's a lot, I mean, and the northern side of Indianapolis suburbs have expanded in recent years.
Oh, yeah.
There's more people living farther and farther north and closer together. So that debris signature is very concerning that structures have been impacted.
You could see shingles that could be picking up from here, you know, pieces of siding, the typical stuff that you typically lose first when it comes to building structures, you know, picking up by high winds. The fact that the rain was going from left to right and now it's going from right to left shows us that we have clear evidence of rotation. Still hard to say if there's a tornado on the ground. Regardless, all things are pointing at that observed indication. And this is continuing to move now between Carmel and Fishers. Fishers, I think you're going to be clear from this part of the tornado, or the worst part of the storm.
There's a really strong blast of wind coming through Fishers, and you know, we saw this little velocity signature near Carmel spin up quickly. Could something spin up on its way to Fishers quickly as well? That's a possibility, but this is quite a complex that has a lot of wind, and the velocity signature is now just a little bit east of Carmel.
Wow, look at that Carmel camera. I mean, it's just getting blasted. Very heavy rainfall now. You know, we've seen some power flashes in this camera view alone, and we're still getting a strong indication that we have a tornado debris signature through parts of the city of Carmel. You can see how it kind of tracked right over US Highway 31, very popular thoroughfare here in Indy, and then just north of 465.
Yep, and look at the debris tracker signature is going along right with that very small but tight, well-defined velocity signature. It's got a history in time and space together. And again, the chances that this is only trees is probably pretty small, just because there's such a tight spacing of buildings in this area. It might not be homes. It hopefully is something that no person is in, if it is in fact buildings that are being damaged. But this is, again, moving northeast at highway speeds, 55 to 65 miles an hour. So if you're in the town of LaPel, which is a lot more rural, off to the north of I-69, even though you're not in the warning right now, this blast of wind and maybe an embedded spin is headed your way.
And I think if you're in Noblesville, you're next in line from this tornado-warned storm. Again, observed tornado just passing through Carmel. There are over 300,000 people in the path of this tornado warning, and the bulk of that's going to be in the city of Carmel and then Noblesville, which will be next.
Yeah, if you're on I-69, going away from 465 toward Fishers, and you want to go to Noblesville, you go off this flyover on Highway 37, and then that Highway 37 is incredibly built up. So it's continuously built up from downtown Fishers to downtown Noblesville. So everybody in that zone needs to take shelter immediately if you haven't already. And that couplet, that velocity signature, is now a little bit farther east of Carmel and is headed in the general direction of that Highway 37 that goes Fishers to Noblesville.
So if you look at this movement of the radar, Dalton, if you can keep it here and just rewind it and play it back, you can almost see the broader area of rotation right in there as those kind of northern line and southern line kind of meet. Then you have the strongest winds on the apex of that straight wind event that just came through Indy. But then near Carmel, you're getting the best rotation, where there very well could be a rain-wrapped tornado that was enveloped because of the combination of the two just kind of spinning all together. You can actually see that kind of motion there. from the radar being played out.
And I'll note, too, that the velocities on the radar indicate some really strong winds just east of 465 south of I-69. Look at that blast of wind there going through the Lawrence area. Up Highway 36.
36, yeah.
And that's some really strong wind going away from the radar, which is on the southwest side of Indianapolis. So even if you don't get the focused area of spin, even if you don't get a tornado, damage to structures could happen because of the strong winds that could gust over 75 miles an hour, bring down trees and power lines. You don't want to be out on the roads during that. You don't want to be near a window during that.
Yeah, and you got Castleton Square Mall, which is right in there. In Castleton, you got Fort Harrison right there. And then this area is advancing very quickly over towards Vernon along Highway 36. Indy, the worst of the wind has subsided, but still very heavy rain, and I would anticipate there to be a lot of power outages here ongoing.
And the farther east that this goes, the farther northeast suburbs will be affected. So here is Fishers. Now, I don't know if this is I-69 or Highway 37 or near that interchange, but there's a lot of businesses in that corridor.
Look at the winds. Okay, so there's a car dealership right there, Ford dealership. The power's been flickering off and on, but I got to imagine there's lots of businesses on the other side that have already lost power.
Yeah, so I think we're looking at Highway 37 that goes north from I-69 on the way to Noblesville, and there's just no end to the buildup in that area, and it is a multi-lane highway even if you're off the interstate, and that's where the strongest winds are just blasting through right now. And there's, again, that focused area of spin between downtown Fishers at I-69 and downtown Noblesville to the north, and Highway 37 is right in between.
Right in there.
Yeah, so that's where
that camera is.
Yeah, so that's at that interchange of 69 and Highway 37.
Yeah, so the strongest winds, and the winds may even be stronger just south of there. It does appear that our velocity has kind of broken up a little bit. It's not as tightly wound, but this is really a damaging wind threat.
Although I can still see the velocity signature history that went just southwest of Carmel.
There was a tightening up.
There's still a little piece of that halfway between downtown Fishers and Noblesville, but there's other little spins embedded within this massive blast of wind going through Fishers and over to McCordsville.
Let's take a live look at that camera again, because if we can pull it full, this is live, guys. You're looking at some of the worst of the winds moving through Fishers, Indiana, just north of Indianapolis. Again, a very dangerous severe thunderstorm warning and ongoing tornado warning. And again, along that line, we could have numerous spins. So there's some power flashes. The sign just went in and out. And we could see winds that are exceeding 80+ miles per hour, even without the tornado aspect alone.
Yeah, and again, we saw back on Sunday, northern, central, southern Indiana, there were trees that were brought down. There were power lines that were brought down. There were some roofs that were damaged, and that's what could be happening. Not everybody's going to experience the damage, but that's what the potential is. And if you can just stay off the roads for a little while, and be in that lowest level, most interior room just for a little while longer, then this blasts on through, then the danger will be over. But we still have this tornado warning for another few more minutes. And even if that does not get extended, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way up I-69, Pendleton and Middletown, Indiana, off to the south of Anderson, all the way up to Tipton, Indiana. So there's a large area that's going to be affected by the potentially damaging winds.
And again, a very dangerous line of storms. They have extended the tornado warning again now. This includes parts of Hamilton, Madison, and now Tipton County. So if you live even up towards Anderson, Indiana, you are in the path of these areas of spin. There may be, and what we've seen along the last 30 minutes, Dr. Nab, several little spin-ups here along this line versus like one parent supercell, which is just kind of roaring through. And that's the danger. You don't know where those spin-ups are necessarily going to go to next.
That's right. So follow I-69 as it goes around Pendleton, and then you get off at Highway 9 to go into Anderson. So downtown Anderson and southward and southeastward, that bypass on the east side of Anderson is under the warning as well. And then you go farther to the north of I-69, closer to where the business end of this system is in Lapel, is under the warning, and all the way up to not far from Frankton and Elwood. If it holds together, it could go through those areas as well.
When the storms were rolling through Indianapolis, I'm getting some at least radar estimated winds by the velocity of up over 80 miles per hour. So it shows you the intensity of these winds alone. Right now, outside of Michigan, Indiana now the highest state with the most power outages, and that's not even encompassing the Indy metro area. That
so
data hasn't come in yet.
Those numbers will go up. Yes.
Way higher. So if you are ahead of this, make sure you have your phone charged. I would anticipate losing power. This is a more widespread threat with strong damaging winds over 80 miles per hour for much of central Indiana, moving east, and a tornado-warned storm, observed tornado warning, moving towards LaPel, Indiana right now, and Anderson, Indiana. You are next. This is along that I-69 corridor and just north of I-69, now east of Noblesville.
Yeah, and I wonder, Dalton, if we can go back to the velocities, because there is an increasing velocity couplet there just south of LaPel, just north of I-69. So that signature is about to go through LaPel, between LaPel and Pendleton in the general direction of Anderson. But again, these are quick spin-up focused areas of spin, but that's a concerning area, as well as the strong winds that are between LaPel and Noblesville. So that whole area, blast of wind, whether it's a tornado or not on the ground in your particular spot, is going to make I-69 very dangerous. And that Highway 32 goes all the way from Anderson through LaPel, all the way over to Noblesville and Carmel. That is an alternate thoroughfare that people use if they're not using I-69. If you don't like the interstate, you take that. But that is a dangerous place to be as well. And it is dark, and the visibility is going to be terrible. The road conditions are going to be terrible. Please don't be out on the roads.
That's moving right towards the Hamilton Town Center. There's also a big music center, the Ruoff Music Center, big outdoor amphitheater.
I would guess there's not a concert going on tonight.
No, not tonight, that's for sure. But
that Hamilton Town Center is a huge area.
Complex.
That is a relatively new part of the northeastern side of the Indianapolis metro. And, of course, Anderson is a sizable town as well. And some of these areas are very suburban. Some of these are very rural. So could we see damage to barns and damage to some of the farming structures there between Anderson and Carmel? So there's all kinds of damage potential from the strong winds, even if you don't get a spin up that creates a tornado in your particular spot.
So as we get to Anderson, we get out of the Indy metro area, and Anderson's its own city. It's over 55,000 people, so a pretty large city here in the northern half.
And a lot of people do commute to the northeast side of Indy. So it's still kind of a bedroom town for Indianapolis, but it is its own sizable town in its own right.
And look at the eastern side of the Indy metro area now, approaching Greenfield. Notice they've extended the severe thunderstorm warning eastward. This entire line is about a 30-mile swath of damaging wind that's approaching 60 to over 80 miles per hour, really through the heart of Indianapolis, and now continuing eastward here along I-70. And some of the strongest areas of concern as far as rotation is there right along the I-69 corridor. South of that is more of a damaging wind threat, and there could be a few spin-ups. We got to watch that area of really heavy rain near Greenfield, moving towards Newcastle, as if that tightens up a little bit, and maybe an inflow notch trying to form there,
and
too.
That little spin that went very near Carmel, I still feel like there's a history of that that still exists just north of LaPel right now, in addition to the other focus spin that's just south of LaPel. So as you've been saying, Chris, rightly so, that there are probably multiple embedded spins here that could locally spin up and cause damage very quickly in a focus spot.
The path of this has been very concerning, right through some of the most densely populated stretches here of central Indiana, and it's heading towards Anderson. It's continuing on that, I-69 corridor path. Muncie now included in the severe thunderstorm warning. They have extended eastward a pretty large, encompassing severe thunderstorm warning with that potential of very strong damaging winds as this whole complex of storms races off towards the east and northeast at a very quick pace. Look at this radar return turn. We're getting at over 74 miles per hour. And this hurricane strength winds that are moving just south of Lapel and heading for the Anderson, Indiana area within the net. Let's put a timer on that if we can, Dalton, and time it out to Anderson because the forward speed we said was moving very fast, over 65 miles per hour. You got to add that forward momentum too to some of these estimated winds, and it could be very destructive here. Complex working through Anderson by 9:49, so we've got 4 or 5 minutes away, the worst of the storm moving through you at the possibility of a tornado, and then getting up towards Mount Pleasant and then Muncie, Indiana, within 20 minutes or less.
And the really strong velocities have just kind of pivoted to the east side of Lapel, and then again there's another velocity couplet just to the northwest of that. And so if you are in the Edgewood area or Country Club Heights, in the vicinity of Anderson, those are areas that could be affected. Frankton and Alexandria before too much longer. There's a lot, the Indianapolis area is, especially on the far northeast side like this, is a mix of suburbs and farms.
It's crazy how quickly it goes from suburban to farmland, and you can within just a few short miles.
There's a lot of people in this area, so a lot of roads, a lot of homes at risk, and there is the new warning,
tornado warning on the northern side,
farther to the north.
So that means we have multiple areas of spin. This is a new warning, not replacing the old warning. So we've got 2 areas of concern, and this is along Highway 13, Dr. Nab, moving towards Pipe Creek. So if you live in Pipe Creek, Indiana, if you live in Monroe, you're kind of on that edge where you got to watch. You're going to be kind of in between both of these areas of spin, and we could see new areas of spin form downstream. It's always a dangerous setup because it's hard to know exactly where the tornadoes are or where they're going to move next.
And a couple of towns that I called out a little bit ago, Frankton, Alexandria, and Elwood, those are all in this new warning.
So there's a look at the timing. Pipe Creek, this tornado warned storm arriving within the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then Duck Creek, Indiana, you've got less than 10 minutes before this tornado warned storm moves overhead. So please take shelter. That's a basement if you have one. If you don't, you want to get into a very sturdy building. Mobile homes are never a safe bet. You want to get away from trees if you've got trees in your house that you're concerned could fall. But you want to get into the most interior room. But look at that radar scan as it came through Indianapolis. Less than 30 minutes ago and blasted through. Anytime you see a situation like that, that's extreme.
It is. And, again, we learned the hard way just 3 days ago how without a tornado, you can get a lot of damage in any part of the state of Indiana. From south to north, we had damage from widespread severe thunderstorm wind gusts. And that is likely what is going to be the biggest overall problem for most people, although a few might be tangling directly with the tornado. And given how fast this whole line is moving, remember, we're closer to the surface low, we're closer to the parent upper level system. This part of the whole weather system is moving a lot more quickly. So that's why we've got the watches that go all the way to Cleveland now.
But a damaging wind threat regardless, even if we don't get as many tornadoes here, because that cluster seems to be expanding in size and could be racing into a favorable environment here in Ohio. We could see this track, 50, 100 miles. So that could bring it into places like Dayton, Columbus, and Cleveland within the next 2, 3, 4 hours.
Just like you did 3 nights ago. With damaging winds coming through Cincinnati and Dayton and the Columbus area before, like what will happen tonight, before the storms start to run out of instability farther to the east later tonight.
So there again is a look at the radar. Indianapolis, your severe threat is starting to wind down. Thankfully here, this part of the line will be kind of on the move, Dr. Nab, so we will catch a break on the back end, unlike areas farther south, which are going to be inundated with not only the heavy rain threat, but the severe weather overnight and throughout the day tomorrow.
Yeah, people in Memphis are looking up at Indianapolis going, man, it must be nice to get one warning
and be done. Yeah, exactly.
That's not what's going to happen with Memphis. And anything from like Louisville southward is going to be dealing with multiple days of heavy rain.
Look at this. So Memphis, the storms still have not arrived yet, even though they've been within 10, 15 miles. But now, not only that, we are having spots that are under a tornado warning, now a flash flood warning, and also a severe thunderstorm warning. So you have all 3 threats. We're starting to get to that point where now you're going to be battling flooding and tornadoes simultaneously.
So now you've got every reason you could ever want to stay off the roads.
Oh, for sure.
And you need to be saying to yourself and to your friends and family members, lowest dry level most interior room over the next few days if you get severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings and a flash flood warning.
So just in the past hour, just west of Memphis near Jeanette, and this is along the I-40 corridor, we've seen close to 2.5, 3 inches of rain. And that's just in the past hour, Dr. Nab. Dalton, if you go back maybe 3 hours, maybe 6 hours, I'd be curious to see what the totals are. We're starting to get spots that have seen in just the past 3 hours between 3 and 5 inches of rainfall in eastern Arkansas, and this is only the beginning.
Yeah,
it's
really going to get tiresome, but we've got to treat every warning, every situation we face, every hour, every day over the next few days with the necessity that it brings to keep ourselves safe. Even if we get tired of it, we got to do what we got to do to keep ourselves safe. And when the storms move into Memphis, like we saw, like in a Blytheville, you might go under a warning more than once.
I want to see these Paducah tornado warnings. We got several tornado warnings in western Kentucky right now. Paducah, you are under a tornado warning. And again, several tornado warnings have kind of spawned along this line, which looks very destructive as far as damaging wind goes. It has that kind of apex look, that C shape, where you get the curving of the line, which means winds are kind of fanning out. Very strong winds. And like we saw near Indy, there's 2 areas of spin right in there, which are indicative of tornadoes. And that's why you have the tornado warning. This is just east of Paducah now into far southern Illinois, moving towards Smithland. Oh, we do have a debris signature there, and we've got one there. It looks like 2 debris signatures right there. If you live in Smithland, Kentucky, please take shelter immediately. This is just on the other side of the Ohio River in Illinois that's about to come crashing in right over you.
And this is also moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. Again, we're kind of on the northern half of this whole system where the cells are moving even more quickly than they are farther to the south. So you've got to trust the warning and take shelter, even if the weather is dead calm where you are.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We've seen that. Justin Michaels mentioned that, how it was so calm, even though the supercell was within visual range.
Yeah.
Right? With the lightning. But it could be dozens of miles away and still be only moments away.
And this is moving right over the I-24 corridor. So also Calvert City, you're next in line for a radar-indicated tornado. Looks like we do have a debris signature with both of these. You can see the areas of spin right there. You need to be in your safe place right now. Not only that, a damaging wind threat all along that line with several areas of spin that are lining up now into northwest Tennessee. Memphis, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Those storms are just now about to approach us here in downtown, and we still have some ongoing tornado warnings in southern parts of Arkansas that we have been tracking just south of Pine Bluff and then working towards the eastern part of the state. So this entire line of tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings is almost 650 miles in length.
Yeah, so now we're getting to the point where you could envision one of the supercells that's southwest of Memphis, if it holds together, going into Memphis. It's no longer that you have northeastward moving cells that are so far away you know they're going to miss the city to the north. But that is no longer really the case. You know, the one that's going through like Aubrey and Marianna in Arkansas, you know, that cell, if it holds together, it could tangle with a lot of the Memphis metro.
You know, we have a lot of tornado warnings. I will say this, though, Dr. Nab, and hopefully this is a trend to continue. We're getting a lot of these briefer spin-ups versus those distinct supercells we saw initialize a couple of hours ago in Arkansas, where we had significant damage in Lake City, Arkansas, and also just west of Monette.
So on one hand, that's good news because that lessens the chance, doesn't eliminate it, but it lessens the chance of the longer track, like EF3 or stronger tornadoes. But especially when you add to the fact that it's night, a quick spin up that is along a line gives you a little less of a heads up, and you just have to trust these wide warnings that might have multiple spin-ups that might only be on the ground for a few moments, but if that happens in your town and on your home, you're going to be glad that whatever warning you got, you took shelter.
Especially that becomes more of a likelihood when it moves into these larger urban areas like the Memphis area. We're starting to get lightning. It's raining now in downtown Memphis with that storm that just kind of popped up, but that's the beginning of a long night ahead. We got to get through that line, and notice it's not advancing moving eastward much. It's almost stationary and just slowly drifting east and continuing to train. So the storms just continue to hammer these same areas, which is why the flash flood threat is going to become more of an issue tonight.
It's going to be the exact opposite of Indy. The storms are going to move in and they're going to stay all night.
All right, a lot more to cover. Continuing live coverage here on the Weather Channel continues with Dr. Greg Postel and meteorologist Mike Bettis next.
A dangerous tornado outbreak underway right now, and welcome into our live special coverage here as we track tonight's storms. I'm Mike Bettis alongside Dr. Greg Postel.
And tonight's intense storms are expected to continue in the hours to come, so make your plans now so you know how you'll get alerted and where you'll go should your area go under a tornado warning.
It is going to be a really active night, unfortunately, we fear. We've had some very intense storms, including this. Tornado in Bay, Arkansas earlier this evening. This one cutting through a field and mostly a rural area here, but we know that cannot always be the case. Sometimes they go through highly populated city centers, and that is one of the threats that we fear tonight as well. So ongoing outbreak is occurring. We have numerous tornado watches and literally dozens upon dozens of warnings that have been issued throughout the day. And you can see this long line that extends from the Midwest down through the Mid-South here, from Indiana down into Arkansas. We have active storms. Look at everything right through this line here that is quite intense tonight. And you may be, looking at rain-wrapped tornadoes that you'll never even see. They're completely shrouded in the rain, and intense storms have come through Indianapolis this evening. Really heavy rainfall rates as well. Let's talk tornado warnings here between Marion and Indianapolis. Very intense storms happening right now, and tornado warnings through the Anderson and Muncie area. Tons of lightning with these as well. But that whole storm line is going to push its way closer and closer to the Ohio state line here. So Delaware, Henry, Randolph counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. That whole big line looks like it might be forming a bow echo here, and a lot of intense wind will be surging out on the east side of that. If we look at the velocities, what we'll be looking for as far as the tornado goes is any area, at least on this particular radar, where you might see a yellow and a red next to each other. So right in there, it looks like there could be some rotation, and that could be pushing its way almost due east here. But a lot of wind will be embedded in all this with a wind line kind of right in there on a leading edge of the entire storm. So you might be looking at winds that could gust over 70 miles an hour with that particular wind line here. Muncie, it's almost on you right now. 10:07 in Albany, around 10:16. Winchester here around 10:28 to give you some idea of what's coming your way. And here's what we'll be thinking about. We'll be thinking about maybe tree branches or even entire trees that could come down in these extreme wind gusts. Could that mean power outages for you? Do you live on a lot where you've got a lot of trees that surround your home, so you wouldn't want to be up on an upper floor? You want to be down on a ground level because if that tree comes down on an upper floor, it's really going to do some damage and potentially injure you. So you want to get down low and treat it like you would, say, tornado warning, down into your basement or, again, ground level and not on those upper floors. Those upper floors also the most susceptible to that wind, where you might have compromised roof. If you look at the warnings here in Henderson, Vandenberg, and then in Warwick counties as well, coming through Evansville right now, big wind, I think, at the very least with that. You could be looking at, usually a lot of times when you've got these bow echoes that form like this, you get an inflow that happens right there on the northern side of that. That oftentimes is where the tornado would be hiding, so that'd be kind of right in that area right there. We'd watch for some rotation. We've also got the tornado warning up here around Robin along I-64. But heads up, I think some very intense wind right in here, and there could be some rotation even right there along, say, Highway 41. But coming through Evansville right now and along 64, headed toward the Booneville area. Want to give you the heads up on what's working in your way. Boone coming in around 9:16, and night even earlier than that, 9:02, which is basically, and now it's on top of you. But Boone, give it another, maybe 14 minutes or so. So you don't have a whole lot of time, but, maybe helmets, maybe it's shoes, and you're going down to your basement and take that charged up phone with you, and everyone just goes there and is safe in this circumstance. Let's follow the line farther south. Whole bunch of warnings along that, but also we're going to see some really intense rain out of this, so flooding will become an issue as we go through the night tonight. Memphis has been one of those spots that's been a hard hit here, at least the west side of Memphis, and that whole storm line is going to come through Memphis. Just been nothing but lightning. If you're in Memphis and you've been looking west, it has been a lightning show like crazy. Look at all of that lightning. You're literally getting thousands upon thousands of cloud to ground lightning strikes right now. And a lot of times what we end up seeing, and sometimes that give you an indication you might be looking at a tornado, is a tornado jump. I don't know if you'll necessarily see that in a big line like this, but if you see anything out ahead of that line that sees a big jump in a lightning, maybe an indication of a tornado. But there it is. I mean, it is just filling the sky here from Jeanette to Memphis up toward Millington as well. That whole storm line is pushing east. Memphis right now under a severe thunderstorm warning, just now starting to rain for us there, and it will rain heavily in the Memphis area, but eventually that'll come riding right along, say, Highway 40, and eventually getting to the Nashville area. And then tornado warning down here between Pine Bluff and El Dorado here. There's a big supercell right there that's got a ton of likely hail and heavy rain with it. So another threat that we'll see tonight is that heavy rain. Would advise you not to travel tonight because you'll have blinding rain that's accompanied by 60, 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds. It is a very dangerous situation to be out tonight. And if you've got ponding on the roadways, you may not know exactly how deep some of that water is. But we're going to keep you up to date on all of these warnings. It's going to be, obviously, Dr. Nab, a really tough night for a lot of people tonight. And overall, we're going to have more storms that last through the night and could return again tomorrow.
Mike, yeah, thank you very much. You know, that storm you mentioned in southern Arkansas is all by itself and is exhibiting very significant rotation with it. So we need to watch that. That's on the tail end of this very nasty area of bad weather that extends from the Great Lakes all the way into the Deep South. Mike did a heck of a job sort of going through individual parts of that line. And we're still going to be dealing with severe weather for many hours yet to come. And I'm watching for trends in the data to see if we're seeing sort of more of a tendency for these storms to form a continuous line. We haven't achieved that yet. That would tend to mitigate the significant tornado threat, not eliminate it, but reduce it. But we're not there yet. This is still quite cellular here across parts of southwestern Kentucky, for example, and western Tennessee, all the way in here. It may look like a line, but there are cells in there that are all by themselves, really, and they are able to acquire and maintain significant rotation in them with a very significant tornado threat there. Now, farther to the north, we've sort of evolved more into that sort of squall line looking appearance with a very significant wind moving through parts of central Indiana, Indianapolis near the airport. I think 65 miles per hour at IND was a recent gust, and not far from there we measured an 81 mile per hour wind gust with straight line winds moving through. But overall, there's the line, and there's plenty of that line to work with over the next few hours. What I plotted on here is instability or fuel for the big storms. And you look at up here, we're in the yellow shades here. That's plenty to support some big weather. But there's even more of it down here still. And it's not going away, despite the fact that the sun set long ago. The atmosphere aloft is cooling, and there's plenty of buoyancy out there for those vigorous updrafts. But here's one of the main problems, and it's the intensity of the wind shear. We kind of knew this was coming in the forecast, right? But what we're seeing right now in the data is winds at the 60 to 80 mile per hour range, just a few thousand feet off the deck. So number one, that makes these storms a damaging wind threat. All they have to do is grab a fraction of that wind aloft and bring it down to the surface in a big gust, and all of a sudden you got big damage. But also, with this strong wind just off the deck, it's of a peculiar direction, and in fact it is out of the southwest like that. Meanwhile, the winds at the surface are not like that at all. They're out of the south, so there's a lot of turning with the wind and height in just the way that can support the cellular nature of the storms out in here. That's why I brought it up. I looked at the radar. I was like, there's still a lot of individual cells out there. You can thank that wind shear profile up aloft that is allowing those storms to maintain their identity and their individual integrity. And that is going to be the case for a while. Those storms are the ones that are more likely to produce the long track tornadoes. And we'll be watching that with the rotating storms very likely still for the next few hours. Again, I'll be watching for the tendency of the storms to line out. If the gust front becomes more uniform, then we can see that, and that would tend to reduce the tornado threat. But we're not yet right now seeing that across parts of Arkansas and western Tennessee. As I mentioned, it might look like it, but that's not the case at all. The significant tornado threat continues up and down that line as well. Now, I could go through all the tornado watches individually, but I thought, you know, I probably won't. They really do extend all the way from the Great Lakes to the Deep South. Everywhere here in red, we got a tornado watch out. It's going to be that way for a few more hours. When you time out the line, this is going to be a severe weather maker all night long, well after midnight. We can only hope that the intense tornado threat begins to wind down after midnight, and that may indeed be the case. But regardless, it will still be a dangerous weather event to deal with even through the early morning hours. tomorrow. Mike, you've got much more on the city timing for us.
All right, yeah. So let's break it down, Dr. Postel here, city by city, showing folks what's coming their way. Memphis, I think I'd be really worried about you over the next several hours, unfortunately. This is a storm line that could stick around for a while and more that could build in behind it. So right now we're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and the storms will be there and very intense for probably the duration of the evening. I wouldn't expect some of these storms to really let up until maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So heavy rain is going to be an issue for us. Flooding is going to be a problem for us. And you can see the radar, the future radar is very active. Here we are even at 2 o'clock, and there's still scattered storms all around Memphis. So, 3 o'clock, I'm hopeful that right in there, that's going to start to push the storms off to your east here. But that then means places like Oxford or Tupelo then are going to end up being at risk as well. So prolonged flood threat will be there with storms back in your forecast tomorrow. Storms back in the forecast then on Friday as well as Saturday. Look how warm it is, by the way. It feels like a summer day with storms in your forecast. It'll be 83 degrees. All right, now we take our forecast to Kentucky and then up into Indiana as well. Look at all the warnings that we have in here and very intense storms. So the future radar will push those eastbound here. There could be some embedded hail in some of these storms, but I think winds and tornadoes are more likely than anything else. Look at that big line, very intense right in here. Now approaching Louisville near 11 or 12 o'clock, getting very close to Bowling Green as well. Then riding right through Bowling Green and along I-65. Between probably midnight and 2 o'clock will be prime time for you there, and then more rain that follows. So again, flooding could be a risk that is ongoing even after the worst of the storms end for us. So prolonged flood threat in Paducah. The rain that's still to come is very intense. By the way, our wettest April on record, about 16 inches in 2011. Our 4-day rainfall record is just over 10 inches in 1983, and I think we could rival that in some areas. All right, average April rainfall as a total for the entire month is about 5.3 inches. We may see this in just the next 24 to 48 hours, all right? And that would be an average month's worth of rain in just a couple of days. Louisville, nothing quite yet. If you look west, you can probably see some lightning already. And then the storm line comes in around midnight. I do think between about midnight and 2 o'clock in the mornings when the worst of it will be. Some of the worst of the storms, the intense storms, will come through Lexington around 3 o'clock in the morning. But lingering rain along I-64 between Lexington and Louisville, and the flood threat that will be there. So again, be very, very careful. There will be a lot of storms and showers that remain for us even through the afternoon tomorrow. Notice we're still at least light rain for you here in the Bluegrass State. Now, we also know that more storms will return for us again tomorrow, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, for a place like Memphis, the sirens you heard tonight might just be the first round, unfortunately, of severe weather and very heavy rain. Of course, the atmosphere will reload with all of the right ingredients for more severe storms tomorrow in so many of the same places. Before I get to tomorrow, I got to take a look at this warning here. We can go to my max here. There is a tornado warning here in southern Arkansas, just south of Pine Bluff. This is exhibiting extremely strong rotation. We do have the tornado warning out for Cleveland, Dallas, and Lincoln counties in Arkansas. This storm is moving northeast pretty quickly, but it's got very likely a tornado with it. I'm looking at some of the data. So heads up, even if you live in some of the areas south of Pine Bluff that are not in the warning, and indeed, the storm is moving on toward the northeast, and we're in an environment where these storms can last a very long time. So heads up, if you live, for example, in Kingsland or Ricin or anywhere even northeast of those zones. So this is a very, very dangerous storm, and it very likely has a tornado in progress with a lot of very strong winds and hail as well. But then I'm going to turn our attention to tomorrow's severe weather, because we really need to sort of recalibrate where we're going to be. Because it does look like lots of severe thunderstorms are going to be in progress to start the day from what's happening tonight. And we'll also get new development during the day as well, where tornadoes, and some of those could be strong, developing potentially yet again later on in the afternoon and evening. And the storm continues, unfortunately, overnight Thursday and probably even into early Friday. Just a quick briefing here of those ingredients that you look for this far in advance. I know it's 24 hours out, but still, the instability is going to be on the very high end of the scale. The wind shear is going to be sufficient, no doubt about that, to support all modes of severe weather. And of course, we'll have a frontal zone, which is going to help help stabilize the pattern for a little bit in terms of not moving, but what it's going to do is focus a lot of the attention right along it as the surface winds pull Gulf moisture into the region. Very humid air mass in place, high amounts of instability to work with, and a lot of strong wind aloft, kind of parallel to the front. We will not tomorrow have the same kind of wind shear or the intensity that we had today. Probably not, unless you're right near that front. But for many of us, we won't, and that might hold back some of the higher-end tornado threat, but still, there is enough there to support lots of rotating storms, i.e. supercells, which are good at making big hail, strong winds, and tornadoes anywhere in that zone. So when you think about it and you add it all up, you'll wonder, of course the severe weather outlook looks the way it does with that front hanging out in that region. Do be on the lookout for very significant weather that does extend all the way from the southern plains into parts of the even mid-Atlantic or northeast. Real quick, this is my last graphic. I'm going to time this thing out, and you'll be able to see that we're going to be dealing with rain and storms in some of the same places tomorrow and tomorrow night that we do today. I'm not going to zoom in on this because this is a forecast trying to explicitly measure and accurately depict storms. It's very hard to do a day in advance, but that's where it's going to be in the bigger picture. So all the way from parts of Arkansas into the Tennessee Valley, heads up with those numerous strong storms, Mike, and the severe weather threat continuing.
It is ongoing, and it may be several days before we see a break from some of the storms here. We obviously are going to be with you through the evening tonight, folks, to keep you up to date on what is happening. Long line of storms from the Great Lakes down through the south tonight. Numerous tornado warnings as well from Indiana down into Arkansas. Here in the Midwest, some of the storms have been hitting us and hitting us hard. These storms are moving very quickly as well. Some of these storms have been moving at highway speed, about 65 miles per hour. Very intense storms on the east side of Indianapolis. Then storms extend from southern Indiana back down toward Memphis, Tennessee. More live coverage when we return.
A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 77 degrees under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 61. Thursday, periods of rain, high 64. Rainfall near an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back. A new video just came in here. This is a tornado this evening in Bay, Arkansas. This storm was just one of dozens of tornadic storms with warnings all throughout the region that we've seen tonight. The tornado outbreak obviously continues and will be in progress for the next few hours, long throughout the nighttime hours. This Arkansas tornado, very significant, very clearly, obviously, and one of those ones that you can actually see from a long distance. I'm not sure all of the storms that we see and all the tornadoes that have been reported have been that way. There's been a lot of rain with a lot of these, and it's one of those things where, heavy rain is going to be another one of those significant factors that obviously obscures visibility, but also leads to flash flooding. We got to watch out for that as well.
Yeah. That's a really, that's a wild-looking storm right there. We've had numerous tornado touchdowns today, and it's an ongoing threat that we have this evening from the Midwest down through the south here. So a long line of storms here that at the very least are likely to produce 60+ mile-per-hour winds. But for many of you, you'll be under the gun for tornadoes as well. Huge storms here have really been blasting through Indiana. From Fort Wayne down to Bloomington, we have very intense storms. A huge storm came racing through Indianapolis. Still has some very heavy rain. I'm going to show you this because I think this is really interesting. If you look at it on the high-resolution radar, if you watch that storm right through here, I'm going to put a line on it. We'll play that a couple times. You can actually see the spinning mesocyclone right there. And you can see how the winds on the front side of that are just forcing their way through. We've actually had some wind gusts here outside of Anderson to 87 miles an hour, but the strong storm line is going to push the winds through eastern Indiana into western Ohio as well. That right there is where that was storm, that mezzo was coming through, right? 87-mile-an-hour winds there in Lapel. So far, there has been some damage reported. So far, looking for different areas where maybe people have been affected. This is on the north side of Indianapolis. Here we go. Indianapolis Dispatch here. We have 6 incidents, trees on buildings here, and all coming from the radar. It obviously makes sense. If you were looking at winds that were nearly 90 miles an hour, it would make sense that trees have come down. Unfortunately, right in here is where you're going to have some very intense winds still with that. You can still see the storm is right there, although it might be weakening a little bit. It doesn't seem like it has its core like it once did. Having said that, that line right there will produce some very intense winds, and we'll track that out for you here, getting closer and closer to I-75 over the next, say, hour or so. Portland at 10:26, coming into St. Mary's at 11:01, and then Troy at 11:15. So these are some areas we'd want you to be very mindful of the intense winds that are coming in. And if you have a lot of trees on your property, think about being down on the ground floor, the basement, when that storm line comes in, because we've seen a lot of trees come down with that one particular storm. Look how intense the storms are down here. Paducah, and then southbound from there. So I think Paducah and the Bowling Green will be tough around the Evansville area. Just a smattering of tornado warnings for us tonight. Huge bow echo right there. And if you were to see a tornado, I would not all be surprised to see some inflow notches happening on the north side of that bow echo. It's most likely where you would see that occur. But that whole storm line there could produce some very extreme winds, but there could be kinks within that line that may also produce some brief tornado touchdowns as well. Heads up in Skelton, it's there now. In Huntingburg, coming in around 10:30, and Grandview coming in for you around 9:41. So a lot of different locations will be affected by this. And I-64, be off of that interstate. It is not a place you'd want to be driving tonight. It actually may be one of the worst interstates in all of America to be on this evening. And I think an area there eventually tonight between Louisville and Frankfort and Lexington is going to be really rough for us. At Louisville again, you look to the west, maybe you can see some lightning. Crawford, Meade, and Perry counties under a severe thunderstorm warning with anticipation of that line coming your way. Now, what do all of these storms have in common? Yes, they have wind. Yes, they have chances of tornadoes as well. But one thing, Dr. Nab, we're going to really be concerned about, I think, as some of these storms move east, is Dr. Postel, is that we're going to have a lot of rain with all of these, and it may go on for a while, too.
Yeah, it's going to go on for a while. The very same system, Mike, that you were outlining there is going to get hung up and actually be in place for days yet to come. Not with the same kind of severe weather chances, but for the very heavy rain. Look at this outline of the significant rain yet to come for the next several days. Rounds of rain, 10 to 15 plus inches of rain, no problem. A very humid air mass is going to be moving in from the Gulf of Mexico and get tangled up with a front that's basically going to look about like that and not move much. That is a huge problem. So life-threatening flash flooding is probably on the way, unfortunately, for many highly populated areas in the Mid-South. This is a cool graphic, right? What it's showing you is kind of a measure of the water vapor in the atmosphere, how it's kind of coming from the Gulf and then getting tied up in this particular frontal zone right up in here. And that is the problem because it's not moving much. Hence, it's a stationary front, not purely stationary, but you get it. It's not moving very much, and that means that a lot of rain for days yet to come is leading to that very, very significant flash flooding all throughout the Mid-South. Places like Arkansas, western Tennessee, Kentucky, even Ohio. Some of the amounts are just incredible here that are coming out from the models. 8 to 12 plus inches of rain, and of course, locally higher amounts. Now, this does take us through Monday, so this is several days worth. But it's going to come down hard. The atmosphere is incredibly moist. But there's good news here, guys. Next week, we dry out and cool down and get rid of this ugly pattern.
All right, some really ominous skies here. And this from our storm tracker, Charles Peak. Again, one thing about the South is there's a lot of trees, and it's always hard to tell exactly what's going on, right? Is that a tornado touching down on the other side of that tree line? But clearly you could see, it looks like it's a lowering wall cloud, Dr. Postel. What do you see?
Yeah, I see a mesoslide. I see essentially a tornado. The question is whether or not the circulation is on the ground. You said very difficult to tell with the trees in the way, but this is at least a precursor to a tornado, right? There's the spinning and the low altitudes right near the cloud base, and yeah, if it's not a tornado in progress, there's certainly one soon.
Absolutely. All right, so a lot going on for us today and right now. Welcome back into our continuing coverage here on the Weather Channel, this tornado outbreak. Mike Bettis alongside Dr. Greg Postel. A lot is happening today, Dr. Postel. So many watches, so many warnings, and a threat that probably goes right through the night.
Yes, it's going to do that, and it's going to continue with all kinds of dangerous hazards. We've already seen wind gusts near 90 miles per hour, not associated with tornadoes in parts of the Midwest. That kind of damaging wind threat continues, as well as a very heavy rain. Flash flooding is going to be an issue for us, and coming up, I'll talk a little bit about that, the flash flooding, which is going to be targeting some of the same areas, Mike, that we've seen from all the severe weather today.
I appreciate it, Doctor. We'll get back with you in just a sec. Let's get through the radar and some of these warnings that we have right now for severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. Big long line here from Ohio down into Arkansas. Newly issued tornado warning in the Indianapolis metro. Had one on the north side of town. Now we've got one on more or less the central south side of town right now. Around Greenwood area, we've had a little bit of rotation there. So Johnson, Marion, Shelby counties under a tornado warning right now. That may slide right over I-65, or already has, and about to come over, say, I-74 as well. I'm trying to find this on the velocities. I think there was briefly a tornado, could have been about right here outside of Greenwood, and I think maybe now it's moved beyond now, but it might be sitting about right there on I-65 as we speak. Regardless, I think if there's a tornado or not, you are going to see some very intense winds with many of the storms tonight. And the reality is, most of us will not see a tornado, but most of us will see thunderstorm winds. That whole line right there is a big bow echo that is formed that will race across I-65, already has, and come across I-74 as well. Shelbyville heads up for you. Morrill heads up for you. Morristown heads up for you. I would at the very least expect winds from 60 to 70 miles an hour, somewhere in there. The big storm complex that was on the north side of Indianapolis had winds to 87 miles an hour. A lot of reports of trees down on buildings, so that's a huge concern and could be a big danger to you, your family, as you're getting ready to go to bed tonight. And you're like, well, what do I do? Well, if you have a two-story home, do not be on that upper level, at the very least. Get down low. You know, everyone sleep on the first floor. If you've got a basement, go down to the basement. I know a lot of us here in the Midwest have basements, so let's go down to the basement. Maybe we just camp out there tonight. Everyone throw their sleeping bags down there, and we'll just make it a fun thing, and then hopefully calm the kids' nerves in that circumstance. Big storms on either side of Evansville, and a big line of storms here in western Kentucky down through West Tennessee as well. The storm line has gone past Paducah, but now taking aim likely to place like Murray, then over toward like Bowling Green. Callaway, Graves, and then Marshall County here in western Kentucky under a tornado warning, including the Murray area. These storms are moving roughly 55 miles an hour, so they're moving pretty quickly. There has been some rotation on 641 north of Murray between Fardling here and then Murray. You would not want to travel tonight again off the roads if all possible tonight. You want to drive out into some of that danger. And if you look at the correlation coefficient, right there you see debris that would be southwest of Murray. So we had a tornado that was touching down there, and then it was working more or less in this direction. Is it still on the ground? Is it still producing a tornado north of Murray? We don't see any debris at this hour, but I think right there is probably where the rotation is. The storm has gone in this direction. Again, take these warnings very seriously. You're never going to see these tornadoes at night. They're all likely going to be rain wrapped, which makes them even harder to see. But the Doppler radar does an excellent job of kind of zoning in on the areas where you've got the couplet, or you've got a wind that's moving in opposite directions right next to each other. So let's time this out for you. And Shiloh coming in around 9:43, and Fenton around 9:54 to give us some idea. And there's actually two rotations. I think there's one there, and I think there's one up here as well. There'll be all kinds of spin. There actually could be, you make an argument, there might be one up here near Fardling as well. So in all these circumstances, there could be kinks in this line that's forming, and more warnings will be issued just because briefly the radar saw a couplet and a tornado. It may last literally for just minutes or seconds. Sometimes that's the nature of these, and then they drop a tornado on you, and then they lift. That whole storm line coming down through Memphis means business. Winds here could be somewhere between 60 or even 80 miles an hour. So please be careful in this circumstance tonight as you go to bed. Trees coming down is going to be a serious problem, as well as power outages. We're back with more right after this. All right, welcome back to our live coverage here of a tornado outbreak in progress across the Midwest and the Mid-South right now. This is a live look at Memphis, where It's been a lightning show. There's no doubt about that. The winds right now, about 18 miles an hour. We'll see embedded storms that will come through Memphis. They're just right on the river right now, just on the other side of the river. And it is a warm night. It is 78 degrees right now. Dew points have skyrocketed. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Shelby County. And so we'd urge you to be very, very weather aware tonight, because with some of the storms that we've seen this evening, the winds have been so intense that it's knocking down trees onto homes. And so if you have a two-story home, you have big trees around your property, please, be mindful of that and try to find a safe place where you can go, which would be down into your basement if you have one, or at least the ground level floor. A mobile home, by the way, is not going to be a safe spot for you tonight. So before the storms get to you, wherever you may be along this line, maybe you can find a friend, family member, neighbor who has a sturdy building that you can take some refuge in tonight. So that warning, by the way, until 10 o'clock tonight. I would not at all be surprised that that might be extended, because that storm line seems to be pretty slow at this point. You follow the line northbound, tons of tornado warnings. You follow the line to the south, we have severe thunderstorm warnings and flood warnings that have become an issue as well. I want to take you up to Indianapolis, because we have a tornado warning here on the southeast side of town around the Greenwood area. Potential tornado has touched down there, and it's that storm right in there that's been an issue. We've also got a huge storm up here that's racing its way over into Ohio that's likely to produce 70+ mile per hour winds. I would say this, though, that storm line might be weakening some. I think you can see that on the radar. It doesn't have the intensity that it once did, but this storm line down in here has now gotten more intense. And so right along I-74, some very intense winds and potential that we may see a tornado within that particular line. Tons of tornado warnings. You head southbound from there. Too numerous to count at this point here, but through western Kentucky and then West Tennessee, please get to your safe spot with numerous tornado warnings, the entire length of that line there. Callaway County, Marshall County, and then Trigg County under a tornado warning here around the Murray area. There has been some rotation detected in there, and I got to tell you, I mean, my goodness, rotation, 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 rotation. They're everywhere. Like, there could be numerous touchdowns that happen over the course of, 50, 60 miles. And some of these tornadoes could be on the ground for a while. Some of them may just happen for a few seconds, honestly, and then they're done. But between Highway 641 and then I-24, that is a prime zone right now. I say maybe even Highway 69, Interstate 69, could be a problem for you. Anywhere between like Madisonville down toward Jackson, Tennessee, I think that's an area where the storms could be really ripe for the remainder of the evening. Again, please make sure when that warning is issued, you're getting to your safe spot, wherever that may be. Basement, interior, ground level room, those places offer you a lot of protection. Now, if you are in the path of some of these storms tonight, one of the most important things you can do is turn on the emergency alerts on your cell phone, and our Paul Goodlow shows you how to do it.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
Well, unfortunately, we may have some dangerous weather again tomorrow, Thursday, as the continuation of what happens tonight goes into the morning hours and then renews itself, I think, during the afternoon and evening, where numerous severe thunderstorms are likely, and really all the way in some of the same areas that we've seen it today across parts of the southern plains, Texas and Oklahoma. But that also does extend into parts of the almost mid-Atlantic and northeast, heads up in areas, let's say in Virginia and Pennsylvania. Now, there are going to be some tornadic threats tomorrow, and probably concentrated right in that zone where there's what's called an enhanced risk from the Storm Prediction Center. That's a level 3 on a scale that goes from 1 to 5, right? So kind of the mid-range. Just keep in mind, today was a high risk. I don't think we're going to see the same kind of severe weather tomorrow to the same extent and intensity that we're seeing tonight. but there's still going to be dangerous weather out there, and we have a bunch of those ingredients in place. If you just kind of look in the bulk sense here, we're going to have a very high degree of instability, lots of fuel, plenty of it as airflow comes out of the Gulf of Mexico and brings a lot of moisture northward, tangles it up with a frontal zone, and you got it. We're going to see a lot of thunderstorms and heavy rain as well. Wind shear is going to be on the moderate end of things. Today was on the higher end. We lower the wind shear a little bit tomorrow, but that is still going to allow some very big thunderstorms to form, as I mentioned, right along that frontal zone with the surface winds bringing that moisture northward. That transport is wide open, and above that, a few thousand feet above the ground, the winds aloft will be a lot stronger. And there was going to be plenty of wind shear available for thunderstorms to pop up in that environment, access that pre-existing rotation in the atmosphere, and convert it into rotating updrafts. Supercell thunderstorms. I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity for that, especially along and near that frontal zones, where sometimes the winds can get a little squirrely and you get more twistiness along those fronts. It's exactly why the Storm Prediction Center's outlook looks the way it does tomorrow. Heads up, some of the same places. If you don't get severe weather, you're also going to get a lot of heavy rain. That is a big concern going forward over the next few days, is the flooding threat. Stay tuned.
Whoa. A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 77 degrees under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 61. Thursday, periods of rain, high 64. Rainfall near an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, welcome back. We have some new video here as a tornado-warned storm rolled through the Indianapolis metro area. Look, it's very, very difficult to see, but you might be able to catch a glimpse of a lowering in the cloud base over there and the extension of at least a funnel cloud partially down toward the ground. It's not clear from this video if you can see a tornado in progress, but this storm was warned for that kind of rotation, at least at the storm altitude. And nonetheless, it brought damaging straight-line winds through the area. We saw wind gusts at the International Airport in Indianapolis at 65 miles per hour, but near 90 miles per hour in some of the communities just to the northeast of downtown. So damaging straight-line winds were a huge problem for us across parts of central Indiana just an hour or two ago. So let's give us now pause and talk about how you can protect yourself from these kinds of threats, whether it be destructive straight-line winds or tornadoes, the same kind of deal. They can both do very significant damage to your house. And there are some really good tips here on and a good sort of lesson on where to go in your house if it is impacted by severe weather like we're experiencing tonight. This is video from last fall of tornado damage. This is not from today, just to be clear. This is from last fall. But look at this house. The upper floors were clearly removed, and the interior sections of the house were, somewhat spared. Now, not completely, of course, but the idea is twofold. One, you want to get to the lowest part, right, of your shelter, your building, whatever you're in. The basement would be the best, but not everybody has basements. So go to the lowest floor. That, no doubt about that, helps. And find yourself, if you can, with as many walls between you and the outside as possible, right? Because the flying debris is the biggest killer in tornadoes and high winds like that. And as many walls and barriers that you can put between yourself and the outside world, that is the best protection there. Under stairs or hallways might actually provide the best of all the protection on the lowest floors. Bathrooms can work. Obviously, a lot of plumbing can protect you. That's some pretty solid stuff. And also, this is an important point. Crouch down as low as possible. And if you have access to helmets, use them. You might want to make sure that you've got as much protection on you because, again, Mike, as we all know, it's the flying debris that is the killer.
It really is. And so we'd encourage you again, low. That's the whole point. Get low as you can. All right, let's run through some of these warnings again because there's a huge line here that is producing severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, as well as flash flood warnings. Very intense storms in western Kentucky right now, getting closer and closer to Louisville. We've had some showers that have moved in here, but some of the warnings here from Madisonville over to near Owensboro are quite intense here. Davies, Hopkins, McLean counties right now with tornado warnings until 10:15 with observed tornado occurring. And so you can see we've got a bow echo that's formed in here. We've got inflow notch and some rotation right in there. And you might see in there some rotation over here as well. Might be looking for tornadoes kind of, basically one following another in essence. Madisonville, intense couplet right here on the north side of town. Big winds here with the bow echo that has occurred. Calhoun, I'd be worried about you because that right there could be headed in your direction. So in Calhoun, please get to your shelter and your safe spot as quickly as you can here. When's it going to be there? Probably in the next few minutes. But Vendetta coming in around 9:52, Sacramento 9:59, and Livermore headed your way potentially around 10:07 to give you some idea on the timing here. But that whole line could be producing tornadoes, multiple tornadoes within that from north of I-64 to south of I-69 here. And if you look at the storms that are going up through Indiana as well, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. We have tornadoes on the north side of Indianapolis, tornadoes on the south side of Indianapolis, another big tornado warned storm here around the Newcastle area. Henry County under a tornado warning right now. This is going to be approaching State Highway 35 right in there. There could be some rotation right on top of Newcastle and a bow echo that's formed there as well. And that bow echo is basically a backward shaped C. You see that on the radar, and all the high winds are flowing out on the front side of that. Now I want to show you a very sharp bow echo here that's moved over now into western Ohio and through the Miami Valley. Right there is the leading edge of that. That could be producing 60 to 70 miles an hour wind. That is a really sharp line there and about to get you on I-75. So anywhere between Lima and Troy, heads up. And that storm complex, by the way, has a history of downing trees onto buildings, so take it seriously. St. Mary's around 11:01 and Piqua coming in around 11:08 and Adams around 10:55. So that's, within a minute it's there in Adams if it's not already there. And I-75 avoid it if you can anywhere, honestly, between Cincinnati and Toledo. The whole length of Ohio, you'd want to be off of that stretch of I-75. But follow that storm line from western Kentucky down into West Tennessee. That whole line is warned continuously, unfortunately, and so tonight is going to be a very vigorous night of storms for most of us. Let's show you the future radar. You get an idea of what these storms will be doing through the night tonight. From Detroit down through Louisville. Louisville, we get hit just a couple of hours from now. They go past Memphis and then Nashville, taking aim at you. That's likely to happen between about 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning. I think a Tupelo gets hit. Then watch the storms fire up back across the Red River Valley as well. So early in the morning, a place like Dallas and Fort Worth could be getting hit. And then that storm line lays down. And this area here will be at risk through the day on Thursday. Stay with us. More continuing coverage when we return. A dangerous tornado outbreak underway right now, and welcome into our special live coverage as we track tonight's storms. I'm Mike Bettis alongside Dr. Greg Postel.
Well, tonight's intense storms are expected to continue in the hours to come. So make your plans now so you know how to get alerted and where you will go should your area go under a tornado warning. Now let's have a live look at Memphis right now. Beale Street, heavy rain coming down in the Memphis area. This is part of the storm system that is moving through right now, where any one of these storms, see some lightning off in the distance, any one of these storms could have a tornado embedded within it, and very difficult to see, not only because it's nighttime, but because, Mike, it is raining so hard, and that is another big threat to contend ourselves with. That's a flooding rain.
Yeah, some of the rainfall rates that we'll see might exceed 2 inches an hour with this storm line. And for some of you, you might end up getting training thunderstorms, meaning that the storm will go over the same spot over and over again, like, you know, train cars on a train track. One follows another, and that could be an issue when it comes to flash flooding tonight. Just another issue we'll have to contend with on top of the tornadoes and severe thunderstorms. So you can see where Charles is, and you can see all the lightning. My goodness, the lightning has been so impressive with these storms. Literally thousands upon thousands of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes with these storms for us this evening. All right, I want to get to these warnings and show you exactly what's happening this evening with a storm line that extends from Ohio all the way back into Arkansas, and basically uninterrupted warnings all the way down, whether they be flash flood warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. And a couple of areas of interest for you this evening that's going to include through the Ohio Valley, the Miami Valley of Ohio, I should say, all the way back down through West Tennessee. Now, those are locations where you're going to have some very intense storms tonight that might produce briefly some tornadoes and what's becoming what we would call a QLCS, or a quasi-linear convective system, okay? And you can see all the warnings right in here between, say, I-69 and I-64. You need to be in your safe spot, you know, as quickly as you can when these warnings are issued. By the way, some of these storms are moving at roughly 55 miles an hour, so they're going really, really quick, and you may not have a whole lot of time when that warning is issued to get to your safe location. Davies, Hopkins, McLean counties right now under a tornado warning between Central City and then Owensboro. Those storms are headed off to the northeast. Numerous areas where you end up seeing some rotation in these storms. So near Beta here, up toward Owensboro, Patesville, by the way, you've got pretty good rotation that's gone just to your east. That may have come right over Patesville here, and that's a storm that's along, say, Highway 144, headed toward 161 and north of the Hardenburg area. Brandenburg heads up for you, and eventually, could that storm line hold together and get toward Louisville? Very possible. So Louisville, watch these storms closely, and as soon as that warning is issued, if it is, make sure you're getting to a shelter. But here's what I would say. Look at this big storm, this huge severe thunderstorm warning that comes along with it. For the very least, strong straight line winds that may produce 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So let's time it out for you. That storm line in particular, and again, there could be embedded spins within it. Just keep that in mind. So Salem, 1119, Georgetown, 1128, and then Louisville coming in around 1141. So for you, that's going to be a bit yet, but give it some time, and that storm line is coming in, and maybe about a time that you're going to bed. I know you might be a little bit nervous and anxious because you're watching the storms tonight, but as it approaches, again, off the upper levels of your home, I know, you know, maybe you've got a two-story home and all the bedrooms on the upper levels. I really would encourage you, especially if you have trees around your home, that you'd want to be somewhere other than that. It just would be very dangerous tonight, knowing that many of these storms have downed trees tonight and onto buildings, unfortunately. Big storm line from western Ohio back down through Indiana. Now, these storm lines have all produced some very intense winds. This one here got a huge bow echo on it. This one's got a big bow echo on it. And those winds that might be somewhere between 60 and 70 miles per hour, approaching I-75, by the way, there in Ohio. We do have quite a few power outages that are now occurring, including right there in Indianapolis. We had storms that came through the north side of town. The storms between Carmel and Anderson, the winds there gusted to nearly 90 miles an hour. So it's a no-brainer we'd have power outages. Oh, and by the way, because it's rained so hard and it's still raining and there'll be more rain to come, we're under a flash flood warning right now in Indianapolis and back down into Bloomington as well. Memphis, severe thunderstorm warning for us in Shelby County, and a storm line that's right along I-40 for you this evening, headed toward the Jackson area. We've shown you the camera there in Memphis, and you can see the lightning. We've watched lightning in Memphis for hours now. The storm line has been slow to get there, but it's been nothing but a lightning show for hours now. But the storms are on top of us in Memphis with heavy rainfall rates that'll be between 1 and 2 inches per hour. That could cause some ponding on the roadways. Do not travel tonight. If you can, just park it at home where you are right now. You're safe, you know, on your couch watching TV this evening and ready to go to a safe spot if you need to. Big storm complex has come through Pine Bluff. Huge rain coming out of that one. There could be some embedded spins within that, something to keep an eye on very closely, and storms that line up from Texarkana to the Little Rock as well. None of those are warned this evening, but there'll be a lot of areas here from the Ohio Valley through the Tennessee Valley that'll be at risk tonight. Dr. Postel, what's coming together, though? A lot of people are probably wondering, Man, this just has been a ripe day for storms. What are you thinking about here currently and maybe for the next few hours?
We still have all the ingredients there that are going to support tornadic development, not just in the line, but even some discrete cells as well. But also such strong wind shear, and the winds off the ground, not far off, like maybe a couple thousand feet off, are super strong, especially up here across parts of the Ohio Valley in eastern Indiana. Mike was giving us a really great outline of some of these storms, and I just want to show you what we're dealing with here that is moving out of Indiana into parts of western Ohio. This is an MCV, a mesoscale convective vortex. There's a little spin right in there created in the backside in the anvil precip of this thunderstorm, local thunderstorm complex. But it's important because what it helped provide was a 100-mile-per-hour wind gust near Eaton, Indiana. And this was as it moved on by with a bow echo that moved through. Again, 100-mile-per-hour straight-line wind near Eaton, Indiana. If I can, hold on a second, I'm going to tell you exactly what county. That's in Delaware County, Indiana. So that was a measured wind gust as that mesovortex and its associated trailing squall line moved all the way through. That is a remarkable wind, the kind that can wreck trees, rip roofs off of buildings. Fortunately, it does indeed look like it's weakening a little bit, but we're going to see, I think, unfortunately, more kind of bow echo shaped high wind events throughout the nighttime hours as we are right now. And you know, you don't need a tornado to do a whole lot of damage, and we have the wind energy right now to support all kinds of damage outside of that tornado threat. So this cluster of storms with embedded rotations in it causes me concern. We have enough wind shear to support the tornado and the very strong wind threat. And then we have this guy, which I've had my eye on for a while in Arkansas. There's a very strong supercell thunderstorm rotating like a top, as evident in the radar out of Little Rock. At about 5,000 feet up, the winds are spinning with a delta V over 100 miles per hour. When you add up the winds going in opposite directions, that's a lot of circulation embedded within that aloft. I don't know if there's a circulation on the ground. There's not a tornado warning with it. But what I can tell you is that there may not be, because there's apparently a little bit of a gust front there. So this storm is back in the cool air, maybe far enough to keep it somewhat elevated, to keep that rotation off the ground. I don't know, we'll see. But it is something to watch as it slides south of Pine Bluff and then moves across Arkansas. But this is all in an environment that can support very long-lived rotation inside of these thunderstorms. And by the way, they've also got plenty of fuel to work with. That's what this map shows us. So those colors in the background, that's the instability. CAPE, it's called, Convective Available Potential Energy. That's just an acronym that's complicated for the fuel that the storms can work with. And look, there's plenty of it in the Ohio Valley. You can't see it, but the storms are now moving through it. And there's even more of it here farther to the south. And though it's long after sunset, the atmosphere is still unstable, thermodynamically unstable. So we're going to be able to support that kind of bad weather for a while. But here's the other thing that I mentioned, and what is so important is the extremely strong winds aloft, especially up in here. This is part of why we were able to get those 100-mile-per-hour winds in eastern Indiana, with those winds off the deck howling at 80 to 90 knots, just at 850 millibars. But then here's the other thing, and why some of those storms may be able to survive in kind of a discrete sort of way, especially farther south that you go, is that we have the right kind of wind shear, where the wind at the ground looks about like that, and the wind aloft looks like that. Now, you can't tell just by drawing two arrows, but I can tell you, because I've looked at the data, that the photographs are rather impressive, and they've got all kinds of loops with them, and the storm motion is at a right angle to a lot of these loops, meaning there's a lot of access to what's called streamwise vorticity, so you can get rotation so very easily in this part of the line down here in Tennessee and other areas in Mississippi and nearby Arkansas, and you can also get it in other areas as well. So this is a very dangerous night, and the only thing, I guess, if there's a silver lining you could possibly hope for, is that the cold pools with these little line segments eventually merged, and we end up with an outflow dominant long squall line. I'm not sure that's going to happen anytime soon. It's trying to, but what that would do was, yes, it would still bring those damaging winds through the region, but just might mitigate some of the excessive tornado threat that is still in progress across parts of the Tennessee Valley. Mike, it's going to be a long night with storms pretty much everywhere.
It is going to be a very long night, unfortunately. And you may wake up tomorrow morning, there are storms in your neighborhood. That's the intensity of these overnight tonight. And I think that for many of you, you really want to know, am I going to be able to sleep soundly tonight? I'm hopeful for some of you. Others, I'm a little bit worried. Memphis, I think you're going to have some tough weather for the next couple of hours, but I think later on this evening you'll be better. Storm line is over top of us right now, but what about the timing? And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now, by the way, in Shelby County. I worry about you for a couple of different reasons. Again, very intense winds tonight, and you might see some trees or power lines compromised as a result. I do think the worst of it is probably over between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. I know if you're an early riser tomorrow, or the kids got to get on the bus tomorrow and go to school, it's going to be an early wake-up call if you're still awake at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and then you got to get up at 6 or 7 in the morning. I get it, right? The worst of it should be done, though, and I think you could have some lingering rain. The problem being that tomorrow morning I'd be worried about some locations in and around Memphis that might have high water on the roads and some flooding. And then you think about this, we've got 3 more days to go of thunderstorms, which just amps up our risk for continual flooding. Big storms for us here, especially in western Kentucky. Very concerned about areas east of Paducah up toward Madisonville, and eventually, I think, up toward the Louisville area as well. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about these storms. The intense storms are past you in Paducah already. Owensboro to Madisonville, I still think you've got storms an hour from now, and storms that are getting closer and closer to Bowling Green, but heads up on 165, on 64, on 65, on I-24 as well. Storms will hit us in Louisville and Bowling Green. Lingering rain continues into Thursday, again, upping our chances for some flooding. Let's talk about the prolonged flood risk in Paducah. Through Monday, we've got big rain in your forecast. It could be somewhere between 5 and 8 inches of rain. Consider this. Typically, an entire April brings you just under 5.5 inches of rain. Could you do that in just the next couple of days? The ground will be very saturated, and of course, anytime you've got a big thunderstorm that sits on top of you, you have a chance for some flash flooding as well. By the way, the wettest April on record, about 16 inches in 2011. Here are the storms that are about to hit you in Louisville. Just light rain for you at the moment, but tornado warning storms are just off to our west. I-65 and I-64. Heads up for you. Louisville, the worst of the storms begins around midnight. And I think between midnight and 3, some really intense storms. Lexington, you get hit with the worst of the wind between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. And then lingering showers to go off and on through the morning tomorrow, and then return again in the afternoon with more heavy rain back in the forecast here. So again, one more thing we'll have to concern ourselves with here over at least the next 24 hours, if not beyond that, Dr. Postel.
Well, for a place like Memphis, the sirens you heard tonight might just be the first round. Unfortunately, the atmosphere is going to kind of reload with all the ingredients set up for more severe thunderstorms tomorrow in some of the same places. Yeah, so tonight might not be it. In fact, it won't be for sure. And some of the same areas will get more thunderstorms and severe thunderstorms as well. Tomorrow, this outlook issued by the Storm Prediction Center is an enhanced risk here in the darker area in red. That is a level 3 on a scale that goes from 1 to 5. So that's a significant risk with numerous severe thunderstorms likely. I put that wording in there. Tornadoes possible. Some of those could be strong, as explicitly mentioned by the great, amazing forecasters at the Storm Prediction Center. And the storms will likely continue into tomorrow night and probably into early Friday as well. So yet another round of storms is kind of getting ready to once again be a part of the conversation, the weather forecast for tomorrow. Now, I think tomorrow's overall ingredient list, maybe not quite of the same variety as today. The instability may even be a little higher tomorrow. It's on the high end of the scale. I saw Cape guys of 4,000 joules per kilogram of mixed layer Cape. That's a summer-like air mass with a lot of fuel. Anyway, wind shear is going to be tomorrow a little less than today. Cross your fingers. Moderate end of the scale, enough to support severe weather, including tornadoes and all the kind of hazards we normally think of with severe weather. And of course, we have some fronts in play, and that's a problem because that's going to focus a lot of the storms right along that boundary between the air coming out of the Gulf of Mexico and the air coming in from the north. Mike Bettis, so you got a tornado warning, but I can tell you tomorrow, right in that zone, we might have more of them as well.
It's going to be an ongoing thing the next several days. Of course, we've got this big line of storms here. Ohio back down into Arkansas. A lot happening for you this evening, including some big storms here through southern Indiana and especially down into western Kentucky tonight, where all the tornado warnings are. This will be south of Indianapolis and now getting closer and closer to Louisville. That severe thunderstorm warning gets just to the Louisville area and cuts off, but that I'm sure will be extended. But heads up, we could see numerous spins within that line and tornadoes that could approach. We're back right after this.
A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 78 degrees with showers in the area. Tonight, strong thunderstorms, some possibly severe, low 61. Thursday, periods of rain, high 64. Rainfall may reach 1 inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking news. The noise can be deafening. It's unrelenting. All-consuming. But not here.
Hey, this is America's Morning Headquarters.
It's just cool that we're talking snow.
Isn't it?
I think it's great.
There's all sorts of things that are happening in the atmosphere.
Avoid the noise and take in the fresh air.
It's about time.
How amazing is that?
Jordan, this is a great event. Wow.
America's Morning Headquarters. Every morning on the Weather Channel.
Whoa, did you see that?
Actually, I wasn't looking.
Sorry. Well, we'll replay it for you.
Replay it, 'cause I was looking at my Pine Bluff Supercell, but
look at that! Look at that strike.
So here's the thing about lightning. It's actually for me the scariest part of being out storm
100%.
chasing or whatever you're doing.
100%, because you have no idea when or where. I mean, you might have an idea. The whole storm's got lightning in it, but where's the bolt?
Yeah.
Is it on your head, or where might it be? This is why storm chasers, I think almost unanimously, wouldn't you say? It's probably storm chasers' biggest fear.
Yes.
It's lightning.
Yes.
Not tornado.
No.
Not hail.
No.
Lightning.
Exactly. And I've been out many times, like in wide open spaces in the plains where, yes, tornadoes were a problem, but the lightning was the most lethal and scariest part of it.
I mean, generally speaking, if you're in western Kansas, like, you can see the storm coming. The lightning, you have no idea where that's going to strike.
That's right.
So, just another thing that we've got to concern ourselves with this evening, folks, with a big storm line here that is wreaking havoc from the Midwest down into, say, Arkansas. Look at that line of storms. It is very impressive. Tornado warnings from northwest Ohio and then southwestbound from there. Now, I got to tell you, this one storm complex here that's spinning through Ohio, really it got its start on the west side of Indianapolis, and now it's really held together. I think it's weakened some, but I got to give it some cred for having some staying power here. And now a tornado warning. This is going to be west of I-75, and it could put Toledo or maybe the southern suburbs in harm's way here. So coming past Van Wert, who has a storied history with tornadoes, Defiance, Paulding, Putnam counties right now under a tornado warning. I got to be honest with you, I don't see a ton of rotation within that, but I would not at all be surprised if there is not at least a little bit of a brief tornado that may be coming down for us here. That warning, by the way, until 11:45, so heads up in Greensburg, in Highland, and in Palmer as well. And then a big storm line coming through Lima that produced very high winds. Tornadoes now with warnings north side of Louisville back down towards, say, Clarksville, Tennessee. That storm line there might be producing a tornado anywhere, honestly, between Salem and Brandenburg. You might be looking at little kinks or inflow notches within that line that could be creating tornadoes. Clark, Scott, and Washington counties all have tornado warnings this evening. I-65, heads up off that highway if you can tonight. Do not drive into the danger this evening. Right there is where you can see the storm line. At the very least, it will have some very intense winds within it, but you might see brief little areas of spin, and sometimes they're hard to detect, but you kind of look for little bends in that, you know, here, here, here. And some of these tornadoes, if they touch down, may literally only last for seconds. But if that moment that it's on the ground is your neighborhood, again, it's a bad evening for you. So we would just be smart in these circumstances. Salem, it's basically almost on top of you. Give it just a couple of minutes and it's there. In Greenville, around 11:30. Vienna coming in around, let's say 11:45. And Charlestown coming in around 11:48 to give you some idea of when the highest of winds will be near you. Louisville, we also have tornado warnings extend south and west from us and past Owensboro. We've gotten better in Owensboro. Concerned that we've got a big bow echo that's forming here as well. And the concern there would be winds that could be very extreme and potentially tornadoes that may form on the north side of that in particular would be the most likely location. Davies and McLean counties with a tornado warning for us still. So Troy to Beta here, these are locations where you'd be very concerned about the intense winds and maybe the chance for tornadoes. Right there is a bow echo that's formed. I think right in there we might have some rotation, at least the most obvious rotation that we have right now. There could be some back in here that looks like it's probably weakened some. Then we have some rotation outside of Brandenburg as well. I mean, you name the storm, it's rotating right now, Dr. Postel. One thing that you've talked a lot about, and there's a look at the timing, one thing you've talked about a lot tonight is there is just so much, especially low-level wind shear. And if you can really maximize some of that low-level wind shear, well, you can really get some of these storms to spin. And when that happens, we're off to the races with tornadoes.
Yeah, there's just so many of that kind of phenomenon going on throughout that line that you talked about. But, the other issue that we have to deal with, Mike, as you were mentioning earlier, is the fact that a lot of these storms are rolling over the same areas and again. And that's leading to a lot of flooding issues even tonight. But going forward, look, we're going to be kind of stuck in a pattern for a few days where through Sunday, rounds of heavy rain are going to be impacting many of us in this zone from the Ohio Valley into the Deep South, much like we're seeing right now. But round after round will be coming in, maybe not quite as intensely severe, but certainly as moist and as dangerous on the flooding side of things as we're seeing right now, with a lot of water vapor being transported out of the Gulf into the Ohio Valley and Mid-South here and getting tangled up with these fronts that just aren't moving. This pattern is dangerous because it's stuck, and the access to extremely moist air at so many altitudes. I mean, there's tropical soundings here in the forecast. That tropical air is rolling into the region and will do so day after day after day and lead to this kind of rain. Now, this is accumulating it over the next several days through the weekend, but maybe over a foot of rain between now and then is possible. Stay tuned.
All right, thanks for staying with us here for continuing coverage on the Weather Channel. Very intense storms today, Dr. Postel. Tornado outbreak that has occurred, and we still have an ongoing threat this evening.
Yes, we are seeing now swaths of lines of thunderstorms with very strong winds, 80 to 90, even 100 miles per hour. We've seen that reported. Yeah. And embedded within these lines of storms, that tornado threat also continues with a lot of heavy rain as well.
Yeah, some scary stuff, too. A lot of these tornadoes that we'll see, and they have today, too, been rain-wrapped. You're never going to see them at nighttime, next to impossible, obviously. So to everything Doppler radar indicated this evening, and we, of course, are going to pass all those warnings along to you. To Memphis we go. We have watched this storm line just creep into Memphis. I feel like we've been watching this thing for hours. We have storms over top of us right now in Memphis. The temperatures dropped to 65. It was 78 last hour. Now it's 65. So that rain-cooled air has moved in. And you may have to contend with some flash flooding in the Memphis area. So we have flash flood warnings. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in Shelby County. Not a fun night for us tonight, no doubt about that. And a tornado could be possible within this as well. That is the text from the National Weather Service warning. So all of these storms have had little spins within them. And next thing you know, you've got a tornado that's touching down right on top of you, unfortunately. Follow that line farther east from there. Fayette, Shelby, Tipton counties with that severe thunderstorm warning. There's a big, long line of intense winds north and east of the city as well. And the whole line, honestly, works its way up into Ohio. And each and every step along the way, you've had a severe thunderstorm warning or you've got a tornado warning. Crockett, Haywood, Madison counties with that warning. I think there'll be a lot of wind headed toward the Jackson area. So heads up there between, say, Jackson and Memphis and I-40. It's not going to be a good time tonight. Right there is where you're going to have some of the most intense winds in Jackson. Would at all be surprised if you had, winds that might gust upwards of, say, 70 miles an hour. So be very aware of that this evening. We've been talking a lot about how trees have come down in numerous areas along this storm line tonight, and unfortunately onto businesses and homes. And so you don't want to be that victim. So if you have trees on your property, again, please be aware of that, and off the upper stories of your home tonight. So Jackson coming in around 10:48 as you see the time there. Woodland then coming in within the next less than 10 minutes for you here. That storm line goes all the way up into Kentucky and then southern Indiana, and a tornado warning even goes all the way up into Ohio as well. So in all these areas, be aware of the threat tonight. I think Cincinnati, you could be next. Toledo starting to rain heavily for us now as well. And that system right in there has been just, it's got staying power. Let me just say that. That was a really intense system that came through Indianapolis, probably its most intense north side of Indianapolis, and now it's raced its way and held together in some fashion into northwest Ohio, and then a big long storm line here, and Louisville getting closer and closer to us. The warnings haven't extended into Louisville quite yet, but I think it's just a matter of time. And a highway, Interstate 64, Interstate 69, Interstate 65, be off of those tonight. Again, flash flooding is going to be a huge issue for us as well, Dr. Postel. I think for a lot of people, they might be surprised how much high water they encounter tomorrow morning.
Flooding is going to be another issue we have to deal with tonight and then going forward over the next few days because of so much rain over the same areas again and again. Now, this is a look at Little Rock. I'm going to do a little city timing here with Little Rock as my focus. That's the current radar, and over the recent half hour or so, huge supercell thunderstorm about 45 minutes ago has since weakened. You can see all those little white sort of flashes in there. Well, that's lightning, and there's a lot less of it now than there was a half an hour ago. This thunderstorm is weakening. I think it is on the cool side of an outflow boundary. So it's dealing with some chillier, or I say cooler, more stable air, and is weakening. And Little Rock, by an extension thereof, is it now way into the cooler and more stable air. So I don't expect severe weather in Little Rock, although rain showers and some thunderstorms may still roll through the region as we go through tonight. Here's sort of the forecast going into the 11 o'clock local, midnight, and then thereafter you'll be able to see as we go into tomorrow, we're still going to be dealing with some thunderstorms. Look, there's tomorrow, Thursday, thunderstorms and rain, maybe some severe weather tomorrow as well, coming back in after a lull this evening and tonight from here on out. Tomorrow it may pick back up again. And then Friday, more rain and thunderstorms. Saturday, more rain and thunderstorms. Again, that front is going to be stuck nearby, and we're going to see a whole lot of action over the same areas again and again, leading to, look at how much rain we're forecasting out. This goes through Monday morning, and we're talking 6 to 8 inches. There'll be locally higher amounts than that. A tropical air mass is streaming in and getting tangled up with the front, and that spells trouble in terms of flooding for Arkansas, especially the central part of the state. Right now, as Mike was mentioning, we have some big storms rolling through Memphis, but it does look indeed like Memphis is now on the more stable side of things. So heavy rain on the way, but the severe weather threat has shifted eastward in other parts of western Tennessee.
All right, let's take a close look here at the Lake City, Arkansas tornado. And we do have confirmation this has caused some pretty intense damage, unfortunately, in Lake City. Still assessing that as we speak, and some of the images are still coming into us, but clearly an intense tornado that touched down here.
Yeah, and you can see the power lines going down, all right, at the base of that circulation every now and then, and doing damage clearly in progress. This is a very well-defined tornado, and it's a structure that is textbook-like.
Yeah, scary stuff for sure. And so we've had tornadoes throughout the afternoon and now this evening, and likely we'll have tornadoes that go well through the night tonight. We're bringing you live coverage here on the Weather Channel, but Dr. Postel, that is something that can be really scary, especially when it happens while you're sleeping.
Yes, and one way you can tell it may be coming, let's say there's a lot of rain or it's night, is the flashes right near the ground, just like you're seeing there with the power lines going down.
Yeah, clear sign for sure. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the other locations that are at risk. That happened earlier today, but we'd be very worried about you in a location like Louisville, Kentucky, where it is really warm. The temperature's almost 80 degrees tonight. Winds are gusting to 30, and the storm line is just to our west. Tornado warned storms to our west, and we want you to think about where you're going to go, have that plan ready, and then the moment that warning is issued, you can go to your basement, or you can go to your, hallway bathroom, under a stairwell, utility closet. Where can you identify in your building where you can go to be safe. Maybe it's, think about the shoes for the kids right now, bike helmets for everyone. You grab your cell phone, it's in your pocket. You are ready to go. You and everyone, the pets too, everyone goes with you. And it might be uncomfortable. I get that. Listen, you're going to cram everyone into a half bath and you're a family of 4 and you got a cat and a dog, but it's going to save your life, potentially. Clark, Floyd, and Harrison counties under a tornado warning, and now they've extended a severe thunderstorm warning right into the Louisville metro, likely for winds that could be between 60 and 70 miles per hour. That tornado warning, by the way, until midnight back here is what tornado could be sitting and may slice just to the north of downtown Louisville and hit us in the northern suburbs. So as we time that out for you, you can see that Lanesville, 11:44, that's just 4 minutes from now. So if you're in the Lanesville area right now, go. Stop watching me and just go to your safe spot. New Albany coming in around 11:53. You've got a little bit more time. You've got about 12 minutes before it's on top of you. So again, I think you still have time, but don't waste a lot here. Helmets, shoes, and everyone go to your safe spot tonight. Could be a basement, could be a storm shelter, could be ground level room, ground floor, not an upper floor, ground floor, but that has no windows or exterior walls. So there's that severe thunderstorm warning that now encompasses the Louisville metro, Clark, Oldham, Scott counties with that severe thunderstorm warning. And the thing to think about is this: tornado is possible within that severe thunderstorm warning, because what we're seeing in almost all of these storms tonight is you end up getting little inflow notches and spins that occur, or you get a bow echo that forms, and then you end up getting a tornado that spins off of that bow echo. There's a lot of low-level wind shear available in this whole complex, and so everything right now is spinning. It's just, are you unlucky enough to be in a spot where some of that spin turns into a tornado? Look at this huge line that's happening for us tonight from near Toledo, Ohio, back down to around Little Rock, Arkansas, and just about all points in between. I-75, I-65, I-64, I-71, all terrible highways for you tonight. Oh, and by the way, rainfall rates are between 1 and 2 inches an hour with some of these storms, so it's blinding rain for you this evening, and flooding is now becoming a bigger and bigger concern. There are the warnings that go from north of Louisville back past Clarksville and now around the Jackson, Tennessee area. So I-40 is not a highway you'd want to be on this evening as well. There's a storm line here between Paris and Dover. This is going to be in Tennessee. We've got maybe a bow echo that's in here, maybe some embedded spins that are occurring. But in all of these circumstances, you're probably going to see brief tornadoes that are touching down, and you're never going to see them because they're likely going to end up being rain wrapped. And it's nighttime too. You're not going to see anything at all. Doppler radar it's got advanced technology. We've got the best Doppler radar network in the entire world, and so trust it. We have trained meteorologists in the National Weather Service. Keep an eye on these literally second by second, and we're passing along to you here at the Weather Channel, right there along I-40, by the way, between Memphis and Jackson. I mean, extreme rain and wind right now, Dr. Postel. So I just would encourage everyone, do not drive tonight. Park it at home, watch TV, keep it tuned to the Weather Channel, watch your app. Just be weather savvy tonight.
Yeah, and make sure you can hear the warnings, after you decide to go to bed. I just want to get real quick, a tornado warning in eastern Arkansas. This is one that I've been watching now for a while. The rotation hasn't strengthened. It's still very strong, but it is now being warned for the possibility of a tornado here. This is in Arkansas, Lincoln, and Monroe counties in east central Arkansas, as this system slides south of DeWitt, Arkansas, and will soon be crossing over potentially into western Tennessee. We'll be watching that very carefully, or perhaps even Mississippi as well. So heads up, this is still a very dangerous storm in east central Arkansas. Tomorrow, we're going to be dealing with a lot more severe weather as well. This is the outlook issued by the Storm Prediction Center. Look at how it extends from the southern plains all the way into almost parts of the Northeast. Numerous severe thunderstorms are likely tomorrow. Now, some of that may be an extension of what's ongoing tonight and lingers into the morning hours tomorrow. But we'll see new development take place during the afternoon hours with tornadoes possible. And also, those storms tomorrow that develop in the afternoon and evening will likely last in the overnight and continue beyond that. Now, just real briefly before we go, I just want to say that the ingredients are a little bit differently positioned tomorrow. We have very high instability, a lot of fuel for the storms, but the wind shear not quite as high as it was today. Maybe that holds back the tornado threat a little bit. We'll see. But there still is a tornado threat tomorrow, along with a lot of thunderstorm activity and very heavy rain.
A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 77 degrees with showers in the area. Tonight, strong thunderstorms, some possibly severe, low 61. Thursday, periods of rain, high 64. Rainfall may reach 1 inch, locally heavy rainfall possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thanks for being with us here on the Weather Channel with our continuing coverage of a tornado outbreak. And how about the lightning illuminating that tornado that is coming through Indianapolis earlier this evening?
My goodness, that is a scary sight. Yeah, this is a tornado that is seriously, well, very hard to see. Obviously, it's dark out. Yeah. But it's one of those situations where you just have to react to the warning. If you get the warning, go to your safe spot immediately, lowest floor, with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Now, we say away from windows, but of course this video is being shot out of a window.
Yeah.
So just be real careful doing that.
Please be careful this evening. You're likely not to get that kind of vantage point. Probably 9 times out of 10, you're going to look out the window and see nothing.
And notice, this is moving pretty quickly. I mean, we know the storm motions were 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. So you get the warning, you might be in trouble very, very quickly.
You might be. We have had some reports of damage in the Indianapolis metro area. So be aware that we've had tornadoes look like this that have touched down. We've had some really intense winds that have come along with some of the storms as well. And you can see all these blue circles on this map indicate places where we've had a hail, or we've had extreme winds, or we've had, honestly, I think even flooding is going to be a bigger issue for us. Meridian Hills, by the way, aluminum siding blown off a house, 12-inch diameter tree was split, lightning suspected there, and thunderstorm damage, I think especially on the north side of town. So we had an area between like Carmel and Anderson where winds are gusting roughly 90 miles an hour. We've got big power outages now right there in Indianapolis with about 40,000+ customers that do not have power. We had a potential tornado near the Greenwood area as well. So a lot has been going on. And even though the worst of that storm line has gone to your east, you can still see we have lingering rain. And that may stick around for potentially even a couple of days. And so flash flooding is an issue tonight, and ongoing flooding might be an issue in the days to come. Heavy rain from Detroit and now approaching the Cincinnati area. Big storms for you. Right along and maybe just south of I-70. New tornado warning for you here right along the Indiana and Ohio state line here. That could be headed closer and closer toward the Dayton area. And there's a look at that warning. Again, when you look at this on the reflectivities, it gets very muddled, right? Preble, Union, and Wayne County right now under a tornado warning. Right there, we've got a small bow echo that's formed. Right there would be where the tornado would be sitting. You've got another area right there where you might have a little bit of spin. Everything is spinning right now. There is a tornado warning on that one as well. So 2 tornadoes that could be kind of paralleling each other and working toward the Miami Valley of Ohio tonight. So Lewisburg, Summers, eventually Troy, Dayton, Franklin, all these places. Heads up, there could be some very violent weather headed in your direction. Louisville, everything is converging on us as well. A lot of storms here extending from Louisville back down into western Kentucky. Louisville, we are under a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning that's on the north side of town as well. Again, same thing, everything's very muddled, although this is very close to the radar site, which sits right there. You got the kind of, well, maybe that's that might be the terminal Doppler. Down here is where the National Weather Service Doppler radar is. But I think you're going to get a decent look at all these storms, especially ones to the west. Clark, Floyd, and Harrison counties under that warning. Or maybe that's just honestly just, you know what that is? I think we've got a pretty good downdraft that's happening right in there. So you might have a big downburst of wind that's come out of that one. And Charlestown, heads up for you. But I think that area right in there might be getting some really intense winds on the north side of Louisville tonight. I'd be very concerned about that. Again, there is a tornado warning on that, but it doesn't look like a classic tornado couplet to me. It looks like a big downburst is taking over with that, which means the storm might just be collapsing, and all of that moisture, hail, whatever it is that's stuck up in the storm just comes rushing out of it and then slams you with wind, because that wind can't penetrate down through the earth. It just spreads out, and then the forward momentum of the storm increases the winds on the east side. So Jeffersonville in particular, I'd say heads up for you. All right, so intense storms are happening for us right now in the Louisville area, and the severe thunderstorm warning that heads over toward the LaGrange area as well. Look at that line of storms. It goes all the way back down into, say, Arkansas, and on the other side of the Mississippi River. An absolute mess of storms tonight, Dr. Postel, from flooding to extreme winds to tornadoes. We're getting it all.
We are getting it all, and we have all the watches out. Tornado watches out really extend all the way from northern Ohio into parts of southern Arkansas. Now, I'm not going to go through each one of them, but just do know that these tornado watches are obviously for the ongoing weather, and it's going to continue on throughout the nighttime hours, and these are not the only tornado watches that are going to be issued. I can guarantee you that there will be more of them likely here to the east of the ones currently in effect, and that will include eventually much of the rest of, I think, Kentucky and Tennessee. It is going to be a long night with all kinds of bad weather likely, and you can sort of estimate how it might evolve by looking at this future radar, showing you that the sort of zone here of danger, we'll call it, where there's a line of supercell thunderstorms, little line segments of damaging wind swaths, embedded circulations capable of producing tornadoes anywhere along that, from Ohio all the way down to Arkansas. And that is only going to be slowly moving eastbound. And slowly, well, that's one of the big problems, because that means a lot of heavy rain, especially as we go into the early morning and afternoon hours tomorrow. Stay tuned.
A dangerous tornado outbreak is underway as we speak. Welcome into our special live coverage here on the Weather Channel as we track these storms for you. I'm Mike Bettis alongside Dr. Rick Postel.
Well, tonight's intense storms are expected to continue in the hours to come. So make your plans now so you know how you'll get alerted and know where you're going to have to go should you go under a tornado warning. And we've got, obviously, ongoing stuff right around Louisville. Louisville feels like it's under attack by severe weather.
It really does. So where are you going to go? Could it be basement if you have one? I know a lot of folks in this area have basements, or you're going to a ground level floor and inside an interior room to protect yourself. Let's focus in on the Louisville area, because we've got a lot of things happening for us right now. Tornado warning as well as severe thunderstorm warning. And if you take a look at that radar, it is really intense. You take a look at the sky, it is very intense tonight. There's been a lot of lightning with these storms. We have a tornado warning on the north side of the town. We've got a newly issued tornado warning that comes right through Louisville and the south side of the city as well. So let's break this down for you, and I'm going to ask Dr. Postel to chime in here a little bit as well. Let's first focus on this tornado warning that is on the north side of Louisville this evening. That's headed toward the Charleston area. It's Clark and it's Floyd counties. So in Clarksville and New Albany, Silver Creek, these are areas we have concern for you. I-65 has been raked with storms. So it doesn't give you a classic look, I don't feel, Dr. Postel, of a tornado. We've had some hail within that as well, and I think that maybe we've had a lot of hail come pouring out of this one too.
Yeah, and it's also, I think, the angle of the radar. The radar is looking at it from the south side of it, going almost due north, and what it's seeing is very miles per hour. So very strong rotation is involved with this part of the storm just north of Clarksville. So this is a remarkable event here that has to be taken very seriously. If you get that tornado warning, just assume there's a tornado in progress and find your safe spot immediately.
You know, and the scary thing is we've had so many of these storms tonight come over major interstates, unfortunately, right? And so that one's sitting right on top of I-65. That's not the only threat in Louisville, though. Let's go back farther south, and here we go. We got a big storm that's coming past Brandenburg as we speak. So in Bullitt, Harrison, and Jefferson counties, we have a tornado warning here, and we've got a bow echo. So this has happened how many times now tonight, where you get a kink in one of these lines or a bow echo that's formed. The radar sits right here, so it's getting a really good view of this storm complex tonight, and a radar-indicated tornado. We'd be worried about you here south side of Louisville and Brandenburg right now. I think right there is where you've got some pretty intense wind headed toward the Muldraugh area here. So right along 31 West there'll be issues there, and that whole storm line is moving off to the northeast. Now, the storm's been moving pretty quickly today, and this evening storms have been, rated around 55 miles an hour forward speed. So in a place like, say, Stites coming in for you around 12:11. That's only about 10 minutes from now, and what we've seen with a lot of the storms today is propensity to take down trees and likely knock out power as well. Trees on the buildings, trees on the homes is not what you want to be dealing with this evening. So protect you and your family as best you can, getting low in your building, getting low in your home. Hopefully, maybe you have a basement, you can get underground even. I know the farther north we go, we tend to have more basements than we do farther south, but nonetheless, some of us do, and that'd be a good place to go, or down to a ground level room like a half bath, utility closet, laundry room, someplace like that that maybe doesn't have windows or exterior walls, because you want those exterior walls to take the damage, not you. Clark, Odom, and Trimble counties, where that warning has been extended now north and east of Louisville, so it could come through Charleston and then beyond and heads up there, I think, along I-71. It's just a really funky look at the radar right in there. So a couple things could be happening. Again, I think we have some hail in there. We've got some spin. I think we've got potentially even maybe some outflow that's occurring in there. It's hard to tell exactly, but what's interesting about this, Dr. Postel, is that there is so much wind shear in the atmosphere right now that even if it doesn't take on a classic look, everything just starts spinning in places that you may not think it would.
Yeah, that's a huge issue for us, and it's also very strong wind aloft that is giving us the damaging wind threat, the non-tornadic variety. We saw winds over 100 miles per hour in eastern parts of Indiana, thanks to a bow echo that moved through. Mike, thank you very much. That's really a really great analysis of what's ongoing across much of the region in detail. But in the bigger view, look, the bad weather does extend all the way from the Great Lakes down through parts of the Mid-South, the Tennessee Valley, and even into southern Arkansas and beyond into Texas. So this is a very, very extensive swath of destructive weather. And this is what Mike was talking about. Look at those little line segments. Each one of them looks like a little bow right in there. And there's another one there, another one there. Each one of those could contain 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. So heads up if you live in Troy or just areas just north or near Dayton, Ohio. This is a very, very intense group of thunderstorms moving through, and the same thing can be said farther to the south. It's all part of that, incredibly extensive area of thunderstorm activity, which is still feeding off a lot of instability, believe it or not. Even though we're long into the nighttime hours, this squall line rages on. It has access to plenty of fuel. Trust me, in the background, there's enough instability, or it's called CAPE, Convective Available Potential Energy. That's just an acronym for fuel for big storms. And there's plenty of that even now in the Ohio Valley and elsewhere, and even more of that the farther south you go in those shades of orange and red. That is on the medium to higher end of this scale. But this, as Mike mentioned, is the huge problem for us concerning the tornado threat and also the damaging wind threat in particular, is how fast the winds are just a couple thousand feet up. 80 to 100 miles per hour in places. I say 60 to 80 here, but trust me, there are swaths in here aloft where the wind is faster than that, looking at some of the local soundings. That means, one, right, those storms, they could grab a fraction of that wind aloft and bring it to the ground in the form of those destructive wind gusts pretty easily, given the soundings we've seen. And also, that strong wind aloft is in the configuration that is still supporting rotation, long-lived rotation inside of these line segments, where we have winds at the south at the ground, out of the south-southeast, and then aloft, much stronger and out of the southwest. And you just can't tell what the wind shear really looks like just by those two arrows, but I can tell you that the photographs are very favorable for sustained rotation inside of the thunderstorms, and that means the rotating storm threat continues. Supercells are continuing with big hail, also a possibility. We've seen almost 3-inch hail in spots, destructive wind gusts, of course, and that tornado threat anywhere along that line. Thank you, wind shear and instability, for that. One thing we can kind of look for, I think, as we go into the earlier in the morning hours, is for the system to sort of acquire an outflow dominant sort of mode, where we would see much more of a damaging wind threat problematic in its own right, but less of a tornado threat as we see those cold pools begin to merge and kind of interfere with the storm's tendency otherwise to try to make a tornado. It's harder to do that when you have those long-lived cold pool driven squall lines. We can hope that's the case. It's not a good outcome, but it's a better outcome than having all that tornadic threat, which we still have with the tornado threat continuing ongoing with the watches obviously in place from the Ohio Valley farther to the south. I'll leave you with this graphic and show you the timing real quick. We're moving this very slowly eastbound. This is a problem, again, because very heavy rain, Mike Bettis, is going to be a big problem for us with a lot of flooding through the next several days at least.
It will be, unfortunately. There'll be some spots here that might be looking at 9, 10, maybe a foot of rain. It's going to be tough for sure. All right, I've got some good news for you in a place, say, like Memphis. The weather is improving. That is good news. And as far as what the sky conditions look like, all right, some of the worst storms are going east of you, but there are some areas in Oakland, Holly Springs, and Jackson where you've got worse weather now. Memphis, the rain is letting up a little bit, and the worst of the lightning and all that has gone off to your east. The problem is we've had such heavy rain, and it's still raining, at least lightly, around the Memphis area, that you've got ongoing flash flood issues. So let's talk about the future radar. I think some storms will be in the area at least for the next couple of hours, and then a little bit less as we go gradually through the night tonight. So that's, again, signs are pointing in the right direction for you in a place like Memphis, but the forecast isn't all that great, and this is why we've got flooding concerns for the days ahead. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, showers and storms all of those days. Friday, 83 degrees. Then eventually front comes through and things will cool down after that, but it stays warm for the next few days. You can see kind of two lines of storms are happening for us right now in Kentucky. The leading line has tornadoes and thunderstorms on it, and that line slow to push its way east. I think Bowling Green around 1 o'clock in the mornings when the worst of that storm hits you. Lingering scattered storms behind that, and an ongoing flood risk for many of you here in western Kentucky. Paducah, wettest April on record, about 16 inches of rain happened in 2011. Look at the forecast, though. Widespread area here of 5 to 8 inches of rain over the next several days. There could be some pockets where you've got red on the map there. That indicates 8 inches to a foot of rain in the forecast now through Monday, so about the next 4 days. An average April rainfall would bring you just under 5.5 inches. We'll probably do that in just the next, say, 2 days or so. Severe storms and tornadic storms around the Louisville area will push their way along I-64, Louisville over toward Lexington, heading along I-75. Avoid it tonight if you can. So hitting you in the capital here between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. Lexington, the worst of it probably between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, and then lingering showers for you in the morning that come back in the afternoon as well. So flash flooding will be a concern. Look at the big rain in the forecast here, and a lot of this could happen in the next 2 days, but it could linger for the next few. 6, 7 inches of rain, more than we typically would see in an entire month of April. So a lot of rain still to come, even after the severe weather threat wraps up. Dr. Postel.
Well, for a place like Memphis, the sirens you heard tonight might just be the first round. Unfortunately, the atmosphere is going to reload with some of the same ingredients for more severe weather tomorrow in some of the same places. Yep, Memphis, Tennessee might be one of them. We actually have our outlook here issued by the Storm Prediction Center, which has an enhanced risk here in the darkest shades of red. That is a level 3 on a scale that goes from 1 to 5 in the Storm Prediction Center's breakdown. And that is a substantial risk for severe weather tomorrow in the Tennessee Valley. But it also, extends from the southern plains almost all the way into the northeast. Now, numerous severe thunderstorms are likely. We're almost certainly going to have plenty of them. The question is, what variety will they be? Will they be largely tornadic or more damaging wind? Or, in all likelihood, be a very significant flooding threat? That is the case. But I do think tornadoes are going to be part of the conversation, the weather forecast tomorrow. We have to watch out for that, with the threat increasing, especially in the afternoon and evening. And then, of course, the storms likely, once again, continue into the overnight hours tomorrow into early Friday. So, look, it's over some of the same areas that we've just been dealing with the storms. And when you sort of look at the ingredient list in a bulk kind of way, just in a broad brush view, we're going to have a lot of instability in place tomorrow. I mean, it's a summer-like air mass over the southern tier of the U.S. The Gulf of Mexico is wide open. The transport of water vapor from the tropics is in progress. That is not going to be an issue for us, the instability. Unfortunately, that's going to be a problem for us because we are going to see a very high amount of fuel. Now, the wind shear, I think, tomorrow will be a little less than today. That's a good thing, but it is still enough. It's in the moderate range of the scale that is going to be enough to support severe weather, including tornadoes. And unfortunately, we have fronts that are going to help focus those thunderstorms, which is a problem because it means we're going to have a lot of rain. These storms are going to sometimes, in some cases, roll over the same areas. This is what the weather map looks like tomorrow. We will have a front. Now, it's the same one that's going through the region tonight, but it'll kind of change its shape a little bit and lean back about like that and then begin to stall out. And that leaves the surface flow out of the Gulf of Mexico tangling itself up with the front that is there. And this is a recipe for a flooding mess. But it is also a recipe for that severe weather because the surface winds will be a lot weaker than the wind aloft, which will still be strong, sort of parallel-ish to that front, but we will have enough wind shear to support interior rotation with those thunderstorms. So those thunderstorms will be plenty of opportunity to acquire that environmental wind shear and rotate. Those are called supercell thunderstorms, and I think we will see plenty of those tomorrow in this zone as forecasted by the models. So that's something to watch. And that is exactly why the Storm Prediction Center's severe weather outlook looks and is shaped the way it is, because the front is going to be basically bisecting that region. Let's time it out just real briefly, just to show you how the storms probably evolve tomorrow. Don't worry about the details, but the bigger picture is some of the same areas that are dealing with severe weather tonight are going to have to probably deal with it again tomorrow. And if not, heavy rain is going to be a huge issue going forward because of the significant amount of water vapor that is going to be transported out of the tropics into the southeastern U.S. Again, bottom line, numerous severe thunderstorms tomorrow. Tornadoes are possible. Some of those could be strong. We have enough wind shear for that. And that is words from the Storm Prediction Center, and those storms likely continue into the overnight hours. So, Mike Bettis, we're just going to continue on with this severe weather threat because it is not going to let go anytime soon.
No, it is not. Right through the night tonight, we've got issues, and for the next several days, we'll have issues. And we've got real problems tonight in Louisville, Kentucky, with tornado warnings that surround us. That's a live view, and the skies have been lighting up. The lightning has been quite intense for us here. And I'm going to run through these warnings and show you what's going on here. And these storms, by the way, are cooking, man. They are going 70 miles an hour ground speed, and then you've got the rotation within the storm. So once that warning is issued, right away, you're going to your safe spot in that safe location that you've designated in your home where you can go. Bullitt, Harrison, and Jefferson County right now under a tornado warning. This is going to be southwest side of Louisville with the storm line right in here that is quite intense. So let's take out the precipitation and let's look at just the winds within the storm. The Doppler radar is high technology stuff, folks. They can look at just the velocity. So the radar site is right here, okay? And so if you take a look, you can see the clear circle around that we call the unfortunately where the radar can't see, okay? And so because it's basically pointing out and not down at the ground, and so you get a dome right in there where you can't see anything. So right in here is where you've got the meat of the storm that's occurring right now. Got a lot of wind within that and potentially some spin as well. Big storm line in here with some wind, and that'll be gusting out toward the Shepherdsville area and near I-65. That is a mess of a storm, by the way. Everything will be rain-wrapped. Almost all the tornadoes that we've seen the last few hours are rain-wrapped, but we'll time out the entire line in anticipation of tornadoes within it, okay? So Waverly Hills, it's happening now. Got to get to a safe spot. In Newburgh, coming in for you around 12:24. In a place like Jeffersontown, 12:30. That gives you an idea on the timeline here and when those storms could be headed your way. Similar storm off to the north here, and we've got two areas of concern, Clark, Odom, and Trimble counties right now with a tornado warning, and that storm that could ride up along, say, I-71. What's interesting about this one is that some of the rotation, I think, has died down now. We've got big wind out here from Carrollton down toward Campbellsburg. This system back in here was the one we've been watching where that green and red have been next to each other. I think that rotation has dissipated some. That is Great news, and you can see it there. Heather, our weather producer, is doing a great job of walking you through that frame by frame of the radar. So right in there, the issue of the tornado warning, where we had inbound and outbound winds for the radar, and then you can see coming right past Charlestown area, and then I think getting a lot weaker after that is the storm might have been coming a little bit more outflow dominant, so the storms are flowing out of the storm, and the cold air is taking over a bit here. Having said that, we have seen some of these storms tonight cycle where they might produce a tornado and then they weaken a bit, and then later down the road they produce another one. So I don't want you to take your eye off of some of these storms, especially if you are downstream from that. We have a tornado watch still in effect that does include, Cincinnati to Louisville. Frankfurt's included in that as well. This is until 2 o'clock in the morning, this watch right in here. And then we've got more watches that extend, by the way, up into Ohio. And a good chunk of Ohio now, by the way, under tornado watches as well. Cincinnati, Columbus, Toledo included in that, Dayton U as well. And you can see how the whole storm line extends back into Arkansas. And what you'll notice on this that's becoming more and more prevalent are the green polygons on this map, showing you now where flooding is becoming a more prominent issue, unfortunately. And so that might be a bigger issue for more of us than what the tornadoes will end up being. And I know tornadoes are ferocious. They can be really destructive, but more of us may get in trouble in the flooding than we will in the tornadoes, because tornadoes are so isolated in nature, whereas flooding can be a lot more expansive, unfortunately. So from Indianapolis back down around Little Rock and all points in between, watching for some flooding here. The dynamics are just there in the atmosphere, as we've got a lot of moisture that's surging in here, and all the storms have been rotating throughout the day as well. All right, so let's talk with Dr. Postel a little bit more about those ingredients, the big picture here, the timing. What's going on with these, Dr. Postel, and how do you feel this is going to play out the next few hours?
I think we're kind of starting that slow evolution toward more of a damaging wind threat, more of an exclusively damaging wind threat, and away from a lot of significant tornado activity. That doesn't mean we don't have any, because there are some tornado warnings that are popping up. We still have 5 tornado warnings out there, as Mike was just cycling through. And then the newest one popped up here northeast of Memphis, not far from Jackson, Tennessee. Real quick look at that one. That's kind of a bully of a supercell thunderstorm there, with a very well-defined hook echo here and an outflow RFD, rear flank downdraft, very clearly evident on that. All that means is that this storm is possibly producing a tornado. It's a radar-indicated strong circulation aloft, and it must be taken very seriously. If you live in Chester, Hardeman, or Madison counties, take shelter immediately. We've seen storms in this area all night long produce tornadoes, so find your safe spot. Lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and of course away from windows. Again, likely sliding just south of Jackson, Tennessee. All a part of a sort of a group of line segments, embedded supercell thunderstorms, kind of in that hybrid mode. We are no longer dealing with those discrete cells that we saw 4 or 5 hours ago. They're now kind of congealing. You can almost see it into a line that continues the damaging wind threat. It still has a tornado threat, but it is not of the variety that we saw earlier, where the really long-lived high-end tornadoes were really a threat, more so several hours ago than they are now. That's not to say they can't happen now, but I'm seeing that evolution toward an outflow dominant squall line, which is a high wind event and problematic in its own right. It is the instability is still available here, but there is evidence that in parts of Ohio and nearby areas of Indiana, those storms are weakening. They may finally now start to be running out of buoyancy, but the ones farther to the south are not. In Nashville and in areas to the south and southwest of that, the inflow is still rather buoyant, and we're seeing extremely strong winds aloft, and that is a problem, because that is giving these storms the possibility of carrying that damaging wind to the ground, a couple thousand feet up. The winds are nearly 80 miles per hour, and it doesn't take much imagination to see a thunderstorm grab a hold of some of that strong wind, and one of those downdrafts bring at least a high fraction of that to the surface in those violent gusts. So that could be a problem for us. And of course, the wind shear is an issue still. Trying to preserve individual supercells. It's having a harder and harder time doing that. The winds at the surface are like the white arrow there, like that, and the winds aloft are like the red arrow, like that. And there are indeed still lots of looping hodographs in the region. But what we're seeing is the forcing is overpowering the otherwise tendency to support those discrete supercells. We're seeing really the emergence and dominance of now the cold pool driven mode, which is still rotating in parts and still carrying with that severe threat. But tornado threat, I think, coming down a little bit, Mike Bettis. And that's at least one silver lining in what we can see. But overall, it is still a dangerous night ahead.
It really is. And we're putting more and more, cities in play now, from Cleveland to Cincinnati, Louisville, and getting closer and closer to Nashville, by the way. So it's a big storm line here tonight that's got all kinds of action with it, from severe thunderstorm warnings to tornado warnings to flash flood warnings, you name it. We've got it, folks. And so let's zoom right down into the Buckeye State and show you what's happening this evening, and a severe thunderstorm warning that now extends over toward the Cleveland metro for us tonight, in anticipation of a big line of wind that comes in. Not quite there in Norwalk or Sandusky yet, but Erie, Huron, Lorain counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. And if that holds together, that could come right into Cuyahoga County as well. Considerable threat with this, where winds could gust in excess of 70 miles per hour. That's the same whole complex, by the way, and it's split off into two. That was back in Indianapolis. And now right down I-75, we've got a line of severe thunderstorm warnings from Troy and Lima down into Dayton, and now Cincinnati as well. Boone, Dearborn, Ohio counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. Destructive threat with that storm line here. And by the way, Hamilton County as well is under a severe thunderstorm warning, including you there in Cincinnati, Middletown, and up toward Dayton. All right, we take a look at this on the radar out of Wilmington, Ohio. Big storm line right in there, and that's where all the wind is. That is coming eastbound with that whole storm line there. And again, as we've shown you with many of these, there could be small little inflow notches there, little kinks where you could get a brief tornado that touches down. Dr. Postel was doing a really good job of showing us why, as we gradually go through the night tonight, the tornado risk should be coming down. But that whole line could be destructive winds. And I know a lot of these areas down in here, beautiful tree-lined neighborhoods, and those trees coming down could be a risk. So those of you that have a two-story home, don't be on that upper level tonight. Go down to your basement tonight. You'll be a lot safer. Maybe just park it down there until that storm line goes by. And it could be another couple of hours, but you're going to be safe. Okay, that's just the whole thing here. All right, Cincinnati, 12:47 is the arrival time for you. So that gives you, roughly 25 minutes before the storm line is on top of you there in the Queen City. So in all those locations in Dayton, you've got a pretty good storm line, and it won't be long before that. I think even next 10, 15 minutes, it'll be there in there for you. All right, so we head down through Kentucky. You can see a couple of tornado warnings for us here, and the storms now around the Clarksville, Tennessee area have come through Jackson, eventually getting into Nashville. Tornado warning in north side and south side of Louisville for you tonight, getting towards, say, really riding near I-71 and coming toward the Carrollton area, the one on the south side of Louisville. Big storm line here. And oh, by the way, huge rain shield just pouring on you in Louisville. Not at all surprised if you've got some localized flooding occurring for you here. There is where the outflow is occurring in the Bowaco that could be nailing you along I-65, and then eventually headed toward the Mount Washington area. We'll time out that line. Okolona here coming in around 12:24, and I think Mount Washington, you're going to be, let's say if Okolona's 12:24, it's not showing up on the screen, but I'll call it like 12:30-ish or so. So just keep in mind, again, the winds are going to be very intense with all of these storms this evening. Again, gusting well in excess of, for some of you, 60 miles an hour. Oh, and by the way, the forward speed of these storms is really fast, too. The forward speed is roughly 70 miles an hour. So once a warning is issued, you've got, short amount of time to react to it, that's for sure. I would say between Louisville and Lexington, by the way, on I-64, Louisville to Frankfort to Lexington, that is a really tough area to be tonight. And now as you work your way through Kentucky, terrain becomes a bigger issue as you head east through the state, and so flooding becomes then a bigger issue as well. All right, into the volunteer state we go. Newly issued tornado warning, by the way, down here around the Jackson area, Chester, Hardeman, and Madison counties under a tornado warning, and that's until top of the hour. So there's a lot going on with these storms this evening. Let's zoom down in and see if we can see some rotation on this on the radar. Sure. Right in there, you've got a little inflow. That'd be north of Boulevard here. And so the tornado could be sitting about right in there with a lot of wind on the front side. You might see even a little bit of hail that's ejected out on the front side of that as well. Where does that head? Lexington would be downstream of that one. So that's something to keep an eye on. Again, we're in Tennessee, okay, not in Kentucky. So that would be Lexington, Tennessee. But Henderson heads up for you, Medon as well, and Luray. Those will all be areas of concern. This would be south of I-40, all right? Henderson, arrival time 11:43, so that's about 18 minutes from now. And so you have a little bit of time still. I mean, don't lollygag, but make sure you're making your way toward your tornado safe spot this evening. All of these, by the way, have severe thunderstorm warnings on them as well. We've got a couple of tornado warnings in the Clarksville area, and that line eventually gets into Nashville a few hours from now. And then it's the middle of the night while you're, about now you're turning in to go to bed in Nashville if you haven't already, right? And then that storm line hits you in the middle of the night. So let's show you the future radar. Gives you an idea that the storms are from Detroit back into Little Rock. A couple of interesting things will happen for us here. I think the storm line weakens some overnight tonight. Watch how, though, they may tap into some energy back here across the southern plains and really light up in the morning hours in the Red River Valley of Oklahoma and down into Texas as well. I'd be very aware of the storms maybe around the Fort Worth area as these storms lose some of their tornadic capability, but still could produce some very heavy rain, and I'd be concerned about that for your morning commute as well. So a lot of ingredients have been in place today for us, Dr. Postel. It will continue for the next several hours, as you mentioned, liking the trends that will happen later on tonight, but it still could be rough for several hours.
Yes, you're exactly right about that. Mike, thank you very much for that detailed analysis on the ongoing storm threat. I've been kind of looking at the overall list of storm reports from the Storm Prediction Center, and on the filtered reports so far, I've gotten 19 reports of tornadoes, some of which have produced injuries. Unfortunately, we've seen as many as 9 injuries from various tornadoes in Missouri, Arkansas, and Kentucky. So it's been a very busy day. Unfortunately, one that has caused a lot of damage and multiple injuries. We've seen that. And again, 19 reports so far. That number is very likely, of course, to go up as we track through the next hours and days ahead. But it's not over yet. And in fact, tomorrow, we're going to very likely see more severe weather coming our way in some of the same areas that we saw a lot of severe weather today. This is the outlook issued by SPC, right? The Storm Prediction Center. The darkest red is a level 3. That's called an enhanced risk. And look, it does include much of Arkansas, parts of Mississippi and Tennessee, the very same areas that Mike Bettis was just breaking down for us with severe weather in progress. And tomorrow we could do it all over again. Now, there will be lots of severe weather. Some of that will be a continuation of tonight's activity into the morning hours. However, there's also going to be new development taking place tomorrow afternoon and evening, which is also very likely to be severe, and that could continue into the overnight tomorrow, Thursday night.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
On we go with this repeating pattern. Now, there are some differences in tomorrow's severe weather outlook overall, and I kind of like to use this as sort of the basic bulk ingredients. This is not a detailed analysis of all the things that will be ongoing tomorrow. It's not like that. But if you just compare some of the biggies, right, like the instability generally, we had a lot of it today. We're going to have a lot of it tomorrow. That's going to be kind of on the high end of the scale. A very summer-like air mass, a tropical feed, really from parts of the Western Caribbean through the Gulf of Mexico is coming into the southeastern U.S. There's no denying it. That's giving those storms a lot of buoyancy and also the capability of producing a lot of rain. Anyway, that instability on the high end of the scale tomorrow. The wind shear tomorrow, not as strong as it was today or even as it is tonight. That's good news. However, it is strong enough to support lots of rotation.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area,
giving them also an ability to produce tornadoes, which is part of the forecast tomorrow. And of course, we have a frontal zone, which is going to complicate factors and also might enhance some severe weather risk right along it, because fronts can sometimes, especially ones like these, ones that kind of stall out like this, winds can kind of curl around that front in kind of squirrely little ways, right? And you can get all kinds of enhanced wind shear near them. Now, I'm not sort of forecasting that right now in those places, but do note that those fronts are good at doing that. So anywhere along it and near it tomorrow afternoon, heads up. We will have the surface winds out of the south and southeast like that. And we will also have the winds aloft, kind of parallel to the front, but much stronger than they are at the surface. And we will have enough of that wind shear. Now, remember, wind shear, think of it this way. All it is the difference between me and you in the wind speed and or direction. Could be that way, could be up, could be to the side, doesn't matter. It's everywhere all the time. But when you pop a thunderstorm in
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
That's why we have them in the forecast for us tomorrow. There's enough of that wind shear that those storms will be ingesting it and creating rotating updrafts. And those are sometimes very good at making tornadoes. And severe weather generally. That front being there and all the other ingredients that I mentioned, it's exactly why the Storm Prediction Center has outlined that zone in that way. And so here we go, right, with the forecast going through tomorrow afternoon and evening. Look at all that rain. It is kind of moving over some of the same areas. And Mike, there's going to be a lot of severe weather embedded within all that rain once again.
Unfortunately, we're going to keep doing this over and over, day after day, Dr. Postel. Thank you very much for that. To Arkansas we go. It was in Marion, Arkansas, just outside of Memphis. They were filling up sandbags there on Tuesday. Knowing that flash flooding would be likely this week, we've had some heavy rain and training thunderstorms over this region tonight. That could lead to a serious flash flood risk in some locations that could easily see a foot of rain or more over the next few days. And thunderstorms return for us tomorrow. Dr. Postel was mentioning that. Then let's fast forward to Friday. You can see another area very similar to today that sees storms from Indianapolis or Cincinnati back through Jonesboro, Little Rock, St. Louis, on your way down toward Dallas, Waco, San Antonio. All these locations could get some very intense storms. I think the worst of it would be right in this area, like right through Arkansas, Jonesboro, Little Rock, down towards, say, Texarkana. There's that hung up front going into Friday afternoon. A lot of moisture available from the Gulf of Mexico. And then here comes a surface front swinging on through with the low. So those will, in essence, give you lift in the atmosphere, and that's really what you want to do. You want to, if you're really creating a thunderstorm, what you're really trying to do is take that low-level moisture that was courtesy of the Gulf and then lift it. And as you do that, next thing you know, you're really creating big thunderstorms. You continue to lift it. You continue to have cold air above it. Well, it just allows that air to continue to rise. Next thing you know, you've really built a towering thunderstorm. And with all that energy that's available from any daytime heating with sunshine, you're heating up the earth. Now you're creating that upward movement.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Tons of storms. Then continuing into Saturday, watching that front, tornado threat increases here as those strong winds are increasing the threat. As we're talking about wind shear here, the winds will start shifting out of the southwest with height. They start increasing in speed as well. So you've got speed and directional shear available, which is a ripe atmosphere with all that moisture too, a ripe atmosphere for rotating supercell thunderstorms. The rotating supercell thunderstorms, the most likely thunderstorms to produce the tornadoes, of course. So there you have the area on Saturday that you would watch. It'd be Tupelo, Greenville, Shreveport, Alexandria, Jackson, but it could be an area from
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
All right, so those are areas to keep an eye on. Then on Sunday, let's shift it farther east. We'll condense the geographic area a bit, but now include locations like Atlanta or Montgomery or Tallahassee. So in those spots, heads up on storms that come in for the end of the weekend. If you look at the climatology, if you will, for the last 20 years, in essence, of tornado watches in April, where have they all been concentrated? Mostly across the south, so it makes perfect sense. That's where we would really keep an eye on storms this week. But they could extend all the way into the Midwest. We know that as well, but it's really the Mid-South and the Southeast that are our prime targets. All right, back to severe storms and some of the warnings that we have for you this evening. A lot of areas to keep an eye on here with storms from the Ohio Valley all the way down into the Tennessee Valley. Big storms around Cincinnati and Louisville tonight. Big winds coming into Hamilton County as we speak. Covington, heads up for you. Tornado warned storms outside of Louisville, the biggest line of storms, those gone east of you. There's that line along I-75 this evening. Destructive winds are possible within this severe thunderstorm warning. Winds that might exceed 70 miles per hour and a lot of trees that may come down. Prepare for power outages as that storm line moves through. We'll have the very latest with live coverage continuing after this short break. All right, welcome back, everyone, as we're dealing with a tornado outbreak today and this evening across the Midwest and the Mid-South. This is a look at a tornado that occurred in Bay, Arkansas. This is about 50 miles or so as the crow flies northwest of Memphis, Tennessee. And then look at it just disappear.
It disappeared in the rain.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
How it just became completely shrouded and encased by the rain, and you just couldn't see it anymore. It just disappeared.
I imagine a lot of the circulations, the tornadoes were like that today. Not this one, though. This one is clearly all by itself in the clear air in Bay, Arkansas.
Yeah, it it's interesting how sometimes the whole storm complex itself, you know, the tornado is just a small part of the overall storm that's creating it, right? But there are all kinds of different parts of the storm, and eventually, you know, rain gets wrapped into it or gets wrapped around it. Storm chasers sometimes will call it the bear's cage. As you're inside that rain, you're somewhere between the rain and the tornado.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
But ultimately, and look at that. There it goes again. It just completely disappears.
Totally obscured by the rain. Yeah, and those are some of the most dangerous types of tornadoes, the ones you can't see.
Yeah, right? Not that they're not dangerous enough on their own. You can't see them, and that's a problem. He is Dr. Greg Postel. I am Mike Bettis, and we are so glad you joined us this evening for continuing live coverage of a very intense weather system tonight. We've got a lot of tornadoes that have touched down today. We have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and destructive winds that are occurring. Louisville, we've had issues all over the place. North side of town tornadoes, south side of town tornadoes, right in town, very intense winds. The temperatures were in the upper 70s about an hour and a half ago. They've dropped down into the 60s now. A lot of the lightning has ended on that camera. That camera must be pointed to the west because all the lightning would be to the east, and that camera was really lighting up earlier. The storm line, and gradually we're decreasing the number of tornado warnings that we're getting, and I think that is great news, but we still have expansive numbers of severe thunderstorm warnings. That whole line there has been warned for either strong winds or tornadoes, or the green polygons that you see there also for flash flooding. Take you down into Kentucky. So here we are on the east side of now of Louisville, Henry, Oldham, and Shelby counties with a tornado warning here. Observed tornado here, likely seen on the radar.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
The precipitation back in here is where you likely have some rotation, and that is aiming off to the north and east. And these storms have been moving very, very quickly, between about 60 and 70 miles an hour forward ground speed, okay? A long run, it's right on you, okay? So you have to get to your safe spot immediately. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. I mean, you're just going right now. Todd's Point, 12:47, the arrival time. So you've got about 6 minutes, and that's it before the tornado is there. It's not a lot of time, so hustle everyone. You, the kids, the pets, and we're going to go to our safe spot, and you can see the line of storms extends back down into Tennessee and then now into Mississippi. New tornado warning as well, with severe thunderstorms, by the way, impacting some large metropolitan areas from Cleveland to Cincinnati and getting closer and closer to Nashville as well. Now, if you are in line of some of these storms tonight,
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Now, and here are 3 reasons tornadoes at night are even more dangerous than during the day.
Tornadoes are terrifying, even in broad daylight. They can also strike in the middle of the night, when you're most vulnerable, unaware of the danger tracking towards your home. Here are 3 things you need to know about nighttime tornadoes. Number 1, nighttime tornadoes are twice as deadly. According to this research, daytime tornado deaths have decreased by 20%, but nighttime deaths have increased by 20%. Number 2, nighttime tornadoes are more difficult to confirm. It may seem obvious, but getting a visual confirmation on a tornado at night is challenging, unless a tornado is accompanied by frequent lightning.
It's right there!
It may not be spotted by someone on the ground, so the National Weather Service relies mostly on radar to issue critical warnings. Number 3, nighttime tornadoes are more common in the South. 46% of Tennessee tornadoes strike at night. Arkansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, and Missouri are also nighttime tornado hotspots. When severe weather threatens, staying weather aware overnight is a must. A distant tornado siren may not wake you up, so use NOAA weather radios, wireless emergency alerts, and weather app push notifications to help keep you safe. Always have a plan and be ready when severe weather threatens your area.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Unfortunately, I think more severe weather is in the cards for us tomorrow, and not just as an extension of what's ongoing tonight and tomorrow morning. From the current stuff, it's actually renewed development of severe weather in some of the same areas where we've seen so much of it in the last 12 to 18 hours. There's the sort of overview from the Storm Prediction Center. Do expect severe weather kind of along this zone, and it's roughly the same front that we're dealing with now. It's just angled a little bit differently, but numerous severe thunderstorms are likely in that area. tornadoes are possible, and some of those could be strong, especially here in this area called an enhanced risk by the Storm Prediction Center. And do know that tomorrow's storms, like today's, go into the nighttime and early morning hours the following day. Breakdown real quick of the ingredients. Tomorrow we will have plenty of instability like we did today. The wind shear tomorrow, not as strong as it was today. That's some good news. Maybe the tendency to rotate for some of those storms will be a little bit less tomorrow. We'll see. But I do know we've got a problem with the front being nearly stationary and allowing the storms to form in the same area here over and over again. You can see the squeeze plays on with that moist wind coming out of the Gulf of Mexico, setting us up for a volatile day with a lot of more heavy rain as well.
Introducing 2 new Baja Chipotle subs featuring our world-famous Baja Chipotle sauce. Listen, that's the Baja Chipotle talking. Well, it's actually me talking, but you know what I mean. Find your fresh with the new Baja Chipotle collection at Subway.
A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 76 degrees with rain. A tornado warning has been issued for our area. Overnight, windy with thunderstorms. Storms will be strong to possibly severe, low 62. Thursday, cloudy with periods of rain, high 65. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, new video into the Weather Channel here of lightning illuminating a tornado as it moves to the Indianapolis metro earlier today. That's an incredible view there, right? And sometimes you can't even see it, and then you get this big illumination behind it that really backlights the tornado, and boom, there you see it.
It's terrifying. I mean, first of all, it's at night. Second of all, you know, there's a lot of rain, and it almost looks like it becomes obscured at the very end of this. So it disappears, even though the lightning is trying to illuminate it, as you said. You can see it there clearly, but not for long.
You know, and especially when it's coming through a major metropolitan area, you can see that it looks like a bunch of apartment complexes there. And so that means you got a lot of people that are in harm's way. And I can only imagine, you know, if you live in an apartment, Dr. Postel, you're living on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th floor, you're thinking, where am I going to go?
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Situational awareness, Mike, as you know so well, that, you know, at this vantage point, you can kind of assess you're probably safe, but you're not always sure of the direction the tornado is going or how fast it's going or how strong it is. So if you get the warning, act appropriately, you know, do the things we tell you. Lowest floor, many walls between you and the outside as possible, and of course away from windows, and wait till that warning is expired.
All those things will potentially save your life. So let's talk a little bit more about where you can go to seek shelter and offer yourself the best opportunity to be safe, all right? So we take a look at your home. Your basement is best. If you can get underground, that is fantastic, maybe even under a sturdy piece of furniture. Now, that may not be an option for you. Maybe your home does not have a basement, or you, like we mentioned, live in something like an apartment, all right? Well, if you're in a building where you don't have an option to be underground, well, you can go to the ground level of your building, whether it's an apartment building or maybe it's just your home, or maybe it's a workplace, and you're going to go to an interior room, okay? So that could be something like
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Here, that is an interior room, no exterior walls, no windows. Could be under something sturdy like a stairwell, which can be reinforced. And so underneath that might also be a really good spot for you to be. But let's talk about that interior room. So it's on the ground level, all right, the lowest floor you can get to before you can get underground, all right? Consider what's maybe above you. What's up now? I mean, you don't want to be in a place where there's a baby grand piano above you. That would be silly because then just fall on you. So what you want to be is below a place that doesn't have a whole lot of weight above it, okay? And then you're going to crouch low and just wait for that signal that all is clear, that the tornado has passed, all right? So now let's talk about, some of the video that we've seen. So here are some buildings, and again, what you see is exterior walls that have been compromised, roof that has been compromised, and so you want to be inside an interior room, all right? And so that can offer you a lot of protection.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Right here, and wind came in and compromised probably the front door, right? The front door got blown in, and now you've got some damage here. But if you were inside an interior room, maybe behind the kitchen here, you'd have been in pretty good shape. Now, there's a lot of damage to this home, so this was actually a pretty significant tornado that hit. But again, the best thing that you can do is get low. The roof has been completely compromised on parts of that home, and some parts is still there. And then you can see the trees that have been taken down as well. Trees down on homes, again, another reason why you wouldn't want to be up on the top level. And then you can see the debris trail here from the drone as the tornado moved off here. So all of these images that we showed you of the damage, clear illustrations of where you can go in your home to be safe. Underground is best, but if you can get inside an interior room, you really give yourself a good opportunity here, Dr. Nab, to be safe.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
I'm used to working with the guy. I worked with him for like 7 years now. Dr. Postel,
yes.
Excuse me. Too many doctors, too many brains that work at this network.
Look, Carl, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Right, I deserve that.
Yeah, you know what? We have a lot of heavy rain coming our way too, right? Because we know that this weather pattern is going to be with us for the next several days and through the weekend, actually. So with rounds of heavy rain yet to come, imagine this. There are going to be spots in this area, in some of the same areas that are getting the severe weather tonight, are going to see more severe weather tomorrow, and also a lot of heavy rain even beyond that. Look at this, all the way from the parts of the deep south into the Ohio Valley. Rounds of rain with life-threatening flash flooding possible. So make sure you have, make sure you have your plans and find higher dry ground if you can, because over the course of several days, a very, very moist tropical air mass will be surging in and get stuck.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Moving. That's a problem because we are likely to see significant flooding in this zone. This is a forecast. It goes from Friday to Saturday. The areas in yellow are likely to see flooding. This look goes from Saturday to Sunday. Didn't move much. That's because the pattern is kind of locked in, and it is going to lead to very, very heavy rain. And we think that there may be areas that get a foot of rain, perhaps even more than that. So locally higher amounts, this is some of the guidance that we're using, which is based on a bunch of different set of inputs. A lot of models we're looking at, an ensemble-based approach. And then when you think of the risk, the National Weather Service has put out PDS flood watches, particularly dangerous flood watches for Arkansas, parts of Missouri. Find your spot on the map, everywhere from Ohio to Texas. A lot more rain in the next few days is on the way, unfortunately.
A dangerous tornado outbreak underway right now, and welcome into our special live coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm Mike Bettis alongside our expert.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Storms are expected to continue in the hours to come. Make sure you know the plans, how to get alerted, where you need to go if the warning gets issued, because those warnings are going to be coming for pretty much the rest of the night.
They will be. It's going to be still a very intense night for us tonight. Want to take you to some locations we'd be worried about. That does include in Cincinnati, Ohio, where we've had a big storm line rumble on through here in the Queen City. Storms are ravaging us here in Ohio, down through Kentucky, Tennessee, and a big line of storms that is hitting us tonight with extreme winds and tornadoes as well. All right, so let's get to it and show you the map. On this map, it shows you in yellow severe thunderstorm watch in effect, where winds could be an issue. Also, hail could be a problem. More likely winds than anything else. And then an uninterrupted line of tornado watches highlighted in red from Lake Erie all the way down into southern Arkansas. And this is going to be an intense line of storms right through the night tonight while you are now getting ready to go to bed, I'm sure. You can see where we have some very intense thunderstorm winds here near the Cleveland area, back through Cincinnati and Dayton, Louisville as well. The worst of the storms has gone past you now in Louisville, but now hitting you in Cincinnati Metro and right along I-70. You're going to get hit here from Dayton to Columbus, and a big storm line is about to come into the western suburbs now of Cleveland. So Lorraine already getting hit, and I think a place like, Bay Village, Avon Lake, eventually into Cleveland itself. Henry and Shelby County here.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
1 o'clock in the morning. So Louisville, well to the left of your screen. Here's the capital. Frankfurt sitting right in here. And the storms are going to be between, say, I-71 and Frankfurt. So I-71 is right about here to get your bearings. I-64 is down here. Do I see clear rotation on this? Not necessarily. It doesn't mean that it's not there, but it's just maybe hard to see. If we look at the correlation coefficient, do we see any debris? We did right back in here. Do you see that? So everything is a uniform color, and then you see right in there something that's different. That follows along with the rotation that we saw. What that is debris. So the radar is detecting something that is not a raindrop, a snowflake, or hail. So it can detect other things in the atmosphere. It takes those three things out of the equation and says, okay, well, something's in the air. It could be dirt, leaves, pieces of buildings, shingles, mailboxes, whatever. We don't know. We can't identify what the debris is. It just tells us there is debris, and that is confirmation that you've had a tornado strike, especially when it's a dot like that. When it's a circle, that means it's been swirling in the vortex of the tornado. If you look at the line here, the worst again is well past Louisville at this point, but a storm line through Cincinnati, storm line there, all those could be producing winds, 60, 70 plus miles per hour. Storms down through Bowling Green, no longer severe thunderstorm warned. I think that's a great sign. And then severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings back down into Tennessee as well. And the storm's getting closer and closer to you there in Davidson County and into Nashville. There's that storm line back in there, heading its way eastbound here. And the storms are moving pretty quickly. So I don't think it'll be long before they're into at least the northern suburbs of Nashville. Clarksville already is getting hit, and then tornado warnings extend, south of I-40 and down across the Mississippi state line. So let's get to some of the newer warnings that we have right now. And you can see a hook echo that's formed on this storm. The areas that are highlighted in purple, the hail that's being spit out on the front side. So there's your big anvil right there, and hanging back below is right there where the tornado would be sitting. Hardeman, McNary, and counties are under that warning right now. If we look at the velocities, right in there is where we're likely seeing some rotation, I believe. We've got a storm here that's probably producing rotation on the north end of that. So there could be two tornadoes that are, in essence, paralleling each other. I think this one's a little bit more muddled, although it looked pretty good on the velocities. This one down here, though, is all by itself in some unperturbed air, and so it really might be taking advantage of all of the atmosphere around it to really take off here. I think this is probably one of the best signatures we've seen so far tonight of all the storms. Everything else is formed in that line. This is in free air to keep itself going here. So I'd really want to keep an eye on that one and watch it here over probably the next couple of hours even. Could it hold together unless it pulls in a little bit cooler air to collapse it? But at this point, it is on its own to do its damage, unfortunately. So heads up here anywhere between, say, Corinth and Savannah, you might be in harm's way. All right, so let's bring you the big picture here. And you can see
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
For us tonight, and through the course of the night tonight, they'll be there. And for some of you tomorrow morning, could be quite rough for your morning drive. Dr. Postel, what do you think's going on here? What's happened in the atmosphere today? How do you see this going through the night tonight as people, go to bed tonight?
Well, we're sort of in that in-between mode, right? We've transitioned out of so many of those warm sector dominant supercells, those potential to produce those long track tornadoes. But we're still seeing
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Support tornadic behavior with that line and very near it. So overall, it's a dangerous setup still. Mike, thank you very much for that detailed analysis from one storm to the next. Need to have that with us. And it is going to continue, I think, that severe weather threat with including that tornado potential for several more hours to come, at least. We are dealing with, several tornado warnings. I put the number on here. There's probably like 6 or so out there in progress. Less than earlier, for sure. But this line is still real squirrely. It is accessing enough instability and just the right amount of shear to support rotation embedded within it in those little segments. But also even the storm that Bettis was talking about that was farther to the south near Holly Springs. I believe what state was that? Mississippi. That was all by itself. Again, kind of one of those renegade supercells that you got to be very careful of. And we have just enough of those ingredients to support that kind of behavior. So here I put in the background the instability. Now, the farther north you go, there's less of it. And that is also consistent with gradually a reduction in the threat for tornadoes in the Ohio Valley. That's not to say it's completely gone right now, as Mike just showed you. But over time, we're going to see that transition to more of a linear type of structure. Now, farther to the south, we're still dealing with a lot of instability. You can see some of those background shades of orange, yellow, and red, and a lot of wind shear. And it's the wind shear that is giving us so many problems, because it's not only given us the ability of those storms to produce destructive winds. We've seen winds nearly 100 miles per hour in eastern parts of Indiana earlier tonight. But those winds are also allowing those storms to rotate, because they're creating an environment that is already kind of tumbling and rolling around, even in the absence of those thunderstorms. So what we've got is the wind shear with the wind at the surface like that and the wind aloft looking about like that. Well, you know, I can look at a hodograph out there and still tell you that it is lots of curvature in it, meaning the storms are going to try to move off that hodograph and access the kind of
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
on their own in the absence of that strong front that's coming in. So we're watching a very complicated setup with rotating storms still likely in various ways along a front and along the sort of, I guess, outflow dominant segment of this, right here in the northern half of it, but also down here where individual storms are still raging on, and that is associated with the severe weather threat here as outlined by the Storm Prediction Center, with tornado watches out across much of the region in red, and of course severe thunderstorm watch here across parts of eastern Ohio and areas nearby. So let's quick time it out to show you that we're going to be watching this line move on by, and it's going to continue to produce severe weather pretty much all night long. Very heavy rainfall as well. So we have to watch this carefully into the morning hours, because, Mike, as you know, this is going to continue with us and lead us into that severe weather threat in the morning hours, but also going to set the stage for new development to take place in some of the same areas tomorrow afternoon and evening.
You know, and the thing is, it may continue for days. You know, it might go for some of us till Saturday. Some really heavy rain is going to be an issue as well. Dr. Postel, thank you. As we show you the radar tonight and some of the timing for these cities, Memphis, your weather's improved, no doubt about that. Not saying that you couldn't still see some storms, and there's some storms off to your southwest, but at least there's not as much coverage as there once was. Now, I think if you look at the future radar here, it just gives you kind of an idea on timing. Maybe not necessarily this robust, and then the storms that we have right now aren't anywhere close to this intense, but I think you can still have at least a chance for some storms through the rest of the night tonight. Storms come back for us again tomorrow, and then Friday we have rain, then Saturday rain and thunderstorms. The temperatures are very mild, by the way. Front finally swings on through, and on Sunday the temperatures cool down dramatically, where the high temperature is just in the low 50s. All right, so we take it to, say, Paducah sits here, Bowling Green is sitting right in here, Evansville right up in here. The storms are racing their way through. Bowling Green, I like the trend on the radar.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Still going to get some intense winds that could swing through in about the next hour or so. And rain may stick around here with a system that doesn't move much or pivots just a little bit more, then goes north-south and may pivot a little bit more east to west here. And so this is why we have so much rain back into our forecast. So what's the issue for us in Paducah? Several days of rain could run us to like 5 to 8 inches of rain. That's a bad forecast. It's all highlighted here in the orange that you see on your screen. If you're unlucky enough to be one of those places that has red, that could be minimum 8 inches of rain, could be upwards of a foot of rain. Easily, these locations would flood. And of course, you're getting this over the course of just a few days. That's a problem, because if you look at a place like Paducah, typically an entire April would bring you just over 5 inches of rain. But you could get that in the next 2 days easily. So you can get a month's worth of rain in 2 days, and creeks and streams will come out of their banks, and rivers will run high, and there'll be isolated areas of flash flooding where low areas you see a lot of water accumulate.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Here, Cincinnati, off to the top of your screen, heavy-duty line of storms here, and that line of storms pushes east. Lexington gets hit around 4 o'clock in the morning, and the intensity backs off, although it doesn't completely let up. The rain will be there for much of the day on Thursday, not really giving us any breaks until maybe dinner time or maybe after that, Dr. Postel, for your Thursday. But I think we see the overall trend here. The next few days will be very stormy and very wet.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Mike. Thank you very much. We have new video coming in now. The storms tonight, the Memphis, Tennessee area, have been electric. Wow, this was in the Memphis area and the area in the bullseye, also for more storms tomorrow. But look at all that lightning. And you can see, I think, on this screen, clouds are moving. This is time lapse, of course, but very quickly, I can tell you, from left to right on the screen. So we're probably looking some.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
South wind out there, and I can tell you for sure, looking at the data, the winds just off the surface were really, really strong this evening in western Tennessee, 80 to 90 miles per hour, just a few thousand feet up. So it's no surprise, actually, that we saw a lot of severe wind reports today. And of course, that strong wind aloft helps support the development of supercell thunderstorms and tornadoes today as well. Tomorrow, we could see also some of the same stuff ongoing in some of the same places. I mean, this is the outlook issued by the Storm Prediction Center, right? Numerous severe thunderstorms are likely. Tornadoes are possible. Some of those could be strong as well. And the storms that happen tomorrow are not just an extension of what's ongoing now into the morning hours. It's also the redevelopment of new stuff that's probably going to last tomorrow night and on into Friday. So this is a very complicated situation, but it's one that's going to remain geographically.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
And if you look at the ingredients overall tomorrow, there's some of those that are similar to today, including the instability with a very buoyant air mass with an airflow coming out of the Gulf of Mexico, which is extremely moist and buoyant, as I mentioned, but also the wind shear is going to be enough tomorrow. Thankfully, not quite as high as today. So perhaps some of that tornadic threat that we had today and on into tonight, maybe not quite as strong tomorrow. Let's hope that's the case. But the problem is that we've got this frontal zone that is not going to be moving much. And it's going to continue that tropical feed into it. That airflow is going to get tangled up. And Mike, we're going to see a lot of heavy rain, as you mentioned, and also the right ingredients along that frontal zone for that severe weather.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it tomorrow because for some of you it returns again. And then again, the heavy rain, I think, just really affects a lot more people. And so flooding is going to be a big problem for us in the days ahead. Another look at the storm line here tonight from Cleveland, Ohio, back down to Little Rock, Tennessee. We have storms this evening and numerous tornado warnings within it, including storms that are rolling through southwest Ohio, headed towards central Ohio. I'd be worried about places like, say, Xenia, Ohio, an infamous location for tornadoes, maybe the most famous tornado of the super outbreak of 1974. So that'd be that warning right in there. Another one south of that, as that line is now creating little kinks in that line that might be producing spins. So that one would be almost right on top of you in Xenia. It's almost there. Another one headed toward Wilmington, the location of the National Weather Service office there, and the Doppler radars. You can see getting a really good look at both.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
You'll still see some really big winds around Cedarville, big winds around Wilmington, and then south from there as well. That whole line could be producing winds 60 to 70 miles per hour. Xenia, it's basically right there, right? And if the tornado were to come, it's probably going to be on the south side of town. In Vernon, 115, Cedarville around 118, and Wilmington, 120, the expected arrival time. That is just 7 minutes from now. Long line of storms with warnings on them. That's becoming a little bit more broken now, and I take that as a good sign back down into Middle Tennessee. But if you take a look at the warnings that we have around the Frankfort area here in the capital of Kentucky, big intense line of storms here with a couple of different warnings. One's north of Frankfort.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
So getting to your safe spot tonight is very, very important. As soon as these warnings are issued, you got to go to your safe spot. These warnings are moving very, very quickly, by the way. Ground speed on some of these tornadoes is 60 to 70 miles per hour. Big, impressive storm right along the Mississippi and Tennessee state line. We'll have more details right after this.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area. In effect. Currently in our area, 75 degrees with a thunderstorm. Overnight, windy with thunderstorms. Storms will be strong to possibly severe, low 62. Thursday, periods of rain, high 65. Rainfall near an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Here's our 7-day outlook. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, thanks for staying with us here as we track severe weather tonight that's hit us across the Midwest and the South. This is in Louisville, Kentucky, where you can see some trees down in the road. We've had a lot of reports of trees down in all of the storms that we have seen this afternoon and this evening. We've had tornadoes that have touched down, but a lot of wind damage. And you can see here even maybe some power lines that have come down as well. And we really would encourage you tonight, if your power has gone out, and a power pole has gone down, and you've got maybe power lines that are down in your yard, do not go near them. They may still be energized and electrified. What you'd want to do is call 911 or call the electric utility and have someone come out. But do not go anywhere near them, because that would be high voltage and you could be electrocuted. All right, you can see the power outages here in Louisville have gone up this evening, right there on the near west side of Louisville, where we had the tornado warning and some of the most intense winds. We do have the power outages. Evansville, we have the power outages. We have a decent number of power outages in Indianapolis, as we had really intense storms on the north side of town and then come right through town as well. The winds up here, by the way, north side were about 90 miles an hour. That's how bad the storm was, and that whole storm line is pushed over into Ohio. Storms that go all the way down into Kentucky, Tennessee, and now northern Mississippi as well. Some of these storms, by the way, are producing some really significant hail through central Ohio. The hail size here is about ping pong to racquetball size, believe it or not, and that storm line right there is going to be producing, I think, some really intense winds. There is a tornado warning around the Hillsborough area, a little kink in that line. So Clinton, Fayette, and Highland counties under a tornado warning right now, and heads up around Dodson, Lynchburg, in that warning until 1:45 in the morning. Tough to see where the rotation may be. It may be right near the Fayetteville area, then pushing off to the north and east, and the storms could be moving pretty quickly as well. We want you to be really aware of how fast these storms are moving. So as soon as that warning is issued, that's the time.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Identified where you might be able to take some shelter. Could that be your basement? Sure. Could it be, interior ground level room, half bath, utility closet, someplace like that? Doesn't have to be comfortable. It just needs to save your life. And then you can see intense storms here between Lexington, Kentucky, and Cincinnati, Ohio, that are tornado warning, are raking across I-75 momentarily. That's a very intense storm line with a lot of wind at the very least, but some embedded spins within that line as well that could be producing tornadoes. So we would encourage you not to be driving tonight. So many of these storms are moving very quickly. There's going to be blinding rain. You're not going to be able to see anything. And then we show you the storms here, Louisville, Frankfort, Lexington, to give you your bearings, and the storms that are down here between Bloomfield and Lebanon that could be creating a tornado as well. So in all these locations, as soon as that warning is issued, you're going to your safe spot right away. Big storms are coming toward Middle Tennessee and Nashville. We've had some big storms here that have produced some large hail, by the way. Some of the hail here has been very intense, and you can see the hail tracker has been pretty good back in here. And then notice that one right in there. Now we're talking about baseball-sized hail possible within that line.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
You're watching in Nashville, and you're like, oh, I've got my car parked outside. Maybe you can find parking garage, or maybe just put it in the garage. You've got it parked in the driveway. Put it in the garage so it doesn't get damaged and you lose all your windows. That line, let's time it out for you. Let's go east with it. Springfield, 12:28, 5 minutes from now. And Goodlettsville coming in around 12:47. And in Nashville, 12:56, so just before the top of the hour, that storm line gets into you there in the capital. So a lot of people could be affected by that line in particular. And if the winds are still very gusty and you've got trees on your property, it is a bad sign, because we've been showing you some of the damage. And almost all the reports that we've seen, Dr. Postel, from some of these storms has indicated wind damage. A lot of trees have come down.
A lot of reports of wind damage. You're right about that, Mike. We're going to continue to see those reports pile up as we go through the night and into the morning hours tomorrow. And then we have to concern ourselves with the next sort of threat on the list, and that is
a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
a lot of rain over some of the same areas repeatedly through Sunday. Rounds of heavy rain, perhaps over a foot of rain is on the way. When you add it up over the next 3 or 4 days, that's a lot of rain, some locally higher amounts. The reason why we're getting it is because that same storm system that's moving through the region now, the Ohio Valley and the Mid-South and all the way to the southern plains, essentially, that front is going to get hung up. It's going to stall out over the same area right here for days. And it's going to allow the moisture return from the Gulf of Mexico to continue. And that moist flow, that tropical air mass, it's going to get tangled up with that front, and it's going to release a lot of rain. They're going to be very efficient rainmakers based on the tropical nature of the soundings that are going to be likely in place. So from the surface all the way up to the jet stream level, the air mass is going to be incredibly moist, and rain moving through that kind of moist air mass is going to produce flooding. And we can see that when you add up the amount of rain that is in the forecast, it is going to be over a foot when you pile it up day after day after day. So stay tuned and make sure you have a way to avoid the highest and rising waters.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
This evening, lit up, and it's pretty, but the storms are on the way, and this picture will look a lot different in the next, say, 45 minutes or so. Less than. It's hot. It is 80 degrees in Nashville. It's after midnight. Yeah. It's 80 degrees.
Yes, this is like a very warm summer night.
Holy cow.
Yeah, and it's just in April. So, I mean, we knew this air mass was going to be breaking records in all kinds of ways. But, if I don't know, if it didn't cool off over the next, few hours, this would set a record for the warmest night in early April. Yeah.
Insane how incredibly warm it is in Middle Tennessee tonight. We appreciate you being with us here for our live extended coverage of a severe weather outbreak happening today. I'm Mike Bettis alongside Dr. Greg Postel.
Yeah, the threat for severe storms and flash flooding continues, and it's going to be hitting some of the same areas, I think, once again tomorrow when we look at overall.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Severe weather and heavy rain as well.
Yeah, that heavy rain is going to be a real issue. I think a lot of flooding is going to happen across numerous states. We'll talk more detail about that coming up. But here's a look at the temperatures. Big kudos to our weather producer extraordinaire, Heather, who put this map together real quick. You've got the temperatures over the past 3 hours. And ahead of that line of storms, it is so warm here. If you look at the legend up there, there's a lot of orange. Plenty of places here are in the 80s. Early April, after midnight, temperatures in the 80s. So the air is coming out of the south and just going due north here, feeding into that storm line. And so you end up having a very buoyant air mass. You have a very moist air mass, and so it's soaking wet, and the storms are really building with some of the instability that we've had. Although we say this, as you get to night, you tend to lose some of the instability because the heating of the day has decreased after the sun sets. That typically is what happens. Take a look at this hook echo that's formed on this storm in Selmer. So this is going to be Hardeman, McNairy counties here in Tennessee. This right here, by the way, is the Mississippi state line. So this is an observed tornado, a warning that goes until 12:45 this evening. Back in here's where the tornado would be sitting. Hail ejected out of the front side of this. When you look at the winds right there, you can clearly see it coming past Middleton and very close to Selmer. So in Selmer, get to your safe spot, get there quickly as the storm is headed in your direction. You don't want to waste any time because it'll get there before you know it. And so getting down to your basement, if you have one, I know many of us here in the South don't have basements, but if you do, safe place to go, or a ground level interior room, no windows, no exterior walls or doors. Selmer, 12:43, so about Give it 11 minutes from now. It's coming in for you in Stantonville around 12:53, in Savannah coming in, I say around 1:07 to give you the timing on that one particular storm. You can see storms riding along I-40 that are tornado warned as well, and a new tornado warning for the Bowling Green metro area as well. And a lot of these storms are producing some very intense winds to go along with the tornadoes as well. So that line right in there has got a big severe thunderstorm warning on it that does include Davidson County now and into the Nashville metro. I think that big line in there could produce winds.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
In the Franklin area as well. So a lot happening for us this evening, Dr. Postel. Now, of course, a lot of people that are still up with us tonight are wondering, well, what's the timing? How long before I can actually, be given the all clear and go to bed?
Unfortunately, not anytime soon, because we still have the tornado threat continuing. And I'm going to do some city-by-city timing, and starting with Memphis. Now, we are stabilizing ourselves a little bit here in Memphis, where the severe weather threat is now less than it was.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
To the east of Memphis, where this storm is likely carrying with it a tornado, and it's done so for a long time. It was over Holly Springs, Mississippi, not long ago, about 45 minutes ago. It has maintained its integrity all by itself, that supercell thunderstorm, and this is the kind of dangerous storm that can produce those long track tornadoes, and it may be in the progress of doing just that. So we have to watch that. And there's, of course, another tornado warning just south of Memphis, near Hernando, Mississippi. These storms are going to move by Memphis to the south, but still other areas to the east of Memphis will be hit by these big storms. And I think that's going to basically continue the trend as we go through the nighttime hours. Memphis probably dealing with Memphis proper, not the severe weather, but the heavy rain. That's a big issue for us over the coming days, and that needs to be made aware of, because heavy rain and flooding is going to be a big part of the forecast going forward over the next few days. Nashville, Tennessee, you haven't gotten your bad weather yet, but it is coming. The tornado threat in and around Nashville is increasing, so be aware of that. Make sure you know how to react to those warnings. Find your safe spot. These storms are closing in.
Lake City, Arkansas, the location, big tornado. Striking earlier today before the sun set. Big, giant, spinning supercell thunderstorm producing that tornado. You can see the arcing power lines as it's going across those lines, and they are sparking. And this actually did produce some fairly significant damage this afternoon.
Yeah, one telltale sign that circulation is on the ground and a tornado is in progress are those arcing power lines and likely down power lines getting those flashes right near the surface. Because sometimes, you can think a tornado is in progress and the circulation is on the ground, but you don't know for sure. But when you see that, you know for sure.
Yeah, you definitely know for sure. But the impressive view from a distance of the Lake City, Arkansas tornado. And we've had more tornadoes touch down throughout the afternoon and evening. And thanks for being with us here, everyone. Mike Bettis with Dr. Greg Postel. We'll get some more insight here from Doc here in just a second.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
We have a speckling of tornado warnings from Ohio to Kentucky to Tennessee into Mississippi. And some of these have become very intense. Storms here that are south of Memphis. And you can see that line right in there, that one little cluster of storms is producing a line of tornado warnings. And this has got a pretty good hook echo on it, and right along I-55 for us tonight. This is another one up here that's got a pretty good hook echo on as well. We are seeing debris with these tornadoes, and so we have confirmation that indeed we do have a tornado. That includes around the Santobia area, DeSoto, Marshall, and Tate counties here in Mississippi with that observed tornado occurring, and the National Weather Service says considerable damage is happening for us. So as we show you what's known as the correlation coefficient. So what this is going to show you is debris that has been lofted into the air. So the radar can filter out precipitation and show you debris. So if you look at the color that's more of a magenta color and it's very uniform, right? You're looking for something that's not that color. So I'm going to point your eyes to that spot right there, all right? That is where the debris is within the tornado that's pushing its way past Santobia, and it correlates perfectly, lines up perfectly with where the rotation is as well. So confirmation here that we do indeed have a tornado that is occurring. We want you to get to a safe spot very, very quickly here, eventually getting towards, say, Route 305, And could it hold all the way together towards, say, the Holly Springs area? It's very possible. Bet coming in at 12:52. Mariana coming in for you around 103. That's not the end of the tornado warnings. We have more that extend up to the north and eastern there. This has been a pretty classic-looking storm here around the Selmer area with a good hook echo on this. Hail being created, so we've got a building thunderstorm here. Now, this one has been in an area where the air hasn't been worked over necessarily, so it is free to build in all this warm, moist, unstable air. Chester, Hardin, McNairy counties with a tornado warning near the Selmer area. You got to get to shelter quickly. Clearly, you can see the debris once again.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Correlates to where the velocities show the couplets, so they're right on top of each other. And in Selmer, we know there's a tornado coming for you. Please, 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 I'm begging you to get to a safe spot quickly. Selmer, it's almost there. You got 2 minutes, if that, before it's in town. Adamsville coming for you around 12:58 in Savannah, around 107 to give you the timing on when that tornado, which is confirmed now, it is causing potentially some damage. Now, I wouldn't say we know for sure what it's hit. I mean, the radar won't tell us what type of debris it is. It could be anything. It could be leaves. It could be trees, dirt, anything like that. But ultimately, we know there's something being lofted into the air, and these storms will be very, very dangerous for the remainder of the evening. And we definitely know that you're in the path of some of these storms tonight. One of the most important things that you can do is turn on the emergency alerts on your cell phone. And our Paul Goodlow shows you how to do it.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you're in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
All right, welcome back. And I just kind of want to sort of put a little bullet point on some of the storms that Mike Bettis was tracking in northern Mississippi and southern Tennessee. We are right now still dealing with very strong winds aloft, right in that zone. I'll move this map if I can a little bit farther south. There you go, right in about here. And I just was looking at some of the mesoscale discussions out across the region and also looking at some of the data. We have extremely strong wind shear in this region, the kind that is supportive.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
With long track tornado potential. This is pretty remarkable of what's going on this late at night, or I should say this early in the morning. But we are dealing with a very volatile atmosphere, and Mike Bettis was just highlighting a couple of those supercells that were tornadic and significantly so as they move across the region. So I'm going to go ahead now and talk about the chance for more severe weather tomorrow and giving you a sense for what we're going to be dealing with in just another matter of a few more hours. We are also going to continue this severe weather threat tonight through tomorrow morning. And then there may be a bit of a pause or a break or at least a reduction in the frequency and coverage of severe weather. Ramps back up again later on tomorrow afternoon and evening in these zones where we think supercells and a whole lot of them are again possible with severe weather and maybe some tornadoes as well. And all of that activity tomorrow could last into.
A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 64 degrees with a heavy thunderstorm. A tornado warning has been issued for our area. Overnight, windy with thunderstorms. Storms will be strong to possibly severe, low 62. Thursday, periods of rain, high 65. Rainfall near an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, I want to show you this, and it's an incredible shot here at night of a tornado illuminated by lightning and backlit there. It's an incredible shot.
It is, and it almost looks like the tornado gets obscured at the very end of this clip here as it kind of moves off to the left. And that was sort of, I think, common with a lot of the tornadoes today, where they were visible for a while, not all of them, but they were visible for a while and then got obscured by rain.
Yeah, the rain just wraps around that thing and you see nothing after that. But scary sight coming through the Indianapolis metro with tornadoes this evening. We actually had tornadoes on the north side of Indianapolis and the south side as well. Thanks for being with us, everyone. Mike Bettis alongside our expert, Dr. Greg Postel. We're going to check in with him in just a second, give you some good insight on the storms that are happening now and over the next few days as well. All right, big line of storms here from northern Mississippi up into Ohio. A couple of storms that have had good hook echoes on them. These discrete supercells that have formed here on the whole southern side of the big line from the Midwest into the south.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Considerable threat, and both of them are, at least we know this, lofting debris into the air. We can't tell you exactly, what they've hit or what kind of damage they have caused, but we can tell you that there at least is a tornado that's on the ground with both of these because of the atmosphere that they're in, really taking advantage of everything the atmosphere has to offer tonight. Temperatures, by the way, in the 80s right now. This time of year, this time of night, incredible. DeSoto, Marshall, Tate counties here in northern Mississippi under that tornado warning. Holly Springs, we'd want you to get to shelter as quickly as you can as that storm has come past Interstate 55 now. If you take a look at the debris tracker, so right there is where the tornado would be, and there has been debris detected with that. See if we can find any right there. Right in there is probably where it is, and then moving in that direction. So it'd be a color that's other than that magenta color, and it'd show up as a blue or a greenish color. So maybe Bahia here to Holly Springs, somewhere in this area, we'd want you to be very aware of the threat of a tornado that is on the ground right now and occurring, and so please get to a safe location. Victoria, you'd be dead center of that threat. Warsaw as well, and you can see the timing, 103, 1258. In that timeline here, so it gives you just a few minutes, and it is there, but a clear signature of a tornado. And then we show you what comes in behind that, a lot more heavy rain, and another tornado warning now issued just behind that one. And so, we've got this tornado warning back in here that might be producing a tornado in this little inflow notch right here on the other side of the bow echo. So now we're starting to get these storms refire again. Again, Memphis Metro has had plenty of storms already today. Now we're getting them once again. This one right over North Tunica, by the way. So right in there is where you may be having a tornado, and that may go to a very similar spot or just north of where the one ahead of it was. So what are we talking here?
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
17. So that is a little bit of a disturbing trend that we're seeing as the southern end of this big storm line is creating some discrete supercells, at least ahead of the storm line or embedded within it. And so now we're starting to get maybe a greater tornado risk farther south, whereas maybe we're getting a lesser tornado risk as we go a little bit farther north. But all of these storms seem to be rotating at this point as they're getting into kind of undisturbed air, if you will. Big storms coming toward Nashville. I'd be worried about these storms right in here and their trajectory, which would take them toward the Nashville metro. That would be, of course, very, very tough to deal with in the amount of population we've got there in Middle Tennessee. Storms in the Lexington area with tornado warnings. Maysville, Kentucky with tornado warnings. Chillicothe and south of Columbus with tornado warnings. And all of those storm lines, by the way, at the very least will produce thunderstorm winds. And so even if you don't see a tornado, you could see extreme thunderstorm winds that could take down some trees and maybe some power lines as well. But there's a big line of storms from Cleveland all the way back down into Mississippi. So lots happening for us here, Dr. Postel. And one thing you also notice in the map that we're showing here is a lot of green polygons showing up, meaning that we're dealing with some flooding as well.
And there's going to be a lot more of them showing up in the coming days. You're right about that, Mike. Thank you very much. We have a prolonged flooding threat upcoming. And it starts now with the heavy rain and the big storms that Mike was talking about, but it's going to continue on into tomorrow and probably through the weekend with storms developing and moving over the same areas over and over again. Rounds of rain, over a foot of rain likely in some spots, especially from the Ohio Valley southwestward into parts of, let's say, even the deep south. We're talking about Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, some of the same places that have seen so much rain already today. And the reason why, actually there's a couple of them, but one of the main ones is
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
the deep tropics moving through the Gulf of Mexico into the southeast United States, then getting tangled up in the circulations around the frontal zone that's not going to be moving very much. That spells trouble. So what you see here is an extremely moist air mass in place for days across the southeast U.S. with the front bobbing and weaving around, essentially stationary, not purely, but doesn't move much. That is really the recipe for a lot of rain and a flooding threat here as outlined that goes all the way through Sunday. And if you want to add up how much rain we're going to get, look, these models are chronically underdoing the rain threat. There will be locally higher amounts than the highest values you see here. There will be locations that get well over a foot of rain. Given how moist this air mass is and the efficiency of these rainmakers, be prepared for a lot of flooding upcoming. So be safe, everyone.
All right, continuing to track severe weather for you this evening with severe thunderstorms and tornadoes happening as we speak from the Buckeye State all the way down to Mississippi. Look at the line of storms that we have and all those watches. Severe thunderstorm watch highlighted in yellow, tornado watches uninterrupted from Cleveland down into Mississippi.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Watches. A lot of intense storms within these watch areas as well. A lot of warnings that are occurring still this evening. Numerous tornado warnings that are happening from south central Ohio back down south of Memphis. In the Memphis area, we've had numerous rounds that have come through. Another big round is about to hit you. And we got a big storm here and a big storm here that are nailing us in Memphis. But in northern Mississippi, so we have two side-by-side tornado warnings right now. And then we got tornado warnings up into Tennessee as well. Hook echoes, hook echoes, hook echoes. All these storms on the southern side of that big storm line from the Midwest down to here, they're all now tapping into all the dynamics of the atmosphere because the air hasn't been necessarily worked over in these areas, and so they're free to form.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Storms aiming toward Nashville. In Nashville, watch this very, very closely. I'm fearful that Davidson County is going to get rocked by those storms. We got missed by the first one. It went kind of north of town, but Franklin, we've been hit.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Lexington, Kentucky, tornado warning. Maysville with a tornado warning. Chillicothe with a tornado warning and storms that are now getting into Columbus as well as Cleveland. We hope you have a safe evening. We'll bring you more on the warnings as warranted throughout the night tonight.
All right, dangerous night setting up out across the Tennessee Valley as multiple tornado warnings. Meteorologist Ray Stajik here at the Weather Channel. You got to see the line here, right? Even on up into southern Ohio, right down through Kentucky near Lexington and Nashville, and even east of Memphis. We've got numerous tornado warnings and even some reports of radar indicated tornadoes here as we head on through the early morning hours. So if you get under one of these warnings, please get into your safe place. Certainly going to be a dangerous night for severe weather as we continue to go through this evening. Now, we can see the instability, certainly enough, but the good news is the highest instability is actually to the south of where the storms are. So that means as we get set up through the morning hours, I'm not going to say a weakening of the storms, but the most unstable air is south right now of where we are seeing the most active weather. So that's certainly something to keep in mind, that more storms may fire to the south in Mississippi, even into western Alabama. And we take a look at some of these warnings now, getting pretty close to Nashville, seeing this tornado warning. That's for Dixon, Hickman, Humphreys counties. That includes the city of Burns, Dixon, and Tennessee City. That's until 1:30. This is radar indicated tornado in rotation. So if we take a look at the velocity of where maybe some of that spin is, you can kind of see just southwest of Dixon. That would be what we're looking at in terms of where that red touching green is and where it's going, and it's moving on off toward the north and east, and these storms racing pretty quickly. So Dixon, Kingston Springs, Ashland City, even Nashville here by top of the hour. Get into your safe place. This tornado warning, certainly something that we're going to have to keep an eye on, and something that could be producing
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Hail, and maybe even a tornado sitting inside that cell. So dangerous cell there heading toward Nashville and Davidson County, but numerous warnings even around that. This is an observe tag here near the Holly Springs area, meaning radar indicator. And if we look at this warning right now, you can see that hook echo on it and that inflow notch heading toward LaGrange. This is probably one of the most dangerous storms we're looking at right now. Certainly one that we're going to have to take cover on for places like Holly Springs. This is DeSoto, Marshall, and Tate counties. We'll put a tracker on this and give you some other areas that may be impacted right now as it heads on off toward the north and east. So Early Grove by 124 into Michigan City, Grand Junction, into Hickory Valley, and even Boulevard by the top of the hour. Get into your safe place. If that's a basement, so be it. If it is somewhere else, maybe into an interior room, if you do not have a basement, that would be advisable too, because right now, as I mentioned, looking at a very dangerous cell. We can kind of see the hook echo in here, and that's that little notch we're seeing just to the north of Holly Springs, moving on off toward the north and east. But radar indicated right now. Going to take a look at the velocity, see if we've got any kind of impression there. Yeah, we do have some red touching the green. You can see that down toward and just north of Holly Springs. That's the area that we are of most concern right now. And we'll see if our debris signature is picking up anything. Right now, not really picking up anything in terms of debris, but there may be just a little bit trying to get kicked up there as this storm continues to move north and east. So dangerous thunderstorm nonetheless. And another one as we head further on off toward the north. Now we're into Kentucky. Now these storms are moving pretty quickly, having a tough time keeping up with them here. We've got Green, Hart, and even on in now to Taylor County, Campbellsville, Solomon, and Summersville until 1:30. This is a radar indicated tornado moving on off toward the north and east at a pretty rapid rate. So that's another thing. You're not going to really have much time to react as these storms are hauling on off toward the north and the northeast at a pretty quick pace. A little further north now, we're getting into the city of Lexington in Kentucky. This is another tornado warning, and once again, looking at a cell that is radar indicated rotation as it heads toward Fayette, Jessamine, and Woodford counties. So Lexington, Nicholasville, and Wilmore, get into your safe place. Once again, a storm that is showing some rotation, and that rotation just to the west now of Nicholsville and moving on off toward the north and northeast. Put a tracker on it. That center of where that circulation may be is right about there. So we're looking at Nicholsonville at 231.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
51, Winchester 258, 311 for Millersburg, with this radar indicated tornado continuing to move on off toward the north and the northeast. So these cells showing signs of rotation, but right now don't have anything confirmed, but we do have some pretty impressive thunderstorm cells showing up Adams County and into Scioto County. We're up into, I believe, Ohio now. This is Rush Valley and West Portsmouth. This is also a tornado warning, radar indicated tornado continuing to move north and northeast. And now as we get into Ohio, looking at numerous warnings now further north as we get up near Columbus. This is Fairfield and Licking County. That is also a tornado warning, radar indicated heading toward Etna, Pickerington, and Violet. This is until 2:30 local time. Tornado watches are up. Tornado watches meaning through the early morning hours. We do have the potential for more severe weather, including tornadoes occurring, potentially even happening around and inside where this tornado watch is. So that does include the city of Nashville.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
East of Cincinnati with some of this severe weather coming in. Well, we'll continue to keep you updated now with the severe weather. We're now going to send you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 64 degrees with a thunderstorm. A tornado warning has been issued for our area. Overnight, strong thunderstorms likely and potentially severe. Low 61. Thursday, rain. High 65. Rainfall possibly over 1 inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, breaking now, we do have a tornado emergency, meaning tornado spotted or on the ground here in Benton, Fayette, and Marshall counties as we get into western Tennessee and I believe into northern parts of the state of Mississippi. Very dangerous storm, catastrophic and observed. Here's the tag from the National Weather Service. Let's get in on this and get a little bit closer, crossing 72 right now. So Grand Junction into Moscow and Williston, please get into your safe place. Or if you know somebody that lives in these cities.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Call them up, get them into their safe place because right now, observed tag with a pretty impressive looking hook echo on this tornado emergency now. On the debris tracker, though, where we could see potential debris getting kicked up, really not seeing too much right now, but that does not mean that it's not there. It's just telling us that right now we're not seeing much in the way of debris getting picked up. We're going to have more coming up on this in just a couple of minutes. Now back to programming. All right, dangerous storm and a tornado emergency now through southwestern parts of Tennessee and into northern parts of Mississippi, We're in the counties of Benton, Fayette, and Marshall. Take over now.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Destructive tornado now just to the southwest of Grand Junction and moving on off toward the north and the northeast. And as you can see on radar, pretty defined or well-defined hook echo here. That's where the tornado may be sitting. That's the spot that we're most concerned about with this tornado emergency once again for Benton, Fayette, Marshall counties. If you hear your city or town, if you're near your city or town, please get into this, your safe place. Could be an interior room, maybe a basement if you do have one. But again, very dangerous and potentially destructive tornado moving on off toward the north and east. Right in there is most likely where that tornado is sitting. As you can kind of see that hook signature heading right toward Grand Junction here over the next couple of minutes. So we'll track this out, try to give you the best idea of when these areas will be affected. As you can see right now in a debris tracker, not seeing much showing up southwest of Grand Junction, but that does not mean it's not there. As I mentioned, we kind of see this little area right here in and around and southwest of Grand Junction that may be where right near that 72, that storm's sitting as it crosses 72 as we speak. Some areas that may be impacted by this dangerous and potentially destructive storm do include 45 and 134. About 140 Grand Junction, Hickory Valley, about 148 and top of the hour for Boulevard. So if you hear your city or town, or if you're in and around any of these cities or towns that I am mentioning, please get to your safe place. Call someone up if you are up in this early morning on Thursday and you know somebody that lives in these areas. Please wake them up. Let them know that
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Threat that is catastrophic here now for a tornado, which looks like it's going to pass just to the north of the city or town of Lamar now. And once again, this storm continued to push on off toward the north and northeast pretty quickly. So Grand Junction looks like you're going to be in the path of this tornado within the next 20 to 30 minutes. I want everybody to please be aware that this is, once again, a tornado emergency. We're in Tennessee, southwest Tennessee, northern Mississippi here. This is for Benton, Fayette, Marshall counties. Once again, dangerous and potentially destructive tornado moving on off toward the north and northeast at about 30 to 50 miles per hour. Elsewhere, we are seeing other dangerous cells moving toward Nashville. Luckily, the cells have weakened a bit, but we are getting now into Davidson County with this severe thunderstorm warning. Some of these storms may also be rotating, so that's also something that you're going to want to be concerned about because at any time, I feel on this line, if there's severe thunderstorms, they may pop, as you can kind of see those, little indications there that maybe we're getting these discrete supercells on the line that could be spinning up and potentially producing tornadoes. But at a minimum here, for Cheatham, Davidson, Dixon counties until 2 a.m., strong gusty winds, potentially some hail with some of these storms as they continue to move toward Davidson County and downtown Nashville. So hopefully if everybody's tucked in for the night down in Music City and not out at this late hour of the morning on this Thursday. We go a little further north now, and we're getting into Adair, into Cumberland and Metcalfe counties for Columbia and into Danville and Lebanon. This is in Kentucky, a considerable threat for a radar indicated tornado on a severe thunderstorm warning. Kind of go out here and kind of see the bigger view of those storms, which have now been severe warnings, but into the city of Lexington, the other dangerous cell coming right across the city of Lexington as we speak. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. That's radar indicated, meaning nothing confirmed yet, but still a dangerous cell nonetheless, with strong winds, most likely some hail. And when we take a look at our velocity here, coming right over the city of Lexington, kind of can't see much here because it's kind of getting a little bit shrouded by the radar, or a little bit of a confusion there with the radar being pretty close, or pretty far away, excuse me, from where that cell is. But get into your safe place, city of Lexington right now. Radar indicated tornado warning for you. We'll take a look at the watches. These tornado watches, Nashville until 6 a.m., down toward Tupelo also until 6 a.m. A little bit further north, the tornado watch until 4 a.m. for central Ohio. Severe thunderstorm watch now getting into places east of that, and most of the areas right down this line are in a tornado watch until 6 o'clock Central Time. So the storms, well, they are going to continue to keep moving here as we head through the morning hours, as we can see our future radar. So Nashville and the back toward the west, they'll be building through Little Rock and Jonesboro. Once again, these storms will have the potential to produce not only severe weather, and that does include wind, hail, and maybe even a couple of more isolated tornadoes. Well, we're going to continue to keep you updated as needed. But once again, for that tornado emergency, we're going to check back with you in a couple of minutes on that storm as it continues to move on off in through southwestern parts of Tennessee.